This audio story was created by WebNovel Chapter 1200 Battle of the Black Skull 14. Time was moving very slowly. No, it was Sunny who was moving too fast. It almost felt as if the world had frozen. The rain was suspended in the air. The fountains of mud had grown still. The distant figures of dying awakened were like grotesque statues. In this nearly static world, only two things seemed unbound by paralysis: the monstrous saint in front of him, who was no slower than Sunny himself, and a bolt of lightning that was crawling across the sky, extending toward the ground as it forked and illuminated the bloody battlefield. Faster! Suddenly, a deafening roar exploded from Dire Fang's mouth, strangely distorted and haunting. It would have hit Sunny like a wall. But he was prepared. The silenced enchantment of the emerald bone flute activated, creating a dome of absolute silence around him. Sunny passed through the sorcerous roar without being struck by its crushing power. However, behind him, Nephis had to endure its full weight without the protection of her flames. Stripped of their augmentation, she couldn't resist it like she had before. Erasing the image of her falling figure from his mind, Sunny concentrated on the task. If anything, the importance of success had only become more stark now that his partner was debilitated. If he failed, both of them were going to die. But he had already rejected the possibility of failure. He was going to win. He was going to do what he promised to do. He was going to kill a damned saint. At that moment, Dire Fang was more than a chance adversary to Sunny. He was the embodiment of everything Sunny wanted to destroy: the rotten authority of the great clans, the vile curse of the chain of nightmares, the torturous brand of powerlessness that he bore on his soul ever since Falcon Scott. The inescapable shackles of fate. He was the enemy, a terrifying enemy, an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, an enemy that was nearly impossible to defeat. But if Sunny somehow did manage to defeat him, then maybe he would be able to overcome the other impossible obstacles that pressed him into the ground, one day. Sunny was tired of losing. He had lost in the Antarctic Center, and now, because of Mordred and his cursed schemes, he was on the verge of losing here in East Antarctica as well. And so, he was willing to bet everything on this one strike. He had no choice but to finish it all with one strike, not only because Nephis was weakened and vulnerable right now, but also because of the nature of the aspect powers Dire Fang possessed. The saint's already terrifying physical might was augmented by rage and pain. If Sunny delivered him a serious wound but failed to make it fatal, then that augmentation would only explode further, turning his enemy into a truly unstoppable monster. He only had one chance. Sunny had already accomplished 3 incredible feats to earn that single chance. He had learned the secrets of Dire Fang's aspect, deciphered the battle style of the transcendent monster, and found a way to counteract his debilitating sonic attack. Now, all that remained was to cut him down with a sword. Not that it would be easy. The saint was not waiting passively to be killed. He was already moving, rushing forward with speed that exceeded all reason. His claws were ready to tear Sunny apart, and his fangs were ready to sink into Sunny's flesh. Even though the gap of power between them had narrowed tremendously, Dire Fang still had an edge in terms of strength, weight, and sheer size. But that was all right. As a survivor of the Forgotten Shore, Sunny was a master of killing things that were larger and more powerful than him. And while he had absorbed the essence of Dire Fang's battle style into Shadow Dance, the saint had not gotten a firm grasp of his own technique yet. How could he, when Sunny's technique was as formless and shapeless as shadows? All Dire Fang could do was try and predict how his enemy would act based on his formidable experience of participating in countless battles. However, there was a problem with that approach, too. That was because the saint had never fought a shadow spawn before. He was still judging Sunny as if Sunny was a mere human. But while Sunny still considered himself a human, he was also a bit more. As the two of them closed the distance, prepared to strike, Sunny used the inherent flexibility of a shadow dance practitioner to bend his body in an extreme and almost unnatural way. At the same time, he used the physical characteristics of his fiendish shell to switch from running on 2 feet to a low, beast-like gait. As a result, the saint's claws tore through the raindrops above his head, while his momentum remained the same. Sunny gritted his teeth and let out a bestial growl, as he used all his prodigious strength to push himself off the ground and leap into the air. Dire Fang was too fast and skilled to allow the unexpected attack to reach its mark, though. A split second before Sunny could ing his sword down on the saint's neck. A massive clawed hand pushed forward, catching him in the chest. The power of that blow was too terrible. The onyx of the mantle cracked and exploded, as if struck by 5 transcendent swords. The manifested shadows comprising the Shadow Fiend shell were instantly sliced and torn apart. In an instant, the Shadow Spawn was mutilated beyond recognition. The upper portion of his torso was entirely destroyed, exploding into a fountain of darkness. His horned head was severed and flew into the air. 2 of his 4 arms were ripped off. The entire mangled carcass was thrown back. The Sin of Solace slipped from his fingers. That was the thing, though. The shell of the Shadow Fiend was a towering monstrosity that stood at almost 3 meters of height. Sunny, meanwhile, was a young man of a rather modest stature. So he could easily change the internal structure of the shell in a way that would allow him to sacrifice the upper portion of it while remaining perfectly unscathed. Almost at the same time as Dire Fang's claws tore through the upper chest and neck of the Shadow Fiend, the whole shell suddenly lost its coherence, starting to dissolve back into the ethereal shadows. And just below the harrowing cut, the top of Sunny's head was revealed. The dissipating shell was thrown back by the strike, but his own body, freed from its embrace, continued to fly forward like a bullet. Time stood still. Catching the hilt of the Sin of Solace with his own human hand, Sunny used the tremendous augmentation of shadow and flame to fill his muscles with dreadful strength, and drove the tip of his sword into the saint's bestial eye. Chapter 12:01 Battle of the Black Skull 15. Under the relentless onslaught of rain, blood was being washed off the shattered armor of a beautiful young woman with black hair and vermilion eyes. She swayed, trying to lash out with her cracked sword, but slipped in the mud and fell heavily to one knee. Her breathing was hoarse, and her lips were painted crimson with blood. Mordred looked much worse than his sister. One of his eyes was gone, turning his face into a grotesque mask. So was one of his hands. His armor was on the verge of collapsing into a whirlwind of sparks, and terrible wounds covered his body, revealing flesh and bone. And yet his expression was calm. "Ah, it hurts. I haven't felt pain like that in a long, long time." He was growing weak because of blood loss, his vision turning blurry. But he was so close to his goal after long, excruciating years. The first true taste of his revenge was so near. So Mordred took a step forward, and then another. His sword rose, his hand was firm and unshaken. Morgan looked up at him, and the look in her eyes was sweeter than nectar. Confusion, indignation, and hidden behind them, a hint of fear. How are you still standing, monster?" Mordred smiled. "Barely." He was not going to engage in a lengthy conversation with her, not yet. He knew that his sister was just trying to buy time. Using one of the enchantments absorbed by her body, she was trying to heal herself. Her wounds were already closing, and she was not bleeding nearly as heavily as she was supposed to. It was not going to save her, though. Morgan might have been able to heal herself, but she couldn't replenish her essence, her focus, and her stamina. She was tired, and that fatigue was only going to get worse. It was going to seep into her bones and into her mind, dooming her. He just had to last a little bit longer than that. His sister gathered what little remained of her strength and dashed forward with a furious growl. Her sword flashed, sharp and cunning, aiming for his neck, and Mordred knew that he wouldn't be able to block or evade it, so he didn't. Instead, he just shifted his torso slightly, allowing the sharp edge to cut into his clavicle instead of his neck, endured the blinding flash of pain, and drove his own sword into a crack in her armor. Morgan groaned. Before she could do anything, he swung the bloodied stump of his right hand, hitting her in the temple with the torn edge of the steel vambrace. His sister was thrown back, dazed. Mordred felt a bit lightheaded, too. A long sigh escaped from his lips. Through the veil of rain covering the battlefield, he could see what was happening around them. Clan Song was losing. The titanic worm was battered and mutilated, but 3 out of the 4 of his reflections had already been destroyed. The last one, the one wearing Whispering Blade's face, was not going to last much longer either. Saint Madoc himself was close to prevailing in his harrowing battle against Beastmaster. Silent Stalker and Summer Knight were still fighting, both stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. At this rate, both of them would perish, and even if the taciturn daughter of Kai Song prevailed, she wouldn't be able to continue participating in the battle. Even the reflection of Sir Gilead seemed to be failing against. One of Nether's children that Sunless had somehow made his. The scoundrel himself, meanwhile. Mordred felt the desire to raise an eyebrow, but he was too weak and tired to do that. Direfang is dead. Sunless and the Dreamspawn killed a saint. This was a terrible, disastrous piece of news, but he couldn't help but feel impressed. Good for them. Morgan tried to stand up, and he pushed her into the mud again with a cruel strike of his sword. There was more pain, and it was suddenly hard for him to keep balance. By now their clash looked nothing like a noble duel between two royal descendants. It was simply a brutal, graceless, vicious brawl, but Mordred liked it more that way. It was much more sincere, much more honest. Why would murder look pretty when it was so ugly? His sister was still refusing to give up. They clashed several more times, and each time Mordred was on the losing end of the exchange. Until he wasn't. At some point, somehow, almost unexplainably, he gained the initiative in this abhorrent dance of theirs. And once he did, his advantage grew like an avalanche. No matter how many wounds he had accumulated, no matter how terribly Morgan hurt him, Mordred was unshaken. His one remaining eye glimmered, reflecting her dwindling confidence. And then, after a while, Morgan fell and failed to stand up again. Growling, she struck the ground with her first. I don't understand. How are you, what trick? He smiled, dragging his aching body toward her. Now was the time to talk, not only because Morgan had finally exhausted all her monstrous reserves, but also because he was tired as well. He needed a few moments to catch his breath and prepare for the final strike. You don't understand? Oh, but it is so simple. There is no trick. Yes, you are stronger than me, faster than me. You are maybe even more skilled than me. However, dear sister, I am infinitely superior to you in one aspect, the most important aspect. He struggled against the weight of his sword, which was suddenly unbearable, and gritted his teeth. It's desire. Don't you know that everything has its beginnings in desire? And my desire, it's infinitely more powerful than yours. That is why I am more powerful than you. That is all there is, sister. Oh, and my desire is also much more pure. Can't she see? Well, she's young after all. Mordred reached the spot where Morgan was trying to get up from the mud and ruthlessly kicked her in the side with his armored boot. She yelped and fell back down. He looked at her coldly. You see, my only desire is to kill you. But you want so many things. You want to kill and imprison me, but you also want to survive killing and imprisoning me. You want to protect your neck from being cut, your heart from being pierced, your skull from being crushed, your eyes from being gouged out. All these countless desires weigh you down. They are a burden that reduces your strength, dulls your skill, and diminishes your speed. But me, I have no such burden. I only care about one thing. I only want to kill you. That is why you are weak and I am strong. Mordred used his one remaining eye to glance at the bloody stump of his right hand, at his broken armor, and at his mangled body. His gaze was indifferent. And that is why my wish will come true, but yours will not. Without wasting any more time, he smiled bitterly and raised his sword. His goal was so close, he just had to bring the sword down. However, he never did. Chapter 12:02 Battle of the Black Skull 16. Somewhere else on the battlefield, a sword made of pure darkness pierced a figure made of blinding sunshine. The radiant knight staggered, while the tenebrous knight stood calmly, looking at him with two indifferent crimson eyes. Saint twisted her sword, and the darkness contained within it seemed to expand, hungrily devouring the shine of her enemy. The reflection of Summer Night grew dimmer and convulsed, as if trying to scream. However, no scream could be heard. The radiant figure grew bleak and translucent. A moment later, a net of cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the dying light, and then, with a faint sound of breaking mirrors, the reflection exploded into countless shards of silver glass. Saint indifferently retracted her sword and shifted her gaze, searching for a new opponent. Separated from her by a vast distance, a gargantuan worm brought its monstrous weight down and then twisted, catching something invisible in its maw. The countless creatures comprising the echo slithered, grinding the invisible foe into dust. In the heart of the battlefield, obscured by rain, a beautiful demoness screamed as her face was cut by an unseen blade. She staggered back and fell, crimson tears rolling to the ground. In front of her, a vague silhouette was suddenly outlined by the streams of falling water and the brilliance of flashing lightning. A cold, ruthless voice came from the rain. "Stupid girl, you should have stayed sweet and innocent, like. You were before Beastmaster gritted her teeth. I'm not done yet, old man, you haven't won yet." The rain laughed. "Die, now this little scuffle of ours was fun. You have slain a transcendent human, dire Fang. Your shadow grows stronger, you have received." The towering monstrosity swayed, the spark of life disappearing from his eyes. Sunny, who had driven the sin of solace into the saint's skull up to the hilt, was perched precariously on the beast's snout, holding onto the gray fur with one hand. He froze for a moment. "I won." The body of dire Fang tilted and then toppled. Since the saint's transcendent form was quite high, there was considerable distance to the ground. Sunny rode it all the way down, still holding on to the hilt of the sin of solace. The giant beast crashed, causing the ground to tremble. Still in shock, Sunny retrieved his sword and stood up, glancing at the battlefield from atop the felled giant. "I won." Then he lost his footing and rolled into the mud. The mud felt cool and pleasant to the touch. Behind him, the massive carcass rippled and shrunk, slowly turning into the corpse of a man. Sunny lingered for a few moments, trying to comprehend the fact that he, lost from light, had really slain a saint. It was so strange. He could still vividly remember the day when the Night Temple had been destroyed. Back then, the appearance of Saint Cormac had filled his heart with indescribable dread. The following battle between Cormac and Sky Tide was even more terrifying. He felt like an ant that had gotten stuck in the middle of a clash between two gods. The entire island had been destroyed by their ferocious battle. It all had seemed apocalyptic. And now, Sunny had killed a similar being himself. He had killed a saint with his own two hands in combat. Of course, he didn't do it alone. Nephis. Suddenly startled, Sunny jumped to his feet and dashed to the spot where he had seen her last. She was still there, struggling to stand up. Her helmet was gone, and he could see drops of blood falling from her ears, her nose, and even her eyes. Her face was pale, with damp hair sticking to it in thin strands. "Neph." He slid on the mud and fell to his knees near her, placing his hands on her shoulders. She let out a raspy breath, and then shakily rose to her feet with his help. Sunny felt the warmth of the white flame flowing from his body into hers. Slowly, her skin ignited with radiance, and wisps of white flame escaped from beneath it. The scratches on her face disappeared, and the streaks of blood evaporated, leaving it pale and pristine. A pained groan escaped from her lips, and Nephis swayed. He supported her. She remained silent for a bit, trying to contain the pain, and then asked, "We won?" Sunny let out a relieved sigh. "Yeah, he's dead." She winced. "Good." He wanted to laugh. "Good, good, that's all you have to say." Nephis looked at him for a few moments. Her face was too close, but Sunny didn't mind. Then a corner of her mouth slightly curled up. Why make a fuss? It was just a saint. He stared at her, feeling a sense of triumph flood his heart. But then, the smile slowly disappeared from Sunny's face. Separated from them by the wicked havoc of the battle, a blind girl was standing in the middle of a vast circle of corpses, drops of blood falling from her rapier and her armor. Behind her, a woman with golden hair and amber eyes was leaning heavily on a spear. Suddenly, the blind girl shivered and lowered her sword. Her shoulders fell. Turning around, she ignored the rushing enemies and looked up at the cloud-ridden sky. Her exquisitely beautiful face was solemn. Mordred raised his sword, ready to strike his sister down. But then he froze. His strange, mirror-like eyes trembled. As if forgetting about Morgan, he slowly turned around and looked at the sky with a grim expression. The smile slowly disappeared from Sunny's lips. The wind was cold. In the flash of lightning, he suddenly looked paler than a ghost. His face fell. Nephis frowned. "Sunny, what's wrong?" He looked frightened. Without answering, Sunny slowly turned away from her and looked up with an expression of utter terror. I don't know, something is wrong." His voice drowned in a deafening thunderclap. Neph hesitated for a moment, then traced his gaze and looked up at the sky. There didn't seem to be anything there, except for a strange, rippling darkness. For a few moments, the battlefield seemed to grow still. And then the sky crumbled and split apart, devoured by an abyssal rift that seemed to be leading to the very depths of hell. A gargantuan nightmare gate tore the world into pieces, dwarfing the battlefield as it cut through the sky and manifested itself into existence. Warning, personal novel recommendation. If not interested, ignore this, otherwise don't cry in comments. Urdiel's Notes just wanted to recommend a novel from WebNovel that was recently added on this website called The Primordial Record. Started reading it recently, and I was actually surprised how interesting it was. Have read up to 200 chapters in, and I'm actually still hooked. If you're a fan of eldritch horrors, bloodborne, and extraterrestrial stuff, then I think you'd like this. The MC is quite very op, he's literally a titan. I would usually never recommend a novel like this, but I genuinely think this novel shouldn't be left to rot. It has potential. That's it. Cheers. For Shadow Slave readers, I tried something new with the text. I had to manually edit this chapter, like adding the stars for the scene transition. Do report if you find any issues. Don't spam report, please. If you do, I will not put effort into better readability for you guys. Chapter 1203, Battle of the Black Skull 17. The sky parted, sliced through by a narrow vertical rift. Behind it, the fabric of reality made way for a dark, harrowing abyss of nothingness. Both light and darkness seemed to be twisted and changed near the gate, breaking as they were destroyed. The rift dwarfed the entire battlefield, stretching for hundreds and hundreds of meters into the shattered sky. The abandoned outpost and the black fissure of the nightmare gate that led to the vicinity of the Black Skull looked tiny and insignificant in front of it. An invisible shockwave rolled outward from the point where the gargantuan rift touched the ground, exerting an almost irresistible force. Sonny braced himself, but still staggered as the wave passed through him, barely managing to stay on his feet. His mind was drowned by the deafening, cacophonous howling of the call. It was many times louder, more unbearable, and maddeningly demanding than it had ever been before. Sonny desperately resisted the overwhelming desire to submit. All around them, the awakened warriors screamed as they grabbed their heads and fell to their knees. Their eyes were wide open, but unseeing. Some were bleeding, and some seemed to be crawling toward the gate. Some were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. The invisible force made no distinction between those serving valor and those serving song. They were all the same in the face of the harrowing rift. Mundane humans, if any had come to witness this battle, would have been outright killed by the pressure of the gate. Sonny staggered back and looked up at it in terror. His lips moved. It's a Category 4 nightmare gate. And just as he said those words, the world shook again, and another rift tore through the sky. The world convulsed, and one more sliced the fabric of reality apart. Like three dark pillars holding up the heavens, or three vile spears cruelly thrust into the flesh of the world. Three colossal nightmare gates surrounded the battlefield, cutting out all paths of retreat. Not that there was a way to escape them. The three armies, the valiant warriors of Clan Valor, the fearless soldiers of Clan Song, and those awakened of the evacuation army that had come as escorts of Saint Cor, were trapped between the abhorrent black rifts. And then something vast moved in the abyssal darkness of the first gate. Those who had enough presence of mind left to see witnessed something shift within the nightmare gate. A moment later, giant fingers suddenly pushed from it into the waking world, each as large as a tower. There were dozens of them, all dark and strangely human-like, with black, broken fingernails and torn, calloused skin. The fingers felt around blindly, then grabbed the edges of the vertical rift and strained, as if trying to pull it wider. The most horrifying part of it all was that they succeeded. The world trembled, and a net of black cracks seemed to spread through the sky. Then, the gaping wound of the nightmare gate was torn open, and a seething mass of the same dark flesh flowed out of it like an appalling avalanche. The flesh expanded, turning into gargantuan black tentacles, which then shot forward with stunning speed. Sonny took a step back, his eyes widened. Somewhere far away from him, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the towering tortoise echo was ripped apart with a single swing of a black tentacle. The awakened sheltered in the stone fort on its carapace were thrown into the air, and the transcendent creature instantly exploded into a whirlwind of sparks. Someplace else, the tentacles reached the massive figure of the titanic worm. The titan rose its repulsive body into the air to meet them, but a moment later, it was torn to shreds, destroyed, and consumed, disappearing without a trace. A scrawny figure jumped onto the back of a black steed, who then raced away. A split second later, the reflection of silent stalker disappeared under the tide of dark flesh, and a faint sound of breaking glass rang quietly. Most shocking of all, not too far away from the gate, Beastmaster suddenly staggered back from the vague figure outlined in front of her, blood flowing from her mangled face. A moment later, a black tentacle whipped through the empty air. With terrible speed, and a fountain of blood suddenly bloomed where the vague figure had stood a moment ago. There was no time to react, and no chance to escape. Pieces of torn flesh became visible as they splattered all around, unrecognizable as parts of a human being. Just like that, Saint Madoc, the Whispering Blade, brother of the King of Swords and an elder of the great clan Valor, was no more. He was dead. Far away, Sunny and Nephis watched the world end in stunned silence. It's a great terror, a great titan. Sunny shivered, hypnotized by the terrible sight of a great nightmare creature forcing its way into the waking world. Everything he had known seemed meaningless in front of it. The mere thought of trying to resist felt futile. That was when the darkness within the other two gates moved, as well. He considered his chances of outrunning the tide of corrupted and great abominations that would enter the waking world in mere moments. Even with nightmare and shadow step the chances were zero. If even the saints were obliterated in seconds, a master like him had no chance at all. Nephis suddenly shuddered and then grabbed him by the shoulder, her lips parted. Realm escaping into the dream realm, that is the only way. He stared at her with hollow eyes, trying to understand the meaning of these words. What is she on about? Then, with tremendous effort, Sunny forced himself to calm down and regain his composure. He could barely think again. Escaping into the dream realm. That was indeed a chance. No one knew what they would find there, but it could very well be better than being trapped between 3 Category 4 nightmare gates. At least that way, there was a possibility of survival. Here, there was only death. Or something much worse. The problem was that the process of traveling between worlds was not instantaneous. It took time to open the door between the waking world and the dream realm, and even more time to step through. Would they be fast enough to escape? There is only one way to find out. Staring at the great horror slowly pushing its vast body through the broken abyssal rift, Sunny took a deep breath and tried to feel his dream realm anchor. Chapter 12:04 Battle of the Black Skull 18. Sunny and Nephis stood side by side as they watched utter devastation being unleashed by creature crawling out of the colossal nightmare gates. The gargantuan black tentacles were still far away, but they were getting closer with every moment. Numerous awakened had already been killed, and more were going to die soon. It was too sudden, too much. There were a lot of things that Sunny needed to comprehend, accept, and think about the future, Cassie, Effie, and Kai, Jet. But there was no time to think. It was almost impossible anyway. The call was roaring in his mind, making any kind of thought difficult. All he could do right now was concentrate on his own survival. One thing Sunny did do, however, was dismiss his shadows. They would be of no help against the great being, but losing them to this catastrophe was just too easy. Ruined, it's all ruined. Sunny tried to sense his connection to the dream realm. As a master, he could leave the waking world at will. It took some time to activate the connection, and usually he would be transported to his anchor citadel in a matter of minutes. That was not going to happen today, of course. Being in close proximity to a nightmare gate disturbed the anchor, so entering the dream realm near them meant being pulled by the call and entering the area surrounding the seed instead. Currently, Sunny was in the area of effect of 4 different nightmare gates. He didn't even know which seed he would be pulled to, but anything was better than remaining on the desolate plain that was going to be flooded with indescribably powerful abominations very soon. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In front of him, a scene out of a nightmare was playing out. No one on the battlefield was strong enough to resist the being unleashed by the nightmare gate. All they could do was try to run, fail, and die. Those who succumbed to the call could not even run. Scores of awakened, echoes, and enthralled abominations were all being torn apart and pulverized. The seething mass of dark flesh, meanwhile, continued to squeeze itself through the gate. The black fingers continued to hold the rift apart, but there was also a gargantuan hand that had emerged from the abyssal nothingness entirely, plunging down to grab a fistful of screaming humans. I need to succumb to the call as well. Sonny had spent it was close to 8 months, by now, the last 8 months having his mind almost constantly assaulted by the insidious whispers of the call. Sometimes they were loud, and sometimes they were quiet enough to seem nearly absent. It had been hard to deal with the maddening pressure at first, but slowly he developed a sort of resistance to the call. He had learned how to fight it. But now, in a bizarre turn of events, he had to surrender to it. It was a frightening and uncomfortable feeling, the feeling of releasing control. There, he sensed it, his connection to the dream realm. Strange and distorted, it was still there. In fact, it was much stronger than before. The whispers of the call grew even more deafening, screaming, demanding for him to make use of it. Feeling a strange ecstasy and an immense sense of relief flood his mind, Sonny submitted to their will. Concentrating, he pulled on the connection and felt the border between the two worlds becoming weaker and more ethereal. Before, it had been like an impregnable wall, but now it was more akin to fog, and he was slowly entering that fog. It was as though something was pulling him from the other side, or maybe expelling him from this one. And that was it. That was all he could do. Now Sonny just had to hold on to that feeling and hope that he would leave the waking world before the great and terrible being entering. It squashed him like one would a bug. The 3 colossal gates stretched into the broken sky like festering wounds. The dark tentacles were rampaging on the battlefield. Some whipped around, obliterating the armies of the great clans. Some plunged into the soil and grew taut, pulling more and more of the great abomination into the waking world. Sonny and Nephis stood motionless amidst the harrowing destruction. They did not try to run or search for shelter. There was nowhere to run anyway, and no shelter to be found. The spot where they had fought Dire Fang was as good as any other. It was all up to chance now. Turning away from the black tentacles that were getting closer and closer, they looked at each other. Sonny felt the ground under his feet quake, the tremors growing stronger and stronger. It was as though something was approaching them, shaking the world with each heavy step. He didn't even look to see what was appearing from the other 2 gates. Instead, he just looked at Nephis. She was pale and weakened, but seemed calm. She always seemed calm, even when she wasn't. After a few moments, Sonny opened his mouth, which was suddenly excruciatingly dry, and said, "I'll see you on the other side." Nephis looked back at him, something grotesque and lumbering reflecting in her striking gray eyes. She nodded. "Yes." Then she hesitated for a second and took a deep breath. "Sonny, I need to tell you something." He gritted his teeth, suddenly frightened that what she was going to say would sound like a farewell. Nevertheless, he forced himself to ask. "What?" Neph lingered for a bit. Then, as the ground under them trembled violently, she suddenly looked away. What she said next was entirely unexpected. "The projector back in your house, it didn't really explode by itself. I lied. Actually, I broke it, so I'm really sorry." Sonny stared at her in disbelief, his mind short-circuited for a moment. How is her tone so what? He blinked and then scoffed. Why the hell? However, he did not finish the sentence. Suddenly the world disappeared, and Sonny saw, or rather perceived, a boundless void. It was the familiar, empty void between dream and reality. A moment later, he was suddenly blinded by bright sunlight and assaulted by unbearable heat. Falling on something soft and scorching, Sonny rolled and frantically tried to sense the surrounding space through the shadows. The battle was now behind him. He had reached the nightmare desert. Chapter 12:05 Into the Fire. Heat. It was hot, lethally hot. A mundane human would not have lasted in this suffocating heat for long. Even as a master, Sonny was struggling to breathe. His skin was burning. Sitting on the sand, hunched, he covered his eyes and looked up at the merciless white sun. The sun was like a small silver coin that hung high in the cloudless azure sky. White sand, azure sky. This was indeed the desert Nephis had once tried to cross. The one that lay east of the forgotten shore, stretching far and wide along the hollow mountains. He couldn't see the dreadful black peaks, though. Either this part of the Nightmare Desert was much further north than the small fragment Nephis had traversed, or much further east, where the hollow mountains were no more. In either case, Sunny was in big trouble. Nephis had told them that the further one went into the desert, the more dangerous it became. Eventually, she could not advance anymore and chose to take her chances in the mountains instead. Just how deadly was this desert? For Nephis to decide that venturing into a known death zone was a better choice. There was one more thing, too. If it was the same desert, then he had to find shelter before the night came. Failing to do so meant death. Death, Sunny sighed. He was sitting on the white sand, casting 5 stark shadows. A few dozen seconds had already passed since his arrival in this cursed land, and very soon something was bound to find and attack him. He had to move, but his mind was plagued by too many thoughts. It's useless, it's all useless. Just a few minutes ago, Sunny had been full of a sense of triumph. He had defeated a saint. He had won. His desperate plan had come so close to fruition. With Dire Fang's death, the balance on the battlefield had been bound to shift. Mordred's reflections would have been destroyed. The remaining 2 enemy saints would have been either killed or forced into retreat. Clan Valor would have achieved a sweeping victory. None of its key figures would have perished, and plenty of Awakened would have remained alive to continue defending East Antarctica until the winter solstice. None of that had happened, of course. Everything had ended in ruin. He had lost. Once again, he had been utterly defeated. It was so tiring to always have victory slip through his fingers at the last moment. Curse it all. Sunny was being crushed by the weight of failure. 2 great clans had clashed with each other, but the only victor was the Nightmare spell. These 3 Category 4 gates, it wasn't hard to imagine what was going to happen next in the southern quadrant. Both armies were either already annihilated or would be soon. Oh, and more than a few government elites, too. All the Awakened of Valor and all the Awakened of Song were as good as dead. The only ones who had a chance to survive were the Masters, the Saints, and a handful of people those Saints could drag with them into the Dream Realm. Even then, it was not a guarantee that they would have had enough time to escape. And those who would still have to survive the Nightmare Desert. The siege capitals would be left without the most powerful defenders. And much worse still, there would be swarms of corrupted and great abominations roaming the continent now. Everyone was going to die. Don't think about it yet. Sunny gritted his teeth. There was a lot on his mind, but if he continued thinking about it, he would drown in anger and despair. For now, he couldn't allow himself to lose focus. He had to survive first. Sunny was lost in a region of the Dream Realm that was much more harrowing than the Forgotten Shore, without any way to get back to the waking world. His friends could be lost somewhere between the White Dunes, too. He had to find them, if they were still alive, and figure out a way to escape this hell. Well, it was not his first time escaping hell, was it? Where there was a will, there was a way. What a bunch of crap. He felt a slight tremor run through the sand beneath him and grimaced. Escape, how could he escape the Nightmare Desert? There were 4 ways. The first one was to cross the desert and find a path through the hollow mountains. Needless to say, surviving a journey through 2 entire death zones was highly improbable. The second way was to find one of the saints who had survived the Nightmare Gates and successfully escaped into the desert. Saints could travel back to the waking world without the help of a gateway, and they could even bring a person or 2 with them. Sunny was not sure that he could convince anyone except for Saint Tyrus to save him instead of all others, and there were still Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet to think about. Any saint that left would not be coming back to this corner of the desert, since that would require returning to the proximity of the gargantuan Nightmare Gates. So that way would most likely not work either. The third way was to become a saint himself. That was, of course, even more suicidal than trying to traverse both the Nightmare Desert and the Hollow Mountains. Sunny had barely survived the second nightmare. He had been beheaded, had his heart ripped out of his chest, barely survived thanks to stumbling on Noctis by pure luck, almost lost himself in the endless sea of nightmares, fought against an entire army of Awakened, and even faced Mordred at the end. The third nightmare would be much more harrowing, and even if he somehow transcended, there was a high possibility that the sovereigns would make him disappear as a result. Which left only the fourth way, the only plausible one. Sonny had to find the Black Skull Citadel and use its gateway to return to the waking world. That too was more easily said than done. The nightmare desert, after all, was vast and full of all kinds of horrors. The main problem, though, was that only two people knew the location of the citadel. One of them was Morgan, and the other one was Mordred. So he had to find one of them first. Either one will do. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, and then suddenly jumped back. A split second after he did, the sand under him exploded, and countless hands rose from beneath it, clawing at the air. Here we go, it's starting. Chapter 12:06 Nightmare Desert. A tenebrous black steed was flying across the white sands of the Nightmare Desert, pursued by an unseen horror. Sonny was leaning from the saddle, shielding his eyes against the scorch. Ing wind as he brandished the sin of solace. A hand that shot from beneath the ground was cleanly severed and dissolved into a swirl of ash. Curses, that thing is persistent. Behind him, a vast swath of the desert was changing. It was almost imperceptible unless one knew what to look for: the minute tremors running through the sand, the slight tilt of the dunes, the subtle shifting of the shadows. Something enormous was moving beneath the sand, following him. He had already used 4 out of his 5 shadows to augment Nightmare, leaving only one to strengthen the enchantment of the memory of fire through the underworld armament. That allowed him some measure of relief from the unbearable heat of the desert, at least. But even with the help of the 4 shadows, his mount was not fast enough to outrun the creature. Much worse, it was not the only abomination in this part of the desert. In fact, Sonny was surrounded by nightmare creatures. There were too many of them to count, all moving in the same direction. They were responding to the call, pulled to the blooming seed of nightmare by its sweet promise. Luckily, most abominations seemed to be in a strange state. It was as though they were hypnotized, forgetting about everything except for the goal of reaching the seed and entering the waking world through it. As long as Sonny did not get in their way, most paid him no attention. It was deeply disturbing, really. Sonny had only ever seen nightmare creatures in the throes of murderous frenzy. Having them walk past him with detached indifference was somehow more frightening than facing them in a bloody battle. Crab, crab, crab. The desert was wide and flawlessly white, and the towering figures of abominations were moving across it with measured steps, separated from each other by a considerable distance. Their shadows were like long lines of stark blackness. The length of the shadows meant that the sun was already low. The night was not far away. Cursing, Sonny guided Nightmare to the left, aiming at the nearest of the walking figures. From the looks of it, it was a corrupted monster. The thing was massive and ghastly, with 4 mighty paws and a tail like that of a scorpion. Its insect-like eyes were staring at something hidden far beyond the horizon. The creature was dangerous, but Sonny was more dangerous. As Nightmare flashed past the monster at stunning speed, the sin of solace swung, cleanly severing the abomination's head. They shot past the beheaded creature and continued forward without ever slowing down. A few moments later, countless hands rose from beneath. Rushing away, Sonny turned his head and watched as the hands grabbed the bleeding carcass and pulled it into the sand. Soon, only a few drops of boiling blood remained on the surface. It was as though the massive monster had never existed. The unknown horror stopped following him after that, at least, its hunger seemingly satiated by the morbid offering. Damnation! After a while, he could finally allow himself to slow down. Stopping Nightmare at the crest of a tall dune, Sonny breathed heavily, then wrapped 2 more shadows around himself, enhancing the effect of the memory of fire. That way he was almost comfortable. Summoning the endless spring, he drank deeply, allowing the cool water to breathe some life back into his body. Then he stared at the beautiful glass bottle in his hand. Suddenly, this dormant memory of the 4th tier was the most precious thing in his possession. Who would have thought that it would be so important one day? Water was important, but usually there were many ways to procure it. During his wilderness survival courses, Sonny had learned many ways of finding or creating drinkable water in a variety of environments. But none of them would work in this terrible desert. With a sigh, he dismissed the endless spring and looked around. From the height of the dune, Sonny could see far and wide. He could send his shadows to explore, too, if need be. However, that would be risky. He wasn't sure that he was ready to part with even a single shadow in this dangerous and unpredictable land. There was no need to, anyway. There were white dunes around him as far as the eye could see. Countless nightmare creatures could be seen, as well, moving in the same direction. There were also black ruins peppering the desert, half buried in sand. Those ruins did not really seem like the remains of buildings. Their shape was too strange, and their dimensions were all wrong. The structures, whatever they had once been, all differed in size. A smaller ruin would not be much of a shelter, but some of the larger ones he saw could save him come the night. Of course, there was also the Black Pyramid. Sonny held his breath as he looked at its ominous silhouette. The tomb of Ariel was always in view, far in the distance. However, no matter how long one moved in the direction of the perfectly symmetrical black edifice, it never grew closer, remaining of touch like a mirage. That thing might not even be real. But Sonny felt that it was. He also knew that there had to be a way to get closer to it. Nephis had never seen the Black Pyramid before, after all, which meant that it could only be seen from certain parts of the desert. Which also meant that there had to be a path to it. Who cares? Sonny certainly didn't. He had no ambitions of conquering the tomb of Ariel. In fact, he wanted to avoid it at all costs. All he wanted to do was find his friends and escape the cursed desert as soon as possible. Grimacing, Sonny chose one of the larger ruins that rose from the sand many kilometers away and sent Nightmare into a gallop. Chapter 12:07 First Night. On the way to the ruin, Sonny stumbled on a human. It was the first survivor of the Battle of the Black Skull that he saw in the desert. Sadly, the man was already dead. His body lay on the white sand, staring at the merciless azure sky with glassy eyes. Sonny vaguely recognized him as one of Clan Song's Ascended. They had never spoken to each other before, but he recalled seeing the man during the battle against the Titanic Horde back in East Antarctica. The Ascended's memory armor had dissipated after its master's death, so the body was only covered by a torn bodysuit. There were several wounds in view, but none of them were serious enough to doom a master. It was unclear what had brought upon the man's death. Maybe there was severe internal damage, or maybe it was simply the heat that had killed him. With a sigh, Sonny jumped off Nightmare, kneeled, and closed the man's eyes. There was not much more he could do, so he just remained motionless for a few moments, then climbed back into the saddle and continued on his way. His mood was somber. In the end, the sun had almost disappeared beyond the dunes by the time Sonny reached the large ruin. Scared by the prospect of remaining in the open after dark, he hurriedly dismissed his shadow and climbed over the weathered black stones. He quickly found a narrow fissure in the sand-covered floor and squeezed through it, eventually reaching an underground chamber. Near the end of the narrow crawlway, the stones shifted under his weight, and Sonny fell down in an avalanche of sand. He landed awkwardly and was about to let out a relieved sigh when something cold touched his neck. A steel blade. A hoarse voice resounded from above. "What do we have here?" Sonny carefully put his fingers on the blade of an enchanted glaive and slowly pushed it away from his skin. "Can you not? I really don't want to have my head cut off again." There was a moment of silence and then a soft gasp. "Sonny." Looking up, he saw a curious scene. The underground chamber was not very large, and there were two beautiful women hiding inside. Both of them were bruised and battered, with grim expressions on their enticing faces. One of them was Jet, and the other one was Song Seishin. Soul Reaper was closer to the hole he had fallen from, so she had lashed out with her glaive on instinct. "Yeah, it's me. Say, why are you two sitting here in complete darkness?" Jet retracted her weapon, took a step back, and tiredly lowered herself onto the cold stones. A stifled scoff escaped from her lips. "We weren't sure if the light would attract danger." She remained silent for a moment, and then said, "I'm really glad that you're alive." Sonny sat up, brushed the sand of the Shroud of Dusk, and summoned a luminous memory. The two women grimaced, shielding their eyes from the bright light. Now that he could see colors better, he judged that they were in a worse state than he had initially thought. Jet's armor was torn rather severely, and Seishin's dress was ripped as well. Its wine-colored fabric seemed dirtied by blood. He coughed, trying not to stare. "Me too." That sounded too sentimental, so Sonny corrected himself. "I mean, I'm glad to be alive, too. Anyway, the light won't attract the abominations. Most of them are being pulled toward the seeds and those that are going to rise at night. Well, I guess with a Category 4 gates, some of them will leave for the waking world as well. The rest will be too busy fighting each other. As long as we're out of sight, we should be safe." He fell silent. Indeed, the true horror of the nightmare desert, the dead soldiers that endlessly continued their ancient battle in the darkness, night after night, as they had for thousands of years, had not entered the waking world during the chain of nightmares. That was because most of them were too terrible and powerful to step through Category 3 gates. Now, things would be different. Sonny lingered for a few moments, staring at Jet and Sation. Both were in sorry states, but at least they were alive. He summoned the endless spring and said, "I have water, by the way." Their eyes gleamed. "Then give it here." Jet was the first one to snatch the bottle, acting with a terrible lack of decorum. Well, thirst would do that too. A person, Sation, who had been a second too late, stared at her coldly. Nevertheless, she patiently waited for her turn while Soul Reaper greedily drank from the endless spring. Once Jet was finished, she let out a delighted sigh and passed the bottle to the daughter of Kai Song. The latter, at least, had enough composure to bow slightly and say thank you before bringing the memory to her parched lips. Sonny watched this scene incredulously. "Weren't the two of you trying to kill each other? I swear I saw you fight. How come you're together?" Jet leaned back and smiled. "Yes, we were trying to kill each other. This wench even tried to bite me. It was really gross. But what does it matter now? Here in the desert, there are no sides, just us and the nightmare creatures, so there was no reason to fight anymore when we stumbled on each other." Sation gave her a long look. "Who are you calling a wench, you corpse?" She grimaced as if nauseated. Wait, did Sation try to drink Jet's blood? It must not have tasted too pleasant, judging by that expression. Of all the people on the battlefield, she just had to go and clash with the only person who countered her aspect. Compared to her, even Sonny's luck seemed wonderful. Sation lingered for a few moments, then returned the endless spring and gave Sonny a long look. "What about you, Sunless? The last I saw of you, Dire Fang was heading to your position. How did you survive?" Sonny received the glass bottle and smiled pleasantly. "Oh, actually, I killed him." The two of them stared at him with wide eyes. "Right, I received a reward for slaying Dire Fang. I didn't even check." Sation opened her mouth to say something, but at that moment they heard a terrifying sound. It came from above, from the sides, from everywhere. The dead were rising to continue their eternal battle. Soon, a distant cacophony of titanic blows and inhuman roars seeped into the chamber through the hole in its roof, and the stones surrounding them vibrated. Streams of sand flowed through the cracks in the black tiles. No one was in the mood to talk after that. They just sat in silence, tense, and waited. Time passed. Then a different sound reached their ears. Someone or something was crawling through the narrow fissure, descending into the underground chamber. Chapter 12:08 Newcomer. Instantly, all three of them, Sonny, Jet, and Sation, were on guard. Jet readied her glaive, while Sonny gripped the hilt of the Sin of Solace tighter. Sation, meanwhile, lowered her hands slightly, as if preparing to defend herself with bare fists. The cursed sword whispered into Sonny's ear, "Use them as a shield, take a step back, and let whatever comes feast on their flesh first." Sonny struggled to ignore it. Before, he had not dared to send his shadows outside to keep an eye on the desert. With how dreadful the creatures populating it at night were, many of them were bound to possess means of destroying intangible things. Sonny did not want to risk one of his shadows being obliterated. But now he regretted that decision. As his expression hardened, streams of sand fell from above, and then someone jumped softly on the stone plates of the chamber's floor. Sonny felt immense relief. It was a human. Jet remained on guard, but Sation seemed to relax. She straightened slightly and let out a soft sigh, her exquisitely beautiful face illuminated by a pale smile. "Ascended, so you have survived as well." They were safe. The newcomer was not a terrifying nightmare creature. It was a survivor like the three of them, one of the masters of Clan Song. The man groaned slightly, then shielded his eyes from the bright light of the luminous memory. His hand trembled slightly. Lady, lady song. Looking at him, Sonny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of fear like he had never experienced before wrapped its fingers around his heart. He almost staggered back but forced himself to remain in place, wearing the same expression as before. What the hell? Sonny stared at the newcomer. The man was tall and muscular. His black hair was cut short, revealing a strong, handsome face. His eyes were like two pools of darkness, and there was a strained smile on his cracked lips. Ascended Sue wielded no weapons and wore no armor. He was dressed in a dark red bodysuit, which was torn, revealing ugly lacerations and bruises covering his body. It was, without a doubt, the dead man whose eyes Sonny had closed just a few hours ago. Sonny shivered, and even the blurry figure of the Sin of Solace who stood beside him suddenly seemed wary. Seishin took a deep breath. Master Su, thank the gods, have you seen any of my sisters? The man looked around, then said hoarsely, No, my lady, I have not seen anyone, only you. Is it some kind of regenerative aspect? No, wait, is it that bastard Mordred? Sonny stared at the newcomer, studying his every move. Then he shifted his perception and looked within the newcomer. The blade of the Sin of Solace trembled slightly. Within the body of Master Su, where a radiant soul core should have been instead, there was nothing but vile, impenetrable darkness. A darkness so vast and deep that Sonny couldn't even conceive its magnitude. Jet was not in a hurry to lower her glaive. Looking at the creature, she frowned slightly and asked, How did you survive being outside during the night? The creature wearing the corpse of Ascended Su looked at her and shivered. Barely, my lady, just barely. Then the creature smiled. Are there more people nearby? The question was directed at Jet, so Sonny could remain silent. He shifted slightly, considering their options. It's a nightmare creature that can control a corpse and speak the human language flawlessly. It even knew Seishin's name. It can even perfectly imitate human behavior. If not for Weaver's lineage, I would not have known at all. It is unlike anything I have seen or heard about before. And the creature was strong enough to walk the nightmare desert at night. The three of them were trapped in a small, underground chamber with a creature like that. Sonny felt terror. He activated the Blessing of Dusk and sent Jet a mental message, trying to sound calm. That thing is not human. Jet sighed, then shook her head. There might be, but we haven't met anyone else. The four of us will have to stick together. At the same time, she answered Sonny. I know its soul is much more vast than a master's soul should be, or a saint's soul even. It is harrowing. Then Sonny sent a message to Seishin. That is not Ascended Su. Think of an answer and I will hear it. The beautiful woman did not show any sign of surprise, as her answer resounded in his mind. What are you talking about? I know this man. He and I grew up together. Wait, did the son of Anvil take his body? Gods, I never thought I would say something like that, but I wish it really was Mordred. Sonny summoned the runes, seeking the prize he had received for slaying Dire Fang. No, something else took his body, his dead body, something old, vast, and powerful. I saw the corpse on the way to the ruin. The creature, meanwhile, seemed a little disappointed. Its smile grew bleak. Of course, we will stick together and search for more people. Once the morning comes, yes. Sonny stared at a particular string of runes, and then offered the endless spring to the corpse of Ascended Su. Forcing out a smile, he said, That sounds like a plan. Here's some water, you must be dying of thirst. The creature accepted the glass bottle with an awkward nod. Yes, I am thirsty. Sonny smiled as he watched it bring the bottle to the corpse's lips. Then, without changing expression, he silently thrust the Sin of Solace into the creature's chest. At the same time, a blade made of darkness appeared from behind, piercing the dead man's back. Saint escaped from the shadows, her eyes burning with crimson flames. A whirlwind of white sparks rose around Sonny, almost filling the entire chamber. Jet and Seishin were already moving, too. The creature looked at the endless spring, which was disappearing from the corpse's hand, and titled its head a little. Yes, I am thirsty. Its smile widened into a grin, and Ascended Su's face was distorted by that grin, turning into a wicked parody of what a human face was supposed to look like. The corpse's hands shot up with impossible speed, grabbing the blades of Sunny's and Saint's swords. The pristine white jade of the Sin of Solace seemed to warp under immense pressure. Sunny suddenly felt cold. Not good. Chapter 1209 No Way Out. The Sin of Solace was a transcendent memory, and one that had an enchantment enhancing the material of the blade at that. And yet, as soon as the creature grabbed the white jade, Sunny felt that it was moments away from breaking. He had been planning to deliver the follow-up strike while augmenting the cursed sword with all 5 of his shadows, but it felt like if he did, there would be no sword for him to augment. Cursing, Sunny hurriedly dismissed the jade blade and staggered back. At the same time, Master Su moved, and Saint was suddenly flying back. She hit the wall of the chamber with a deafening boom, shattering the black stones and creating a deep crater. White sand flowed from the cracks, falling on her broken armor. A split second later, Jet brought her glaive down on the harrowing creature. Its ghostly blade passed through the abomination's dead flesh unimpeded, cutting straight into its soul. Then, a net of black cracks spread through the enchanted steel, and it exploded into countless fragments. Startled, Soul Reaper lost her balance. Saishan's delicate hands were like demonic claws, easily slicing through the creature's neck. But the creature was still smiling. The wound on its chest that the Sin of Solace had left behind had already closed. The deep cut delivered by Saint's sword was gone, too, as Sunny, Jet, and Saishan watched in horror the mangled neck of Master Su rippled and healed, with not a speck left on his skin. What? Saishan's voice suddenly sounded small. At the same time, she sent Sunny a tense mental message. What do we do? He was the one who had informed her about the nature of the newcomer, so Saishan must have hoped that Sunny knew something about how to deal with the creature. However, he did not. He only knew that fighting it was suicidal. Sunny did not hesitate at all. Dismissing Saint, he dashed back and shouted, "Run!" In the next moment, the whirlwind of sparks filling the chamber finally coalesced into a lumbering, monstrous figure. A bestial hand exploded forward, swatting Master Su aside and slamming him against the wall. No matter how strong the creature was, its mass remained the same as that of the possessed corpse. So even if its power was great and terrible, it was not impossible to overcome. At least for a few moments. And that was exactly what the echo of St. Dire Fang Sunny had summoned was supposed to buy them. The body of the towering beast occupied almost half of the underground chamber, scraping the ceiling with its head. One arm was extended forward, pushing the abomination into the cracked stones, while the other was already flying to deliver a devastating strike. Sunny doubted that the echo would be able to accomplish much, though. What the hell, I actually managed to receive the echo of a mighty saint. A saint, damn it, but it's barely enough to slow the enemy down for a moment. The nightmare desert was veiled in darkness, and darkness meant death. However, being trapped in the small underground chamber with the harrowing creature also meant death. They could either remain and try to fight, or escape and try to survive the ancient battlefield. Both choices were equally fatal, but at least the latter would kill them a few seconds, or maybe even minutes later. Hurry! Jet was the first one to jump up, grab the edges of the narrow fissure, and climb into the narrow crawlway. Her figure disappeared from sight, and Saishan instantly followed. Without wasting any time, Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared above ground, just in time to grab Jet's hand and help her climb out of the fissure. The roar of the eternal battle, which had been muted by the breadth of stone, assaulted them like a storm. Looking out of the ruin, Sunny paled. Under the ghostly starlight, legions of the ancient dead were fighting each other. There was no skin or flesh left on their perfectly black bones. Some of the dead resembled humans, some were like giants, and some were too monstrous and alien to describe with words. However, all of them were terrifyingly powerful. It was strange to see that the world had not been destroyed by the dreadful fury of their battle. How was a fragile human supposed to survive that cataclysmic clash? We are supposed to go through that. Saishan had just climbed out of the fissure and stopped, staring at the scene of the harrowing battle. Her silken gray skin suddenly seemed darker. Jet looked at the desert beyond the ruin, then at the hole they had just climbed out of. Just at that moment, the whole structure shuddered, as if something was pushing against the black stones from below. And a second later, the spell whispered into Sonny's ears, "Your echo has been destroyed." He staggered and gritted his teeth. Just like that, Sonny knew that the echo of Dire Fang would not be able to defeat the harrowing creature. But still, he had not expected it to be destroyed in mere seconds. He had just gotten that echo, and now it was gone. Just what kind of horror was wearing the body of Master Su? No matter what it was, the three of them were not capable of fighting it. Even if Dire Fang himself had been here, or all the other saints of the great clans, Sonny was not sure that the abomination could have been stopped. Summoning Nightmare, he shouted to Jet and Seishin, "Get on." Soul Reaper stared at him for a split second. But I still don't know how to ride a horse." Sonny was already running away. "Figure it out if you want to live." A moment later, both Jet and Seishin climbed onto Nightmare. The black steed instantly rushed away from the narrow fissure in the stone floor. Sonny was just a step or two ahead, turning into a swift shadow. Together, the four of them flew out of the ruin and plunged into the dreadful havoc of the eternal battle. Chapter 12, 10 Dead Soldiers. Nightmare flew through the battlefield, where the servants of dead deities fought against each other, unable to resolve their ancient grudge even after thousands of years had passed. All around the galloping steed, giants made of black bones clashed with murderous fury. Each strike of a rusted blade, each blow of a vicious claw, each snap of crushing jaws produced powerful shockwaves that stirred the white sand and made it seem as if the world was on the verge of collapsing. Angry sparks flew into the air, and a cacophonous clangor filled the dark sky. Crazy, crazy, this is crazy. Sonny was in the form of a shadow, gliding across the sand in front of Nightmare. He was serving as a guide, and the black stallion followed, carrying Jet and Seishin. Sonny's mind was in overdrive, absorbing every minute detail of what was happening around them. He had to find a way to avoid the ancient wraiths and slip between them somehow, while not being destroyed by their destructive wrath. It was not easy, no, it was almost impossible. His only saving grace was that the dead did not seem to pay them any attention. Still, just the aftershocks of their dreadful attacks were enough to obliterate a puny ascended like Sonny. Damn it all! As they moved away from the ruin, Sonny saw a black skeleton easily parting the night sky with its obsidian sword. The abominable bone behemoth that had been attacking the dead swordsman shuddered and collapsed, making the whole desert shake. Its mountain-like skeleton, almost a kilometer long, was cleanly cut in half along the spine. A phalanx of ancient warriors marching forward to meet the charge of monstrous skeletal cavalry. The moment the two tides of black bones met, millions of stars were suddenly extinguished in the sky. Two giants colliding above the dunes. One wielded a sword, while the other had iron shackles fastened around its wrists and ankles. The heavy chains rang as a gargantuan shackled hand shot forward, grabbing the colossal sword and flinging it away. Right in the direction of Sonny. Curse! The giant sword fell down just a few meters ahead of Sonny. However, it did not hit the sand. Instead, the ancient weapon plunged into the shadows, disappearing into their bottomless embrace. The steel blade flashed past his intangible form like a wall of steel, barely missing Sonny himself. We won't survive here for long. No one really knew what the Nightmare Desert had been before, but it was known that one of the last, or at least one of the fiercest battles in the war between the demons and the gods had taken place here. Maybe the desert had already existed back then, or maybe this land had been turned into a desert by the battle. No one knew why the fallen soldiers rose from the dead every night to continue the ferocious clash, either. Why did they continue to fight? What power had been unleashed here? Who was the architect of this nightmare? All Sonny knew was that this was no place for the living. It was barely a place suited for the dead, even. The weakest of the black skeletons were equal to powerful, corrupted creatures. The strongest he did not even want to know. From what Nephis had said, the true horror was hidden in the heart of the desert, where the champions of the two armies had fought and died. Sonny struggled to imagine what could be more horrific than the catastrophic clash happening around them. But he understood very well that they were not going to survive in the open. They were like ants here. No one had stepped on them yet, but with how intense and harrowing the fighting between the dead was, it was only a matter of time, minutes, or maybe even seconds, before someone or something erased them from existence. Just an echo of a distant strike was enough to annihilate them. He had been planning to reach some other ruin. The location of the nearest structures was burned into his memory, but once they entered the battlefield, Sonny realized that it was of no use. The white dunes had shifted, and he had no marks to orient himself in the desert. From the moment the three of them escaped the ruin, they were utterly lost. The ground shook and split as a skeleton in rusted armor slammed its war hammer into the shield of a six-armed demon, and Nightmare almost stumbled. Bearing its fangs, the black steed soared into a high jump, landed on the spine of a lumbering monster, galloped across it, and landed on the other side, faster than wind. Jet and Sation held on for dear life. Sonny was thrown out of the shadows and rolled on the sand, then jumped to the side, barely avoiding a titanic foot that descended from somewhere above like a black cliff. The shockwave of its landing sent him stumbling back, and he tasted blood. Dazed, he dove back into the shadows and flew toward Nightmare. "We need to hide, we need to hide." Suddenly, Sonny saw a flash of light somewhere far away. He couldn't really perceive colors while in the form of a shadow, but from the purity of the light, he knew that it had to be white. Some distance away, obscured by countless fighting skeletons, a white halo was rising above the desert. There, without spending too much time doubting himself, Sonny pivoted and flew toward the distant light. Nightmare followed, foam falling from his mouth. All around them, the armies of the dead continued to annihilate each other, their battle slowly turning into a frenzied, apocalyptic scene of the end of the world. Sonny knew that he was going to die. He was supposed to be dead already. Even the power of the clashing creatures was too great for mere mortals to survive. And yet it seemed that luck was on his side today. Somehow, they were continuing to cling to their lives. Eventually, they reached the source of the white light. Hidden behind rolling white dunes, a stone edifice protruded from the sand. It was surrounded by a ring of white flame, and strangely enough, none of the black skeletons dared to cross it. Sonny did not risk plunging into the fire either. Instead, he stepped through the shadows and appeared within the ring of flames. Nightmare simply jumped over them, landing nearby. The ruin was in front of them, seemingly empty. There was no movement inside. Feeling his heart start to beat faster, Sonny glanced at the white flame and then at the broken black stones. His breath grew heavy. Neph, Chapter 12, 11 until dawn. The harrowing battle was still raging all around them, and Sonny struggled to suppress the feeling of primordial terror that threatened to overwhelm his reason. Thinking back to their mad dash across the dark battlefield, he felt his hands tremble. How the hell did they survive? He winced and pushed the fear to the side. There was no time to be afraid. Glancing at Jet and Sation, Sonny nodded silently and took a step toward the ruin. No matter what awaited them inside, they couldn't remain in the open. The ancient structure was in a sorry state. It had withstood thousands of years of heat and wind, but was nearly destroyed by whatever it was that had transpired here minutes ago. The spherical dome was ruptured, and stone shards lay on the white sand, some covered in dancing flames. It was as though a powerful explosion had wrecked it from within, spreading fire and debris all around. A few chunks of broken stone were large and heavy enough to crush an armored vehicle. Sonny extended his shadow sense as far as he could, but the black walls of the ruined structure were somehow blocking it. Followed by Jet and Sation, he carefully approached the hole in the dome's wrecked wall, lingered for a moment, and jumped inside. The first thing that met them was the stench of burned flesh. The ruin was much smaller than the one they had sheltered in before, and from the looks of it, there was no path to the underground portion of the structure. There was only this one spherical chamber, with its floor partially buried under the sand. A blackened corpse lay in the middle of the round hall. It seemed human, but it was impossible to tell who that human had been. The corpse was burned too badly, and all its features were destroyed by the flame. There was someone else in the chamber, too. Sonny cursed and dashed forward, appearing near the motionless figure a split second later. Nephis was laying on the black stones, her armor almost destroyed, with her eyes closed. Wisps of white fire were escaping from the terrible wounds covering her body, and in the bleak light her face looked pale and vulnerable. No, no, no. A moment later, a relieved sigh escaped from his lips. She was alive, just unconscious. The wounds were already healing, too. Just in these few short seconds, their edges had already grown closer. Jet and Sation slowly approached. Soul Reaper kneeled, studying the charred corpse. After a while, Sunny forced himself to turn away from Neph and asked, "Who is it, can you tell?" Jet hesitated, then shook her head. "No, the body is too damaged. However, it gives me the creeps." The three of them remained silent for a few moments, wondering what had happened here. Had Nephis fought with another survivor, or had there been another creature like Ascended Sioux? Both possibilities were a little unnerving. Eventually, Sunny shook his head. "It doesn't matter. We need to destroy this corpse. Otherwise, there's a chance that it will rise and start talking to us again." There were no objections. After disposing of the corpse, the three of them gathered around the unconscious Nephis and sat in tense silence, waiting for dawn with terror gripping their hearts. In the morning, the sounds of the battle grew quiet. Sunny, who had not closed his eyes or allowed himself to relax for a single moment, sent one of his shadows to take a look outside. He was utterly exhausted. Usually, an Ascended could go a long time without needing to rest, and Sunny had the benefit of wearing the Shroud of Dusk as well. But in the past 24 hours, he had participated in a viciously intense battle, fought a saint, traversed countless kilometers of the Nightmare Desert, and even survived the ruinous clash of the dead armies. Not to mention facing the harrowing creature that wore the corpse of Master Sioux. Sunny was tired. Outside, the desert was tranquil and pristine. The white dunes stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no sign of the terrible forces that had fought across this hellish place just hours before. The sand had swallowed everything. It had been terribly cold in the desert during the night, but now that the sun had appeared above the horizon, the unbearable heat was coming back. He let out a hoarse sigh. "They're gone." The skeletal warriors were gone, but what about Master Sioux? Had the creature followed them into the battlefield and got destroyed, or had it waited inside the ruin patiently, waiting for the sun to rise? Was it coming for them now? Sunny did not know. Jet and Sation were sitting back to back, while he was a couple steps away. Neph's head rested on his knees. Summoning the endless spring, Sunny brought the beautiful glass bottle to her lips and poured out a little bit of water. As it flowed into her mouth, Nephis stirred a little and then coughed. Her eyes opened, and she stared at him from below, slightly confused. A slight smile appeared on Sunny's face. "You're awake, take it slow." Nephis flinched, then sat up and grabbed the endless spring. She drank from it greedily and then looked at Sunny. White sparks danced in her eyes, as if agitated. How are you here?" He shrugged. "I told you that I would see you on the other side." Sunny lingered for a few moments and scoffed. "What, don't look at me like that. To be honest, we saw the light of your flames from afar and rushed here hoping to find shelter. If not for that, we'd be dead for sure." Nephis glanced at Jet and Sation. A small frown appeared on her face. Then she suddenly shuddered and turned around, staring at the spot where the charred corpse had been before. Sation finally spoke. "We got rid of it. We have encountered a creature that can possess corpses, so keeping a dead body with us did not seem safe." Nephis shivered. "Yes, I have encountered such a creature too." Sunny remained silent for a while, wondering how was it that she had managed to kill the damn thing. Did it have something to do with her ascended ability, longing, or the nature of her aspect in general? The dead of the Nightmare Desert seemed unwilling to approach the white flames, too. More importantly, was there more than one creature like the one they had fought, or was it a creature capable of inhabiting multiple vessels at the same time? His expression was grim. "Do you know what that thing was?" Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. "I'm not sure, but I think I do." She grimaced, looked at her ruined armor, and raised one trembling hand. There were 3 nightmare gates, but only 2 gate guardians entered the waking world. The third, I think that it stayed behind in the dream realm. Nephis grew quiet for a bit, and then added, "To hunt us." Chapter 12 Pursuer. There was not much time to talk. If the guardian of a Category 4 gate was really on their trail, then they needed to run. Even if Nephis was wrong, the creature they had met was immeasurably strong. Considering its power and frightening level of intelligence, it had to be a great devil at least. It was much more likely to be a tyrant, or something even more terrifying. Sunny had killed a great devil once, but that was not a real kill. The spawn of the vile thieving bird had been unborn and weakened by thousands of years of neglect in the branches of the soul-devouring tree. More than that, Sunny had only survived that encounter because of his unique soul composition. Only after meeting an actual great nightmare creature did he realize how harrowing these beings truly were. The thing pretending to be Ascended Sue was not even the real body of the abomination. Most likely, it was simply one of its manifestations. But it had already been strong enough to shrug off all their attacks, severely wound Saint, and destroy a transcendent echo in mere seconds. As for whether it was the Gate Guardian, logically speaking, that was impossible. Nightmare creatures were compelled by the seeds, unable to refuse their call. All they could do was be drawn by it and invade the waking world. However, Sunny had already seen that the great abominations were not as beholden to the rule of the spell as the lesser creatures. One of them had actually used its power to forcefully widen the Nightmare Gate. If one of the Gate Guardians was capable of that, who was to say that a different one couldn't stay back to slaughter those humans who would flee to the Dream Realm? Hurry, we need to hurry. Mere minutes after Nephis regained consciousness, the four of them abandoned the ruined stone dome and ventured into the desert. For now, their destination was simple. They were fleeing in the direction opposite of where Master Sue had been seen last, as fast as they could. As the four exhausted masters fled across the desert, they learned about what had happened to Neph. She had left the waking world soon after Sunny and was drawn into the nightmare desert like the rest of them. Nephis fought against several nightmare creatures and eventually found another human, one of the Valor Ascended. Together, they sought and found a shelter to survive the approaching night. There was something strange about that Ascended, though. When she offered to heal his wounds, the man refused. His excuse was that she should save her essence for when they find more people. But Nephis felt that he wanted to avoid touching her flames, which put her on guard. It was only after the dead rose from the sand that the Ascended attacked her. The strangest thing was that I don't think he wanted to kill me. Sunny, Jet, and Sation looked at her with confusion. Nephis frowned. It was more like he wanted to spread into me. Her mouth twitched in revulsion. But nothing happened as a result. The creature seemed surprised, and that gave me a chance to unleash all my flames. I guess desperation fueled them with enough strength to burn it. Then, I woke up with the three of you around me. Sunny was suffering from the terrible heat, but at the same time he felt cold. Was it trying to corrupt Neph? Humans did not know much about the corruption. They just attributed the vile nature of the nightmare creatures to the spell. But, really, the corruption had existed long before Weaver created the spell. In fact, the ancient people had not used the term nightmare creatures. Instead, they had simply called those creatures consumed by the vile darkness that corrupted. Gods and demons had fought against the unknown in ancient times, and then, awakened fought against the corrupted during the Age of Heroes. Creatures were not the only ones who could be corrupted, either. Humans could succumb to the corruption as well. That is troubling. There was something that troubled Sunny much more, though. Both Master Sue and the Ascended that had attacked Nephis were strangely insistent on one thing, finding more humans. So, could it be that the four of them had not really escaped the pursuit of the creature? Could it be that it was letting them live in hopes that they would lead it to more survivors? Suddenly, Sunny felt a shiver run down his spine. He looked around, taking in the immaculately white landscape of the desert, almost expecting to see a dark figure to be following them from afar. But of course, if the corpse of Master Sue was indeed following them, it would not allow itself to be seen. Sunny did see something else, though. There in the vast azure sky, why was there a black dot there? He stopped and looked up, gesturing for the others to prepare. There were still abominations traversing the desert on their way to the nightmare seeds, even if there were fewer of them than there had been yesterday. Some of them were of the winged variety, too. However, those creatures flew straight toward the seeds, not paying attention to anything else. The black dot, however, was moving in the wrong direction. It was barreling straight at them. Sunny, Nephis, Jet, and Sation raised their weapons, ready to face the worst. Less than a minute later, the dark figure fell from the sky and landed just a few meters away from them, raising a cloud of sand into the air. Ivory armor, auburn hair, an infuriatingly handsome face, and magnetic green eyes that were shining with relief and concern. Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Kai." His friend let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat off his brow. Then he smiled brightly, making Nephis, Sation, and even Jet blush a little. "Thank the gods I've found you." Chapter 12, 13 Search and Rescue. Kai looked a bit tired and dehydrated, but other than that, he seemed fine. His transcendent armor had originated from a fire-breathing dragon. After all, out of all them, he was probably capable of dealing with the lethal heat of the nightmare desert best. Looking at his friend, Sonny felt profound relief. He knew, of course, that the government force had been caught between the three gates as well. They had not participated in the battle, and were protected by a saint, so their chances of escaping into the dream realm unscathed had been high. However, knowing and seeing were two different things. Now that Sonny saw Kai, a huge burden had been lifted from his heart. It was a bit bizarre, of course, to be happy about a friend becoming trapped in a death zone with very little hope of ever returning to the waking world. But considering the situation, one had to count their blessings. Sonny exhaled slowly. "Kai, you really know how to make an entrance, don't you? Where's Effie?" The archer smiled. "She's fine. We are with a sizable group of survivors. Many people have entered the desert near each other and naturally bonded together. My farsight and flight abilities make me the best person to search for survivors, so I've been scouring the desert. It's really fortunate that I stumbled on you first thing in the morning. Nephis, Sation, Colonel Jet. It's good to see you all safe and sound." "Makes sense." Kai's ability to see things from a ridiculous distance, and even peer straight through solid matter, made him uniquely suited for search and rescue missions, not to mention that he could traverse great distances swiftly with his extremely fast flight ability. Still, the archer must have fought more than one flying abomination, and risked his life on several occasions to make sure that as many humans as possible survived. "How very Kai of him." Neph and Jet greeted the handsome young man warmly. Even Sation, who was usually reserved, spared him a small smile. It was strange for Sonny to see someone interact with representatives of clan valor, clan song, and the government without making any distinction. But then again, Kai had no part in the conflict between the great clans. More than that, even though Sonny kept forgetting it, the archer was the only member of Neph's cohort who had spent a considerable amount of time living in the Bright Castle under Gunlog's rule. While it was doubtful that Kai and Sation had interacted a lot, their stations were too different. It was certain that they knew each other much better than the rest of them knew the daughter of Kai Song. Kai was also close to several of her handmaidens, so it was not unusual to see her treat him with friendliness. At that moment, Sation asked, "The group of survivors, are there saints among you?" Although she tried to keep her voice emotionless, it was obvious that she wanted to know the fate of her sisters. Kai's expression turned a little bleak. He shook his head. "Saint Kor was with us. He is the reason the group exists. Without him, most of us would have perished in the sands. He was also the one who found a reliable shelter for us to survive the nights. However, after ensuring our basic safety, he took as many ascended as he could and left for the waking world. East Antarctica must be in the throes of a terrible crisis, and his presence there is paramount. We all understood." Kai sighed. "Other than that, we have not seen another saint. Sir Maddock and Dire Fang perished on the battlefield. As for the other four, they have to be somewhere near, unless they too chose to return." Sation's beautiful eyes lost some of their glimmer. She nodded silently and grew quiet. Jet, meanwhile, looked away and grimaced. "That's the old man for you. He always has his priorities straight." It was hard to tell whether Wake of Ruin's ruthlessly logical decision to abandon the survivors and return to where he could save the most lives gladdened or disappointed her. The two shared a close relationship, so it was not impossible to imagine that Soul Reaper had hoped to receive Saint Kor's help, or at least consideration. Then again, Jet was not a person who relied on others to solve her problems. Perhaps she was simply happy to know that Wake of Ruin survived. Sonny had more pressing questions to ask, though. "Have you encountered the creature?" Kai frowned in confusion. "The creature? We have encountered many creatures. Which one are you talking about? Sonny and Nephis exchanged a glance. There's a great abomination hunting the survivors in the desert. It can possess dead bodies, and it is also smart enough to perfectly imitate human behavior. We barely survived encountering it. Kai paled a little. Gods, in that case, I have to inform the others as soon as possible. Sadly, I have not only found survivors, I've found a few bodies as well, some of them not too far from our camp. Luckily, none of them seem to be moving. We have not faced that horror yet. He frowned, then raised an eyebrow. What? Why are you looking at me like that, Sonny? Sonny lingered for a few long moments and let out a heavy sigh. You might not have faced it yet, true. Nephis added evenly. Or you might have faced it already. You just didn't know what you were facing. Kai's expression grew ugly. Sonny looked at the boundless expanse of pristine white dunes. It is really hard to tell that thing apart from real humans. So how many survivors are in your group? How many of them had been with you from the very start, and how many joined recently? Feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, he hesitated for a few moments, and then asked, how many people did Wake of Ruin take with him back to the waking world? Chapter 12, 14 Source of Nightmares. Move, monster. An ascendant of clan valor had fear in his eyes as he pushed Mordred in the back with the butt of his spear. Mordred had already been walking as fast as he could, so the forceful push made him stumble and fall. The blistering white sand burned his mangled face. He sighed, then struggled to stand up. One of his eyes was gone, and he had only one hand left. His reflections had all been destroyed. His body was in a sorry state. Even though Mordred had managed to escape the rampage of the great being, his luck in the nightmare desert was awful. Soon after entering it, he stumbled on the pursuing gate guardian, and after barely surviving that unfortunate encounter, a band of surviving masters of clan valor ambushed and overpowered him. He had failed to finish off his sister, too. A pity. Now his arms were bound behind his back with enchanted shackles. Even if he wanted to abandon his original body, he was temporarily trapped. Within it, the heavy chains were probably not the tool Morgan had planned to imprison him with, but they too were forged by his father. Getting out of the shackles was going to be troublesome. If anything, though, having only one hand left could help with that. Stand up. Mordred sighed in exasperation. I'm trying, really now. Is this how you treat a prince of valor? Instead of the answer, the master angrily hit him in the ribs. Mordred plopped back into the scorching sand. Another voice resounded from somewhere above. Stop it, you're only slowing us down. The skinwalker has to be drawing close. If we want to survive, we need to reach the citadel as soon as possible. Indeed, that was the only reason that the stragglers of clan valor had kept him alive. They wanted Mordred to show them the way to the Black Skull Citadel. The nightmare desert was vast, but with the echo mounts, the band of survivors had been able to traverse a great deal of distance in the past day. Their luck was also not too bad. The area where the call had pulled them was not that far from the citadel. With Mordred's help, they managed to make it most of the way there. The last stretch, however, had to be traversed on foot. Someone pulled him to his feet. The woman was trying to appear calm, but he could feel her fear. The Ascended had encountered the Skinwalker, too. In fact, the ones with him now were simply those who had survived the encounter. They knew that death, or something much worse, was relentlessly pursuing them. Lead the way. Your life depends on reaching the Black Skull, too. Where is it? Mordred lingered for a moment, then smiled. Don't worry, we're already close. He walked forward, navigating between white dunes and ancient ruins. After several hours of suffocating heat, they finally saw the giant Black Skull appear in the distance. The masters froze for a moment, excitement burning in their eyes. Mordred, however, silently took a step back. He shook his head. These people asked him where the citadel was, and he led them here. However, they should have asked another question as well. The question was really simple. What had he done with the corpses of the awakened inside the Black Skull Citadel? The answer was that he had done nothing. Nevertheless, human figures suddenly started emerging from inside the giant Black Skull. 1, 2, 3, a dozen, 2 dozens, 3. Time to run. Turning around, Mordred allowed his body to fall and rolled down the night. Shtad's headless corpse was also there. walking at the front. The survivors wanted to escape the skinwalker, but they had actually been marching toward their deaths all along. Time to run. Turning around, Mordred allowed his body to fall and rolled down the slope of a tall white dune. In the end, Kai stayed with Sunny and the others. Together, they made their way through the desert, heading for the spot where he had left the other survivors. The path was not easy. There were too many powerful nightmare creatures around, and even though most of them were mesmerized by the call of the seeds, some weren't, or at least not completely. Luckily, none of the abominations they had to fight were of the great rank. Each of the 5 masters was immensely powerful, too. Still, it was a rough journey. All of them were utterly exhausted, suffering from the inhuman conditions of the White Desert, and under terrible mental strain because of the harrowing feeling of being pursued. Nobody knew whether the corpse of Master Su was on their trail or not, but just the possibility of meeting the creature again was enough to fill them with a suffocating sense of dread. The abominations they fought were all powerful and dreadful, too. Out of the 5 of them, Nephis seemed to be affected the least. However, she was struggling with her own burden. Looking at the flawlessly white expanse of white dunes, she shook her head and sighed quietly. I never thought I would return here one day, or at least so soon. For them, this land was called the Nightmare Desert simply because it was the source of the chain of nightmares. But for Nephis, for her, it was the source of her personal nightmares. She had never spoken about her time here in detail, but Sunny knew that it must have been a gruesome experience. Gruesome enough that the proud and strong changing star had agreed to receive psychological counseling, even. This desert, and whatever she had experienced in the second nightmare, were not things one could easily forget. I can imagine. No, actually, I don't think I can. Sunny had only spent a day in the Nightmare Desert, and that was as a master in the company of other people. Yet the sight of endless white dunes was already making him feel a hint of despair. What would it have been like to get lost in this cursed land alone, as a powerless sleeper? We're getting close. Kai's voice distracted him from the heavy thoughts. In front of them, the sand receded a little, and 5 strangely shaped met. Owl towers could be seen protruding from it, arranged in a semicircle. The sunlight was reflecting on the polished metal, making it even more blinding. Each tower had a different height, with the shortest of them being at least several dozen meters tall. Sunny stared at them for a few moments before realizing what the towers were. They were the tips of 5 fingers belonging to a colossal steel gauntlet. The gauntlet itself was buried under sand. He did not know what creature could have worn the gauntlet, and where the rest of it was, and right now, Sunny did not care. All he cared about was that the towers were hollow, and there was shade inside. There are also people inside. Sunny's expression turned grim as he followed Kai toward the temporary camp of the survivors. It'll be good if there are only people. Chapter 12, 15 Steel Tower. There were lookouts hiding in the shadows of the 5 towers. Of course, Sunny had no trouble noticing them. All of them were masters, and in a very rough shape. Just like Sunny, they had gone from participating in a bloody battle to entering the Nightmare Desert and being forced to fight for their lives without a real opportunity to rest. Masters of the Great Clan Valor, Great Clan Song, and the government were working together without a second thought. Even though some of the wounds they bore had been delivered by the other humans in the group, no one thought about continuing the feud. All conflict had been forgotten in the face of the ruthless desert. How sweet. Indeed, the spell had a way of bringing people together. It also had a way of bringing nightmare creatures and people together. As soon as their party of 5 entered one of the steel fingers through a narrow crack, Sunny's expression darkened. There were about 20 humans sheltered in the cool darkness of the hollow tower. Some looked like they had just returned from exploring the dunes, while others were busy with various tasks, preparing food, refining the carcasses of dead abominations into valuable materials, drawing maps of the surrounding area. Even though Wake of Ruin had abandoned the group, the Ascended did not seem willing to give up on their survival. Perhaps it was because of a certain person who had taken charge and driven them forward. So she survived too. Morgan had lost her intricate plate armor and wore a black tunic. The scarlet cloak was wrapped around her shoulders, falling to the ground like a waterfall of blood. The Princess of War seemed tired and reserved. There were no wounds on her body, but the usual sharpness of her vermilion eyes was strangely dulled. She was standing in the center of the hollow tower, listening to the reports of the scouts. As the five of them entered, Morgan looked up from a crude leather map and glanced in their direction with a distant expression. Then her eyes shimmered. "My sister is alive." Her voice was hoarse and emotionless. The scouts were confused for a moment, then turned around. Their faces grew excited. "Lady Changing Star." "It's—" However, the words were drowned out by a happy shout. "Doofus, Princess." A tall and robust figure that seemed to have been cast of lustrous steel walked over to them with ginger steps and subjected Sunny to an earth-shaking shoulder pat. "You guys made it." With that, Effie grinned and suddenly grabbed startled Nephis into a tight hug. Effie, I can't breathe." The huntress let go of Neph and looked at the two of them with sparks dancing in her eyes. "Thank the gods, you are masters after all. I was afraid that the two of you pale apparitions would be all red and burned by the time you got here." Usually, Sunny would have reacted in a more friendly manner, but right now, he did not pay Effie a lot of attention. Instead, he was carefully studying the other Ascended gathered in the finger of the titanic gauntlet. His expression was neutral. His mind, however, damnation. Under Sunny's relaxed gaze, the souls of the Ascended shone with bright radiance. However, not all of them. Some were hiding a boundless expanse of vile, virulent darkness. They were infected by the cancerous growth of corruption. Out of the 20 masters here, 7 were no masters at all. They were all vessels of the same creature that had worn the skin of Ascended Sioux as a disguise. "We are all going to die, aren't we?" Sunny lingered for a few moments, then looked at Effie. "We are all right, but what about you? To be honest, I'm a little surprised that you haven't eaten all these people yet. I mean, I know your appetites. And is it just me, or have you gained weight?" Time, he had to stall for time. Effie blinked a couple of times and smiled softly, which would have made Sunny shiver in any other situation. "Keep talking, I'll eat you first." Accompanied by her, they walked toward Morgan. As they did, the atmosphere in the hollow tower suddenly grew a little colder. "Song Sation." Morgan's voice was even. Sation met her piercing gaze with the grace of a person who had survived a decade of hell on the forgotten shore. Her reply was similarly composed. "Morgan." The two stared at each other with frightening intensity. Kai coughed and shifted from one leg to another. Sunny hesitated, then sent him a mental message. "Why didn't you tell us that Morgan was here?" The archer looked at him and shrugged helplessly. Groaned. "She must have arrived after I left to search for more survivors. She wasn't here in the morning. There won't be trouble, right? The two of them will see reason, surely." A gust of wind crashed into the hollow tower, and the ancient metal groaned. Morgan shook her head. "We'll put our quarrel aside for the time being. Let's return to the waking world before doing anything rash." Sation slowly nodded. "Agreed." She didn't seem to be flustered at the prospect of facing the Princess of War in combat. Sunny wasn't entirely sure how powerful Sation was, currently. After all, she had ascended later than most of them. On the other hand, she was older and had accumulated much more experience in the Dark City. It didn't matter, though. Last night, the cumulative power of Sation, Sunny, Jet, and Saint had been barely enough to slow down just one vessel of the Gate Guardian for a few moments. And now, they were surrounded by 7 of them. Morgan seemed to have no idea of how doomed they all were, which was not surprising. In fact, it was Sunny and Jet who were freaks capable of peering through the disguise of a great abomination. Both of their aspects were one of a kind and exceedingly rare. It would be quite improbable to assume that anyone else in the Nightmare Desert possessed similar capabilities. Maybe Cassie did, but she was not here. Sunny felt his chest grow tight as he thought about the blind girl. Where was she now? Had she managed to escape the slaughter? Morgan, meanwhile, looked at Nephis. "I must congratulate you, sister. Oh, and Master Sunless, of course. Killing Dire Fang, it was a pleasant surprise. I should think about how to reward you." She turned to Sunny, remained silent for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. "I do hope you won't ask to fight me again, though, Master Sunless." The environment here is not quite as dreamlike as the last time I had to reward you. As Nephis, Sation, Effie, and Jet gave Sunny strange looks, he cleared his throat and forced out a smile. No, I wouldn't dare to request something untoward again. At the same time, he used the blessing of dusk to speak with Morgan silently. Smiling pleasantly, he said, "Do as I say if you don't want to die." Chapter 12:16 on the run. Crap. Sunny did not know what the creature pursuing them was exactly. He had hoped that the possessed corpses were not the vessels of a single being, but instead separate abominations, akin to minions of a tyrant. But even if they were, there was obviously a way for them to share information. He knew it because his hopes were being crushed right in front of his eyes. If there was no way for the puppets of the Gate Guardian to share knowledge, then he could have pretended to be oblivious to their presence and bought some time. But the 7 taken masters were all seemingly aware that Sunny could tell what they were. They slowly started to move. At first, their movements seemed inconspicuous, but it quickly became apparent that they were encircling those ascended who remained human. There were eerily human smiles brightening their faces. On one side, there were 7 possessed corpses with the power of a great abomination. On the other side, there were Sunny, Nephis, Kai, Effie, Jet, Sation, Morgan, and 11 more unaffected masters. Morgan had 3 transcendent echoes left. Sation had 1. Sunny had Saint and Nightmare. And Imp. In fact, the scrawny goblin was the linchpin of their survival. Get everyone to come closer. Sunny had already explained the situation to Morgan and coordinated with the rest of his allies. Their only chance to survive was to run, but escaping from the ring of possessed corpses seemed impossible. Nevertheless, they had to try. Knowing what to do, Morgan calmly looked at the 11 ascended who had not been taken by the Gate Guardian yet, and called. "You there, come here. I have questions about our rations and water reserve. You too. How many tents can we make from that hide?" The masters left what they had been doing and walked over. By that time, even they started to notice that something strange was going on. One group of people was standing in the center of the hollow tower. The other group had spread out, surrounding them. The ancient steel was groaning as it was assaulted by the wind. That is all. There are also 3 ascended outside, but only 2 of them are human. Lady Morgan, what is going on? The human master seemed confused. Meanwhile, the other humans were slowly shifting, assembling into a loose battle formation. Their weapons were already in their hands. Sunny was the only one who remained. Ed motionless. What was the point of trying to fight 7 great abominations? Come closer. It's almost time, I just need a few seconds. Morgan looked heavily at her subordinates, then said evenly, "Come closer." They glanced at each other, then hesitantly took a few steps forward. At the same time, the smiling corpses took a step forward too. Kai now. Sunny's shout was drowned out by the groan of twisting metal. And then that groan was drowned out by Kai's voice. The handsome archer only spoke one word, but it enveloped the space within the hollow tower entirely, echoing in its dark expanse. Stop. Argihel. Sunny had never been on the receiving end of Kai's ascended ability, or rather, he had never been the subject of its negative influence. His friend usually used the power of his voice to inspire soldiers and ignite their desire to fight, win, and survive. But that was not the only thing he could do. Nightingale's true power was to compel living things and bend them to his will. When Kai had commanded everyone to stop, it was as though the world itself froze. Sunny was still able to move thanks to his impressively high mental defense, but it was as though a mountain had fallen on him. It was not physical weight, though. Rather, it was incredibly hard to remember why he wanted to move in the first place. With some effort, he managed. The others were similarly affected, resisting the command with varying degrees of success. Even the 7 corpses stumbled. However, they shook off the effects of the command almost instantly. Still, it bought Sunny the couple seconds he needed. Because at that moment, the whole tower suddenly shuddered and collapsed. There was a deep groan of tearing metal, a shrill screeching noise, and then wind and light flooded the interior of the steel finger. That was because Imp had gnawed through the outer layers of the tower, of course, going most of the way around it. Sonny had summoned the gluttonous goblin immediately after noticing the lookouts of the survivor group. While he was greeting Effie, talking to Morgan, informing her of danger, and observing the 7 vessels of the gate guardians slowly surrounding them, the ravenous fiend was busy stealthily eating through the exterior of the steel finger. And just then, the tower finally couldn't support its weight and toppled. The cool shade filling its interior was instantly torn apart by blinding sunlight. But plenty of shadows remained. Calling upon them, Sonny instantly manifested dozens of dark tentacles. Some of them wrapped themselves around the bodies of those corpses that had not been buried under countless tons of steel, only to be instantly destroyed. This was just a distraction, though. The rest of the shadow tentacles grabbed the humans and unceremoniously tossed them out of the way of falling metal into the merciless heat of the desert. At the same time, a whirlwind of sparks manifested into transcendent echoes, who threw themselves at the abominations. Everyone used their own means to slow the enemy down. There were screams, there was noise. There was an explosion of white flame and the sharp sound of the air being cut by countless blades. Blood spilled. Falling onto the white sand, Sonny rolled and jumped to his feet. Run! Most of them had made it out of the tower, but 5 out of the 11 ascended that Morgan had called were nowhere to be seen. The white dunes around them trembled, and then exploded, and a vast cloud of sand covered everything in sight. Kai held Effie's hand as he soared into the air. Nightmare appeared out of the darkness, rushing toward Jet. Morgan had her own mount, which looked like a horned destrier made of steel. Sonny found himself near Nephis. Without thinking about what he was doing, he grabbed her tightly and stepped through the shadows. An instant later, the 2 of them appeared a few kilometers away, in the shadow of a tall dune. He had pulled her with him into Shadow Step. Sonny stared at Nephis with a startled expression, and she looked at him with wide eyes. What was that? He opened his mouth, then froze for a moment. I just thought that it might work. What would you know, it did. Sonny couldn't bring other living things with him when he stepped through the shadows, but his aspect had already shown that it treated Nephis as an extension of him in certain instances. Or rather, it was more like it treated Sonny as an extension of Nephis. They were connected by shadow bond, which meant that their souls were bound together. Sonny didn't have to like it. But it would be foolish not to use it. Nephis looked at him for a moment, then nodded. Okay. She looked at him some more and added, You can let go of me now. Sonny smiled crookedly. Oh, but I really can't. Just then, a black steed jumped over the dune and rushed down its slope. Jet shouted from Nightmare's back as they flashed past them. Move, they're following. Burning through his essence, Sonny sighed and then pulled Nephis back into the shadows. Chapter 12, 17 Bone Tired. They were on the run. The Nightmare Desert welcomed them with immaculate purity and lethal heat, the white dunes stretching toward the distant horizon. The merciless sun burned in the azure sky like an incinerating well of molten silver, and a harrowing enemy was following them across the sands like an inescapable omen of torturous death. I'm tired. Sonny was bone tired. He had long exhausted his reserves of essence, leaving just enough of it untouched to not be helpless in a fight. Not that fighting the Gate Guardian was a real option. Nephis might have destroyed one of its vessels, but it had almost killed her. The rest of them did not possess aspects that countered the creature's powers either. Fighting the puppets of the great abomination meant giving up on life, or, much worse, their very humanity. Blindly advancing deeper into the desert was not much better. There was a terrible foe pursuing the battered group of survivors, but there were also countless dangers ahead of them. The dunes hid all kinds of nightmare creatures, and several people had already been killed in the short, but brutal and unavoidable skirmishes with the wandering abominations. None of those abominations had been weaker than corrupted. The people fighting them were all tired, wounded, and in a desperate hurry as well. There were only 13 of them left. Looking at the exhausted survivors, Sonny wondered how many of them would live to see nightfall. How many would survive until dawn? The mighty masters were already resembling walking corpses. They were moving forward with grave expressions, suffering silently as the terrible heat pressed them into the ground. Their hair and armor were covered in sand. Those with echo mounts were in the vanguard, those without shakily followed behind. Sunny and Kai were serving as the scouts of the party. Morgan, Nephis, Jet, Effie, and Sation were the main strike force. The rest were just trying to stay alive. Worst of all, everyone knew that it was pointless. Even more disheartening than the sea of abominations ahead of them, and the great horror pursuing them, was the fact that the party was aimless. They had no clear goal, just a stubborn hope to survive. Before, these people had the same plan as Sunny: reach the Black Skull and escape into the waking world. Now that they knew what was out there in the pristine white purgatory of the Nightmare Desert, though, the Citadel had become the source of their fears. That was because Mordred had slaughtered every awakened sent there by Clan Valor, and the corpses he had left behind were the perfect vessels for the Gate Guardian. One great abomination was terrifying, while 7 of them were beyond the concept of fear. What about dozens, then? The citadel that the survivors had been putting their hope into had turned out to be the gates of hell. So there was nowhere for them to go anymore. Then why continue forward at all? For now, they walked out of fear and out of a growing sense of panicked urgency. They continued forward because there was a creature of pure dread following them from behind. Escape the pursuit, find a place to wait out the night. They would come up with a solution later. "Oh, I'm really tired." Sunny was walking with Nephis as his shadows scouted the path ahead. One of them was gliding across the dunes side by side with the swift shadow of Kai, who flew high above. There was no real need for both Sunny and Kai to keep an eye on the same stretch of the desert, but this way, Sunny was able to reach him with the blessing of dusk. Up ahead, behind the crooked dune. "Yeah, I sense it." A tall figure in an intricate suit of onyx armor emerged from the shadow. A few moments later, 2 arrows pierced the flesh of a nightmare creature that was slumbering in the shade of the tall dune. The creature exploded forward in a fury of sharp fangs and claws, its roar spreading far and wide across the desert. By the time it reached Saint, it was shaking under the weight of numerous arrows. One more fell from the sky like lightning. The abominations swayed and toppled, falling heavily into the sand. "One more for me." Sunny smiled bleakly. "You have a better vantage point, cheater." Then the smile slowly disappeared from his face. Accompanied by one of Sunny's shadows, Kai was far ahead of the party. 2 more shadows kept to the left and right of the survivors, separated from them by several kilometers of white sand. One more was far behind them, and it was that one who noticed a dark silhouette appear from behind the crest of a towering dune. The figure froze for a moment, then turned and stared directly at the shadow. Sunny shuddered. "The Gate Guardian." His dry lips cracked as he shouted, "It's coming, move." The exhausted masters paled and gritted their teeth. Then they gathered all the strength they had left and dashed forward, running as fast as they could. The incandescent sun as drowning the world in blinding light and immolating heat. As the shadow that had noticed the pursuer flew away, another figure crested a dune several hundred meters away from it. And then another. "Damn it." Sunny ran, carefully considering his options. He felt aggrieved. He felt indignant. He was appalled at the fact that he had been reduced to the state of only being able to run away and hide, like a frightened rat. But that was, and had always been, reality. Humans were small and weak in the world of the nightmare spell. Even humans like Sunny, conquerors of nightmares and slayer of titans, were no more than mice. I'm tired of being powerless. I'm tired of being weak. I want to be stronger, much stronger, so much more." Overcome by a deep, painful longing, Sunny gritted his teeth and ran. Chapter 12, 18 Hunted. There were 13 humans, desperately trying to escape the pursuit of the great abomination. Or rather, there had been. Without anyone noticing the reason, one of the masters stumbled and fell. No one had attacked her, and the pursuing corpses were still out of sight. The woman grabbed her neck and screamed. A moment later, she rose with a strange smile on her lips. Where a radiant soul core had been, there was now nothing but spreading darkness. "Curse it all." Sunny commanded the soul shadow that had remained with him to wrap itself around his body, and ran. Someone's hoarse shout reached his ears. Split up. No, you fools. The logic of that desperate call was simple and not without reason. There were 7 vessels of the Gate Guardian 8 now and 12 surviving humans. If they escaped in different directions, some of them would have a chance to survive. But it was pointless to apply logic to great abominations. These beings existed outside any kind of human rationale, outside reason. Only by staying together and helping each other would the survivors have a chance to preserve their lives, no matter how small. It was already too late to try and explain that to the frightened masters, though. While Morgan, Sation, and the members of Neph's cohort chose to stay close to each other, the other 5 ascended turned and ran in different directions. Not a second later, a dark blur intercepted one of them, and a fountain of blood shot into the air. Up ahead, Morgan looked back from the saddle of her steel mount and cursed. Then, she hesitated for a moment and jumped off its tall back. The echo then galloped in the direction of the approaching corpses, lowering its horned head. As a whirlwind of scarlet sparks rose around her, Sation stopped and turned around. Her exquisitely beautiful face was cold and somber. The 2 of them looked at each other, and then Sation slowly raised her hands. What are they doing? Jet was riding Nightmare, so she was far ahead of the rest of them. Effie was maybe the fastest runner among the group of survivors, so she was ahead of the pursuers as well. Only Sunny and Nephis were falling behind. As they ran, Neph's eyes shone with white radiance. She briefly touched Sunny's shoulder, and he felt the nurturing warmth of her flames pour into his soul and body. Instantly, their speed increased. It was still not enough, though. Through the shadows, Sunny felt something swift flying toward him from behind. The shadows he had sent to scout were still moments away from reaching him. He knew that he had to use some of his remaining essence and dodge the attack through shadow step. Before he could, however, Sation outstretched her hands, bringing her thumbs and index fingers together in a perfect triangle. Then, a drop of dark crimson liquid suddenly materialized in the air within the triangle. Looking at it, Sunny suddenly felt a hint of unknown awe brush against his heart. The drop of blood swirled, and then the whole world was suddenly painted in shades of red. What is this? Sunny did not know what the daughter of the Queen of Worms was doing, but he felt as if something vast and terrifying silently moved past him, and then enveloped the white sands of the desert. There were screams. The creature lunging at him suddenly slowed down and veered off, then grew still. He didn't dare turn around. As Sunny and Nephis reached Sation, the hurricane of scarlet sparks raging around Morgan formed into scores of beautifully forged swords. The swords trembled slightly, hovering in the air, and then suddenly shot forward like an avalanche of steel. The shadows arrived, wrapping themselves around Sunny and Nephis. Saint was also there, standing on a white dune as she drew her bow. Behind them, a cacophony of noise exploded, and the sand shifted. Several dunes collapsed, with a white cloud rising into the air. They ran. Hurry up. Damn it all. Stop, look there. Sunny cursed as he threw himself to the ground, hitting the sand to slow down. The sun was setting, and they were still running as fast as they could. His exhaustion had long transformed into so. Nothing much more dire and primal. Sunny had not even known that an ascended body could be that drained of everything. Neither the augmentation of the burning shadows nor the tenacious nature of blood weave were enough to overcome that terrible fatigue anymore. Even though he had to stop for a dreadful reason, he still welcomed the short moment of falling onto the sand. A split second later, though, Sunny had to push his battered body into a roll and jump back to his feet. Curses! Miraculously, they had managed to escape all but one of the taken corpses. The last one still pursued them, never letting the group, now reduced to only 7 people, stop and rest for even a minute. At some point, the heat and the scorching sand had transformed into a lethal threat of their own. And yet they persisted until now. That was because a second corpse suddenly appeared out of nowhere, barring their path. The figure standing in front of them was not one of the original 7 abominations, though instead it was a familiar face. Sunny let out a tired sigh. So he's here as well. Master Su was staring at them with an eerie smile. Nephis, Effie, Jet, Morgan, Sation, Kai, and Sunny, the seven of them had nowhere else to run. One vessel of the Gate Guardian was behind them, and the other was in front of them. The night was approaching. What do we do? Kai's voice sounded tense and tired. He could still escape, of course, maybe. The great being approaching them had to have ways of dealing with flying prey. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then outstretched his hand and summoned the Sin of Solace. What else was there to do? He commanded all but one of his shadows to wrap themselves around the white jade of the cursed blade, turning it perfectly black. Kill the bastards. They had to kill them or die, kill them and die if need be. Either way worked. It was better than turning into the skin costumes of the Gate Guardian themselves, anyway. But Sunny wanted to live. Chapter 12, 19 Silver Sun. Think. They had a very small chance of coming out of this fight alive. However, there was always hope, no matter how impossible the odds. What was hope? Hope was a desire, perhaps the paramount desire. A yearning so powerful and resilient that it could hardly be vanquished or destroyed. The darkest and most inescapable despair could not conquer hope. Even demons in hell hoped to reach heaven one day. They longed to see their deepest desires come true, and that longing alone could make them continue suffering and struggling instead of searching for solace in the peaceful embrace of death. Life was war, after all. Hope, desire, it was a powerful thing. Longing. Sunny glanced at Nephis, considering. She was the only one among them capable of dealing permanent damage to the vessels of the Gate Guardian. Her soul flame seemed to be like poison to the abominable creature. The wounds Sunny and the others had dealt to the corpse of Master Su would instantly heal, but the puppet that had attacked Neph was burned to death by it. A hurricane of thoughts flashed through his mind in a split second. She's our best chance. If they could survive today, it would be through the power of longing that the light-bringer aspect seemed to contain. The soul flame. Pure, cruel, and incorruptible. There was no time to think. Starting to move, Sunny connected the minds of the seven masters together through the blessing of dusk. We need to destroy the creature in front of us before the one behind catches up. There is no other way, we might not even be able to fight one, so fighting two at the same time is a death sentence. The six of us will restrain it. Nephis will kill it. Go. They had maybe a handful of seconds before the pursuer showed up. The seven of them had to slay a great abomination before that happened. Usually, it would have been impossible to even deal minor damage to a creature 2 whole ranks above their own level. Sunny had failed to pierce the skin of the first fallen abominations he met as a sleeper. After all, nevertheless, that abomination died in the end. The gap between ranks was vast, but it was not absolute. There was nothing indestructible in the world, and even the gods were dead. Everyone and everything was vulnerable to something. None of them were ordinary masters, and each had accumulated much more tools and killing implements than any sleeper could ever possess. Better yet, there was someone among them whose aspect countered the powers of the Gate Guardian. Sunny knew that he had to use the best weapon at his disposal to destroy the enemy. Right now, his best weapon was not the Sin of Solace. It was Nephis. Gritting his teeth, Sunny dashed forward. At the same time, all his shadows left him and embraced her, turning the hue of her white flame colder and more menacing. She had trusted him to kill Dire Fang. Now, Sunny was going to trust Nephis to kill the vessel of the Gate Guardian barring their path. As the shadows slid from the blade of the Sin of Solace, the vague figure standing near him suddenly grew more blurry and clicked its tongue in disappointment. And things were just getting fun. Sunny ignored it. There was no need to discuss anything. Everyone knew what they had to do. All 7 of them lunged at Master Su. It was hard to attack a single target without getting in each other's way, and yet they managed. A black arrow pierced one of his eyes, followed by a white one that destroyed the other. The corpse's head jerked back. At the same time, an iron rain of shurikens shredded its chest and right shoulder, almost severing the entire arm. Jet knew that her power was not enough to damage the creature's soul. Abandoning her most feared ability, she aimed to reduce the creature's mobility instead. Effie's transcendent spear shot toward one of Master Su's knees, while Morgan's sword flew at another with lightning-fast speed. Sation's claws sank into his left shoulder and elbow, tearing both joints apart. The sin of solace hissed through the air as it fell on the creature's head. Their task was to slow the gate guardian down and allow Nephis to deliver the fatal strike. But, as the two arrows exploded from the back of Master Su's head in a fountain of blood and brain matter, his eyes had already restored themselves, burning with malice and glee. The shurikens fell into the sand as the flesh mangled by them rippled and was immaculately restored. The corpse took half a step, and both Effie's spear and Morgan's sword somehow missed. Sation's eyes widened. Sonny cursed under his breath. "Damna!" The corpse exploded forward. Effie's shield shattered as she was thrown back. Sation fell down, sharp shards of bone protruding from her broken arms. Morgan blocked with her sword, but the sword burst into countless steel shards. She was sent flying in a whirlwind of scarlet sparks and blood. Sonny barely avoided having his neck sliced open by falling into the shadows. The creature refused to be slowed down, and Nephis was now alone, face to face with it. Tion! Her radiant sword shot forward with unimaginable speed, its vicious blow enhanced by the full force of the soul flame and the 5 shadows. However, Master Su simply raised his hand, catching the incandescent blade in a fist and easily shattering it. The fingers of his other hand wrapped around Neff's neck. For a moment, everything seemed to stand still. Sonny was emerging from the shadows, but he was slow too slow to change anything. Then Neff's neck snapped like a twig, her body grew limp. His mind was empty. For a split second, everyone froze, petrified. In that moment of shock, Neff's hand rose and grabbed the creature's wrist. The sparks dancing in her eyes suddenly ignited, turning into 2 blinding stars. White radiance shining through the gaps of her broken armor became larger, hotter, and infinitely brighter. She was like a mass of blinding silver light, not too different from the merciless white sun that burned in the scorched sky. A moment later, her radiance exploded into a flurry of flames, which swallowed both her slender silhouette and the abominable corpse of Master Su. Suddenly, the unbearable heat of the desert seemed mild and cold. Chapter 12:20 Indestructible. A towering bonfire of pristine flames enveloped both Nephis and the vessel of the Gate Guardian, rising high into the sky. It bloomed like a beautiful white flower, suffused with both brilliant radiance and incinerating heat. The soul flame burned so hot that, for a moment, Sonny actually felt dreadfully cold, as if he had been transported back to the frigid fields of the Antarctic center. With a curse, he staggered back, fell, and rolled away. Hell! Neff's flames could be warm and nurturing, healing and purifying anything they touched, but they could be ruthless and ferocious, destroying everything in their path. Sonny knew that he would not survive a plunge into the blossoming bonfire. He might have shared a bond with Nephis, but he did not share the lineage of Sun God with her. Even then, Changing Star was not immune to the destructive fury of the fire. She was only capable of being locked in the cyclic agony of having her flesh burned, restored, and then burned again without dying. He thought that he heard a distorted shriek escape from the flames, but it was swallowed by the dull roar of the immolating blaze. Nephis and the abomination were in the center of the dire conflagration, their figures obscured by its radiance. He did not know what exactly was happening there, just that only one of them would emerge from the flames alive. The sand around the white bonfire was already melting, soon to turn into black, brittle glass. Cursed! Sonny could not allow himself to be concerned about Nephis right now. Because while she had dealt with Master Su, at least temporarily, there was still another vessel of the great abomination coming after them. Jumping to his feet, he spun around. Sation had both her arms wrenched and cruelly broken, while the extent of Morgan's wounds was unknown. Effie had received a blow from the Gate Guardian as well, but her shield had protected her from harm at the cost of being destroyed. So only Sonny, Effie, and Kai were left standing. And Saint, he senses the movement of shadows. Here it comes. A dark blur flashed across the desert, lunging at them from behind. As it did, Effie's spear collided with it in midair. The huntress had tossed it with terrible speed and precision, catching the vessel of the Gate Guardian in the chest. The whole upper torso of the taken corpse exploded, instantly pulverized into a ghastly stream of viscous crimson liquid. Propelled by inertia, the mutilated corpse flew several dozens meters forward, the crimson stream stretching behind it as if suspended in the air. Then, however, the liquid was pulled back and reformed into a before it could. A flaming arrow hit the half-formed corpse and exploded, obliterating its entire left side. Human silhouette, still a split second away from turning back into flesh. Before it could, a flaming arrow hit the half-formed corpse and exploded, obliterating its entire left side. The gate guardian was not disturbed. The mangled corpse calmly walked forward, its flesh already growing back. Its shattered ribs were assembled from bloodied fragments, and its bared heart grew whole before starting to beat once again. One mocking eye had already appeared from the liquid mess of its destroyed face. Sonny felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? The sight in front of him was so terrifying that it almost appeared ridiculous. Greeting his teeth, Sonny dashed forward. He was not in good shape, in fact. His state was terrible. Not only was he utterly exhausted, sapped of all energy by the merciless heat and low on essence, but he was even devoid of the support of his shadows. It had been a long time since Sonny had to enter a serious fight without being augmented by at least one of them. Without their familiar enhancement, he felt slow, fragile, and weak. Doesn't matter, it's do or die. The Sin of Solace laughed, amused by his defiant resolve to give it his all. No, it's just die. Sonny and Saint arrived near the vessel of the Gate Guardian at the same time. Acting as one, they attacked the creature from different sides. A sword made of darkness and a sword made of immaculate white jade struck in unison, aiming to prevent the corpse from taking another step. Somewhere behind them, Morgan rose from the sand with a groan. Her sword was destroyed, but she didn't seem to care. Her vermilion eyes blazed with murderous fury, and the Princess of War shot forward like a piercing arrow. Sation's eyes rolled back, revealing a different pair of pupils, these ones inhuman and monstrous, surrounded by a sea of red. Her graceful figure suddenly grew much taller than Effie, even when hunched. Her limbs elongated and long claws extended from her fingers. Her smooth, gray skin suddenly turned rough like that of a shark. Finally, the monster's jaw unhinged, revealing several rows of terrifying triangular teeth. Kai was pale and somber, drawing the string of his bow. Not good. Sonny tore the Sing of Solace out of the body of the great abomination and desperately dodged. Perhaps because the corpse did not fully recover from the previous barrage of attacks, its movements were much slower, barely faster than those of Dire Fang had been. Still, there was no hope for him to escape the retaliation. Instead of trying to simply evade the strike, he simultaneously delivered a backward cut with his sword, slicing through the elbow joint of the corpse. That allowed Sonny to avoid the crushing blow by a hair's breadth. Saint received a bloody fist on her shield and was thrown back, crashing into the slope of a dune. At that moment, Jet was already there. Instead of relying on enchanted weapons, she struck the abomination with her fist. It passed through the chest of the vessel unopposed, directly attacking its soul. Morgan was there as well. Her palm fell like an executioner's axe, severing the creature's spine. And finally, the monstrous figure of Sation appeared by the Gate Guardian's side. Her arms were still broken, hanging limply. Instead of relying on her claws, she sank her frightening teeth into the taken corpse, ripping away a huge chunk of its neck, shoulder, and upper chest. There has to be a limit to how much punishment that thing can take, there has to be. A desperate hope burned in Sonny's chest. But if there really was a limit, it seemed that the creature had not reached yet. Chapter 1221, Unstoppable. I'm going to death thought that flashed through Sonny's mind had nothing to do with the fact that each strike of the possessed corpse was devastating enough to obliterate his body, but more so with the strain that fighting the abominations was. Putting on it. Yes, it was true Sonny was facing a great nightmare creature, but he felt as if exhaustion was going to kill him even if the creature did not. Time moved slowly in a battle like the one they were fighting. He wasn't sure how many seconds had passed since the second vessel of the Gate Guardian had shown up, 12, 2 dozen. Maybe it was just 5 or 6 instead. The 6 masters and 1 shadow were somehow holding up against the harrowing abomination, for now. Perhaps it had to do with the fact that the constant barrage of attacks did restrain the corpse a little. If there was one vulnerability they could exploit, after all, it was that the vessels of the Guardian were not as resilient as the body of a true great creature would have been. Perhaps it was because each of them was at the pinnacle of what a human ascended could be, and knew that there would be no retreat. They fought without holding anything back, knowing that death was looming, almost inevitable. Sunny was relatively unharmed for now, and so was Saint. Kai had been circling above the abomination, sending one enchanted arrow flying after another. The rest of them were in dire straits. Jet was, perhaps, mangled the most, but her unique constitution allowed her to persist in her attempts to shatter the creature's soul despite that. By now, Soul Reaper looked no less of a corpse than their opponent, and maybe even more so. Both Morgan and her were fighting with their bare fists, although, in the case of Morgan, her entire body was the weapon, not just her hands. She had also suffered much more damage than any of them, often taking the initiative to shield the others with her body. That was because the Princess of War was physically the sturdiest, except maybe Effie. The difference between the two was that Morgan seemed to have absorbed a powerful healing enchantment into her aspect ability, which allowed her to recover from the wounds that would have permanently taken the Huntress out of the fight. Sation had gone even further than Jet, and Morgan, with her arms broken, she had to resort to using her monstrous teeth to damage the abomination. Her jaws did not seem any less lethal than a powerful memory would have been, but the need to be in close, almost intimate proximity to the enemy put her in grave danger. The hideous, ferocious creature she had transformed into was covered in blood, both her own and that of the Guardian. Effie was in a much better position due to the long reach of her transcendent spear. Together, they fought the great abomination, desperately trying to destroy it, slow it down, or at least prevent it from approaching the beautiful bonfire of white flames that still burned behind them. Die, die, why won't you die? The Sin of Solace tore through the rippling air, but the vessel of the Gate Guardian was moving too fast. The jade blade barely scratched its skin, but this time, Sunny was not fast enough to retreat. A sharp pain pierced his right side, and he fell back with a scream. For the first time since he had acquired the Shroud of Dusk, the black silk was torn apart. Sunny's flesh beneath it was shredded and turned into an appalling mess. The wound was large enough for most Ascended to be at the risk of bleeding out, but he was different. Still, it would have been a fatal one if not for Bone Weave. The abomination's glancing strike cracked his ribs, but did not manage to shatter them. Otherwise, Sunny would have lost his entire lung. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Shaking like a drunk, he rose to his feet. Sweat was rolling down his skin, adding to the pain and suffering. Things were not going well for them. Morgan seemed on the verge of running out of essence before. All her wounds would swiftly heal. But now, she was forced to concentrate on only a few of the most dire ones, leaving the rest open. Jet was starting to slow down, because this fight was a true nightmare for her. Facing one overwhelming opponent was the least favorable situation for her aspect, since it prevented her from absorbing the essence of slain enemies to replenish her own. Just at that moment, Sation suffered a terrible blow, falling into the sand like a broken doll. Sunny and Saint were still recovering from their last attacks, so Effie was momentarily left alone against the harrowing creature. The corpse moved with tremendous speed, grabbing the shaft of her spear and pulling the Huntress off her feet. A split second before its other hand delivered a lethal blow, Kai suddenly fell from the sky, ramming into the taken corpse and throwing it back. The corpse brought its elbow down on Kai's spine, and he fell into the sand with a pained scream. Curse it all! Sunny lunged forward, and at the same time Saint did too. His mangled side was pulsing with terrible pain. He was tired, but he had to do something. Because there was still hope. Even though the vessel of the Gate Guardian seemed indestructible and unstoppable, it was weakening. It was not very noticeable yet, but it was true. The corpse had become a tiny bit slower, its strikes were a tiny bit less forceful. The speed at which its flesh mended itself had diminished a little as well. The creature had a limit, indeed. They just had to push it over that limit. Sunny had not summoned Nightmare or Imp, knowing that they were too weak for this battle. He wasn't sure that he could summon them. His shadows, which served as the gates of his soul, were with Nephis, inside the incinerating mass of white flames. Even if he could, all the two would be able to do was buy him a second or two with their deaths. So he had to buy those seconds himself. He attacked, putting everything he had, all his strength, all his cunning, all his will into the attack. At the same time, Saint thrust her sword forward, covering her cracked breastplate with the broken remains of her shield. But it was not enough. The great abomination easily avoided Saint's sword and stepped forward. Its fist struck Sonny like a mountain, and the next thing he knew, he was staring at the vibrant azure sky. I was too slow. Sonny tried to stand up and gasped, overcome with unbearable pain. His arm seemed to be broken. No, it was only dislocated, and bloody foam was forming on his lips. Looking up, he saw Morgan stepping in front of Jet, who was on her knees, shielding her from a lethal blow. Both of them were sent flying back and landed on the sand in a heap of bloodied flesh. Effie grunted as she received a downward strike on her crossed hands. Her steel body trembled, and a whirlwind of sand rose into the air around her, thrown up by the shockwave of the terrible impact. In the next moment, she staggered back and fell. The gate guardian was left standing alone, unopposed. It lingered for a split second, then took a step toward Sation and raised a fist to finish her off. The corpse's face was terribly mangled, and its teeth were in full view, as if the creature was grinning. Sonny groaned and sat up. I won't get there in time. The abomination struck. Before it could kill Sation, however, a bloody fist suddenly emerged from its chest. The creature froze, then slowly turned its head. A slender hand flashed, separating the head from the neck. Standing behind the gate guardian was a bewitching woman in a torn carmine dress, her long black hair covered in sand. She was almost inhumanly beautiful, however. Her breathtaking face was covered in blood, an ugly torn wound stretching from her forehead to the tip of her chin. It was as if someone had vandalized an immortal masterpiece by slicing through it with a sharp knife. One of Beastmaster's eyes was glued close by dried blood, but the other burned with cold, murderous wrath. Her scarlet lips parted, revealing pearly white teeth. I don't think you'll submit, so just die. Chapter 1222, Against All Hope. Beastmaster's fist was still protruding from the abomination's chest, but in the next moment she tore it out, almost ripping the entire corpse apart. She seemed angry, really angry. How dare you raise a hand to my sister? Before the abomination could assemble itself back together, the beautiful saint kicked it, sending the mangled corpse flying back. It landed on the sand a dozen meters away, twitched slightly, and then rose, already knitting itself into a single whole again. The two of them stood opposite each other, looking intently at the enemy. The creature was bloodied and beaten, but eerily calm. There was a smile on its lips. Beastmaster looked just as battered, her face torn and painted with blood. Her expression was dark and full of cold fury. She gritted her teeth and spat. I won't show you mercy. The corpse stared at her with a smile. Then it suddenly spoke. Tilting its head, the corpse asked, What is mercy? The saint's expression slightly changed. What the hell, why are they talking? Sonny tried to stand up and only succeeded by using the sin of solace as a crutch. He was struggling to breathe, but it was all right. As the great connoisseur of physical trauma that he was, Sonny judged his condition as not really life-threatening. For now, he couldn't really understand why Beastmaster was wasting her time issuing threats to a great abomination instead of attacking it, but that had given him time to assess the situation, at least. The remaining members of the survivor group were alive. No one had died yet from what he could see. That said, all of them were severely injured. Only Morgan and Saint looked like they could still fight, and Effie, too, although there was a pained expression on her face. With how exhausted and beaten they were, though, he doubted that they would be of any use. Sonny himself would not be able to do much. Neff's condition was unknown. Can Beastmaster finish off the creature alone? In the next moment, however, that question was rendered meaningless. Sonny had also received an answer to why the beautiful demoness was wasting time conversing why. The creature. She had not been wasting time. She had been stalling for time. As the sunlight pouring from the incandescent sky grew a little brighter, a figure made of pure radiance attacked the vessel of the great guardian from behind. At the same moment, Beastmaster dashed forward. Summer night. There was not one saint, but two. The two transcendents of clan song and clan valor seemed to have made a temporary alliance. A hoarse sigh escaped from Sonny's lips. He summoned the runes and glanced at them to make sure that Nephis was still alive. After doing that, he took a step back and fell onto the scorching sand. Closing his eyes, Sonny allowed the pain to wash over him. He only kept up with the ensuing fight through shadow sense, tense and wary. The vessel of the Gate Guardian was a harrowing foe, even for the saints. However, despite all its power and uncanny tenacity, it didn't seem to be a match for them. Perhaps the situation would have been different if it were any other two transcendents, but Beastmaster and Sir Gilead were both outstanding. Especially Beastmaster. He noticed that wounds delivered by her took a lot longer to close. Some even remained open, as if something was preventing them from healing. There was something else, too. Sonny felt a fourth shadow standing at a distance. It was slender, delicate, and familiar. Cassie. So it was Cassie who had led the saints to their aid. Sonny felt some tension drain from his mangled body. As time went on, the corpse seemed to become a little muddled. Its attacks lost some of their edge, and there were drops of blood falling from its nose. Beastmaster was not only fighting it, but also battering the creature with powerful mental attacks. I think they can actually manage it. Before they did, however, the bonfire of incinerating white flame suddenly grew weak, and then disappeared. Two shadows were revealed amidst molten sand and obsidian glass, one crumpled and motionless, the other standing above it. Then the source of the second shadow swayed and fell. The remaining vessel was taking longer and longer to heal its wounds. The saints attacked it without pause, methodical in their relentless assault. Sonny could not see them, but felt the shape and position of the shadows change at a frantic pace. Slowly, tortuously, that pace slowed down. And then, at some point, one of the shadows grew shallow and empty. The vessel of the Gate Guardian had been reduced to a pile of unrecognizable flesh. The battle had not been easy for Beastmaster and Summer Night, but both of them were left standing. Sonny gritted his teeth, then opened his eyes and slowly sat up. As soon as the creature died, Beastmaster turned around and walked over to Sation. Kneeling in front of the hideous monster, the beautiful demoness gently placed her hand on her shoulder and smiled. "I'm here, Sation. I was on time." In front of her, the monstrous creature slowly grew smaller, turning back into an exquisitely beautiful young woman with silken gray skin. Her body was beaten and broken, but she was alive, and even conscious, albeit barely. Beastmaster whispered a few more words to her sister, then rose to her feet. Her gaze slowly shifted to Morgan, who was kneeling on the sand a few dozen meters away. The smile disappeared from her lips. The look in the beautiful saint's one open eye did not promise anything good. Sonny shivered, suddenly remembering how all of them had ended up in this cursed desert, to begin with. 3 Category 4 gates might have opened in Antarctica, but the great clans were still at war. Sonny was not going to get between Beastmaster and Morgan, not that he could have done anything if he did. But Nephis was also here, laying unconscious within a ring of black glass. And she was a daughter of the King of Swords, too, even if only technically. Damn it all. There was no need to do anything, though, because as Beastmaster was looking coldly at Morgan, a tall figure in battered armor suddenly appeared in front of the Princess of War, blocking her from the beautiful saint's suffocating gaze. Summer Night stared at Beastmaster and shook his head silently. "Don't even think about it." A dangerous smile appeared on her lips. The beautiful demoness raised an exquisite eyebrow and spoke with a hint of challenge. "What if I do?" Sir Gilead's face remained calm. "I'll kill you." Beastmaster kept her gaze on him for a few seconds, then turned away and laughed. "Maybe next time, then." Glancing at the setting sun, she raised her voice and called out. "Come on, everyone who is still alive, stand up. We need to find shelter before night comes." Chapter 12:23 Diverging Goals. The sun was drowning in the white sands of the desert, and the murderous heat that had been tormenting them before was slowly dissipating, soon to be replaced by a terrible cold, and the chilling terror of the coming night. The battered group of humans was making its way to a towering ruin. The 2 saints were holden. G up well, but the ascended were in a dire state. All of them bore vicious wounds, and each step was torture. The only healer among them was unconscious, and the memories with restorative enchantments that some of them possessed were not powerful enough to deal with the multitude of severe injuries, at least not immediately. Jet looked slightly better than she had during the battle with the vessels of the Guardian. She managed to kill a nightmare creature that ambushed them as they traversed the desert, and absorbed some soul essence. Still, just glancing at her mangled body was a bit chilling. Saishan's arms were wrapped in fabric, and even though her wounds had been treated, she could only walk by leaning on Beastmaster. Kai was hovering above the sand with a pale face. The great abomination's blow had damaged his spine, and although he wasn't paralyzed, the archer was in a sea of pain. Effie was visibly limping, while Morgan seemed utterly spent and weak. As for Sunny, people sometimes said that he looked like a doll, but if that was true, currently he looked like a rag doll that had been neglected for decades, and then thoroughly chewed by an animal or two. "Oh, it hurts." He was hurting, but the pain was tolerable. At least the 5 shadows were once again augmenting him with their help. He could manage the strenuous journey without too much trouble. Saint was carrying Nephis, who was still unconscious, in her arms. Neph's damaged armor and clothes had been destroyed by the incinerating flames, so she was wrapped in Cassie's Seawave cloak. The blind girl herself was walking behind the taciturn knight, side by side with Sunny. She was the only one in the group who looked exhausted and drained by the heat, but not battered. Then again, Cassie had been in the middle of the battle between the great clans, too. Many awakened, enthralled abominations, and masters of clan song had attempted to kill her, only to die by her hand. Her armor was riddled with dents and covered in dried blood, so there was nothing fresh or glamorous about how she looked. Sunny glanced at her, then said quietly, "By the way, you were just in time, thank you." Cassie remained silent for a while, then shook her head. "There is no need to thank me. It was just a fortunate coincidence." He smiled. "Yeah, no, zero chance of that." Sunny studied her delicate face, then asked, "You knew, didn't you?" Cassie raised an eyebrow. "Knew what?" His expression darkened. "About the gates. That was why you told me to write a message to Rain. You knew that we were going to get stuck in this damned desert for a long, long time. You knew that Antarctica was going to be destroyed, too." The blind girl turned her head, and he saw her beautiful blue eyes. Her expression was calm. "I know nothing." Sunny scoffed. "Right, sure, so you don't know what is going to happen next, either." Cassie turned away and shrugged. "Oh no, that I do now." She lingered for a few moments, then nodded in the direction of Beastmaster and Sir Gilead. "They are going to abandon us." Sunny stared at her for a bit, then chuckled and looked away. "You don't say." One didn't need to be an oracle to know that the 2 saints that Cassie had brought were going to leave the members of the cohort behind. They had already helped Sunny and the rest by allowing them to survive, but both Beastmaster and Summer Knight had their own priorities. For Beastmaster, it was Saishan. For Sir Gilead, it were Morgan and perhaps Nephis. That was the reason they had not left the desert immediately after escaping the battlefield. Both saints could return to the waking world at any moment. They just needed a safe place and some time to activate their tethers. Once they did that, however, they were not going to be able to return to this particular corner of the Nightmare Desert without approaching the 3 gargantuan gates first. The problem was that they could not bring too many people with them. Sunny knew that Beastmaster's limit was 2. She had delivered both Saishan and ascended Bast to East Antarctica, after all. But most saints could only transport people between worlds 1 at a time. In any case, most of them were going to be left behind. What to do, what to do? Sunny desperately needed to think of a solution, but he was too tired to form complicated thoughts. After remaining silent for a while, he asked, "What about St. Tyrus? Do you know where she is?" Cassie slowly shook her head. "We saw no sign of her after entering the dream realm. Same for Silent Stalker. The desert is vast, chances are they were sent someplace far away from us. Sky Tide would have been able to escape from the Gate Guardian, but she was already spent at the end of the battle. She might have had to flee into the waking world." Sunny felt slightly disappointed that there was little hope of receiving help from St. Tyrus. But at the same time, he was happy to know that she might have already retreated from the Nightmare Desert. That, at least, meant that she was still alive. Her entire clan was there in Antarctica, too, considering that great abominations were now wandering the southern quadrant. Sky Tide was the only one who could ensure their safety. She bore a heavy responsibility, considering that it was her actions that had exiled the White Feather clan to the frigid continent, and she had done those things to save Sunny and Cassie. He sighed. I hope St. Tyrus and Master Roan make it out of Antarctica alive. And Kim and millions of civilians that had not been evacuated yet, as well as the soldiers of the evacuation army. Sunny and the rest, however, could not do anything to help them, not anymore. Now their goal was to escape the Nightmare Desert. He didn't know which task was more dangerous. Chapter 12:24, Second Night. They managed to reach the ruin before the ancient dead rose from beneath the sand. The structure they used as shelter was palatial and vast, isolated from the desert by a wide field of black glass. It didn't seem like a building that people were supposed to live in, though. After observing many ruins across the desert, Sunny was starting to feel as though there was a reason why all of them were so strange, broken, and deformed. It was almost as if these structures had not been built here, but had instead fallen from the sky and shattered after hitting the white sands. Then again, the Nightmare Desert might not have been a desert in ancient times. Rolling dunes like these were usually left behind by dying seas. If the vast expanse of white sand had once been the bottom of an ocean, then maybe the structures had not fallen, but instead drowned. Why would Ariel build his pyramid at the bottom of a sea? Sunny shook his head. No, the description of the Mirror of Truth did not mention any seas or oceans. There was a lot of talk about rivers in the description of other memories he had received during the chain of nightmares. But what river could have been so vast? The spacious hall the survivors had sought shelter in was illuminated by the light of a small fire. Beastmaster was roasting monster meat above it. She seemed relaxed and amiable, but everyone else was terribly tense. That was because the bewitching saint was perhaps no less dangerous than the apocalyptic battle going on outside. Now that they had escaped the Gate Guardian, at least for a few hours, everyone became painfully aware that being in her presence was an insidiously terrifying experience. Beastmaster could subtly take hold of anyone's mind, after all, to enthrall or drive them mad. Perhaps she already had. Sunny was uneasy, but Summer Night was more tense than the others. If there was one reason for the beautiful demoness to warp the minds of the survivors, it was to kill him and get rid of Daughters of Valor. As if reading his thoughts, Beastmaster smiled. Gods, can you stop drilling a hole in my forehead, Gilead? I know I am pretty, but still, a knight like you should have some manners. Stop staring. Summer Night continued looking in her direction, unperturbed. We're pretty. Have you looked in the mirror recently? Beastmaster looked up at him, blinked a couple of times, then traced the bleeding wound running across her face with a delicate finger. Oh, that thing? Ah, it refuses to heal. Whispering Blade left me with that present before he died. Miserably. It's too bad that you couldn't protect your liege, isn't it, Gilead? Summer Night's expression darkened. Morgan, who was sitting beside him, looked at the beautiful saint coldly. Her vermilion eyes were burning with fury. You vile witch. Beastmaster laughed. Come on, don't be so serious. Look, the food is ready, let's eat. She smiled brightly, and although her face was disfigured by the ugly torn wound, that smile made something stir in Sunny's heart. That woman is lethally dangerous and completely crazy. I really don't want to have anything to do with her. His mind was telling him one thing, but his emotions refused to listen. He had to remind himself of the corrupted tyrant the beautiful demoness had arranged to be unleashed in the middle of a siege capital, and only came to his senses then. Contempt, that was all Sunny was supposed to feel toward Beastmaster. Still, he wasn't going to refuse food. Coming closer, Sunny took his portion of the meat, then sat down and hungrily bit into it. The tantalizing saint gave him a curious look. Little brother, how are you still alive? Sunny frowned, then looked at himself. The black silk of the Shroud of Dusk was ripped open, and his entire side resembled minced meat. He had set the arm that had been dislocated, but his face was still covered in dried blood. At least the internal damage he had received seemed to have healed to some extent. He could breathe, and there was no bloody foam on his lips anymore. Sunny shrugged. I don't bleed easily. Beastmaster's smile widened a little. How interesting. With that, she handed the others some food and moved over. to feed Sation, who still couldn't move her hands. The sight of the two of them being so tender and sisterly with each other felt weird for some reason. Everyone was too exhausted to have an appetite, but they still forced themselves to eat. Right now, food was fuel, and all of them were running low on it. As they consumed the fragrant meat, Nephis suddenly moved and opened her eyes. There was an empty void in them, but slowly, arduously, a spark of humanity returned, and she turned her head, looking at the silhouettes of the humans sitting in front of the fire. Sonny glanced in her direction, then turned his attention back to the food and sent a mental message. "It's night, we're in a large ruin. The vessels of the Gate Guardian are gone, you killed one, Beastmaster and Summer Night killed the other. Cassie led them to us just in time." He thought for a moment and added, "Oh, also, you should probably summon an armor memory." Nephis stared at him for a bit, then moved slightly beneath the sea-wave cloak and closed her eyes. A few seconds later, a flurry of sparks surrounded her body, and she rose. Her slender figure was wrapped in a fitting black material, which Sonny recognized as the inner layer of the Starlight Legion armor with a bit of surprise. Nephis swayed a little, then slowly walked over to the fire and sat down. He handed her the endless spring, while Cassie offered her a portion of roasted meat. Neph drank deeply from the beautiful glass bottle, then took the meat and looked silently at Morgan and Sir Gilead. Summer Night offered her a tired smile. "Lady Changing Star, you are awake, thank the gods." There was a strange strain in her voice. Morgan looked between the two, then shook her head. "Well, now the two of you are making me feel bad." Nephis silently sank her teeth into the juicy meat, her expression neutral. Sonny's, however, was not. "So that's how it is." He had learned everything he needed to know from that short exchange. Sir Gilead can only take one person back with him. Chapter 12:25 Short Respite. After the food was finished, a tense silence settled inside the ancient ruin. Everyone was tired beyond words, but no one dared to fall asleep, not only out of fear of the Gate Guardian finding them, but also because of the two saints. Beastmaster and Summer Night sat on opposite sides of the fire, staring at each other tensely. Neither could lower their guard, knowing that the opponent would, perhaps, use that moment to launch an attack. I guess their alliance was doomed to be a short-lived one. Sonny tiredly closed his eyes, then yawned. "No offense, but why don't you just leave? Then those of us who have to stay will get some rest at least." Both saints looked at him with a hint of surprise. After a few short moments, Sir Gilead shook his head slightly. "I must admit, I admire your composure, Master Sunless." Summer Night must have been under the impression that the people he couldn't save would be terrified, perhaps even begging him to take them back to the waking world instead of Morgan. Well, Sonny did not consider begging to be beneath him, if there was a point to it. But he knew that the Saint of Clan Valor was never going to abandon the daughter of his sovereign. Sonny shrugged. "I'm too tired to be worried." Beastmaster chuckled, then said in a raspy voice, "The reason why we haven't left is very simple. You are not a saint, so you wouldn't know, but there are conditions that have to be met in order to return to the waking world. Namely, our anchors in the waking world are affected by the call the same way your anchors in the dream realm are affected by it. Every seed exerts a pulling force, and since there are so many of them in the Nightmare Desert, that force is quite ubiquitous. We need to find a spot where it is relatively weak first, and this ruin is not one of these spots." She paused for a moment and then added, "They are not too hard to find, though. I am willing to bet that we'll encounter at least one tomorrow." Sonny tilted his head a little. "So that's how it is." It was only logical that saints were influenced by the call even in the dream realm. In fact, the influence they had to endure would be much greater than what the rest of them suffered through. Sonny knew it because of his own experiences as an awakened and as a master. After the ascension, he felt the pull of the call much clearer. It's interesting that she said anchor instead of tether, though. The point was, neither Beastmaster nor Summer Night could leave the ruin and the Nightmare Desert before the night ended. Sonny nodded. "Okay, you stand guard then." With that, he carefully lowered himself to the ground, making sure to lay on the uninjured side, and closed his eyes. Beastmaster was visibly amused by his nonchalant attitude, but Sonny didn't care. He just wanted to sleep. Falling asleep was risky, but so was staying awake and refusing his body and mind the much-needed rest. There was a bit of silence in the dark ruin, then the others slowly followed his example. Soon, only Summer, Night, and the beautiful demoness were left awake. Sunny was a bit surprised to come back to his senses alive. Of course, his shadows would have warned him if anything truly dangerous happened while he slept. Still, being in the company of saints and great abominations was a bit above their pay grade. Well, technically, the shadows weren't paid anything, so everything was above their pay grade. In any case, Sunny did not feel particularly rested. His body was still in a terrible state and covered in wounds. However, his condition was much better than it had been before. Due to the blessings of the graceless dusk and the tenacity of his unique physique, he felt somewhat restored. Sitting up, he saw rays of pale sunlight pouring through the cracks in the roof of the ruin. The air still felt chilly, so it must have been early in the morning. The chill was going to be replaced with appalling heat soon enough. Shaking his head, Sunny stood up with a grimace and stretched his neck. He was the first to wake up, and everyone else was still asleep, except for Summer, Night, and Beastmaster, who were still where they had been before. Have these two been staring at each other the entire night? Summoning the endless spring, he nodded at them and forced out a smile. "Good morning." Sir Gilead greeted him calmly, while the beautiful demoness smiled. "You look less like a corpse, little brother." Sunny stared her for a few moments, then said stiffly, "Thanks for the compliment, I guess. Why the hell is she calling me little brother all of a sudden? First of all, I'm not her brother. Second of all, I'm not little." The torn wound on Beastmaster's face was still shedding drops of blood, but that did not stop her from laughing. He struggled to not be enchanted by that laugh. The beautiful saint lingered for a bit, then asked in a languid tone, "By the way, I was meaning to ask." Her eyes glimmered with friendly amusement. "How did you and Changing Star kill Dire Fang?" Sunny looked at her and remained silent for a while. Beastmaster's tone sounded relaxed, but he could not help but wonder if there was a hidden threat beneath that calmness. Being threatened by the tantalizing enchantress would be a frightening experience. When the pain of his flaw grew unbearable, Sunny shrugged. "The same way you and Sir Gilead killed a great abomination, by combining our strength and exploiting his weaknesses." Beastmaster studied him for a few moments, then turned away with a scoff. "Kids these days are truly terrifying." Sunny frowned. "Why should I expect to become the target of Clan Song's vendetta after I return to the waking world? Because, let me tell you, I just barely managed to stop being targeted by Clan Valor before coming to Antarctica and experiencing the wonders of the Chain of Nightmares. It has very, very rough year for me, so I would really appreciate some leniency." The beautiful demoness chuckled. "You seem really confident that you'll be able to return, though. How optimistic." Sunny blinked a couple of times and stared at her with a bleak expression. After a bit of bitter silence, he sighed. "Well, if you put it like that, I take it back. It's not a good morning at all." Chapter 12:26 Alluring Offer. Soon the group left the ruin and ventured into the desert once again. Their speed was much greater than the day before, not only because the weaker member of the group had received an opportunity to rest, but also because their wounds were healed by Nephis. Nephis did not look well. Physically, she was perfectly healthy, and anyone who did not know her as deeply as Sunny did would have assumed that everything was fine. But he could feel how drained and hurt she really was. Neph had not recovered from using her aspect to destroy the vessels of the Gate Guardian yet. He was worried that perhaps she never would. Nevertheless, Nephis had insisted on treating everyone's injuries. Even Sation's, only Beastmaster, whose wound had been delivered by Whispering Blade's sword, had turned out to be beyond her ability to mend flesh. The ugly cut on the diabolically beautiful face of the enchantress still continued to weep blood. There was some logic to providing aid to the enemies of Clan Valor. As long as they were in the desert, they were on the same side. No one knew when the Gate Guardian would attack again, or what kind of monstrous abominations awaited them in the scorching expanse of the Nightmare Desert. So the higher the strength of the group was, the higher Neph's chances to survive would be. That was also the reason why Sunny did not stop her from treating his wounds. Usually, he was deeply reluctant to let Nephis torture herself on his behalf, but now both of them were in dire danger. He had to be in the best state possible to ensure that they made it out of the dream realm alive. The group walked across the white sands of the cursed desert like lost souls wandering the vast expanse of a scorching hell. The nightmare desert was full of dangers that even two saints would find difficult or outright impossible to survive. More than that, their chances of finding a spot where the pull of the seeds was weak enough to escape were slim, at least in a short amount of time. Or it would have been, if not for the unique advantage the group possessed. That advantage, of course, was Cassie. The blind oracle had long proved how irreplaceable she was in the dream realm. Now that she was a master, her supernatural intuition had only grown stronger. Guided by Cassie, they managed to avoid the most dreadful dangers and go deeper and deeper into the desert without losing a single member of the group to its horrors. Of course, the cursed sea of dunes was too dire of a land to make their journey easy. There were still hazards, pitfalls, and abominable creatures of all kinds that they had to avoid, overcome, and fight. But with Summer Knight and Beastmaster protecting the Ascended, none of it managed to harvest their lives. And by the time the sun started to roll toward the horizon, they finally stumbled on what they had been hoping to find. Some of them had been, at least. The ruin in front of them was not very large and looked like a spent candle. It was low and misshapen, as if furious flames had once melted the black stones into a searing liquid, which then cooled down and solidified in a chaotic pattern. A vast expanse of sand around the ruin had been turned into a sea of uneven black glass. That was not important, though. What was important was that the misshapen structure was distant enough from the surrounding seeds to allow the saints to leave the dream realm from inside it. The group made its way into the ruin, stepping across obsidian glass. Inside, the floor was just the same. Everything told the story of furious flames that had raged within the structure once, turning it into a scorched husk. Stepping on the cracked black glass, Beastmaster breathed in deeply, and then looked at the rest of them. Well, there's no point in dragging this out, Sation, and I will be leaving. It was nice knowing you all. Granted, I can take one more person with me. Those of you who have fought against the great clan Song, I hope you won't be offended if I don't extend the invitation. Oh, except for you, little brother. You, raised by wolves and nightingale, I can help one of you escape this bothersome predicament. She smiled brightly, giving them a measured look. The underlying message of her offer was clear. You would owe me. Or maybe even, I would own you. A tense silence settled in the chamber of black glass. Eventually, it was Effie who broke it. I'm sorry, my mom told me not to follow strange women. The words were just like what one would expect from the rambunctious huntress, but her tone was uncharacteristically somber. Effie seemed to be struggling with the decision, and yet there was no room for compromise left after what she had said. Kai and Sunny silently shook their heads, expressing their solidarity. Beastmaster laughed. Suit yourselves, Sation, come closer. She took her hand, and soon, without much fanfare, they disappeared without a trace. The two beautiful monsters were gone. Just like that, Sunny looked at the spot where they had been standing a few seconds ago with a complicated expression. That had been his chance to save himself, and he let it slip from his fingers. He felt some regret, but at the same time, Sunny knew that he could not have made a different decision. There was no way in hell that he would leave Kai, Effie, Jet, Cassie, and Nephis to die to save himself. He had been forced to do something similar twice, and those were some of the most vile moments of his life. This time, at least, no one insisted that he did. At that moment, a heavy sigh escaped from Summer Knight's lips. He threw a long look at Nephis, then walked over to her and gently took her hand. Lady Changing Star, please accept these memories. There is not much I can do to help you today, but these are some of the best weapons and tools I've been able to earn, receive, and collect. You must survive. I know you can because you have already done it once. A pale smile appeared on Neff's face. It was so bitterly ironic, for her to be thrown back into the nightmare desert after suffering so much to escape it. She retracted her hand and looked away. Even though Sir Gilead seemed to have expected an answer, Nephis remained silent. He lowered his hand, then took a step away and looked at Morgan. Lady Morgan, if you will, I am ready to take us back to the siege capital. Morgan smiled. Here they go, now we will have to. And shook her head. Sunny blinked. No, not yet. Noticing confusion in Sir Gilead's eyes, Morgan shrugged. You can take me away later, but for now, we still have a chance to reach the pyramid. We can still complete our mission. Yes, our situation is far from perfect, but on the bright side, Clan Song is entirely out of the picture. The competition is gone. It would be foolish not to make an attempt. She looked at the rest of them. Plus, if we do conquer the tomb of Ariel, everyone would be able to escape through its gateway. Why wouldn't that be wonderful? Summer Night's face hardened. Lady Morgan, I'm afraid I will have to insist. If we do not leave immediately, there might not be a siege capital to return to when we try again next time. The whole continent might be lost. She shrugged dismissively. Don't worry about that. We have 4 more days at least. Their conversation was extremely interesting. Morgan's confidence that East Antarctica would hold for 4 more days at the minimum was also fascinating. However, Sonny found himself distracted. That was because he suddenly felt a gaze. Someone was watching him, and from a direction where no one was supposed to be. He did not turn his head, but instead looked around through his shadows. In a distant corner of the glass chamber, a figure was reflecting on the fractured wall. However, there was no one there to cast the reflection. That bastard. Noticing Sonny's attention, the reflection smiled and waved a hand. Or rather, a bloody stump. One of its hands seemed to be missing. Chapter 12:27, A Friendly Invitation. The Black Skull was a death trap, so no one would be able to escape the Nightmare Desert through its gateway. However, there was at least one other citadel in this infernal region of the Dream Realm, the Tomb of Ariel. The Black Pyramid that always loomed just beyond the horizon like an ominous mirage, but never grew closer no matter how far one went into the sea of white dunes. One of the main reasons why the great clans had come to Antarctica in the first place. Now that the expeditionary forces of both clans had been wiped out, and the daughters of Kai Song fully withdrew from the race, Morgan decided to make one last, desperate attempt to reach the demon's tomb. Which was a piece of good news for Sonny and other members of the cohort. Sonny knew that reaching the pyramid was their best, and perhaps only chance of getting out of the desert alive. The others understood as well. Having a powerful saint and a princess of valor with them was a great boon. Summer Night and Morgan could make the lethal task of traversing the Nightmare Desert slightly less impossible to accomplish. There was just one problem. Without showing any emotion, Sonny stared at the reflection of Mordred through the shadows. The Prince of Nothing looked rather chilling. He was terribly wounded, his armor battered and covered in blood. Where one of his hands was supposed to be, there was now only a bloody stump. Even one of his eyes was gone, replaced by a gaping hole. He looked like a corpse. Nevertheless, there was a familiar smile on Mordred's face. Sunless, I am so glad to see you in good health. Maintaining a calm facade, Sonny furtively glanced at his companions. None of them seemed to have heard Mordred's voice. It appeared that it was being transmitted directly into his head. Maybe what Mordred was actually talking to was not Sonny, but instead Sonny's reflection. In any case, it was a little disconcerting. Great, now I hear even more voices. Mordred lowered his bloody arm and coughed awkwardly. Oh, right, I guess you can't answer without announcing my presence to everyone. How about you nod once or twice to indicate? Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then silently reached out to the reflection with the blessing of dusk. To his surprise, it actually worked. Continuing to act as if nothing had happened, he sent a mental message to the mangled reflection. How about you get out of my head and go die someplace else? No matter what you're scheming, I'm not interested. Mordred blinked. Well, what a pleasant surprise. We can actually have a conversation, how nice. Sonny sighed. He was really quite exasperated. Why would I want to talk to you, bastard? This is all your fault. If not for your machinations, there would have been no battle. Then I wouldn't be stuck in this damned desert. The Prince of Nothing looked at him with a smile. This is really uncalled for, Sunless. I'm a bit hurt. Sure, I might have pulled a few strings to make the battle happen, but how was I supposed to know that you would decide to participate in it on my family's side? After all, it was you who told me over and over again that you didn't want to have anything to do with the great clans. So, blaming me for everything is a little unfair. In fact, I'm the one who is supposed to be disappointed and angry. All those lies. Mordred's smile widened. But being the forgiving and broad-minded person that I am, I'm willing to put my grievances aside. Here, I've decided. I forgive you, Sunless, no need to even mention it. Sunny felt tempted to turn his head and stare at the reflection. This lunatic, has he completely lost his mind? Age. He slowly exhaled. What do you want? Mordred's reflection shifted slightly, avoiding a random glance from Sir Gilead. Then he looked at Sunny and lingered for a few moments. I see that my sister has decided to try reaching the tomb of Ariel. I suppose you are tempted to join her. Sunny frowned slightly. Yes, I am. Why wouldn't I be tempted? The Black Skull is now in the hands of a great abomination, thanks to a certain someone. So the pyramid is our best bet to escape the nightmare desert. Mordred stared at him with a smile. Oh, but it's not. Don't listen to my sister, Sunless. She is young and inexperienced. In fact, none of you can reach the pyramid. It's impossible. That finally forced Sunny to react. Turning away to hide his face from the members of the cohort Morgan and Sir Gilead, he looked at the reflection with a deep scowl. Oh yes, how would you know? The Prince of Nothing shrugged. Simple, really. It's because I've already seen Asterion try it once and fail. So, let me ask you a question. If a sovereign failed to reach the tomb of Ariel, what makes you think that your ragtag team of Ascended can succeed? Sunny was startled. Mordred had just confessed a piece of truly shocking information. Asterion had already been to the Nightmare Desert, and it had happened while Mordred was still with him, so more than a decade ago at least. 1,000 questions instantly appeared in his head. I don't know enough to guess who can reach the pyramid and who can't. Does it matter, though? It's not like there is a better solution. But why did Asterion want to enter the tomb of Ariel? No, wait. If even he had failed, then why did your father and Kai Song still send their people into the desert? Mordred chuckled. Because Asterion doesn't have to report to them what he does. I know, but they don't, and even I don't know what his motives were. As for the pyramid being the best solution, are you sure about that? Sunny remained silent for a while, then said reluctantly, No, if what you said is true. The Prince of Nothing grinned. It is so pleasant to talk to a smart person. Let's put aside the question of my honesty. For now, yes, the tomb of Ariel seems like a solution, but it really isn't. My sister can't help you save yourself and your companions, Sunless. Sunny looked down with a wary expression. And I suppose that you can. Mordred stared at him for a while. His grin slowly faded. Yes, I can. I'm not doing it out of kindness either. You need my help, but I also need yours. The strength of your companions, too, I need it. The more, the merrier. If we are to escape this hell, we'll need all the strength we can get. It is fortunate that we are able to talk, really. This ruin you're in is at the very edge of where my reflection can reach. Ah, it seems that fate is on our side. He sighed, then smiled again. So, Sunless, why don't you forget about trying to reach the tomb of Ariel with my sister, and come challenge the third nightmare with me instead? Chapter 12:28 Unattainable Mirage. Sunny had gone through many chilling trials in his tumultuous life, but the Nightmare Desert was, perhaps, the most harrowing ordeal of them all. Lost in a true death zone, pursued by a great nightmare creature, and running out of time, he saw little hope of making it out of this tribulation alive. Nevertheless, there were two paths he could take. The first one was to follow Morgan to the tomb of Ariel, and the second one was to follow Mordred into the third nightmare. Both paths were equally lethal and veiled in uncertainty, making it hard for him to choose. In the end, Sunny made the most prudent decision. He postponed making a choice by a few days. After all, there was a time limit set by Morgan in her daring attempt to reach the Black Pyramid. 4 days. If they did not arrive at the demon's tomb in 4 days, summer night was going to take her back to the waking world, leaving the rest of them behind. So Sunny was going to put his hopes in the Princess of War, and if she failed to accomplish her goal, he would answer Mordred's invitation and follow the only remaining path into a seed of nightmare. The Prince of Nothing was not very happy with the delay, but he had no other choice except to agree with Sunny and wait patiently. He really needed the strength of Changing Star's cohort if he was to challenge a third nightmare, especially one that he knew nothing about and would be entering without any preparations. Masters were the best of the best among the warriors of humanity, unlike Awakened, who had no choice but to face the trials of the spell and survive them, Each master had chosen to venture into their second nightmares voluntarily. Only the strongest and most resourceful survived and ascended. And out of those strongest, hundreds and hundreds had attempted the third nightmare in the last few decades. Yet, only a few dozen humans returned, thus becoming saints. That alone spoke about how deadly the third nightmare was. Needless to say, Sonny was not very enthusiastic about venturing into the third nightmare at the ripe age of 20. Maybe if he was a titan with 7 fully saturated cores and another decade of experience behind his shoulders, he would consider it. But now, he desperately hoped that Mordred was either lying or wrong, and that Morgan would be able to lead them to the Black Pyramid. Having to make a deal with the Prince of Nothing was the worst-case scenario. Gods, how did I end up being forced to put all my hopes in these two? The Valor siblings were the last people in 2 worlds he wanted to associate with. And yet here he was. Worse still, with each hour and every day that passed, it was starting to look more and more as if Mordred had been telling the truth. Led by Morgan and Sir Gilead, the small group of survivors was moving deeper and deeper into the desert. They were constantly assaulted by torturous heat, which sapped them of all energy, will, and desire to live. The suffocating nature of the pristine sea of dunes had only affected them physically at first, but as time went on, its cruelty started to gnaw on their minds as well. It did not help that none of them could really sleep, gripped by the fear of the cataclysmic battle that raged across the ancient desert at night. The further into the dunes they went, the more terrifying creatures would rise from the sands to wage war on each other. The ruins they sheltered in shook and groaned, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. There were more broken structures buried in the sand in the inner regions of the desert, but at the same time, less and less of them looked durable enough to withstand the fury of the eternal battle. At the same time, the nightmare creatures they were forced to fight during the day were becoming more and more powerful. At first, Sir Gilead alone was enough to deal with them. Later, the valiant saint would struggle to fend off the most dire abominations without the help of the Ascended. Finally, there came a time when even Summer Night became wary of their opponents. The group was forced to tread with utmost caution, lest they encounter something that neither the saint nor the masters would be able to kill. That slowed them down considerably, and slowing down allowed the gate guardian, Skinwalker, to find their trail again. They were still being pursued, and as time went on, the constant need to escape that pursuit was only growing more urgent. There were 2 reasons why the great abomination was getting harder and harder to avoid. The first one was that Sonny and the rest could not allow themselves to move forward as swiftly as they had before. The second was that the creature was learning. The Skinwalker had access to the memories of the corpses it possessed, and through those memories, it was quickly learning about the waking world, the awakened, about the powers they possessed, and about the way they thought. At first, it had only been able to study the memories of several dozen vessels that it had hunted down and taken in the desert, so the process was relatively slow. But the creature had most likely escaped into the waking world as well. How many vessels of the great abomination were there in Antarctica by now? Hundreds? Thousands? Millions? Sonny did not know, but he felt that every time they had to escape from the Skinwalker's pursuit, it was rapidly becoming harder and harder to shake the abomination off. Everyone was tired. Everyone was spent, battered, frightened, and slowly starting to fall into despair. The gauntlet of the Nightmare Desert was just too cruel, too harrowing, and too hopeless. And worst of all, despite it all, the ominous silhouette of the Black Pyramid seemed just as distant as it had been at the start of their arduous journey. Even Morgan, who had never allowed herself to show doubt or weakness before, was looking less and less indomitable with each passing day. The perfectly maintained facade of a fearless princess of the great clan was coming undone, revealing the face of a brave and ambitious, but ultimately fallible and human young woman. She was spent, battered, frightened, and desperate too. The difference was, Morgan still had a way out, while the rest of them didn't. Just like that, the 4th day arrived. Once it passed, they would have been in the desert for a full week. Emerging from an underground ruin, the members of the group shielded their eyes from the blinding sun and looked at the distant, unattainable mirage of the tomb of Ariel. Sonny's face was grim. Mordred said that it is impossible to reach the pyramid, but he is wrong. Asterion was unable to get to it, but someone else did. The Sybils, they reached it. They even went inside, so there's still a chance. Morgan's face was motionless. Her eyes were sunken and tired, but still burning with sharpness. There was no hint of being dulled in their vermilion abyss. Grimacing, she took a step forward and said hoarse, "Ely, come, we have not failed yet." Chapter 12, 29, Seventh Night. A tenebrous stallion was galloping across the vast expanse of white sand. On his back, leaning tiredly in the saddle, sat a beautiful young woman in black garments. The steed and the rider were like a wave of darkness that absorbed the incandescent sunlight, and only the young woman's striking silver hair reflected the light back as it danced in the air. Nephis was following a swift shadow that glided across the dunes in front of them, guiding the two back to the group. Cresting a tall dune, she saw a scene out of a nightmare. The immaculate whiteness of the sand had been painted red by blood, and grotesque corpses were strewn about, torn asunder and gaping with terrible wounds. Her expression turned grim. At the same time, down below, Sonny turned his head slightly and glanced at the black silhouette of the rider, which was outlined against the azure sky at the top of the dune. Wiping the sweat off his brow, he sighed tiredly and leaned his back against the scaly limb of a dead abomination, hidden in its shadow. She's back. Nephis had survived her mission, the rest of them had survived, as well, albeit barely. This swarm of nightmare creatures had been too tough even for Sir Gilead to handle. The saint had dealt with the leader of the pack, a great beast, and the rest of them had faced off against the pack of corrupted abominations. Now Summer Night was severely wounded, and they were similarly battered and drained of strength. In any other situation, a transcendent vanquishing a great nightmare creature would have been a legendary feat worthy of a triumphant celebration. But now, they were just tired and afraid. This was the first great abomination, aside from the Skinwalker. They had stumbled on in the nightmare desert, but would it be the last? Certainly not. They had not even reached the inner regions of this cursed land yet, and the situation was already so hopeless. Nightmare descended from the dune, and the members of the group crawled out from the shaded spots beneath the gigantic corpses to meet Nephis. She jumped from the saddle and looked at Morgan with a composed expression. The Princess of Valor raised an eyebrow. "How did it go?" Nephis lingered for a moment. "I lured that Titan toward the Skinwalker's vessel. They fought, but more vessels showed up. The Titan should be dead by now. There is still the sea of quicksand between us and the pursuers, with the thing that dwells below, but it won't delay them for long. We have several hours at most." Morgan let out a heavy sigh. "Damn it, it was a desperate gambit, but I really hope to achieve more." She grimaced, then turned west and stared at the distant silhouette of the Black Pyramid with a grim expression. By now, everyone knew that her desperate desire to reach the tomb of Ariel, or at least get closer to it, was futile. Perhaps even Morgan knew, even if she refused to admit it. Sonny was sure that she was not trying to conquer the Black Pyramid for their benefit, but still, he was almost touched. The rest of them had pretty much already surrendered, only Morgan continued to stubbornly cling to the impossible goal. Sir Gilead shook his head. "Lady Morgan, this is the 4th day. I promised to give you time, but we've made no progress. You need to accept reality." The princess remained silent for a while, then winced. "Sunset will push forward until the sun sets. If nothing changes until then, I'll follow you back to Antarctica." Summer Night looked away, then nodded. They could probably survive until the sunset in any case. There was still the issue of finding a suitable spot for traveling between worlds. The handsome saint glanced at Cassie. "Lady Cassia, I will have to trouble you." She simply nodded, expressing her consent to help Sir Gilead and Morgan escape the nightmare desert. Sonny was also looking at the Black Pyramid that loomed just beyond the horizon. He was strangely calm. The tomb of Ariel, how can one reach it? In fact, he had an idea. They had been moving into the depths of the Sea of Dunes for 7 days now, encountering more and more dire dangers. But maybe that was the reason that they had made no progress traveling during the day. Sonny had a gnawing suspicion that one could only get closer to the demon's tomb during the night. But if that was true, then it was really impossible for them to approach it, because the nightmare desert during the night was a place not suited for mortals. It was the land of the dead. With a sigh, he took a sip from the endless spring, dismissed it, and started walking. It's so damn hot. They survived another day, even if some of them were on the verge of wishing that they hadn't. There had been more fights, more blood spilled. The skinwalker was looming close, growing more and more inescapable. The sun was falling behind the dark silhouette of the Black Pyramid, as if being pierced by its sharp tip. The tomb of Ariel was just as it had been from the very start, seemingly within grasp but also utterly unreachable, as if mocking them. Limping, Sonny stepped over the corpse of a slain nightmare creature and walked between two black obelisks that served as a gateway to a buried ruin. This place was going to be their shelter for the night, the 7th night they would spend in the desert. It was also where Summer, Night, and Morgan were going to leave them. Inside a vast underground chamber hidden beneath the ruin, the members of the cohort were listlessly sitting on the ancient stone floor. Morgan was apart from everyone, nursing a broken arm. Her resilient body was littered with wounds, and she was too low on soul essence to heal them. There was a dark and resentful expression on her face. Everyone seemed to have tacitly agreed to give her some space. Well, Sonny was not someone who had a lot of tact. Walking over to the princess of the great clan Valor, he lowered himself to the cool floor in front of her. Morgan looked up, momentarily confused. "Ah, Master Sunless, you must be terribly disappointed in me. Sorry, it seems that I am not as capable of a leader as I thought." He remained silent for a while, then shrugged. "Actually, I don't care about that." She smiled bleakly. "Oh, if you have not come to chastise me, then what do you want?" Sonny looked at her somberly. "After you and Sir Gilead are gone, the rest of us are going to try challenging the 3rd nightmare. That is the only way left for us, so I just wanted to ask if Clan Valor was going to start harassing me again, in case I survive." No one was allowed to become a saint without the permission of the sovereigns. It might have had something to do with what Professor Obel theorized once, that the appearance of gates was innately tied to the advancements of humans on the path of ascension. It might have been just because the sovereigns were unwilling to let anyone grow too powerful without becoming a part of their domains. In any case, Sonny wanted to get some assurances that he was not going to be hunted down by the great clans, on the small chance that he actually managed to return from the 3rd nightmare alive. Looking at him, Morgan suddenly let out a low laugh. "3rd nightmare? Oh, you don't have to worry about that." He frowned. The proud princess seemed to have lowered her perfectly maintained facade. If that was the case, he suddenly felt a compulsion to push his luck a little. "Actually, I have another question." Morgan looked at him silently. Sonny met her gaze and asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice. "It's a question that has been gnawing at me for a while. The great clans have been suppressing the transcendence of independent awakened for decades. An old man once told me that you might have been pursuing noble goals like limiting the number of powerful nightmare gates that open across the world. Someone else told me that all you think about is whose domain controls the most citadels, though. So what is the real reason? And why does it seem that you suddenly don't care about it at all?" He paused and then added evenly, "The great clans have also been at odds with each other for a long time, but you only decided to start a real war now that a whole damn continent is on the verge of being destroyed. Why is that? Huh." Sonny felt a little surreal. A few years ago, as a sleeper, Nephis had warned him that merely knowing about the existence of sovereigns and domains could get him killed. And now, as a master, he was directly asking such questions to the daughter of a sovereign. Well, it was not like Morgan could do anything to him right now. What punishment could be worse than leaving him behind in the middle of the nightmare desert? Sonny was already as good as dead, so there was no reason to hold back. She looked at him for a while, keeping silent. To Sonny's surprise, there was no anger or disdain in Morgan's eyes, only a strange, grim amusement. "You really don't know." He shook his head. Morgan frowned and let out a hoarse chuckle. "Well, both of your questions have the same answer. The probability of powerful nightmare gates opening across the world, we wanted to keep it as low as possible, yes. Wishing to control more citadels, we wanted it too. But now, we indeed don't care about suppressing the number of saints that much." Sonny looked at her with a burning intensity. "Why?" Morgan smiled darkly. "Why else? It's because there's no point in doing so anymore. The critical mass has already been reached. My father and Kai Song, they postponed it for as long as they could. But now, there's no way to slow down the pebble anymore. It has already become an avalanche. She leaned forward until her face was mere centimeters from Sunny's, and whispered into his ear. What did you think that the chain of nightmares was going to stop with the southern quadrant? No, Master Sunless, it is just the start. Soon enough, all of Earth will be the same as Antarctica. Every continent, every city, every home. All of it, all of the waking world, will be swallowed by the dream realm. She leaned back, leaving Sunny staring at her in shock. His mind seemed to be frozen. Morgan studied his motionless face with a smile, and then sighed. Two weak domains can't withstand the future. Only one powerful domain can. So you see, one way or the other, either valor or song must fall. There can be only one king and one throne. She lingered for a few moments, and then stood up. I wish you luck, Master Sunless. Go, conquer the third nightmare and become a saint. Did you think that the great clans would try to stop you? No, now that the end has begun, we'll need all the saints we can get. Morgan turned away and walked in the direction of Sir Gilead, her vermilion eyes drowning in darkness. As she did, she stopped for a moment and looked at Nephis. Sister, I will wait for you in Bastion. Don't take too long. With that, the Princess of War took Summer Knight's hand. Soon they were gone, leaving the six of them, Sunny, Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet, alone in the underground chamber. The echo of her words was roaring in Sunny's mind, leaving him paralyzed. After a while, he shifted slightly. Oh, of course. Outside, the armies of the ancient dead were locked in an eternal battle, and a cold moon shone above the Stygian edifice of the dreadful old tomb. Chapter 12, 30 Hell is empty. A suffocating cloud of pristine sand had bloated out the sky, and hurricane winds were raging across the vast sea of white dunes. The world was perfectly white and suffused with incinerating heat. The grains of sand cut the skin like knives, but six fragile humans stubbornly marched forward through the radiant inferno, covering their eyes with tired hands and struggling against the wind. Sunny was at the head of the small column, shielded from the hurricane somewhat by Saint's indomitable back. There was a piece of black glass in his hand, and in it dwelled a reflection of a young man with one shining mirror-like eye. Hurry, Sunless, you are almost there, but you must hurry. The creature is drawing close. Shut up, bastard, I know it all. Gritting his teeth, Sunny pushed through the wind and walked forward. He felt as if he had been thrust into a scorching oven. The skinwalker was on their heels, as relentless and inevitable as ever, but at this rate, the desert itself was going to kill them before the great abomination could. What a joke! 6 of the most powerful ascended in the world will be done in by the environment. Wasn't it funny? His journey as an awakened had started with almost freezing to death in the cold mountains, and now he was on the verge of succumbing to the unbearable heat of the cursed desert. The dream realm was merciless to the weak, but it was also ruthless toward the strong. Not that Sunny was particularly strong yet. Randomly, he remembered a part of the speech Nephis had given to the sleepers in the bright castle, right before leading them to siege the Crimson Spire. The weak will die, the strong will die too, and those who remain won't be the same. Follow me and you will never be slaves. He wanted to laugh. The world was entirely white and incandescent. They were not going to last much longer in the annihilating sandstorm. Sunny already felt ready to collapse. He could only imagine how the others felt, without the same elemental resistance as his. Everyone had their own tools to deal with the heat, of course, but still they were all balancing at the very edge of oblivion. But luckily, their destination was already close. Slowly, a massive dark shape revealed itself in the hurricane of pristine sand. Sunny froze for a moment, looking up. In front of them, some distance away, a giant block of black stone lay between the white dunes, tilted to the side, its lines perfectly even and immaculately smooth. It seemed impervious to the destructive force of the sandstorm, the cataclysmic fury of the eternal battle between the ancient dead, and even the cruel ravages of time, and yet one of its ends was cracked, broken, and utterly shattered. Sunny did not know what unholy blow could have damaged the indestructible black stone, and did not want to know. The sight of it stunned him, not only because he recognized the block of stone for where it had come from, but also for what it was. The entirety of it emanated a familiar ghostly darkness. The giant block of black stone was a seed of nightmare. All of it. Beneath the seed, shielded from the wind by its vast expanse, a monstrous winged abomination lay on the sand. Its powerful limbs and long tail were dwarfed by the size of the black stone block, but none of them were deceived the creature was massive and dangerous. It raised its long neck and looked in the direction of the six masters, making their tired bodies tense up. At the same time, Mordred's reflection smiled. "Oh, don't mind me, Sunless. That body is really unsightly, huh? Let me change really quick." The abomination opened its maw, and a small human body fell out of it into the sand. A moment later, the creature suddenly dropped its head, lifeless. The human body stirred. The Prince of Nothing slowly rose to his feet, and then waved at them with a bloody stump. The wind carried his voice. "Run, the Skinwalker is almost here." Sunny hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Nephis. Without wasting any more time, he gathered the last of his strength and dashed toward the giant block of black stone. The rest of them followed. They had already discussed everything that needed to be discussed. Everyone already knew everything there was to know about the nature of the third nightmares, how they were different from the previous two, and how they were similar. They would be entering the trial with their physical bodies this time, for one. After all, there was no distinction between the body that dwelled in the waking world and the body that wandered the dream realm once one became an ascended. That was something Nephis and Cassie had learned from Clan Valor and shared with them. It was good to know. Apart from this fact, though the nightmare they were going to enter was completely unknown. The Skinwalker was breathing down their necks, so there was no time to hesitate. Sunny reached Mordred and looked at him with a scowl. "You better not pull anything once we're inside." The Prince of Nothing lingered for a moment, then grinned. "Ah, you took the words out of my mouth. Sunless, let's survive." Sunny nodded, then turned to his companions. What was there to say? He forced out a smile and shouted, "Everyone stay alive. We will return as saints." With that, he spared each of them one last glance. There were sparks of white flame dancing in Neph's eyes. Cassie was pale but full of unbreakable resolve. Kai was looking at the black stone with a sense of resigned trepidation. Effie seemed grim and determined. Jet was smiling. She shook her head lightly and grinned. Life is sure unpredictable. Who would have thought that I'd end up challenging the third nightmare after all? Soul Reaper laughed as she looked at Sunny. "Sunny, thank you." He stared at her for a moment, then shook his head. "What a lunatic." With that, he turned around and took a step toward the black stone. One step, 2, 3. Slowly, the white inferno of the raging sandstorm disappeared, and all that remained was boundless darkness. In that darkness, Sunny heard the voice of the spell. "Ascended, prepare for your third trial." Its words echoed in the void. 13,700,077 brave ones welcome to the nightmare. Sunny's eyes widened. "What?" "End of Volume 6, all the devils are here." Guiltythree's note, "Wait a minute, wasn't it the end of Volume 5 just yesterday?" I guess not. In any case, welcome to the end of the 6th volume of Shadow Slave. We are closing in on 1,500,000 words, can you believe it? As usual, I will take a day off and return with the first chapters of Volume 7 the day after tomorrow. Have a great day. Urdial's note, fast update today to celebrate the end of the volume. We'll be going back to the usual update schedule when G3 begins Volume 7. Also the ending of this chapter, WTF. Chapter 12:31 once more with feeling. Sunny dreamt of a black pyramid. Somber and wreathed in darkness, it rose from a sea of flawlessly white sand like a towering mountain. Its slopes were like vast plains, and its sharp peak was like a spear that pierced the heavens. Outlined against the backdrop of the starlit sky, the pyramid was like a black rift in the fabric of the world. Its edifice was built from millions of colossal stone blocks. Each block was darker than the darkness itself and perfectly aligned, leaving no gaps between them, and each of them each. Sunny felt a cold terror grip his heart. Each of the stone blocks was a seed of nightmare. There were millions of them, some already in bloom, some still waiting for their turn to blossom. At the base of the pyramid, the nightmares were shallow and weak. Higher, they were harrowing and unfathomable, and higher still. The slope of the colossal pyramid was broken and covered in cracks, with many blocks either shattered into dismal dust or missing. 4 vast scars were tainting its immaculate surface, as if some unholy beast had torn through the eternal stone with titanic claws. Above the scars was a narrow capstone. But Sonny, he was not someone who could gaze upon it. The moment he did, his soul convulsed in agony and his consciousness shattered. The time reversed its flow, but then stuttered and froze. The time warped and screamed. The silhouette of the Black Pyramid exploded into a myriad of lightless shards. And then Sonny was no more. There was the sound of wind whistling in his ears. He was falling. Coming to his senses, still disoriented, he sighed. Here we go again. Before doing anything else, Sonny summoned the Essence Pearl. The next moment, he hit the water. I just came in. This would happen. Instead of thrashing wildly, he let his body sink and waited for the breathing memory to manifest itself. At the same time, Sonny extended his shadow sense outward and tried to understand the nature of his surroundings. Water's nothing but water. Well, that's strange. Wasn't I in the desert just a few moments ago? They entered the nightmare through a giant block of black stone that lay between the dunes, half buried in the sand. Since the seed was in the desert, the nightmare was also supposed to take place in the desert unless the spell had sent them in a past so distant that the desert itself did not exist yet, hidden at the bottom of a sea. The thing, though, was that's very strange. The cool water around him was not seawater, it was fresh water. If Sonny was so inclined, he could open his mouth and drink as much as he wanted. Not that he would, of course. One thing was certain. Sonny had already guessed it before, but after witnessing the tomb of Ariel in the vision at the start of the nightmare, he was now sure. The giant block of black stone was, in fact, one of the building blocks of the Great Pyramid. The unimaginable blow that had left 4 scars on the surface of the demon's tomb must have sent quite a few of them flying far away into the desert. And Mordred had just happened to stumble upon one. Just as expected, the Prince of Nothing had ulterior motives. Or maybe they had just gotten terribly unlucky. Or maybe it was fate. In any case, finally, the Essence Pearl finished weaving itself from sparks of ethereal light, and Sonny could breathe again. He could also see again, not that it was of any use in any direction he looked. There was nothing but clear water. There was a current, too a strong and turbulent one. Sonny felt himself being pulled by it, unable to resist. Back to the surface. Breathing out a little, he watched the direction in which the bubbles rose and followed. This time, Sonny did not have to panic and worry about drowning since he had come prepared. The Essence Pearl was held safely in his mouth. Some time later, his head broke the surface of the water. Sonny looked around and frowned. Everything was covered in thick fog and suffused with somber twilight. He couldn't see far, and even his shadow sense seemed to be dulled by the mist. If there was one consolation, it was that the mist seemed to be of a harmless, albeit somewhat mystical, kind. It was not the harrowing fog of the Hollow Mountains or its like. I should be thankful, I guess. But he did not. Instead, Sonny felt numb. He had been in a constant state of tension since the start of the Battle of the Black Skull. The third nightmare was in no way less of an ordeal than the Nightmare Desert. But for now, at least, Sonny was safe. There were no nightmare creatures in the water, and no terrible danger waiting to swallow him alive. And so, able to relax for the first time since forever, Sonny suddenly felt utterly exhausted, deeply tired, drained of all feelings, and numb. With a sigh, he slowly spun in the water, and eventually noticed an unclear shape swaying on the waves some distance away, hidden by the mist. With nothing better to do, Sonny started to swim in that direction. Less than a minute later, he reached a large piece of wood resting on the water. The piece of floating wood was flat and irregularly shaped, with jagged edges, like a broken fragment of a ship's hull. Most importantly, it was big enough for Sonny to climb on, with plenty of room to spare. Pulling his tired body out of the water, Sonny climbed onto the slightly curved wooden raft and sprawled on it, looking up. There was no sky, only swirling mist. His thoughts were slow and heavy. Well, at least it's not so terribly hot anymore. That desert was a real nightmare. The Nightmare Desert, what a fitting name. He was now inside the third nightmare, and an exceedingly bizarre one at that. The source of the nightmare was the tomb of Ariel. Funnily enough, the cohort had failed to reach the real pyramid in the dream realm, but still ended up brushing against the illusory copy of it. The very beginning of the nightmare was highly unusual, as well. Sonny had not seen the time flowing in reverse, as it was supposed to happen, so he had no idea where exactly he found himself, and had no hint of what he needed to do to resolve the conflict of the seed. And lastly, 13 million challengers. What the hell was that? Had the spell malfunctioned? There were not even a million awakened in the whole world, let alone anywhere near the Nightmare Desert. That was the strangest part. But Sonny, he was too tired to think about all that right now. I'm going to have to explore the area first. Then I'll start searching for the others. We'll figure something out together. With that, he slowly inhaled and closed his eyes. A few moments later, Sonny was lulled to sleep by the gentle swaying of the water. No, no, not again. Please. Sonny woke up with a yell and cursed, feeling his wooden shelter lurch and almost capsize because of his sudden movement. The remnants of a dire nightmare were already disappearing from his memory, leaving behind only the bitter taste of madness and despair. He shivered slightly, then grimaced and rubbed his face. What the hell now, I'm having nightmares within a nightmare. What a great damn start to the day. Suddenly consumed by anger, he stood up, clenching his fists and shouted, curse it all. His hoarse voice drowned in the mist. The mist did not look as thick as it had before, but it still veiled the entire world. There was nothing within the reach of his shadow sense except for the endless expanse of flowing water. Curse it all. Sonny shut his eyes for a moment, then winced and sat back down. He was in a terrible mood. What was even the point of it all? He was being pulled by the current just like he had always been before. For most of his life, Sonny had just gone with the flow, struggling to survive and only reacting to things that threatened him. Going to Antarctica was perhaps the first real decision he had made for himself. Sure, it might have been a reaction as well, but later, Sonny developed an understanding of what he wanted to achieve. He had wanted to protect the civilians of the southern quadrant and the soldiers of the evacuation army. He had wanted to prevent the great clans from messing everything up. The things he had done in East Antarctica were not a reaction. Instead, they were the result of an active desire to change the world in the way he saw fit. That was the first time Sonny had tentatively attempted to bend the world to his will, instead of letting the world press him into the ground. And for what? What was the result? The siege capitals of East Antarctica were most likely already destroyed. The evacuation army had been wiped out, and the civilians had been slaughtered. There was a desperate hope in his heart that some miracle had happened, saving them all, but Sonny knew that it was a futile dream. When had there ever been a miracle like that? No, he failed. The world was not so easily bent. Damn it. Sonny stared into the mist with resentment. And then he heard a voice. Done feeling sorry for yourself yet? What the? With a start, Sonny flinched away from the source of the voice. Falling on the wet surface of the wooden raft, he crawled back and looked up. There was a slender figure standing above him, with a mocking smile on his face. It was a young man with black hair, alabaster skin, and a lithe build. He was wearing a simple tunic of beautiful black silk and a pair of dainty silk shoes, looking like a porcelain doll. His eyes were like two pools of cold darkness. The young man was Sonny. Or rather, it was the sin of solace. However, the spirit of the cursed sword did not look vague and blurry anymore. It looked utterly complete and real. In fact, it looked slightly more real than Sonny himself. Chapter 12:32 Lost in the Mist. What the hell? Sonny reached the edge of his makeshift raft and froze there, his fingers submerged in water. A perfect copy of him was standing motionlessly a few meters away, looking down with a mocking smile on his lips. The pale face, the onyx eyes, the raven black hair, it was all the same. But the apparition was much more composed and full of malice than Sonny. There was a boundless ocean of madness hiding behind the cold darkness of its amused gaze. For a moment, Sonny was convinced that one of Mordred's reflections had somehow found him within the mist. But the tone with which the apparition spoke was simply too familiar. With a shudder, he realized that this copy of him was the manifestation of the sin of solace. However, gods, you look so pathetic. Yeah, that's definitely that damned sword. But how could it be? At first, Sonny had only heard indistinct whispers when holding the sin of solace. Later, he could clearly hear its voice. And later still, after Falcon Scott, a vague, illusory figure would follow him around now, however, that figure seemed perfectly real. That was not the most frightening fact, though. The most frightening thing was that Sonny did not have the sin of Solace summoned. How could the spirit of the cursed sword be here, if the sword itself still rested within the still darkness of his soul? Suddenly, a chill ran down Sonny's spine. As if reading his mind, the sin of Solace laughed. "Ah, how fun! I'll give you some credit, lost from light you never fail to amuse, at least. What, are you afraid of me now?" Sonny hated to admit it, but he was. He did not know what to expect from the cursed giant it was tied to Ariel, after all, who was both the demon of dread and the architect of the harrowing pyramid of nightmares. Even if the transcendent memory only contained a facsimile of a distant whisper left behind by the ancient demon, it was still an artifact of terrifying power. He knew that power all too well. Sonny had slain many corrupted nightmare creatures with its help, after all some of whom he had no business being able to kill, and, as a result, was exposed to its destructive influence in turn. He had thought that he was handling the insidious influence of the sin of Solace well. But if he had, then why did the apparition feel more real than ever? How was it able to appear before him without him even holding the cursed sword? Sonny remained silent for a while, then forced out a smile. "Afraid of you? Nonsense, of course not." The sin of Solace tilted his head a little, studying Sonny with some interest. "Oh, but I think you should." His voice sounded relaxed, but that only made the words more chilling to hear. However, Sonny exhaled with relief. "Well, why would I? You're not real. Am I supposed to be frightened of every imaginary bastard? Life's too short for that." The doll-like young man in front of him raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure that I am not real?" Sonny scoffed. "I wasn't before, but I am now. I suspected for a long time, of course, but since you were not annoying enough to waste my time on getting to the bottom of this, I chose to concentrate on other things. But hey, since it's just the two of us now, let me clear a few things." He moved away from the edge of the makeshift raft and looked up at the sin of Solace while still remaining in a sitting position. "There's no point in pretending to be something that you are not. And what you are not is a real being. No, you're just a tiny, insignificant part of my mind that the enchantments of the sin of Solace turned against me. How do I know? Well, you are a part of me, so you should already be aware." The apparition remained silent, looking at him with curiosity. Sonny shook his head. "I know because I can lie when I talk to you, and I also don't have to answer all of your questions. That is only possible when I am talking to myself. You asked me if I was done feeling sorry for myself. I was not compelled to answer. You asked if I was afraid of you. For a moment or two I was, and yet I was able to say that I wasn't. So." He grimaced. "Really, I should have realized it the first time you kept distracting me with annoying questions, and I told you to shut up instead of giving you a real answer. I feel ashamed that it took me so long." The sin of Solace chuckled. "Oh, but your flaw is a subjective thing, isn't it? Maybe you can lie to me not because I am a part of you, but simply because you believe that I am a part of you." Sonny smiled. "Wouldn't it be great if my flaw was so easy to deceive? No, that is not the case. Plus, I had no reason to believe that you weren't an actual entity before. If anything, it would have been the other way around." The apparition remained motionless, staring at him with a bleak expression. Then, the spirit of the cursed soared the small, broken piece of Sonny's own mind side. "All right, you caught me. I am not real. Indeed, I am just a figment of your imagination." The sin of Solace was quiet for a few moments, and then grinned. "But have you not considered that, maybe, quarreling and conversing with a splintered piece of your own mind is a bit more frightening than being haunted by a cursed sword?" He laughed. "I mean, wouldn't that mean that you have completely lost your mind? Lost from light, damn lunatic. Oh, this is simply wonderful." Sonny stared at the laughing copy of himself with a somber expression. For once, he had nothing to say. After a few long moments, he turned away and uttered through gritted teeth, "Shut up." The water was murmuring softly as the strong current pulled the makeshift raft forward. The mist was slowly growing less thick, but Sonny still couldn't see or feel anything in it. When he grew thirsty, he summoned the endless spring and drank from it, looking at the clear water around him with suspicion. When he got hungry, he summoned the covetous coffer and took out some rations from inside it. I should have stocked up before leaving the siege capital. To Sonny's disappointment, his supplies were already running low. He had kept the coffer well stocked while serving as an army scout, but after becoming an envoy to Clan Valor, there was no need to any more. So, there had not been a lot of useful things left inside the bottomless chest at the start of the nightmare. It was hard to tell how much time had passed since Sonny entered the nightmare, too. The dim twilight permeating the mist never grew brighter or darker. However, he felt as if it had not been more than a couple of days. He had spent most of his time numbly staring at the wood grain of his makeshift raft. For some reason, it looked strangely familiar. The strange sense of familiarity was driving Sonny crazy. But then again, perhaps it was the fact that he had gone crazy that caused the irrational sense of familiarity with a random piece of flotsam. After all, there had to be a reason why the spirit of the sin of solace was suddenly much more clear, fr. Frighteningly real, and even able to appear without Sonny summoning the cursed sword. The less stable his mental state was, the more substantial the presence of the apparition was supposed to be. Sonny did not feel particularly insane, just numb, heartbroken, and emotionally drained. However, which lunatic knew of their madness? The sin of solace, meanwhile, was behaving rather strangely. Sonny was painfully aware of his many failures, so he had expected the apparition to barrage him with mockery and contempt. Did you want to protect the people of Antarctica? Did you think that your pathetic self was capable of protecting anything? Stuff like that. Hell, after that last conversation with Morgan, Sonny knew that the waking world was more or less doomed. He didn't even know if Rain would be okay. The sin of solace could have used that fact to drive a nail into his heart, too. But the cursed sword mostly remained silent. At some point, Sonny glanced at the apparition, which was still standing in the spot where it first appeared, and raised an eyebrow. Hey, aren't you going to mock me? Don't you want to remind me how pitiful and pathetic I am? Sonny's perfect copy stared at him for a few moments, then looked away with indifference. That grew old ages ago. I can't be bothered. Sonny frowned. Come to think of it, why is it that you haven't moved a single centimeter in all this time? The sin of solace scoffed. Where am I supposed to go? This raft is not that large. Well, I might as well stand on water, true, but why should I? Sonny studied him for a bit, then shook his head. No, I think you're hiding something. His hallucination laughed. Oh yeah, so now you're paranoid too. Instead of answering, Sonny rose from where he was sitting and took a step toward the sin of solace. His copy frowned. What do you think you're? Get lost. Sonny pushed the apparition aside, forcing it to take a step back and sway dangerously at the very edge of the makeshift raft, almost falling into the water. The sin of solace cursed, but Sonny paid him no attention. Instead, he stared at the spot where the hallucination had been standing all this time. Interesting. There a single rune was roughly carved into the wood. Chapter 12:33, Coming to Terms with the End of the World. Not paying the sin of solace any attention, Sonny bent down and studied the rune. It was carved into the wood, but not with any kind of instrument. The grooves were deep, but crude and uneven, with rough and shaky edges. It was as if someone used their nails to scratch the rune into the wooden surface in a fit of madness. The rune was a familiar one, too. Wish. It had other meanings, too: desire, yearning, longing, aspiration, even hope, sometimes depending on the context. Sonny knew that rune all too well. How could he not after spending so much time on the Chained Isles? But its most fundamental meaning was just that, a wish. He stared at the rune for some time, thinking. Who had carved it into the ancient wood, and why? Had it been carved before the piece of wood he was using as a raft ended up as flotsam, or after? What did it mean? Sonny hesitated for a bit, then tentatively scratched at the wood with his nail. It was really tough, much tougher than mundane wood would have been. This raft of his turned out to be really sturdy. He wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on it without losing a nail or two. What are you doing? Sonny glanced at the sin of solace, who was looking at him with a bewildered expression. Playing dumb, huh? He pointed to the rune. Were you trying to hide it from me? The apparition tilted its head in confusion. Hide what? An angry expression appeared on Sonny's face, and he gritted his teeth. "Stop messing with me, you pale bastard. You have been standing here this whole time, as if trying to prevent me from noticing the rune." However, deep inside, he felt a hint of doubt. Was he now seeing things? Was the rune not really there? The Sin of Solace suddenly laughed. "God's your expression, it's priceless. What about the rune? So there is a rune, why would I care? In fact, why do you care? You seem completely beside yourself." Sonny frowned, remained silent for a while, then let out a sigh. Indeed, why would he care about some rune? Yeah, it might have possessed some meaning, like hinting at something about hope. But a single rune was not enough to learn anything. Maybe he was just so bored that he made a big deal out of nothing. Maybe he was just trying really hard not to think about other things. Like the fate of East Antarctica, or rain. Or himself. With a sigh, Sonny sprawled on the ancient wood and stared into the mist. East Antarctica was most likely finished. This was an appalling tragedy and a personal wound for Sonny. For the first time in his life, he had tried to act upon his nascent principles and failed. In the end, his intervention didn't amount to anything. Sure, he had prevented the great clans from causing the deaths of many civilians and government soldiers, but with the great abominations now rampaging across the southern quadrant, how many of those people he had saved would survive? Ah, this feeling, how bitter. The taste of failure was painful enough to make him want to never have such desires again, to never have the nerve to try and force his will upon the world again, to never try. So childish. He was like a novice who had swung his training sword once, failed to perform the cut perfectly, and instantly gave up on wanting to learn swordsmanship. How many thousands of swings had it taken him to gain a basic level of control over his blade on the forgotten shore? One failure, no matter how painful, was not a reason to stop trying. Nevertheless, even if he somehow overcame his disillusionment and numbness, the cruel truth remained the same. The chain of nightmares was only the start of a global catastrophe. Sonny did not know how many years the destruction of the waking world would take, a couple, a dozen, or 100, but he believed Morgan when she told him that it was inevitable. The scope of this truth was so vast that he could not even really comprehend it. It was the end of the world. Or was it? I'm stuck here in the third nightmare and may very well die, but Rain is out there in the waking world, which might be consumed by a global cataclysm at any moment. Sonny could not help but feel restless, disheartened, and afraid for his sister. At least Serpent is with her, it will protect her. Regardless of that, the revelation of the dire future forced him to look beyond his own experiences and motivations. Sonny had been struggling against many things ever since becoming an awakened. His personal indignation at becoming bonded with Nephis, his desire to be stronger than her and escape the chains of fate, his animosity toward the great clans, and his ambition to see as many people as possible survive the chain of nightmares, all these matters were important and valid. But blinded by them, he never seriously considered the most fundamental and important conflict, mostly, because it had always seemed too large and distant to have anything to do with a small and insignificant person like him. The nightmare spell, which was slowly consuming humanity. Now that he knew that the waking world had reached the point of no return, Sonny couldn't ignore the looming terror of it anymore. This is just infuriating. I can't believe that I ended up being the bigger fool out of the two of us. Back when Nephis had told him that her goal was to destroy the spell, Sonny called her a lunatic, and he still believed that her desire was nothing but pure madness. However, as it turned out, the world they lived in was a world of madness. So it was Sonny, who just wanted to operate a memory store and live a peaceful life, who was misguided. In retrospect, maybe Neff's desire to conquer all the nightmares and destroy the spell was a bit insane, but Sonny's desire to just be free of it all and live carefree was pure lunacy. The only sane ones were probably the people who fell somewhere in between these two extremes. Like Effie. Chapter 12, 34 Futures. Laying on a makeshift raft that was being pulled through boundless mist by a powerful current, Sonny suddenly burst out in laughter. I see now. Sin of Solace glanced at him with curiosity. What is it that you see, if you don't mind me asking? Sonny remained silent for a while. No, it's just that I suddenly remembered an old conversation. Years ago in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, Effie, who was mostly a stranger back then, had told Sonny a strange thing. She had told him that the dream realm was not hell, like everyone believed, but instead a paradise, a dark and cruel one, but a paradise nevertheless. The kind of paradise they all deserved. He knew now that Effie felt that way because she had been trapped in a broken body and constrained to a wheelchair in the waking world, but received a chance to be healthy and vibrant in the dream realm. However, that was not the only reason. Effie also believed that the waking world was dying, not because of the spell, but because of what humans themselves had done to the ecosystem they needed to exist. It might have even died already if it wasn't for the awakened and the gifts they had received from the spell. The last thing she had said to him back then was that one day, in the future, more people would consider the dream realm a paradise, just like she did. This is what it comes down to, isn't it? If Sonny tried to think realistically about the future, then the destruction of the waking world did not necessarily have to mean the destruction of humanity. Humanity was going to persevere, the small part of humanity that had access to the dream realm, to be more precise. There were hundreds of thousands of awakened in the world, a few hundred masters, and a few dozen saints. But these numbers were going to swell soon if the chain of nightmares was any indication. The nightmare spell was starting to run rampant once again. There was going to be an incredible amount of infected in the coming years, numerous new sleepers, numerous new awakened. There would be much more masters, too, and even much more saints. Even if the waking world was consumed, these people would be able to live on in the small part of the dream realm that had already been conquered by humanity. Many things would be lost, but the citadels were not that far from being self-sufficient. Especially the great citadels like Bastion and Ravenheart, those were already like cities. So this is it, this is the future. Out of 3 billions, just a few millions would survive. Sonny remained motionless, staring into the mist. The Sin of Solace was silent. It is the future the sovereigns believe in, at least. Sonny heard once that the sovereigns had long given up on the waking world. Now, he understood better why, and what for. The great clans had been concentrating on creating a landing zone for humanity all this time, carving out a piece of habitable land in the dream realm. Their reasoning was grim and cruel, but realistic. Sonny stirred. But it is not the only possible future. There was also the future Nephis believed in. Nephis who saw the sovereigns as traitors and sinners, not because they had destroyed her family, but because they had given up on trying to resist the spell. If a new supreme appeared, if that supreme conquered the fifth nightmare and became sacred or even divine, maybe then who was to say how the future would turn out? Maybe if a god was born from humanity, a divine miracle would save everyone. Wasn't it a sweet dream? Sure, the probability of something like that happening was zero. It was not realistic at all. It was impossible, just a bit of wishful thinking. However, Sonny couldn't help but allow himself to bask in that unrealistic dream for a few moments. He turned his head, staring at the lone rune that was carved into the ancient wood of his makeshift raft. Wish. Even though he knew that a miracle would not happen, he still wished that it did. But then, what was Sonny's own wish? He wanted to be free. Despite everything, he still wanted to be free. He wanted to have a choice, to be the master of his own fate, not a slave to it. He wanted to be strong, too, strong enough to break his chains and protect those he loved. He wanted to live a good life. It's time to stop thinking about the big picture and concentrate on what exactly I have to do right now. Most of the people he cared about were now inside this nightmare. There were a few of them in the waking world as well, including Rain. So his goal was rather simple. First of all, he had to survive. He also had to find his friends and make sure that they survived too. Then they had to conquer the third nightmare and return to the waking world. A god might descend from the machine to save humanity, or not, most likely not. In any case, it would not happen anytime soon, so the next few years, at least, would go according to the future that the sovereigns envisioned. In that future, the value of a saint would be tremendous. A saint would not be easily dismissed or bullied. In fact, the opposite would be true. So Sonny had to become a saint. This was very convenient, considering that he was already inside a third nightmare, and the only alternative to transcendence was death. Additionally, as a saint, he would be able to bring people, even mundane people, into the dream realm. So, should the waking world really perish, he would be able to save Rain and a few others from that destruction. Or give them a chance to be saved, at least. Survive, transcend. These were his goals, for now, and should he succeed, maybe other things would become possible, too. Become strong, live a good life, protect those I love. Defeat fate. Be free. What a beautiful wish. Lulled by the sweet promise of a dreamlike future and the gentle swaying of the waves, Sunny slowly fell asleep. Urdial's note next 4-chapter release date will take 2 days for an update. Will be nice this time since it's the beginning of the volume. Chapter 12, 35 Wondrous Sight. Sunny had a nightmare again. Waking up in cold sweat, he couldn't remember what he had dreamt about, but was momentarily paralyzed by an overwhelming feeling of a dark, dreadful, devouring obsession. His mental state must have suffered a greater blow than he had thought, for him to keep suffering from repeated nightmares. Well, that was not an unreasonable result, considering what had happened during the Battle of the Black Skull and after. I should summon Nightmare and let him guard my sleep. He can subjugate a few of these dreams, too. As soon as Sunny thought that, he felt that something was wrong. WH. In the next moment, the raft beneath him lurched, and then the calming murmur of the flowing water suddenly turned into a deafening roar. Sunny was thrown off the cool wooden surface and tossed into the depths. Feeling water surge into his mouth and nose, he cursed, swiftly sensed the surrounding space, and tried to find the familiar piece of flotsam. It was his only refuge in the mist, after all. The raft was a few meters above him. Struggling against the current, Sunny swam upward. There was something strange, though the previously dark expanse of water around him was now suffused with light, and the higher he reached, the brighter it became. Finally, Sunny breached the surface and shut his eyes tightly, blinded by sunlight. The ever-present mist was gone. Pushing his body against the current, Sunny swam toward his reliable raft, climbed onto the slick wood, and coughed out a mouthful of water. Then he brushed his wet hair back and tentatively opened his eyes. After days spent in the twilight of the ghostly mist, it took them a few seconds to adjust to the brightness of the day. Slowly, a breathtaking vista revealed itself from white radiance. Sunny gasped slightly. In front of him, as far as the eye could see, was a vast expanse of clear, sparkling water. Gentle sunlight reflected from its surface, making the whole world seem as if it was littered with gemstones. High above, in the great firmament of the blue sky, 7 suns were shining with beautiful light. One sun was rising from the waters far away to his right, painting the sky and the flowing water with 1,000 shades of soft lilac. The colors of dawn slowly brightened as they gradually turned into a vast expanse of vibrant blue right above Sunny. Far to his left, another sun was drowning in the blood-red water, turning the world into a conflagration of fiery crimson light. The eastern horizon was at dawn, and the western horizon was at dusk. However, it was the middle of the day where Sunny was. He stared at the incredible sight for a while, awed, then shifted slightly and looked back. Behind the raft, the world was exactly the same. There was nothing but water. No sign of the mist remained, as if it had never existed at all. Sunny sighed, then turned north again, or at least in the direction he chose to call north, considering that the only rising of the 7 suns was to his right. It was also the direction of the current that continued to carry his raft forward. He spent some time taking in the strange, wondrous landscape of the nightmare world. It reminds me of something. Sunny lingered for a few moments, wondering. Then he took a deep breath. The 7 radiant suns, the vast expanse of clear water, it reminded him of a soul sea. His own would have been similar if he had radiant soul cores instead of the lightless shadow cores. Of course, he only had 5 of those, and the dark waters of his soul were still and unmoving. His soul sea was also infinitely smaller. There were other differences, too. Still, the world in front of him seemed too eerily beautiful to be a mundane place. Which posed a question: where the hell am I? There was no desert in sight. There was no black pyramid, either. All Sunny could see was the bright water and the 7 strange suns. It was a known fact that the sky, including the celestial bodies populating it, was not uniform across the different regions of the dream realm still. He was pretty sure that he had never been anywhere near a place like that. And there was definitely nothing like that within the nightmare desert. Sonny could reluctantly imagine that the spell had sent him into a past so distant that the desert was still the bottom of a sea. However, even that would not explain the strangeness of the vibrant sky above him. Just what kind of seed did we enter? There was the sound of splashing, and the Sin of Solace calmly walked across the surface of the water to stand atop the wooden raft again. He was perfectly dry and unbothered by the sudden change of scenery. There was a slight smile on his porcelain face. Quite a sight, isn't it? Sonny nodded silently, then suddenly looked intently at the spot where the apparition was standing. The pale wood was dark and wet with water. When the mist had mysteriously disappeared, the raft must have overturned, revealing its bottom side. And that underside was riddled with chaotic, manic lines. They were runes, thousands of them, all blending into one demented tapestry. But not only runes. Sonny recognized some of the crudely carved symbols, but others were entirely unfamiliar to him. With a shudder, he noticed that there were even the familiar letters of the human language. Translated by the spell, all the symbols were repeating the same words. Wish, 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 be careful of wish, wish, be careful of what you wish for, wish for, wish for, wish for, wish, 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 be careful of what you wish for, be careful of what you wish, wish for. Sonny froze. The words continued, spilling over the ancient wood as they broke and crisscrossed each other. Just like the single rune on the other side of the raft, it looked like they had been scratched into the incredibly durable wood by someone's nails. The lines were rough and frantic, but deep and forceful. Sonny scowled, feeling an uncontrollable desire to move away from the deranged weave of runes. He felt a sense of dire madness radiating from them, and was irrationally wary of being infected by it. However, there was nowhere to move. The whole raft was covered by the mad litany of twisted symbols. The part of it that he could see, the part where the Sin of Solace was standing calmly, and even the part where he was kneeling were all riddled with them. Suddenly tense, Sonny looked away and glanced at the beautiful expanse of sparkling water once again. Somehow it didn't seem as dreamy anymore. Chapter 12, 36, Great River. Be careful of what you wish for. Sonny considered these words despite feeling that thinking about them too hard was, perhaps, not too wise. The aura of madness radiating from the carvings was just too intense to ignore. The sight of the thousands of runes carved into the underside of his makeshift raft was more than a little bit ominous. However, he was not very concerned about how urgent and demented they looked. What really made him wary were the symbols themselves. There were familiar runes and unfamiliar symbols, too. Although Sonny had extensively studied the various known languages of the dream realm, he could easily admit that there might have been writing systems that he had never seen. Even if it was a little strange that they were not only completely unknown to him, but also bore no passing resemblance to any of the ones he had brushed against before. However, how could there be the letters of human language here? That was what really disturbed him. Have someone from the evacuation army entered this nightmare already? But no, that made no sense. The chances of an awakened from his world entering the same nightmare, finding the exact same piece of flotsam, and carving words from a dozen different languages, some of which even a researcher like Sonny had never stumbled upon, let alone mastered, into the wood before disappearing without a trace, were infinitely small. Not to mention that the markings did not seem fresh. They seemed like they had been made a long, long time ago. So what the hell was the meaning of this? In fact, what the hell was the meaning of this entire nightmare? There had been no vision of reverse time when Sonny entered it. There were apparently millions of challengers who had entered it before him. There was no desert, no pyramid. Instead, there were the seven suns and a seemingly boundless expanse of water that sparkled under their light. None of it made any sense at all. Even his shadows looked perplexed. With a quiet groan, Sonny rubbed his temples and glanced at the Sin of Solace. What do you think about all this? The pale apparition looked at him with a smile. I'm a part of you, so you should already be aware. No. Recognizing his own words, Sonny sighed and turned away. Bastard! The Sin of Solace laughed. Sonny remained motionless for a while, trying not to look at the runes. Then he studied the seven suns for some time. There's a lot of weirdness going on, and there's a lot of things that I don't know. So let's think about what I do know. He was floating on a piece of wood in the middle of a vast body of water. However, that body itself was strange. It was seemingly as large as an ocean, with no land in sight, but composed of clear fresh water. All that water also seemed to be moving, flowing in a certain direction. Fresh water and a uniform current. If Sunny disregarded the unimaginable scope, then wouldn't that make this place a river? A river that was greater than the vastest of seas, but still a river. So did he know of any rivers like that? Sunny shifted slightly. In fact, I do know about a river that was described as great. A river that existed outside of time and flowed endlessly from the future into the past, the Great River. It was mentioned in the description of the stifled scream. There was also a hint of a dreadful secret being hidden in its estuary. Coincidentally, or maybe not, an estuary of some sort was also mentioned in the description of the shroud of graceless dusk. According to it, the Sibyls had reached the tomb of Ariel and embraced the estuary after the voices of the gods grew silent. That was how they had fallen. If the estuary that the Sibyls had embraced was the estuary of the Great River, where a dreadful secret was hidden, then the Great River and the tomb of Ariel were obviously connected. But how? Why would the spell send Sunny into the waters of the Great River after touching one of the building blocks of the Black Pyramid? And if this was indeed the Great River, then was he actually floating into the past right now? Sunny remained motionless for a while, staring at the sparkling water and the 7 radiant suns. "Ah, my head hurts." He was pretty certain that he was right, and this was indeed the river that existed outside of time. That would explain why the vision of Ariel's tomb had been interrupted, and why he had not seen the usual reversal of time at the start of the nightmare. Probably. However, he still had no idea what being on the Great River meant and what the nightmare had to do with it. An uncomfortable thought suddenly appeared in his mind. I won't leave the nightmare in the past if I take too long to conquer it, right? It would be really awkward if the current of the Great River took him so far into the past that he appeared in the prehistoric time of the waking world, where there were no nightmare creatures, but plenty of dinosaurs instead. Then again, this river was supposed to exist outside of time. So it was just as likely that, should he survive the nightmare, he would return to the waking world at the exact same moment that he had left it. Come to think of it, if this nightmare had a strange relationship with the flow of time, then it could possibly explain how 13 million challengers, way more than there were awakened in the waking world, had ended up inside of it. Maybe they had entered, and would enter the nightmare at various points in time before Sunny was alive, during his life, and long after he was dead. That was a very confusing and incredibly troublesome thought, though, because it meant that in all that time, none of them had managed to conquer the nightmare. Sunny shivered. I'm just guessing, though. I might be completely wrong about the whole thing. In fact, it's most likely that I am. He still needed more information. Although Sunny had a very good memory and could easily remember the descriptions mentioning the Great River, he still decided to summon the rune and take another look at them. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him. Name Sunless. True name lost from light. Rank ascended. Class Tyrant. Shadow Cores 5-7. Shadow Fragments 1230-5000. Memory Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard. He searched for the runes of the stifled scream, but then froze. A strange expression appeared on Sunny's face. What? At the end of the long list of his memories, there was a string of runes that had not been there before. Chapter 12:37. The answer is. In the past, receiving a new memory had always been an important and memorable event for Sunny. After all, with his advantage in deciphering the secrets of their enchantments, memories were one of his most powerful tools. Sunny relied on his soul arsenal a lot. However, as time had gone by, the importance of the memories lessened to a large extent. Of course, he was still reliant on them. But these days, most of the rewards he received from the spell were either too weak for his level of power or inferior to something he already possessed. With rare exceptions, their worth lay mainly in expanding his repertoire of weaving and serving as fuel for the evolution of his shadows. So getting a new memory was not as memorable an event as it had been before. Still, it was not to the extent that Sunny could forget receiving one. What the hell? He seemed to be saying this phrase a lot recently. Sonny was befuddled, but he couldn't deny what he saw. There was indeed a new string of runes at the end of the list of his memories, one that he neither recognized nor had ever seen before. He scowled, then threw a suspicious glance at the Sin of Solace. After hesitating for a while, Sonny chose not to say anything and turned his attention back to the runes. Not only had the new memory appeared out of nowhere, but its name also made him feel a deep sense of unease. The runes read, "Memory Key of the Estuary." Sonny stared at it for a minute or two, disturbed. He had just been thinking about the tomb of Ariel, the great river, and its estuary, and now this. What did the name of the memory mean? Where did it come from? And more importantly, when did it appear? He had not killed anything or anyone after entering the nightmare. His shadows were within his soul's sea. They couldn't have slain a nightmare creature either. Except for Soul Serpent. But if Rain had been attacked by an abomination and Serpent killed it while defending her, the spell should have still announced the kill and the acquisition of a memory to Sonny. Yet he had not heard its voice since entering the nightmare. Had it happened while he was asleep? With a grim expression, Sonny pulled his attention from the mysterious memory and glanced at the list of his shadows. Soul Serpent's runes were still bleak and lifeless, but they were there, which meant that Serpent had not been destroyed, at least. It wouldn't have let anything happen to Rain without sacrificing itself first. So, Rain was most definitely all right. She had to be. Suddenly, Sonny felt his heart turn cold and heavy. He looked at the beautiful expanse of sparkling water with a somber expression, his eyes full of concern and darkness. Then he slightly shook his head and Lou. "Kid down. Doesn't make any sense. What were the chances of a random abomination in the distant NQSC gifting Sonny with a memory that was connected to the great river? Why would it?" Pursing his lips, he let out a heavy sigh and turned his attention back to the runes. Concentrating on the estuary key made more shimmering symbols appear in the air. As soon as Sonny started reading them, his expression changed. Memory Key of the Estuary, memory rank supreme. Supreme. His heart skipped a beat. At the same time, Sonny's unease deepened. He should have been excited to find himself in possession of such a powerful memory. However, instead, all Sonny felt was a cold sense of dread. It was because he firmly believed that nothing in this world, two worlds, rather, was ever free. So, getting a supreme memory out of nowhere only made him feel apprehension. Could Serpent even kill a great nightmare creature? Soul Serpent was an ascended tyrant, just like Sonny. Sonny himself was not powerful enough to dare face a great abomination. His chances of surviving such a fight were not zero, but very close to it. The vessels of the Skinwalker were proof. Frowning, Sonny swallowed his questions and continued to read. Memory Tier VI. The 6th tier. He didn't even bother to consider the implications and turned to the description, which was strangely short. There were only several shimmering runes. Memory description: the answer is oblivion. Sonny stared grimly at the short string of runes, perplexed. The answer? He was confused. To what question? Was oblivion the key to the estuary? What did it mean? Or was it not oblivion, but oblivion, the demon of oblivion? But what did that easily forgotten demon have to do with anything? Sonny rubbed his face, then glanced at the enchantments of the mysterious memory. However, to his disappointment, there were no more hints hidden in the runes. All he saw was memory enchantments, enchantment description. And that was it. There seemed to be only one enchantment, but it had no name and no description. It was just like the Where Is My Eye? Enchantment of Weaver's Mask, which had not been named until Sonny used it. There was one difference, though Where Is My Eye was an active enchantment, while the enchantment of the estuary key seemed to be a passive one. Sonny took a deep breath. So what is the probability that Soul Serpent had killed a great terror while I slept, and that the memory received by me as a result has to do with the great river? That was the only logical explanation, and yet the logic of that explanation was highly questionable. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and summoned the key of the estuary. Of course, it would have been more prudent to first study the mysterious memory in the soul's sea yet. Somehow, Sonny felt reluctant to touch it within his soul. Soon, countless sparks of darkness swarmed around his palm, and then slowly formed into a jagged piece of black stone. The jagged stone was utterly black and cool to the touch, reminding Sunny of the building blocks of the tomb of Ariel. There were no features to it, no runes or images carved into its surface. It was just a rough, palm-sized chunk of stone that seemed like something one would randomly pick up from the ground. Since the mysterious enchantment of the estuary key was a passive one, it was supposed to come into effect as soon as the memory was summoned. However, if it was doing something, Sunny couldn't tell. He did not feel any changes, neither in himself nor in the world. I feel like I'm going mad. He had been bombarded by more and more bizarre questions since the start of the nightmare, and none of them had any answers. There was also an answer that didn't seem to have a question. Even the sin of solace had become a bit weird. Uttering a quiet curse, Sunny concentrated and peered beneath the surface of the jagged black stone. Even if the enchantment had no name and no description, he could still study its weave himself. After all, by now, he had some knowledge of weaving, as well as the ability to intuitively feel the purpose of various weaves. Within the estuary key, there was a vast tapestry of ethereal strings. It was not the most complicated spell weave Sunny had ever seen, that would be the weave of Weaver's mask, but it was still incredibly complex and unimaginably intricate. An enchantment like that was hopelessly outside the scope of what he himself could create, at least. Sunny was stunned. However, he was not stunned by the intricacy or complexity. Instead, what paralyzed him were the strings themselves. Because, unlike the strings of soul essence that comprised the weaves of all memories created by the spell, these ones were not ethereally luminous and silvery white. Instead, they were lightless and dark, like something Sunny himself would create. Chapter 12:38 So bizarre. The strings of the memories created by the spell were made out of soul essence, at least Sunny was convinced that they were. They were strings of ethereal silver light. The strings that Sunny himself weaved, however, were made out of shadow essence. Although they were a perfect substitute for the strings of light, they appeared entirely black. This was the reason why the weaves of the memories he modified were like a patchwork of light and darkness. The weave of the estuary key, however, had no light at all. Every string of its vast and intricate tapestry was black, as if created out of shadow essence. It was just like the siege souvenir that Sunny had made and used to kill Goliath. Sunny stared at the jagged piece of black stone, dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? How could there be a memory such as this if he had not created it? Suddenly, there was cold sweat on his face. Have I lost a part of my memories? Oblivion, the answer was oblivion. Sunny shifted, and his hand instinctively shot to the side, ready to grasp a weapon. The sin of solace observed his panic with an amused smile. A few seconds passed, then a few more. The great river was peaceful and desolate with not a threat in sight. Slowly, Sunny allowed himself to relax. Even if I somehow lost some memories, that wouldn't explain this damned memory. Sunny was certain that he was not capable of creating a spellweave of such magnitude and complexity. He was nowhere near that level, as far as weaving was concerned. Much more importantly, he knew for a fact that he was not capable of killing a great terror to collect 6 supreme soul shards. Although, if this memory was an artificial one, the soul shards could have come from 6 great beasts instead. Or 6 sovereigns. The sin of solace offered a suggestion with a mocking grin. Sunny flinched, then glared at the apparition. His face was even paler than usual. Ha, very funny. He was incapable of killing 6 great beasts either, or even one most likely. So what does it mean? Now he really felt as if he was losing his mind. A supreme memory of the 6th tier appeared in his soul out of nowhere, and on top of that, it seemed to have been made from shadow essence. It was just too bizarre. Sunny groaned, grabbed his head and froze for a few minutes, thinking. After a while, his agitation lessened a little. It can still be explained, even if the explanations are more than a little bit out there. First of all, the fact that the strings of the estuary key's weave were seemingly made out of shadow essence did not mean that it was Sunny who had created them. There could have been another shadow creature capable of weaving somewhere here. In fact, Sunny had never received a memory for killing a shadow creature. Who knew, maybe all memories awarded for slaying shadows were like that. So it was still possible that somewhere in the waking world, Serpent had slain a great terror that had been a shadow creature once, and Sunny received the reward, which just happened to be tied to the great river while asleep. Of course, it was extremely hard to believe that something like that had happened. But Sunny had been living with the fated attribute for many years now. If there was one thing he had learned, it was that he should never say never. All kinds of improbable coincidences were prone to happening to him. There were two other explanations as well. One of them was that Sunny had somehow vastly improved his mastery of weaving, procured 6 supreme soul shards, created the key of the estuary, and then forgotten all about it. In the process, none of his other runes had changed, either his class, number of shadow fragments, collection of memories, and the state of his shadows were all the same as they had been before entering the nightmare. Well, that was not exactly true. One thing about him had indeed changed, and to a frightening degree. It was the sin of solace. The spirit of the cursed sword was entirely different from how it had been before, but that was the only discrepancy. Nevertheless, the second explanation was even less believable than the first one. Too many things about it did not make any sense. The third explanation had to do with the great river and the nature of time. Since time worked strangely in this nightmare, it was maybe possible that Sunny would create the key of the estuary in the future, but was somehow capable of already possessing it in the present. He really didn't know that much about time, or rather, he knew just as much about it as any person would. Sunny was not ignorant, but time itself was like a perversion of itself here. In any case, he had no idea how it worked on the great river. So who was to say that something like that couldn't happen? The third explanation was the most bizarre, and yet it somehow sounded more plausible than the other two. Sunny dismissed the estuary key and silently stared at the vast expanse of flowing water in front of him. The 7 suns were slowly traveling across the blue sky. So in conclusion, I have no idea how I ended up on this river instead of in the nightmare desert. No knowledge about what the great river actually is. No hints about what to do to conquer the nightmare, and no clue where the others are. And on top of that, there is a mysterious memory in my soul, and the sin of solace seems to have gone through a strange transformation. Sunny sighed as he enjoyed the beautiful view. Wonderful. The sin of solace glanced at him with a smile. I'm glad you're in a good mood. Then the apparition took a tentative step back and grinned. But Sunny, shouldn't you be paying more attention to the surroundings in a situation like this? Sunny frowned for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had been distracted by the barrage of weird revelations and lulled into a false sense of security by the beautiful tranquility of the great river. Which was why he was a second too late to sense a vast shadow rising swiftly from the depths below him. Summoning a memory, he cursed and jumped high into the air. In the next moment, giant jaws tore the surface of the water on both sides of his makeshift raft and closed, turning it into thousands of sharp splinters. Chapter 12, 39 Sea Monster. The piece of flotsam had survived untold years of drifting on the currents of the great river, and was so sturdy enough that Sunny couldn't easily leave a scratch on it despite being an ascended tyrant. Nevertheless, in just an instant, it was utterly obliterated. The thousands of manic runes carved into its surface were destroyed. All that remained were tiny splinters, and even those disappeared a split second later when the giant jaws snapped shut. A massive serpentine head appeared from beneath the water, 2 monstrous eyes staring at Sunny with hunger and malevolent fury. Azure scales glistened in the sunlight, each one larger and thicker than the armor plates of a heavy military APC. The creature was utterly enormous, ancient, and seemingly mad. But Sunny was already in the air. The height of his vertical jump was nothing to scoff at, so there was a lot of distance between him and the sharp, narrow snout of the abomination. However, it did not matter, because the giant sea serpent continued to rise from the water, revealing its tower-like neck. Its maw opened again, like the gates of a dark abyss. Another second later, it had already shot 24 meters into the sky, threatening to swallow Sunny whole. Curse it, why does such a huge monster even want to eat a tiny morsel like me? But then again, nightmare creatures were not really interested in human flesh. What they wanted were human souls, and as far as souls went, Sunny's was powerful and vast despite his modest size. Damn it! Sunny twisted in the air and kicked down. He was not trying to strike the sea serpent. Instead, he used one of its fangs as a trampoline to catapult himself even further up. The timing of this desperate maneuver had to be incredibly precise, and the tiniest mistake meant death, but he was nothing if not quick, especially when augmented by all 5 of his shadows. And if the bastard lost a tooth as a result, well, that would be even better. However, the sea serpent's fang did not break from Sunny's powerful kick. In fact, it was almost the opposite. If not for bone weave, Sunny's leg might have snapped. The giant fang seemed utterly indestructible, like a monolith made of pristine crystal jade. Wincing in pain, Sunny shot higher into the sky, and the creature followed. The serpent's long body continued to rise from the water, revealing its terrifying size and length. Just from the small part that could be seen, he judged that the abomination was at least a couple 100 meters in length. It was a true Leviathan. Gods! Sunny was not sure that he could escape high enough to save himself from the sea monster, or rather, the river monster. Even worse, he had nowhere to land. All around them there was nothing but water. He looked at the approaching maw in despair. And then, the memory he had summoned finally manifested itself into reality. It was not the sin of solace, nor was it any other weapon. Instead, it was a long and narrow needle forged out of black metal, with golden wire wrapped around one of its ends. The heavenly burden. Without hesitating even for a moment, Sunny drove the needle into his forearm, grimaced, and swiftly sent all his shadows to wrap themselves around it. Instantly, the speed of his ascent increased tremendously. The heavenly burden did not give a person the ability to fly, but it did make the things it pierced float upward. Usually, the speed with which one drifted into the sky was not too great, but with the augmentation of 5 shadows, things changed. The maw of the azure Leviathan, which had been drawing closer to Sunny at a frightening pace, slowly started to fall behind. He was ascending into the air faster than the serpent was rising from the water. The surface of the great river already seemed rather distant. Damnation! Why do I feel like a hot air balloon? After a few more minutes, the giant jaws snapped shut once again, and the Leviathan stopped, staring upward with dark, hungry madness burning in its huge, inhuman eyes. About 50 meters of its long body had already risen from the waters of the great rivers, looming above them like a tower of glistening azure scales. Streams of water flowed from the long ridge of its dorsal fin, with curved spikes protruding from it like giant blades. The monstrous sea serpent was rather magnificent. Or it would have been, if not for the clear signs of decay and corruption marring its massive body. Its eyes, which had been golden once, were now dim and cloudy, with lines of crimson pus spreading from them toward the long snout. The azure scales were covered by countless scars, some of them missing entirely to reveal pale, desiccated flesh. Pieces of rotten meat were stuck between its dark fangs. The ancient serpent stared at Sunny, and Sunny stared back. This is not good. The Leviathan was large enough to be a titan. Granted, dwellers of the depths were often larger than their land counterparts, but if it was indeed a titan, then Sunny was in big trouble. Because titans had all kinds of ways to kill someone like him from afar. Shuddering, he concentrated and peered through the azure scales. He needed to understand what the creature's rank and class were. What Sunny saw left him shaken and revolted. Darkness, nothing but vile darkness, with only one pronounced node that was the source of it. His mouth was suddenly dry. A great beast. Still being carried into the sky by the heavenly burden, Sunny let out a stifled laugh. Well, that's unexpected. He had never thought that he would be glad to see a great beast one day. But he was. A great beast was a harrowing creature of indescribable destructive power, but it was still fundamentally a beast, and beasts did not usually possess any unnatural powers. So, while the azure serpent was without a doubt an absolutely disastrous foe for Sunny, meeting it was still better than encountering a titan, a terror, a tyrant, or even a devil of a lesser rank, because the creature couldn't do anything to him while Sunny remained in the sky. But there is a problem. Forcing himself to look away from the towering monstrosity, Sunny studied the vast expanse of the great river. There was nothing but water, no matter in which direction he looked. He had nowhere to land. Chapter 12, 40 Sunny Zeppelin. The giant great beast was growing smaller and smaller as Sunny rose higher into the sky. The winds were howling, and he was slowly starting to feel apprehensive about how long it would take him to fall back down. The view was simply breathtaking, but even from such a high vantage point, Sunny could not see a single piece of land. There were no islands, no continents, and no ships. There was not even another piece of flotsam. He sighed. What a predicament! Enjoying the view. Sunny flinched and craned his neck, looking at the Sin of Solace. His identical copy was calmly standing on thin air, looking down at him. The wind was playing with the apparition's long black hair. Sunny frowned. I really need to get a haircut. You're ignoring me now, ungrateful. He glared at the apparition silently, then asked, How are you doing that? Why aren't you falling? A wicked smile appeared on the face of the cursed spirit. It's because, unlike you, I'm not weighed down by sin. Sunny scoffed. Bastard, it's literally in your name. The two were silent for a few moments, giving him ample time to enjoy the fact of just how insane he had become. After a while, the Sin of Solace pointed down. Why bother resisting? Here's an idea, just go jump into this beast's maw. Haven't you heard the stories about people traveling inside a sea creature's belly? With your luck, it will definitely bring you to somewhere pleasant. Sunny stared at the porcelain face of the apparition. If I die, you die too, you know. The Sin of Solace grinned. Maybe I would rather die than spend more time in your company. Have you ever thought about that? Sunny gritted his teeth, then looked away. He's not real, he's just a part of me. Since when am I this irritating? Sighing, he summoned the dark wing. Soon, a translucent cloak appeared on his back and turned into a blur. The shadows moved, flowing from the heavenly burden to cover it in darkness. Illuminated by the light of 7 suns, Sunny followed the current of the great river as he glided forward. To his right, the world was painted in hues of lilac by the light of dawn. To his left, the water was like a sea of burning blood because of the crimson dusk. All around him, the blue sky was suffused with the bright radiance of the day. The Sin of Solace calmly walked across that sky, following him. His hands were clasped behind his back. There has to be something, anything, in this nightmare. It can't just all be water. Sunny was pretty sure that there would be some place where he could land. Otherwise, the trial was too unreasonable. Anyone without memories like the Essence Pearl and the Nimble Catch would be doomed. The spell was not an executioner. Of course, with his luck, he might have been sent thousands of kilometers away from the nearest piece of land. That would not be the first time Sunny found himself on the receiving end of truly terrible fortune. There was only one way to find out. Well, actually, there were a couple. He could try surviving the Where Is My Eye? Enchantment for the 3rd time, and he would if there was no other way. The giant sea monster below followed Sunny with its cloudy eyes, and then dove back into the water. However, its vast shadow remained, moving slowly just below the surface. It was keeping pace with the flying human. Sunny's expression grew bleak. Not willing to let go, huh? Did he offend the serpent's ancestors in his past life? Time went by. The sea serpent continued to follow Sunny, raising its head above the water from time to throw a chilling look in his direction. At some point, Sunny removed the black needle from his forearm and allowed himself to glide down for a while. There was a great beast waiting for him in the river, and if there was one below, there could easily be one above. Being attacked by a flying abomination was the last thing Sunny wanted to happen, but if it did happen, he wanted to at least have the opportunity to dive back into the water and try his luck in the depths. Maybe the two abominations would fight with each other instead. This was why he dared neither rise too high above the water nor get too low. Sunny felt tense, somber, and a bit exasperated. No, really, what kind of messed up situation is this? He had turned into a blimp. After gliding down for a while, he winced and pushed the black needle back into his forearm. And so it continued. The great beast stubbornly followed, always staying precisely below Sunny. The hours slowly went by. Sometimes he would rise and sometimes he would descend. The heavenly burden continued to poke small holes in his skin, which then immediately healed thanks to the living stone trait of the shell. Sunny grew angry. Then he grew depressed. Then he grew bored. Eventually, he started to enjoy the feeling of flying through this beautiful world of radiant sunlight and shining water. A small smile appeared on his face. There was a great abomination waiting to gobble Sunny up, and yet he felt strangely peaceful. How many people out there dreamed of being able to fly? Maybe I did lose my mind. He was happy that the sin of solace, at least, was keeping his mouth shut. The 7 suns slowly moved across the sky. Eventually, the dawn to his right dissipated, giving way to night. The 7th sun rose above the water and crawled west across the firmament, followed by a spreading darkness. The sun to his left drowned in the crimson water and disappeared, soon followed by another. One by one, all 7 suns disappeared beyond the western horizon, and the sky became completely black. There was no moon and no stars. However, soon after absolute darkness consumed the world, the waters of the great river themselves began to emanate a soft, shimmering radiance. Sunny held his breath, stunned by the sublime beauty of this dark, luminous world. The whole boundless expanse of the great river was now suffused with faint but beautiful light. It was as though the 7 suns were now somewhere far below, the soft echo of their light barely reaching the world through the unfathomable mass of water. How pretty! Sunny stared at the softly shining expanse of water for a while. Then, his expression turned dull. If there was one flaw to this ethereally beautiful scene, it was the dark shape beneath the surface of the flowing water, and the 2 giant eyes staring at him with hunger and madness. The day was over, and the night had come. But the damned great beast was still patiently waiting for him below. Looking at the head of the ancient sea serpent, Sunny sighed. I wonder how many days I can survive. Chapter 12, 41 Dark Island. Sunny glided through the dark sky above the luminous expanse of softly shining water. The wind was caressing his skin, and tranquil silence ruled the world. If not for the need to pierce himself with the sharp needle over and over again, he would have found the situation relaxing. Of course, there was also the monstrous sea serpent that patiently pursued him, staring at the perfectly black canvas of the night sky with cloudy eyes. He also had to constantly remain on high alert. There was no telling what else could attack him from above. After a while, Sunny let out a sigh. How tiresome! He was starting to miss the days of plummeting into the sky below. At least he had the dead mimic to sit on back then. Now, there was nowhere for him to rest. Sunny continued to fly forward, surrounded by nothing except empty air. He had the sin of solace wit. Him instead of Mordred, too. It was really hard to tell which one of them was worse company. What have you lost? I strongly protest against this comparison. The apparition glanced at him with contempt, then looked away. Sunny sighed again. Yeah, you're way more handsome than that guy. Sorry, I went too far. The sin of solace scoffed, and they continued forward in silence. After a long while, the faint radiance of the flowing water grew a little dimmer. The eastern horizon brightened, and then the first of the suns appeared from below in a crown of lilac hues. A new day was starting. The soft light suffusing the great river slowly dissipated, and the 7 suns appeared from below the water one after another. Soon, the western horizon was once again wreathed in the crimson flames of dusk. Everywhere else it was bright day. Sunny stared at the great beast below him with resentment. He was tempted to summon Morgan's warbow and start turning the ancient serpent into a pincushion. Even if the might of his arrows was not enough to pierce the azure scales of the creature, he was sure that they would at least irritate it. Why should Sunny be the only one feeling endless frustration? However, doing so was only going to consume his essence. He wasn't willing to waste it needlessly in a situation where it was impossible to tell what would happen next. Gritting his teeth, Sunny steeled his will and continued flying above the water. An hour went by, then one more. Actually, Sunny had no idea if those were really hours. The 7 suns shining above the great river were too bizarre and unreliable to use them for measuring the time. He just guessed how much of it had passed based on intuition, but he could have easily been wrong. In any case, more time flowed past him. Or was it Sunny who was flowing through time? Questions like this were driving him mad. I am really starting to. Sunny suddenly froze and looked at a certain spot on the great river. There, a great distance away, a black dot had finally appeared atop the sparkling water. His heart skipped a beat. Land. He lingered for a moment, then glanced at the long shadow hiding beneath the surface of the water right below him. Then he changed the direction of his flight slightly and sped up, hoping to reach the black dot as soon as possible. There was no guarantee that finding a place to land would save him from the great abomination, but maybe he would be able to rest, at least. The wind whistled in Sonny's ears as he glided along the current of the great river, moving perhaps further into the past. Slowly, the dot grew larger, and he was able to see a few details of what it was. In front of him, still some distance away, was a dark island. The island was not very large, no more than a kilometer across, and consisted entirely of black, weathered rock. It had steep slopes, with deep grooves and twisting fissures running through them. There were vast patches of green moss scattered across the surface of the island, as well as towering outcroppings of something that resembled tarnished silver. The glistening edges were sharp and jagged. Sonny felt a bit of hope. The island was not large, but it was large enough to pose an obstacle for the sea monster. If the abomination wanted to follow Sonny to the surface, it would have to leave the water entirely, and fighting on land would be very advantageous to Sonny. Maybe the ancient serpent would not climb out of the river at all. But even if it did, it would be out of its element. With Sonny, Saint, Nightmare, Imp, and the 5 shadows, maybe they stood a chance of driving the creature away, or even killing it. The sin of solace must have grown much stronger as well. After all, the hideous truth enchantment of the Jade Blade promised immense power to those who succumbed to its madness, and judging by how real the sword wraith seemed, Sonny had met quite a lot of the requirements. Plus, Sonny could find clues about the nature of the nightmare on the island. Right now, he was suffering the most from the lack of information. Knowledge was the origin of power, so he couldn't miss a chance to acquire some. Let's hope that the old snake is not going to follow me to land. Sonny removed the heavenly burden from his arm and started slowly descending in the direction of the dark island. The closer he got to it, the more details he could make out. The steep slopes of the island were craggy, with their lower parts encased in silver. There were numerous barnacles growing on the tarnished metal, with waves of water foaming as they splashed against them from time to time. There were also massive chains rising from the water and disappearing in the fissures higher up the slopes. Sonny frowned. The island was very strange, that was a given. However, there was something about that strangeness that made him feel uneasy. The monstrous serpent, too, seemed to have grown wary as they drew closer to the weathered hill of dark rock. Sonny's eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be? He hesitated for a few moments, and then tried to peer through the surface of the island. A split second later, Sonny cursed and hurriedly drove the heavenly needle back into his skin. In the next moment, the island quaked and moved as a titanic head slowly rose from beneath the waves to stare at the ancient sea serpent with a giant, unmoving eye. What Sonny saw beneath the weathered black rock was an ocean of vile darkness, and 2 nodes from where the corruption had spread throughout the whole enormous creature. The entire island was simply the carapace of a colossal great monster. Chapter 12:42 Cataclysmic Battle. Sonny stared at the colossal reptilian head that had risen from below the waves. There were streams of water flowing down from it like roaring waterfalls, and brands of tarnished silver encasing it like armor. The monster's eyes were like murky lakes, and its massive beak was like the ram of an oceanic battleship. Of course, there was no vessel in the waking world that could compare with the destructive power of that beak. The thing that Sonny had assumed to be an island was, in fact, the shell of a giant, monstrous black turtle. He froze, stunned by the sheer size of the great monster. And I thought that sea snake was enormous. The sea serpent that had been following Sonny was, indeed, quite large. It was easily larger than the fallen Titan Goliath, whom Sonny had killed during the siege of Falcon Scott. However, the creature's body was still only a couple 100 meters long. The monstrous turtle, meanwhile, spanned more than a kilometer. In front of it, the serpent looked like a little snake. And yet it seems undeterred. The azure serpent had risen its head out of the water, too, and was staring at the great monster in front of it with its mad, cloudy eyes. The 2 nightmare creatures observed each other. Sonny, meanwhile, was cursing his fate. Damn it, I was hoping to step on something solid again. Instead of a safe harbor, he found an abomination that was even more harrowing than the one waiting to swallow him whole. You can still step on that turtle, you know. The Sin of Solace grinned. Sonny spared him a dark glance, then turned to look at the two abominations. At that moment, the giant turtle lowered its head a little and let out a low, threatening huff, which sounded like rolling thunder. Water was still flowing off its black scales, and its murky eyes were slowly igniting with dark silver light. It was clearly not happy that another nightmare creature had invaded its territory and disturbed its sleep. The azure serpent stared at it for a few moments more, then turned its snout and threw a deranged gaze at Sonny. "What is that old snake thinking? Turn your tail and run, lunatic." Sonny still clearly remembered the ease with which the carapace centurions had slaughtered the carapace scavengers. A monster was much more powerful and deadly than a mere beast. No matter the rank, if the sea serpent had any sense left, it would retreat to avoid angering the black turtle. Which was good news for Sonny. Even though he had not managed to find shelter from the abomination on the shell of the great monster could still rid him of the dreadful pursuer. The turtle did not seem to have noticed Sonny either, if things turned out well. But of course they did not. Despite being much smaller than the great monster in front of it, and presumably much weaker, the azure serpent let out a mad roar and dove into the water, swimming toward the colossal turtle with stunning speed. The giant blades protruding from its back cut the surface of the river and left a trail of white foam in their wake. Sonny was a little startled. "Does it want to eat me that bad?" The monstrous armored turtle, however, was unfazed. Its giant flippers moved, and it propelled itself forward with surprising speed. Its beak opened, and an indescribable sound exploded from its maw, making the world shake. The calm surface of the great river suddenly turned chaotic and tumultuous, as if in the middle of a raging hurricane. Giant whirlpools formed, powerful enough to swallow alloy vessels whole. Sonny was almost thrown from the sky by the violent force of the abomination's battle cry. "Arg!" The azure serpent and the black turtle clashed below him, and a tremendous fountain of water suddenly shot into the air. The turtle was much more powerful and deadly, but the serpent was faster. It nimbly evaded the harrowing beak and opened its maw, trying to sink its fangs into the gargantuan scales of the enemy's neck. However, the dreadful fangs simply slid off the tarnished silver encasing it. Sonny lingered for a few moments, awed by the cataclysmic fury of the clash between two great abominations. The forces being unleashed below him were probably enough to erase an entire siege capital from the face of the world. Shuddering, he imagined what would happen if such creatures appeared in NQSC. Would the largest city of humanity survive such a catastrophe? It probably would, if barely. The sovereigns might have abandoned Antarctica, but they were bound to do something if the seat of their power came under threat. Bastion and Ravenheart were important, yes, but the northern quadrant was still the heartland of humanity. At least that was what Sonny wanted to believe. What am I thinking about? The waters of the great river were already painted red by blood around the two clashing abominations. Sonny would have loved to watch the azure serpent die, but he couldn't miss the chance to slip away. If he failed to escape from the two great abominations now, he might never get it again. Turning away, he flew forward as fast as he could. Behind him, the world was shuddering, and the water was roaring as it rose in giant waves. Gods! Sonny gritted his teeth and refused to look back. Gradually, the sounds of the titanic battle grew quieter and quieter, and then he couldn't hear anything at all. He let out a shaky breath. That I knew that third nightmares were absolutely lethal, but isn't it a bit too much? Was he supposed to battle great nightmare creatures as a mere ascended? What kind of perverted logic was that? Suddenly in a somber mood, Sonny sighed and looked at the Sin of Solace. "What do you think?" The sword wraith smiled. "I think you are going to die of hunger before finding land. Oh, or you can go fishing in the river and be eaten by the fish instead. There's always a choice." Sonny grimaced. Why did I even ask? He continued to follow the current of the great river, flying north into the past. Eventually, the seven suns drowned again, suffusing the water with their light. The sky was black and devoid of stars. The world was silent. Sonny tiredly closed his eyes. Can't sleep. Falling asleep might kill me. He stared at the expanse of softly shining water beneath him, then blinked a couple of times. What the hell, how is this possible? A familiar shadow was hiding beneath the waves below him. The azure serpent was back. There were hints of blood in the water around it, but the damned creature was indeed there, still waiting to devour Sunny. Did it escape from that giant turtle? Struggling to believe in it, Sunny turned around and looked back. Of course, the place where the two abominations had battled was too far away for him to see anything. But he did notice something else. Somewhere out there upstream, almost too distant to be noticed, a tiny spark of pure white light was glistening above the blush-green, luminous waters. It was hard to notice because of the soft glow of the great river at night, but it was certainly there. Sunny held his breath for a moment. I shouldn't get my hopes up, right? He slowed down and then came to a halt. The Sin of Solace stopped, too, looking at him with a detached expression. Still, I must make sure. Sunny rubbed his face, glanced at the azure serpent once again, and then sent himself flying back. Let's see if you want to meet that turtle again, old snake. Chapter 12:43, Searching for Light. By the time Sunny flew close enough to distinguish the source of the white spark, it had already disappeared. However, finding the source was not too hard. There were not a lot of things that could be distinguished from the empty expanse of flowing water on the great river, after all. By then, it was already morning. The suns were slowly rising from below, and the world was enveloped in the dim glow of twilight. The soft radiance of the shimmering water had dissipated, making it easier for Sunny to see colors. Hovering high above the current, he froze. There was a stunned expression on his face. How is this possible? Far below him, a vast span of the great river was painted red. Blood was clouding the clear water, and the polluted patch of it was at least half a dozen kilometers across. From high up, it looked as if a bloody flower was slowly blooming in the middle of the river. At the center of the red patch, a familiar great monster was floating lifelessly, the silver bands encasing its neck broken and bent. The black turtle was dead. There was a vicious wound at the spot where its neck met its body. The wound was large enough to be a tunnel, with rivers of blood still flowing out of it into the water. The equally gruesome exit wound was all the way across the monster's massive body, just below one of its armored flippers. Shaken, Sunny lingered for a while, and then looked down at the spot where his pursuer was hiding beneath the water. At that moment, the azure serpent rose its head above the surface and stared at Sunny with mad fury burning in its cloudy eyes. The great beast looked battered and maimed, with several huge chunks of flesh missing from its long neck, but it was undeniably alive. He had thought once that the azure serpent was like a little snake in front of the colossal turtle, but from the looks of it, that little. Snake had managed to burrow into the body of the larger monster, tear it from the inside, and escape back into the river to catch up to Sunny. The old snake must be a queen king of beasts. It actually took down a monster. He was slightly impressed, but mostly he was disturbed. Being pursued by a great beast was already bad enough, but now that he knew that the azure serpent was a fearsome existence among the creatures of its class, the situation seemed even worse. Damnation! Sunny and the ancient Leviathan stared at each other some more, and then he turned back to the island-sized corpse of the black turtle. In any case, now that he saw the result of the battle between the two great abominations, he had to admit that the source of the white spark had to be hidden somewhere on the dead turtle's shell. There was simply no other place anywhere around that could have produced it. Sunny observed the carcass of the great monster for a while, not daring to descend yet. After thinking for a while, he summoned Morgan's warbow and made a black arrow appear on its string. Then he ordered one of his shadows to wrap itself around the arrow, drew the string, and released it. The arrow shot through the air and struck the green moss covering the monster's shell. Piercing the layer of soft moss, it then hit the weathered black rock and splintered without leaving even a scratch on its surface. The arrow was destroyed, but the shadow had already been transported on the dark island. The gloomy guy looked around, shivered, and then glanced at the sky with a resigned expression. His resentful gaze seemed to deal damage directly to Sunny's conscience. Sunny shifted a little. What are you staring at? I have a very clear conscience. the clearest conscience in 2 worlds it's a flaw of mine. The sin of Solace, who was standing by his side, quietly chuckled. Ignoring the apparition, Sunny commanded the gloomy shadow to go and explore. Then he looked at the world through its eyes. The surface of the black turtle's shell was indeed like an island. There were patches of moss covering the weathered rock, while the rock itself was rough and uneven. It was littered with mounds, deep gorges, and even depressions filled with water that looked like small lakes. Here and there, jagged pieces of tarnished silver could be seen. From what Sunny could tell, the great monster had been somehow fashioned with a battle armor of sublime silver in the past, perhaps thousands of years ago. Now, the silver armor was dull and covered with a dark patina. Most of it was gone, at least on the surface. Only the edges of the shell, the neck, the head, and the flippers were still encased in vast bands of the precious metal. The huge chains Sunny had seen before served to fasten the armor to the creature's shell. He did not want to study the nature of the dead abomination in detail right now, though. First, he wanted to find out where the white light had come from. Soon, the shadow noticed something. In the middle of a large patch of moss, there was a spot where it had been burned away, revealing the rock's surface beneath. The rock itself was covered by ash and soot. Most importantly, there was a palm print in the ash, a human palm print. Sunny's heart suddenly started to beat faster. The gloomy shadow seemed excited too. It sped up, gliding across the dark island and diving into the deep fissures in the rock shell from time to time. And after diving into one of the more shallow gorges, it saw something that made it freeze. Out there in the shade of the fissure, leaning her back on the uneven black rock, a young woman with silver hair was sitting on the ground. Her black clothes were singed and torn, and there was a wild look in her striking gray eyes. She was holding a piece of strange-looking roasted meat in her hands, sinking her teeth into it with a determined expression. Both her fingers and lips were covered in grease. It was Nephis. As Sunny and the gloomy shadow were staring at her in stunned silence, she suddenly shifted, raised her head, and looked directly at the shadow. Her eyes widened a little. Forgetting to chew, Neph lingered for a moment, and then awkwardly waved at the shadow with a greasy hand. Chapter 12:44 Damn Great Steak. It's actually her. Sunny did not want to admit it, but he was incredibly excited. A small smile appeared on his face, and he let out a long sigh. Far below, his shadow waved back at Nephis. He was happy, and not only because it was Neph whom he had found. Sunny was also happy to find anyone at all after days spent in solitude. He was starting to fear that the strangeness of the great river was much more dire than he had thought, and that he was actually sent into an entirely different nightmare, or perhaps epic, than the other members of the cohort. In fact, he had been suppressing the gnawing fear of being the only human in this flowing world. Thank the gods. Under the watchful gaze of the azure serpent, Sunny retrieved the heavenly burden and glided down in a wide spiral. He was still wary of the great abomination, but had no choice except to land. It was a good thing, too. After spending 2 days drifting through the empty sky, he longed to stand on something solid again. The small puncture wound left behind by the black needle was completely healed by the time Sunny reached the stone shell of the dead behemoth. To his relief, the ancient serpent did not follow him onto the island. It stayed in the water, staring at the tiny human with hungry madness. Luckily, looks could not kill. Well, at least this great beast's gaze could not kill. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures and aspects out there, though. As soon as the soles of his shoes touched the weathered rock, Sunny let out a satisfied sigh. Then he dismissed the dark wing, bent down to grab the edge of the fissure in front of him, and jumped down. A few moments later, Sunny landed in front of Nephis. The gloomy shadow slid off the wall and attached itself to his feet. The two of them stared at each other for a bit. Then Sunny grinned. That smells delicious. Where did you get fresh meat? Nephis tilted her head and blinked. A few minutes later, Sunny and Nephis were sitting opposite each other inside the narrow fissure, finishing the last of the meat she had roasted. The covetous coffer was standing nearby in the form of an alloy chest, its lid open. There was not much food inside by now, but there was still some salt and spices left. With the help of seasoning, the meat tasted sublime. Not that it was easy to chew. Sunny's teeth were incredibly tenacious due to bone weave, and yet he had to augment himself with a few shadows just to take a bite, and yet he was thankful for that meat. Without Neph making a fire to roast it, he might not have found her so soon, or even ever at all. It really tastes amazing. Finished with his portion, Sonny glanced at his greasy hands with a bit of regret, and then carefully licked his fingers. Then he looked at Nephis and smiled. Hey, did we really just eat the meat of a great monster? How had his life turned out this way? It was a bit too ridiculous. She nodded and brought the endless spring to her lips, drinking greedily. Yeah, I carved it myself, after the sea serpent left. Hearing this, Sonny shifted awkwardly. As it turned out, Nephis had been on the shell of the black turtle the whole time. At first, she had appeared within the mist, just like Sonny, but after the mist dissipated, she found herself standing on the surface of the dark island, with no one else in sight. Neph had felt that something was very wrong almost instantly, but it took her a few hours to realize that the rocky island beneath her feet was actually the carapace of a titanic abomination. Then, she slowly explored the shell of the black turtle while trying her best not to awaken the great monster from its slumber. On the second day, the sea serpent had suddenly attacked, waking the turtle up and initiating a harrowing battle. Nephis had no choice but to hide in one of the fissures and hold on for dear life while being battered, doused with water, and tossed around. The pressure and the shock waves of the furious battle between two great abominations almost killed her. That was why her clothes were in such a sorry state. Eventually, though, the serpent managed to burrow into the turtle's flesh and kill it from the inside. After killing the monster, it left. At that point, Nephis recovered a little, then dove down into the water to carve out some meat to satiate her hunger, as well as quench her thirst. Sonny coughed awkwardly. About that, I'm sorry. She raised an eyebrow, looking at him in confusion. Sorry, why? He scratched the back of his head. Well, I also entered the nightmare within the mist. Only I was still in the water once it dissipated on a piece of flotsam, and there was this serpent trying to eat me, so I escaped into the sky and flew downstream for a while with the serpent following. Eventually, I stumbled on this turtle, and therefore so did the sea snake. You know the rest. A strange expression appeared on Neph's face. She stared at him silently, making Sonny let out a nervous laugh. Actually, I was right above you, high in the sky, when they started fighting. We almost missed each other. Luckily, I noticed your flames from afar the next night and came back. He lingered for a moment and then smiled. So it all ended well. Now we are both stuck here. Then the smile froze on his face. Sonny remained motionless for a bit, then looked away and cleared his throat. Oh, by the way, that sea serpent. Yeah, I might have accidentally let it back here again. It's currently circling the turtle. Did I say that I was sorry? Nephis stared at him for a while, then lowered her head and covered her face with a palm. Sonny could have sworn that he heard her mumble something under her breath. But he must have heard wrong, right? There was no way. Nephis would say, Damnation. Chapter 12:45, Smashing Problems with a Hammer. Climbing out of the fissure, the two of them, and the ominous figure of the Sin of Solace studied the calm surface of the great river. By now, it seemed like a sea of blood. The patch of red water surrounding the dead behemoth was growing larger as it was slowly washed away. Just then, an ominous shadow moved through the blood, and a giant, cloudy eye rose from the red liquid to stare at them with hatred and burning malice. Sonny shivered and felt the desire to take a step back. Nephis remained unmoved. After a while, she spoke in a somber tone. Strong. He sighed. It is a great beast. Of course it's strong. At that moment, the Sin of Solace smiled. As they escaped the suffocating gaze of the azure serpent by jumping back into the fissure, the sword wraith spoke. But isn't it just a great beast? Where's your fighting spirit, Sonny? Go kill it, like you always do. Sonny threw an irritated glance at him and thought. Shut the hell up. The apparition laughed. Why can't I make a joke? Of course, a pathetic waste of a divine aspect like you has no hope of surviving a fight with this creature. It grinned and added, That is why it's funny. Sonny frowned and glared at the Sin of Solace, then started to think of a response. However, at that moment, Neph's voice distracted him from the conversation. Sonny, who are you talking to? Startled, he flinched slightly and turned to her. His face grew slightly more pale than usual. You heard that? I spoke it aloud. She lingered for a moment, then nodded. Sonny let out a small laugh and scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. In truth, he was a little frightened. It seems that the effect of the sin of solace on his mind was not as tame as he had thought. Damn it! That my primary weapon memory has a peculiar enchantment. Basically, it's a voice that doesn't miss a chance to explain how wrong everything I do is. Write something like that. Nephis stared at him for a while, and then a hint of a smile appeared on her face. Oh. Sonny frowned. Wait, why are you smiling? It's very annoying. She simply shook her head. It's nothing. I was just suddenly reminded of an old fairy tale I once heard. He gave her a dubious look. Really, what is that fairy tale about? Nephis pondered for a bit, as if trying to recall, then said with uncertainty. It is about a mischievous doll who ran away from home. Every time the doll lied, his nose would grow bigger. And there was a cricket who followed the wooden boy around, trying to explain what is right and what is wrong to him. Sonny blinked a couple of times, perplexed. What kind of weird story was that? And why would a doll be alive? Was it actually an echo or a nightmare creature? He frowned. That's one strange fairy tale. I do see why you would remember it, though, not that I have any problems with the length of my nose. So how does it end? Nephis thought for a while. I guess the doll learns how to be a good boy and returns home with the cricket. That is not the original ending, though. Sonny felt a little better about himself after hearing that. Curious, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Yeah, what happens to the doll in the original, then? She sat down and shrugged with an indifferent expression. He kills the cricket with a hammer, then gets hanged from a tree and dies. Sonny's eyes twitched. What the hell? Lowering himself to the ground, he scoffed. That doesn't even make sense. Isn't that doll made of wood? Why would he die after being hanged from a tree? Ridiculous, not to mention that a talking wooden doll would have been at least a demon. There's no way a demon would die from being hanged. He looked at Nephis and abruptly realized how ridiculous that conversation was. Sonny cleared his throat and then added, Anyway, that memory of mine has grown stronger once we entered the nightmare. I have a couple of ideas why, but am not certain yet. So that peculiar enchantment has become more annoying, too. I guess what I am trying to say is don't mind me. However, he couldn't help but glance at the sin of solace and add with a bit of venom in his voice. As for the fairy tale, now that we established that the doll wouldn't have died from hanging, I must admit, I wouldn't mind smashing that annoying cricket with a hammer and watching it die. The apparition mockingly raised an eyebrow. Neph, meanwhile, frowned slightly and asked, Why do you keep looking to the side when talking about that enchantment? Sonny froze. Well, that at first there was only a voice, but now there's an illusory figure following me, too. In fact, it looks exactly like me and uses my own voice to berate me. It's fine, though, just annoying. Nephis remained silent before asking in an even tone, So there are two Sonnys here right now? Sonny grimaced, then nodded with a bit of reluctance. In a sense, one is just a foul-mouthed hallucination, though. Neph stared at him for a while with a funny expression. And she tilted her head slightly, and stared at him some more. Sonny suddenly felt a bit weird under that gaze. What, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not crazy. No, what was it hidden in the depths of her calm gray eyes? Was it amusement? Nephis suddenly took a deep breath and then shook her head. I know that you are not crazy. That memory should be the sin of solace, right? It is tied to Ariel and therefore to the tomb of Ariel. Even though the pyramid doesn't seem to exist in this nightmare, it might come in handy. Sonny slowly exhaled. Right. Nephis had access to the list of his memories, so she would know about the sin of solace. But that reminded him. Growing serious, Sonny said in a somber tone. Speaking of which, I think we should try to figure out where we are, and more importantly, why we are here. I think that if we pull all the information we have together, we might be able to find out a few things. She nodded. Okay, I was thinking the same thing. There have to be hints in the descriptions of some of the memories we received during the chain of nightmares. I can tell you which ones of mine seem important. Sonny too thought that this was the best course of action. At least for now, the Azure Serpent didn't seem to have plans of climbing onto the carcass of the black turtle. and the current was pulling it downstream. Even if they tried to fly away, their speed wouldn't be much greater than that of the dark island. So they might as well try to better understand the situation first. However, he gathered his willpower, hesitated for a few moments, and forced out an indifferent smile. Before that, I think you should summon a new armor memory, so you know this one could restore itself." Nephis frowned, then looked down at herself. The black garments she wore were singed and torn, revealing more than a fair bit of her smooth alabaster skin. She remained motionless for a bit, then shifted slightly. "Turn R, can you turn around?" She phrased it as a question instead of a request, but Sunny nevertheless obediently faced the wall of the fissure. "I can." After a moment of awkward silence, another question followed. "Can you also make your shadow turn around?" He forced the gloomy shadow to face the black rock, too. "No problem." The Sin of Solace rolled his eyes, then shook his head and followed their example. "You are a pitiful man, Sunny, you know that? Don't bother responding, gods. I wish you did squish me with a hammer. Then I wouldn't have to endure your—" Sunny ignored him. Soon the dark fissure became a little brighter. Neff's clothes turned into a swarm of white sparks. Then the fissure was illuminated again as she summoned another armor. Sunny let out a shaky breath. "What is this sense of Dage, Vu? Are you done?" She answered after a short pause. "Yeah." He smiled. "All right, let's do some research then." Chapter 12, 46 Research Partners. Nephis changed from her torn clothes and was now wearing a white tunic with its hems embroidered in intricate red patterns. The tunic was somewhat similar to Sunny's Shroud of Dusk, but also different. It seemed like a single sheet of light fabric that had been elaborately tied at the shoulders, and thus had no sleeves. Loosely fastened at the waist, and with high slits, it seemed like something that could afford one a high degree of freedom of movement. Still, Sunny was slightly surprised to see what Neph had chosen to summon. She gave him a strange look. "What?" He shrugged. "I just imagined that you would select a suit of steel armor, or at least something that offers more protection. There has to be a memory like that among those that summer night gave you, right?" Nephis shook her head. "There is, but what does it matter here? No matter how powerful of an armor memory I use, it will still break after brushing against a great abomination once. So I might as well go for something light and offering good utility. This tunic might not protect me well, but it enhances my senses. For now, that is more important. Best of all." She slightly pursed her lips and added with a hint of frustration in her voice. "It won't burn." Sunny suppressed a chuckle. "All right, suit yourself." It was not like he had anything to complain about. That tunic of hers was rather beautiful, plus he wasn't one to talk, considering what he himself was wearing. Sunny pulled his gaze away from Neff's slender figure and stared at the memories that were laying on the ground between them. These were all the ones in their possession that mentioned Ariel, his tomb, the great river, or an estuary of any kind. There was no real need to summon them, since both Sunny and Nephis could see each other's runes. However, having something to look at was more convenient. They were a beautifully engraved chalice of white stone full of black liquid, a hand mirror of dark silver that gave off an ominous feeling, a graceful giant with a long and slender blade of pristine white jade, a necklace of engraved black metal that resem bled a collar, an elegant mallet with a hammerhead made of perfectly black stone, a dagger made of cloudy steel with a handle that was wrapped in black leather, the bitter cusp, the mirror of truth, the sin of solace, the stifled scream, the dark shaper, and the falling ash. The last two came from Nephis, while all the other ones came from Sunny. He had spent more time in Antarctica, after all, and received more memories from the abominations of the chain of nightmares. There was also the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, but Sunny did not feel like undressing, although it might have been only fair for him to do so. Never mind. He studied the memories for a while, sometimes glancing at the shimmering runes in front of him. Eventually, Sunny said, "Before we try to draw any conclusions, let's go over what we already know first." Nephis nodded. Sunny took a deep breath. First of all, there was a demon called Ariel, the demon of dread. The tomb of Ariel stands somewhere in the Nightmare Desert. However, it is not a tomb where Ariel is buried. Rather, it is a tomb that he built. He remained silent for a moment, then continued. The seven of us entered a seed of nightmare that seemed to have originated from the tomb of Ariel. However, instead of being transported into the past of the nightmare desert, we somehow ended up in the middle of a strange and boundless river. It was not certain that the great river was boundless. Sunny had not tried to reach its seemingly unattainable shores yet, after all. However, it was definitely incredibly vast. He frowned. That river seems to be the Great River, which is said to exist outside of time and flow endlessly from the future into the past, whatever that means. The Great River is connected to the tomb of Ariel somehow, but we don't know how exactly. After finishing, Sunny lingered a bit and then asked, "Anything you want to add?" Nephis nodded. The nightmare we entered is an abnormal one. The vision of the reverse time was interrupted. Additionally, there are supposed to be millions of challengers within it. Apart from that, she glanced at the strange sky of the great river, where dawn coexisted with dusk and day, and at the seven suns bathing the world in light. Then Nephis said, "This place looks like a colossal soul sea." Sunny's eyes glistened. "Right, that was what I thought as well." He sighed and then picked up the dagger forged out of cloudy steel, the falling ash. Weighing it in his hand, Sunny glanced at its complicated weave and then turned to the runes. Memory falling ash, memory rank. At the same time, Nephis looked at his own memories for a while and then tentatively picked up the mirror of truth. She glanced at her reflection, shivered, then turned the mirror around and studied the beautiful engravings on its back. Her eyes darted from side to side, most likely reading the runes that described the meeting between Weaver and Ariel. After a few moments, a contemplative expression appeared on Neff's face. "This one is interesting. I think it is important. It can help us understand the nature and purpose of the tomb of Ariel. However, it doesn't tell us anything about the Great River." She put the mirror of truth aside and reached out for the bitter cusp. "This one is connected to the sin of solace and the falling ash, I think." Sunny nodded as he read the description of the ashen dagger. The runes read, "Ariel built a beautiful palace of jade for the queen, and there she held her court. A great bridge of stone led to the jade palace, covered in snow and ash. Soon, the news of the queen's beauty and wisdom spread across the realms, and many guests came to witness her grace. Not all of them survived the snow, and even fewer survived the ash. Still, more and more came." He frowned. The description of the sin of solace told of a beautiful monster that Ariel had made a queen and gifted with the sinister knowledge of hideous truth. The description of the bitter cusp told the eerie story of a group of guests that came to the Jade Court with ill intentions. And this one told about how Ariel had built the Jade Court, the Jade Palace for the Jade Queen. None of that information was particularly useful for them now, except maybe for the fact that Ariel seemed fond of building things. However, Sunny glanced at Nephis and showed her the dagger. "That Jade Palace, doesn't it sound like Ravenheart?" Ravenheart, the great citadel of Clan Song, was situated among snowy peaks and raging volcanoes. Snow and ash were always falling there, and more than that, one had to cross an enormous stone bridge to reach it. The description of the Jade Palace was too similar. Neff looked at the falling ash, then her eyes glinted a little. "It does." Sunny was a bit stunned. He had learned some time ago that the citadels of the great clans were left behind by the seven demons, and were thus very important to the sovereigns. So were the Ivory Tower, which had once belonged to Hope, and the Hollow Mountains, where R's citadel still remained undiscovered. That was why Valor and Song had been racing to conquer the tomb of Ariel. But if the citadel left behind by Ariel was actually Ravenheart, then which demon was tied to the Black Pyramid? Who could be more connected to the tomb of Ariel than its builder? Feeling confused, Sunny shook his head and tried to concentrate on the task at hand. Right now, they had to learn about the Great River the most because that was where they were stuck. Putting the falling ash back, he picked up the dark shaper, which looked like an elegant mallet with its head made of perfectly black stone. In fact, that black stone looked very familiar. Sunny studied the weave of the black mallet, then glanced at its runes. A few moments later, his eyes widened. Chapter 12:47 Fear Itself. The Dark Shaper was a transcendent memory of the fourth tier that Nephis had gained in Antarctica. It was one of the few she had chosen to keep. The rest either went to the fire keepers or were sold to acquire various equipment and resources. Being the leader of a group of elite awakened was not cheap. Even with the support of clan valor, Neph had to work hard to provide her followers with the best everything. Perhaps it was a part of the King of Swords testing her competency, or perhaps the great clans simply didn't care to spend too much on the survivors of the Forgotten Shore before they proved themselves. In any case, Nephis had decided to keep the Dark Shaper for herself. The reason she had decided to hold on to the stone mallet was both because of its power and because its description mentioned the Demon of Dread. The Dark Shaper looked more like a tool than a weapon. It had a handle of dark, polished wood inlaid with dull silver. The hammerhead was fashioned out of perfectly black stone, which looked and felt rather familiar. Sunny was almost certain that it was the same stone that the tomb of Ariel had been built of. The stone mallet's enchantments had to do with sculpting and changing the shape of things. Disturbingly, these things were not limited to stone, metal, and wood if one wished. They could also shape flesh and bone, sculpting all kinds of nightmarish creations. The sinister, corrupted devil Nephis had killed to receive the Dark Shaper was similarly revolting. It was indeed a memory worthy of being graced, with the name of the Demon of Dread in its description. And speaking of the description, at first, Sunny simply studied the shimmering runes, finding them rather interesting. They read, Memory Dark Shaper, Memory Rank Transcendent, Memory Tier IV, Memory Type Tool, Memory Description. When the unholy titan took a step, everyone cowered in fear. Only Ariel, the Demon of Dread, remained standing. He did not feel fear, for he was fear itself. Taking a step forward, he challenged the unholy titan, and the two battled under the azure sky. Their battle was fierce, their battle was fearsome. Their battle was a hint of the doom that would come. The unholy titan possessed an indestructible stone body and was invulnerable to all harm. As they fought, the land was shattered and the sky split apart. The Demon of Dread received many harrowing wounds, but the terrible titan remained wholly unscathed. Its stone body became incandescent from the heat, shining brighter than the fiery sun. That was when the Demon of Dread whispered something to his enemy, and then cast the titan into the depths of the ocean. When the incandescent titan plunged into the cool water, the ocean turned into searing vapor and was scattered by the winds. The stone flesh of the titan instantly cooled, causing a tiny crack to appear on its heart. That tiny spot was the only part of the creature that had not been tempered, and was also its only flaw. As Ariel watched coldly, the titan bellowed in agony. After one heartbeat, cracks appeared on its indestructible body. After 2 heartbeats, blood flowed from its wounds like a river. After 3 heartbeats, its body started to crumble into numerous shards. And on the 7th heartbeat, its heart shattered, turning into dust. That was how the unholy stone titan was destroyed. Following the end of the battle, the Demon of Dread created a mystical river out of the titan's blood and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been, and the description ended. It was after he finished reading that Sunny's eyes widened, as an unbelievable guess appeared in his mind. Wait, no way. The tale of Ariel's battle with an unholy titan was indeed very interesting, not the least because it seemed as though the Demon of Dread had won due to a single whisper. More than that, it hinted at the answers to several questions that Sunny had been curious about. For example, who or what was the progenitor of the minor shard of the stone titan Goliath? Or how the Nightmare Desert had come into existence. But these precious pieces of knowledge were not what caused such a reaction fro. Sunny. What drew his attention was the abrupt end of the description. Didn't it seem incomplete? As if there was another part of it missing. Coincidentally, he knew of another description that seemed like a fragment of a larger whole. Frowning, Sunny summoned his own runes and found the name of the stifled scream. Concentrating on it, he read. Memory description: a great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. When doom came, many entered to seek shelter from it, and many had come to seek the truth. That was because the great river existed outside time, and so it was said that a dreadful secret was hidden at its estuary. Few of those capable dared to approach it, and none of those who had returned. He remained motionless for a few moments, then mentally put the two descriptions together. Following the end of the battle, the demon of dread created a mystical river out of the Titan's blood and built a pyramid out of its stone flesh. The pyramid stood where the ocean had once been a great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. His hands trembled. Unable to speak, Sonny turned his head slightly and stared at Nephis. A few moments later, she noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. "What?" He lingered for a while and then said hesitantly, "That I am really not sure, but I think I understand where we are now." Then Sonny looked at the narrow strip of the sky above them and added in a hushed voice, "Neph, this might sound crazy, but I think that we are inside the Black Pyramid." Chapter 12:48 Entombed. The two of them climbed from the fissure and stood gazing at the seven suns moving across the vast sky. They remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sonny spoke, his voice carrying a sense of wonder and perplexity. "I know that it doesn't make sense, but it also makes so much sense, you know." Nephis frowned, her thoughts mirroring his. She had read both descriptions, and although Sonny's theory sounded outlandish, it was also compelling in a bizarre and irrational way. He took a deep breath and continued to unravel his theory. "I mean, listen, we were in the nightmare desert and entered the third nightmare through a seed that had been a part of Ariel's tomb once. Logically, the spell should have sent us into the past of the desert, or at least into the past of the Black Pyramid. However, it sent us into the Great River instead. That is an obvious contradiction." Sonny brushed his hair back and rubbed his eyes, attempting to make sense of the puzzle. But it all makes sense if the Great River is actually situated inside the pyramid. Sure, no matter how large the pyramid is, it can't be large enough to contain an entire region of the dream realm, an entire world even. That is if we think about it from the perspective of human logic. However, Ariel was not a human. He was a demon, an actual deity. Beings like that are not bound by mundane logic. If he could create a pyramid that does not draw nearer no matter how long you walk toward it, who says that he couldn't create a pyramid that contains a whole world inside it? Nephis considered the implications of Sonny's words. Her eyes remained fixed on the vast great river and the azure serpent lurking beneath its surface, with madness and hunger in its gaze. Struggling to ignore the unsettling presence of the serpent, she sighed and voiced her own insights. "Did he create that world too, then? Well, now that I think about it, he might have. Both of us thought that this place looked like a soul sea, right? Maybe it is not a soul sea, but instead was made from one. Ariel built the Black Pyramid out of the flesh of an unholy titan. He created the great river out of its blood. Then he created a world out of its soul. If so, then those seven suns were made out of seven divine soul shards that the titan had left behind." Nephis paused for a moment and then added, her voice tinged with a sense of awe. "If the humans of the Forgotten Shore could create an artificial sun, there's really no reason why Ariel couldn't create seven better ones." Sonny acknowledged her insights with a nod. "It would also explain why there are no stars in the night sky and why it's entirely black. Because it is not a real sky instead, the Black Pyramid is hollow, and what we're looking at is actually the inner side of its walls." The two of them exchanged glances, growing more convinced that their startling theory was right. Troubled, Nephis looked at the seven suns again and expressed her concerns. "So Ariel created this place, this tomb, to bury the truths he couldn't endure. And there is said to be a dreadful secret hidden in its estuary. It is easy to conclude that the truth he buried and the dreadful secret are one and the same. However, isn't it a little bit too elaborate of a feat to create a whole world, hide it within an indestructible pyramid, and remove it from the natural flow of time, all just to hide a secret? Why would he want to go to all that trouble?" Sonny listened to her with a somber expression on his face. He remained silent for a bit, then speculated about Ariel's motives. Maybe it's not that he wanted to, but instead that he had no other choice. The truth is hidden in the estuary of the Great River, and the Great River flows from the future into the past. But what is its estuary, actually? What can be the end of a river that flows through time into the past? Sonny paused, deep in thought, and then arrived at a peculiar conclusion. The only end such a river can have is the point when time didn't exist yet, isn't it? Where the past terminates. The estuary of the great river has to be the point where the past disappears into the primordial void, which was everlasting and ever-changing, and existed before the concepts like death and time were even created. By the gods. In fact, the estuary has to exist before the gods were born, and therefore outside their control. If Ariel wanted to hide something from even the gods, wouldn't he have had to go to such lengths? Nephis sighed, then rubbed her face, grappling with the paradoxical nature of these revelations. This is a little bit too strange to think about. A time before time existed. That is a paradox in and of itself, don't you think? Also, the great river does not only flow from the future into the past, it also does so endlessly. How can an endless river reach a point of termination? Sonny felt a headache coming on, and he grimaced as he looked away. Well, anyway, regardless of all that, at least we know now that the Sibyls did not literally hide inside a huge pyramid with their people. They actually came to the great river which existed outside the natural flow of time and was thus far removed from the doom that they were escaping. That doom it had to be the war between the demons and the gods, right? That was why they eventually couldn't hear the voices of the gods anymore, because the gods died. Nephis slowly nodded, prompting Sonny to smile with an air of revelation. You do understand what it means, don't you? She looked at him with a hint of curiosity. What exactly are you talking about? He grinned with a sense of anticipation. It means that there are tons of locals here on the Great River. We just haven't found them yet, but when we do, we'll be able to learn all kinds of information from them, including what the central conflict of this nightmare is and how to conquer it. She tilted her head a little, intrigued by his optimism. Right, there have to be plenty of humans here, according to the descriptions of the memories. It's just that they had entered the Great River much earlier than we did. So they are probably somewhere further downstream, further into the past. Without having to say anything, both of them turned to look north, in the direction where the waters of the Great River were flowing. The view was rather beautiful, except for the terrifying silhouette of the ancient serpent, which had raised its neck from the water and was devouring them with its eyes. Nephis lingered for a while, and then said in a low voice, a tinge of worry in her tone, "But Sonny, what if the goal of this nightmare is to reach the estuary? What are we going to do then?" He shivered, startled by her question. The idea of reaching the end of the great river was both daunting and overwhelming. Surely, a third nightmare would not have such an insane goal. That was not a task for mere Ascended. There had to be something else, something more attainable, something they could accomplish. He just didn't know what it was. Sonny let out a stifled laugh. "Let's hope that it's not, and if it is, well, I guess we'll have to do our best." The Sin of Solace smirked as he looked at the water, the mysteries of the great river, and the tomb of Ariel unfolding before them, as they journeyed deeper into the enigmatic third nightmare. Chapter 12, 49 Titanic Ship. So this is it then. The tomb of Ariel had been built from the remains of the stone Titan, while the great river created from its blood was contained within it, illuminated by the 7 suns made from its broken soul cores. The secret hidden at the estuary was the truth that Ariel had wished to forget. The nightmare desert was the result of the battle between him and the unholy creature. Looking at the blue sky above them, Sonny couldn't help but wonder. So the demons were capable of creating artificial worlds. Then a sudden thought made him shiver. What is the difference between a real world and an artificial one, though? Was there even a difference? And if there was not, had the rest of the worlds been created by someone as well? The demons, the gods, the unknown. He sighed, then shook his head. Do I really have time to ponder the cosmic origins of the world? Right now, they had more practical questions to answer. Many of the mysteries of the third nightmare had been revealed to them, but many more remained. At least they now knew where they were. And what their next step had to be. Travel downstream, find the Sibyls, and learn how to conquer this seed. Well, that is easier said than done, though. Sonny stared at the waters of the great river and saw the sharp blades of the azure serpent's dorsal fin break its surface as the great abomination hungrily circled the corpse of the titanic turtle. A dark expression appeared on his face. After a bit of silence, he said, "Neph, do you think we can kill this thing?" She smiled faintly. Sonny had expected to hear some kind of a crazy answer, like always, but she unexpectedly gave him a sober one instead. "It is not impossible. This beast is 2 whole ranks above us, which would usually mean that there is no hope. But then again, we did eventually kill a few fallen abominations as sleepers, back on the forgotten shore." Nephis grew silent for a moment, and then added somberly, "However, the gap between ranks grows much wider the higher those ranks are. The difference between a corrupted creature and a fallen one is much greater than the difference between a fallen creature and an awakened one, while the gap between a great abomination and a corrupted one is even greater still. Worse yet, this great beast is in its natural element in the water, while we are not. My aspect will also be weakened there in the depths. Glaring at the serpent intensely, Sunny slowly nodded. Everything she said was reasonable. I bet I can still kill it, though. Hearing his unexpected words, Nephis chuckled. But Sunny was serious. He was not particularly confident, but he also did not think that their chances were close to zero. Both of them were strong, and they were even stronger together. There were his shadows and the powerful memories they possessed. Most importantly, the azure serpent was a mere beast. No matter how harrowing its power was, it lacked intelligence. While Sunny was full of all kinds of devious schemes, with Nephis trailing not far behind. The odds were perilous, but not impossible indeed. Neph sighed, maybe we won't need to gamble with our lives. There might not be a need to fight it at all. He lingered for a while, then nodded. She was right. Their current goal was to travel downstream, far into the past, and find those humans who had escaped the war between the gods and the demons by entering the tomb of Ariel. The corpse of the great monster they were using as shelter, meanwhile, was being slowly dragged in that same direction by the current. The titanic carcass of the black turtle was like a ship that could very well take them all the way to their destination. Since that was the case, there was no reason to battle the azure serpent, or anything at all. Of course, things could change for the worse at any moment. The future was unclear, and there was no way to tell what would happen. No, wait, since we are moving downstream, wouldn't it be the past that is unclear? Ah, my head hurts. Sunny sighed and glanced at Nephis. What do we do then? What is our next move? She looked up. The 7 suns were already starting to drown in the radiant waters of the great river, and the dawn of the eastern horizon was slowly fading into the pitch blackness of the night. Nephis lowered her gaze. It's late. We should probably rest and take another look at the situation in the morning with fresh eyes. I don't know about you, but I am thoroughly exhausted. I haven't slept in a long while, and the battle between the turtle and the snake took a lot out of me. Sunny smiled crookedly. He was tired, too. He had not done anything in the last couple of days except drift through the sky. But as it turned out, doing nothing was very exhausting. Especially when one was suspended between the surface of a mystical river and the sky, having to keep an eye on both lest some terrible creature swallow them whole in one bite. Yeah, I'm tired too. Some time later, the two of them were hidden from the wind and the piercing gaze of the ancient serpent in the familiar fissure on the shell of the dead behemoth. There was a small fire burning between them, casting shadows on the black rock. The shadows were dancing. There were not a lot of things on the dark island that could be used as fuel, but Sunny had a few bricks of compressed synthetic firewood stored in the covetous coffer. Once again, his loyal alloy chest had come in handy sadly. It was already almost empty. Nephis made a dish from some of Sunny's last provisions, and the two of them enjoyed a late supper as the world was slowly consumed by darkness. The soft glow of the water was not visible from inside the fissure, and it seemed as though nothing at all existed outside the small circle illuminated by the fire anymore. There were no stars in the black sky, and so Sunny couldn't help but remember a similar night from many years ago, when Nephis and he had first met on the forgotten shore and shared a conversation in the dark. God's almost 4 years had passed since then, hadn't they? A small smile appeared on his face. Hey, do you remember how you told me about the adventures of Odysseus? Nephis looked up from her food and hesitated for a moment. A distant expression appeared on her beautiful face. Sure, why? Sunny shook his head and shoved a spoonful of the fragrant, thick soup into his mouth. No, nothing. That Odysseus guy, I don't think he had gone through half the crap we had to go through, though. Chapter 1250, Death of a Hero. A faint smile appeared on Neph's face. She stared into the fire for a while, then leaned her back against the weathered black rock with a shrug. Who can tell? There are a lot of stories about the trials and tribulations he had to endure. Bathed in the warmth of the fire and with his belly pleasantly full, Sunny felt his body and mind relax. Throwing a curious glance at her, he asked, "What is your favorite story about that guy, then?" Nephis remained silent for a while with a look of contemplation on her face, which was cast in shadows, with only its vague silhouette visible in the darkness and the dancing white sparks that shone in the depths of her eyes. Eventually, she said, "Maybe it's not a favorite, but I often think about one of them in particular." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Which one?" Neph sighed quietly before answering. Odysseus was a great hero of Hellas, but he was not the greatest one. The greatest and most powerful hero was named Heracles, who was a demigod and a slayer of monsters. Heracles possessed incredible strength and performed many incredible feats after he died. The gods took his soul to the heavenly realm, where he became an immortal god himself. She grew quiet for a moment. However, Odysseus once descended into the underworld, where he saw the shadows of the dead. Among them was the forlorn shadow of Heracles, so, when I was a child, I always wondered how Heracles could both be a god and a lost shadow in the land of the dead. Nephis shifted slightly and moved her hand, causing the fire to suddenly burn brighter. I asked my grandmother, and she explained that one part of Heracles was divine, while another part of him was human. It was the divine part of Heracles that ascended to godhood, while the human part was cast down into the underworld, doomed to wander its dark halls forever. Her voice was a little wistful. Sunny frowned and gave her a dark look. "That's a little messed up." Neph smiled. "Right, I also always thought that it was very unfair for the gods to simply discard the human part of Heracles. Hypocritical, even." She lingered for a few moments and shrugged. "Of course, when I grew older, I realized that it was really just two different versions of the myth colliding with each other. The stories of Odysseus are older, and so Heracles, despite being the greatest of heroes, had a tragic death in those ancient myths. The version of his own stories that we know are newer, and the original ending was changed to a happier one at some point, with the added lesson, be a valiant hero, and you shall be rewarded. Something like that." When she finished talking, Sunny suddenly chuckled. His eye glinted in the dark. "So little Neph thought that the gods were hypocrites, huh? I see now, turns out, your disdain for the figures of authority goes very far back." A corner of her mouth twisted up. "I guess it does. No wonder she is dead set on killing the sovereigns and destroying the spell. This hopeless lunatic was like that from the very start." Sunny hesitated for a while, then asked, "Don't you think that it is a little hypocritical too, though? You are a great figure of authority yourself now, after all. Lady Changing Star of the immortal flame, the torchbearer of humanity and the idol of millions of people, both mundane and awakened. Seems like a contradiction." Nephis looked at him across the fire with a neutral expression. The sparks of white light in her eyes danced as she answered. "Humans are contradictory creatures. They can wage genocidal wars in the name of pacifist religions, tell truths to deceive each other. They can even love and hate something or someone at the same time." Looking away, she shrugged and smiled. "I was a very reasonable child, and I often tried to understand people through reason, to no success whatsoever, of course. It was only after I learned that people are inherently unreasonable that I started to understand them a little. Oh, I am a person, too. It's no surprise that I am a bit contradictory as well." Sunny stared at her silently. After a while, he scoffed. "Really? Because, let me tell you, I was a very unreasonable child." Nephis looked at him in surprise. "Seriously?" He nodded energetically. "Oh yes, one might even say that I was a bit dumb, trying to understand things through reason. Couldn't be me, I just learned things through trial and error." Sunny paused for a moment, and then added somberly, "Well, mostly error." Nephis tilted her head a little, and then suddenly smiled. "To be honest, I can't really imagine you as a child. I just always imagine what. Oh, as you, what were you like?" He scratched the back of his head with a bit of embarrassment. "Well, if I remember correctly, I was very gentle and kind. To a fault, even. Do you know how kids would sometimes pull the wings off annoying insects? I would never, in fact, I would cry for a day straight if I accidentally killed a spider or a fly." His face slowly turned grim. "Oh, well, that didn't last long, though, so I was mostly a weird and wicked child, I guess. Still, it was better than being soft and naive." Then Sunny looked at Nephis in confusion. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" She blinked a couple of times. "Pulling the wings off insects. What? Is it really a thing children do?" He coughed. Right, I forgot that Neff grew up incredibly sheltered because of all the assassination attempts. Had she even met someone her age before coming to the academy? Sunny awkwardly looked away. Oh, maybe it's just a boy thing or an outskirts thing. I don't know, really not everyone does it, but some kids do. Well, I have no idea I didn't. Neff remained silent for a while, then said thoughtfully, maybe they are playing awakened and pretending to slay nightmare creatures. Yes, that makes sense. Still, it's a bit cruel. The conversation had taken a strange turn, and Sunny was feeling a little uncomfortable. The fire was dying down, too. He cleared his throat. Well, anyway, I think it's time we went to bed. I mean, we don't have a beds, I mean beds. So it's time we go to sleeping bags. Damn it, what I'm trying to say is that you should sleep first. I'll take the first watch and wake you up later. All right. Neff watched him fumble his words with a strange expression, and then nodded silently. What the hell was that? What was I even saying? Soon the fire died, and Sunny was left alone. Neff was asleep, and he could hear the soft sound of her breathing not too far away. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her sleep. At that moment, the Sin of Solace suddenly said, "Wow, Sunny, you really have a way with words, huh? A real charmer. I wouldn't say that torturing insects is a very romantic topic of conversation, but other than that." Sunny ground his teeth, refusing to look at the pale apparition. Her knew exactly what the bastard looked like anyway. Shut up. Erdiol's note Sunny should put on his weaver's mask. His riz increases by plus 100 with that shit on. Jokes aside, chapters might be late this week and the next. A bit busy. If I do miss a day, the chapters will be released together with that day's chapters. This goes for all the novels I update. Cheers. Chapter 1251, Rude Awakening. With Nightmare guarding Sunny's dreams, his sleep was deep and peaceful. His awakening, however, was not. What? Sunny woke from feeling the world tilt, and then quake with a violent shudder. He was thrown sideways and collided with the slope of the fissure, feeling the sharp rocks cutting into his skin. Groggy and disoriented, he tried to stand up, but got tangled in the sleeping bag instead. Damn it! The sleeping bag disintegrated as he tore through it, already summoning the Sin of Solace and the Moonlight Shard. The world lurched once again, and the deafening roar of water reached his ear. What is going on? Assessing his surroundings through shadow sense, Sunny did not notice immediate danger. He did, however, notice Nephis. She had climbed out of the fissure and was now standing on its edge, her white tunic and silver hair fluttering in the wind. Sunny could not see her face, but judging by the lack of weapons in her hands, the situation was not critical. He let out a relieved sigh, then glanced at the destroyed sleeping bag with regret. Just a moment later, the dark island shuddered again, and a strange tremor ran through the black turtle's stone shell. At that moment, an obnoxious voice resounded from his left. "Good morning, rise and shine." Throwing a contemptuous glance at the spirit of the Sin of Solace, Sunny grimaced and pushed himself off the ground. Soaring high into the air, he kicked the slope of the fissure and propelled himself even higher, landing noiselessly near Nephis a moment later. The 7 suns were already rising, and the world was suffused with the golden radiance of dawn. What is happening? Instead of answering, she pointed her finger at a particular spot off the edge of the island. There, the water was turbulent and foamy, rising in violent waves. The river had washed away most of the blood during the night, but now it was painted red once again. In fact, the red color was more vivid and intense than ever. Sunny frowned. The next moment, something large and swift moved beneath the surface of the red water, and the carcass of the black turtle quaked again. What the... As more blood poured into the great river, there was a strange sound. Soon, the azure serpent's giant head rose from the turbulent water and stared at them with its vicious, cloudy eyes. Streams of Ed were flowing from its impenetrable scales. This time, however, there was something different about the great beast. Clenched tightly in its harrowing jaws was a huge chunk of red, bleeding meat. Still staring at them with malice, the creature moved its jaw and started chewing it. Needless to say, the sight was more than a little disturbing. Standing by Sunny's side, Nephis. "It's eating the turtle." He glanced at her with a strange expression. "Yeah, I've noticed." With that, both of them fell silent as they watched the serpent. who was watching them while devouring the meat of the slain great monster. Yesterday, Sunny had struggled with chewing through the tough meat of the black turtle, but it was almost melting in the abomination's enormous maw. The jade fangs were painted red as they effortlessly sliced through the bleeding chunk, which was diminishing at an alarming rate. He couldn't help but shudder when imagining what these fangs would do to his own flesh. No armor memory he possessed, and no attribute augmenting his body stood a chance of resisting the fangs of the great beast even for a split second. If those jaws closed on Sunny, he would be obliterated in an instant. Sunny stared at the feasting serpent. Then suddenly, a long sigh escaped from his lips. "You know what? I'm really damn tired of this." Nephis looked at him with a silent question. "Tired of what?" Sunny vaguely pointed with his hand. "It's just nothing ever goes as it is supposed to, does it? I remember surrendering myself to the cops when I became infected. They told me this and that about how the process of awakening is supposed to happen. And I swear to the dead gods not a single thing they told me to expect ended up coming true." A darkly exasperated expression appeared on his face. "My first nightmare, an awakened tyrant appears, the solstice. There's a fallen terror blocking the only way out. The second nightmare, here is a couple of immortal saints I need to kill, and they are completely out of their minds. Really, I went through so many absolutely unreasonable things as an aspirant, sleeper, and awakened." Sunny rolled his eyes. "I am a master now, and instead of fighting fallen nightmare creatures like masters are supposed to do, there's this great beast staring me down. Let's not even mention all the corrupted abominations I've already killed. Is this what they call suffering from success? If so, I really don't want to be such an overachiever anymore. Can't something normal happen for once?" Listening to him, Nephis tilted her head a little. She remained silent for a bit, and then said, "You're right, you really had to overcome completely unreasonable things as an aspirant, sleeper, awakened, and master." Then a hint of a smile appeared on her lips, and sparks of white light ignited in her eyes. "But Sunny, considering all that, have you thought about what kind of things you'll have to face as a saint?" Sunny's already pale face suddenly became even whiter. A hint of horror appeared in his eyes. "Oh, gods!" He shivered. "You evil, no, I don't want to even think about it." Smiling, Nephis looked away and concentrated on the azure serpent once again. After a few moments of silence, she said, "Maybe you should consider this as training then. In any case, what do you think we should do now?" Sunny threw a gloomy glance her way and shrugged. "I'm not sure. The turtle is huge, so even this old snake won't be able to hollow its shell out quickly. I don't think it can overturn the carcass or break through the carapace at this point, but I'm not sure. We should be ready for anything, I guess." Nephis lingered for a while and then nodded. "I agree, let's wait and see then." As the enormous carcass of the great monster shuddered once again, they stood side by side and watched silently as the water was slowly saturated with crimson blood. Chapter 1252 Voyage. At first, Sunny and Nephis were tense and fully focused, observing the feasting serpent with grim apprehension and a bit of dread. But then, slowly, it got a little boring. Even though very few people had ever gotten a chance to see a great beast devour a great monster, or maybe none at all. As it turned out, even such a macabre and awesome spectacle could grow old really fast. The black turtle was just too enormous. Even though the azure serpent was gigantic itself, it still couldn't devour a significant portion of its carcass in a short amount of time, no matter how hard it tried. It would probably take the creature days or even weeks to put a dent in the floating corpse of the titanic monster. Eventually, Sunny and Nephis found themselves sitting side by side on the green moss, looking silently at the great river. The two of them made for a striking contrast. Sunny was wearing a tunic of black silk embroidered with silver thread, his hair black as a raven's wing. Nephis was wearing a tunic too, hers perfectly white and decorated with red accents. Her long silver hair was moving idly in the wind. One's eyes were like two pools of unfathomable darkness. The others were gray, calm, and hid within them a boundless, immolating heat. Both would have seemed too flawless and beautiful to a mundane human, with perfectly smooth alabaster skin and faces that seemed to have been chiseled from precious stone by a divine sculptor. Surrounded by the vast expanse of a mystical river and sitting calmly atop the shell of a great monster, wearing no armor and holding no weapons in their hands. They looked like two transient deities that had descended from the heavenly realm to rest on the soft moss and enjoy the breathtaking beauty of this strange world. Of course, Sonny had none of these thoughts. Instead, he had an entirely different view of the current situation. This is her. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to being in the company of armor-clad awakened, heavily armed soldiers and military vehicles. Looking at the slender silhouette of Nephis's body, outlined by the light fabric of her tunic, and the weightless silk of his own graceless dusk, he couldn't help but feel a sense of strange incongruity. They were currently in the most dire predicament of their habitually dire lives. And yet, what the hell? We look like we're enjoying a luxury cruise. Of course, leisure cruises and getaways on tropical islands had not been a thing since before the dark times. Sonny just found the idea amusing after randomly learning about that ancient tradition from Rain, and was reminded of that conversation right now. He knew that being surrounded by great abominations was not exactly one's idea of a relaxing vacation. However, the corpse of the black turtle was technically floating, so it was like a ship. At the same time, it was large enough to be an island. The food was delicious. The view was to die for. The company was very nice, too. If not for the blooded snout of the azure serpent rising above the water from time to time, he would have actually been quite content. Huh. Sensing his strange mood, Nephis looked at him and raised an eyebrow. You have that funny look in your eyes. Sonny coughed. I was just thinking that this entire situation is weirdly peaceful. We are on top of a dead great monster, and there is a great beast slowly devouring that monster as it waits for a chance to munch on our souls, and yet there's nothing to do. He scratched his head. Let me tell you, the start of my second nightmare was nowhere near as relaxing. Plus, this black turtle, it's kind of like a ship, isn't it? So we're relaxing on a ship, I just think it's funny. Nephis blinked a couple of times, then stared at the black expanse of the black turtle's shell. After a short pause, she said awkwardly, Oh, you would know better. I actually was never on a real ship. Sonny tilted his head a little. Oh, that's right. She was brought to Antarctica by Whispering Blade. She never sailed across the ocean on an alloy battleship, only flew through the sky aboard the chain breaker. He chuckled. Well, it's not that special. Mostly you just stay inside and pray that the ship doesn't start splitting around you, or that something from the outside doesn't come inside to pay you a visit. By the way, both of those things happen to me, so no matter how strange it feels to say, this feels much nicer. Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then looked away. Her voice was even when she said, This is much nicer than the start of my second nightmare, too, because I'm not alone. Sonny looked at her carefully. A strange thought surfaced in his mind. Was she going to say something else? He suddenly felt tense again. A lot of very complicated emotions that Sonny had done his best to avoid for a long, long time reared their heads in his heart. Was she? Luckily or unfortunately, the azure serpent chose that exact moment to let out a frenzied roar and dive back into the water, sending a huge fountain of it flying into the sky. It seemed that the old snake had been satiated by now. Full of renewed vigor, the serpent started circling the black turtle once again, raising its head from time to stare at them with deranged eyes. Sonny sighed. This snake just never gives up, does it? Nephis silently nodded and then stood up. Illuminated by the light of the seven suns and outlined against the blue sky, her lithe figure was like a painting. But it really can't overturn the carcass or break the shell. We don't need to keep watching it for now. Sonny raised an eyebrow. So then what should we do? She thought for a while, then glanced at the soft carpet of green moss and the mysterious landscape of the dark island. Eventually, Nephis shrugged. Whatever we want. Chapter 1253, Parade of Shadows. After resting for a while, Sonny and Nephis separated. She went off to study the memories Sir Gilead had transferred to her. There had not been a lot of time to get a proper feel for them in the nightmare desert. Sonny, meanwhile, remained sitting on the soft M. Oz with a contemplative expression. What to do? First, he closed his eyes and sent the 5 shadows to investigate the dark island. It was somewhere between 1 and 2 kilometers across, so there was not a lot of ground to cover. However, the terrain of the giant shell of black rock was weathered and uneven. There were plenty of cracks and fissures, some of them large and easy to notice, others hidden from view. Some were entirely filled with water. The exploration did not take too long. His shadows did not find anything really interesting either. There was the weathered rock, the vibrant patches of green moss, and the remains of the creature's battle armor, its silver now tarnished and bleak. Other than that, the dark island was desolate and barren. What made a deep impression on Sonny, though, were the fissures themselves. At first, he had assumed that they were just natural features of the great monster's stone shell, but after some time, with a shiver, he realized that they were not. Instead, each of the deep grooves was a scar left on the titanic shell of the ancient creature by unknown enemies. None managed to penetrate it, and some were rather shallow. However, some were dark and frighteningly deep. Considering that even the azure serpent was not able to crack the black turtle's carapace, Sonny dreaded to imagine what kind of creatures had left those claw marks on its back. He looked at the gleaming expanse of the great river with gloom. Suddenly, the enchanting beauty of this dreamlike world seemed like a facade that hid unspeakable horrors behind its alluring veil. Of course, Sonny had known that already, but in that moment he felt it stronger than ever before. Beautiful things are the most dangerous. Glancing in the direction where Nephis had left, he sighed and stretched his legs. The shadows returned, and then 3 figures rose from them. Onyx Saint, Nightmare, and Ravenous Fiend. He silently studied them for a while, thinking. Saint was stoic and indifferent, as always if he did not know that she was alive, he would have assumed that the graceful and towering figure in front of him was a beautiful statue. Nightmare was staring at the azure serpent, which was circling the island, with dark and malevolent fury burning in his crimson eyes. Imp seemed a little uncomfortable under Sonny's gaze, shifting from foot to foot nervously. Nightmare was the weakest of the 3, but also offered the most utility to Sonny. He didn't necessarily need to use the tenebrous stallion as a battle companion, that said. His steed was very close to unlocking the terror ability and finally realizing its full potential. The next rank was also not far away. Once Nightmare came into his power as a terror and ascended, his power would take a great leap. Sonny had little means of speeding up that process at the moment, though. It was going to happen when it happened, probably before too long. Saint, meanwhile, was already incredibly powerful. She was so powerful, in fact, that Sonny had no means of pushing her to greater power anymore. To make the graceful stone knight achieve the supreme rank, he would need 300 transcended memories of the first tier, or 600 ascended ones, or 1,200 awakened ones. Needless to say, these numbers were unattainable at the moment. He didn't even want to count the potential number of dormant memories she would need to rank up. Reaching a higher class, meanwhile, required luck and stumbling on a uniquely suitable enemy. It was outside his control. Saint had already classed up twice, but the rest of his shadows, excluding the aberrant soul serpent, had yet to do it even once. That went to show how rare such opportunities were. There was one thing Sonny could do right now, though. Glancing at Saint, he sent Morgan's warbow and the stifled scream her way. The bow was self-explanatory. He was planning to make Saint the sentry for as long as they remained on the dark island. The stifled scream, however, was more tricky. That charm of his had an enchantment called Echoing Silence. Its description read, when wearing this charm, the physical power of its master is augmented, but only as long as they remain silent. The longer their silence lasts, uninterrupted, the greater the boon of power they'll receive. This was a powerful enchantment indeed, and one perfectly suited for the taciturn shadow. However, he had never managed to get a lot out of it, because there had never been an opportunity to keep Saint summoned for weeks on end. Right now, however, there was an interesting idea in Sonny's head. The physical augmentation, the stifled scream, grows stronger the longer one stays silent, so it functions in relation to time. Weren't they flowing through time, though? Sonny did not know how exactly the distance traveled on the great river corresponded to time, but he assumed that it was not a small amount. Were they moving one day into the past each day? One moan. 1 year. If so, then the augmentation of the stifled scream could potentially reach its theoretical limit in no time. That was an outlandish theory, but it was worth checking out at least. Satisfied, Sonny turned to Imp. On paper, the scrawny goblin was on the same level of power as Saint. He was a transcendent devil as well. But in reality, there was an insurmountable gap between them. Imp was just an adolescent as far as shadows went, after all. He was still on the weaker side, inexperienced and untrained. His core physical attribute, the lesser steel body, had just recently evolved to the greater steel body. Sunny had thought that it would be extremely hard to locate large quantities of metal of higher quality than the body of Sun Prince. But as it turned out, he was wrong. They were currently on top of the Black Turtle's titanic corpse, and that corpse was encased in the remains of similarly titanic battle armor. Surely, the armor deserving of a great monster would be made of some truly incredible stuff. Looking at the nervous imp, Sunny grinned and pointed to the nearest jagged chunk of tarnished silver. "Go, buddy, gorge yourself, bon appetit." The scrawny goblin tentatively turned to look in the direction he was pointing. A few moments later, its eyes dramatically widened. "I bet it's going to be a bit tough to chew, boo." Before Sunny could finish speaking, Imp was already dashing toward the band of ancient silver with a maddened expression. He chuckled. "I guess it smells delicious." Chapter 1254, Back to Basics. With Saint standing guard, Nightmare keeping her company, and Imp happily munching on the tarnished silver of the great monster's battle armor, Sunny was once again left with nothing much to do. The 7 suns were shining in the 3-colored sky. The clear waters of the great river were flowing as they sparkled in the sunlight. The azure serpent was hungrily circling the dark island, ramming it from time to make its wrathful madness known. The sin of Solace was brooding silently. A gentle breeze was playing with Sunny's hair. With a sigh, he swept it back and rose, planning to go find Nephis. This is too weird. He had expected many situations to arise at the start of the 3rd nightmare, but one thing he had not expected was being left with nothing urgent to do. Walking across the weathered surface of the black rock, Sunny went around a torn band of dull silver, traversed a few patches of moss, and finally laid his eye on Nephis. She was training. Holding an unfamiliar longsword, Nephis was practicing a complicated chain of moves, her silver hair dancing in the air. There were beads of sweat on her face, and the hem of the airy tunic was flaring, revealing smooth porcelain skin. Her movements were limber and flowing, gracefully cascading into each other. The sight of it was beautiful. Neph's swordsmanship was beautiful, and she was beautiful too. Illuminated by the dreamlike radiance of the 7 suns, and dancing with a silvery sword on a carpet of green moss, with her white tunic and alabaster skin, she was like a fairy. Sunny found himself standing motionlessly in the shadow of a rock outcropping, watching. He had been planning to call out to Nephis, but now forgetting about it, he silently remained where he was. Some time passed, Sunny wasn't sure how much exactly. The island trembled once more. Eventually, he shifted slightly, as though escaping a reverie, and took a step forward to escape the shadows. "Hey!" Nephis stopped and leaned on her sword, breathing heavily. Her chest was rising and falling, and her face was slightly flushed. Walking over, Sunny summoned the endless spring and offered it to her with a friendly smile. Accepting the beautiful glass bottle, she sat down and wiped the sweat off her face, then threw her head back and drank greedily. Sunny glanced at her slender neck and the beads of sweat glistening above the collar of her tunic, which was slightly damp and sticking a little to her body. Then he looked away. "Thank you." After drinking her fill, Nephis returned the endless spring to Sunny. He hesitated for a moment, then drank some of the cool, refreshing water himself and sat down near her. He had completely forgotten what he was going to say. After a moment or two of peaceful silence, Sunny finally remembered. "I've been thinking. Currently, the most powerful combatant among us is the Onyx Saint, my shadow. You must know that she is a transcendent devil now. Should something happen, she would be our best bet against the old snake. We should try augmenting her with both of our aspects and test just how strong she would become." They already knew that Nephis was able to share her flames with his shadows. But the last time they had attempted it was a lifetime ago, in the basement of his home in NQSC. Saint had been a mere ascended demon back then, while Sunny had been an early-stage devil. Now she was a transcendent devil, and he was a tyrant, and Nephis knee. Fies was a terror. She had absorbed a great number of soul shards during the Battle of the Black Skull and gained the last few in the Nightmare Desert. The situation back then had been too desperate and frenetic to think about it, and honestly, Sunny didn't really care about competing with her anymore. All their powers had risen. Perhaps with the help of shadows and soul flame, Saint would be able to scratch against the level of strength of a supreme creature. Of course, there was a big problem as a being whose flesh was akin to stone. She could not swim and would immediately sink if pushed into the great river. Still, it was worth testing. Nephis nodded. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. She leaned back a little and closed her eyes, enjoying the cool caress of the breeze with a faint smile. Sunny watched her silently for a few moments. Eventually, he said, "Your swordsmanship has changed." Neff's favored style was always flowing and unpredictable, but now it had assumed a strange, almost mystical quality. Sunny had been a complete novice when they first met. His skill now was incomparable with that of 4 years ago. He had grown with an explosive, truly astonishing speed. But Nephis had grown too. Perhaps her progress was not quite as stunningly rapid. She did not have the benefit of having an aspect legacy to fuel it, after all, but compared to even the most talented humans, it was still tremendously swift. Sunny and Nephis had sparred a lot after she returned from the second nightmare, but she had been held back by her nascent essence control back then. Now, she had fully come into her power as a master, and was able to push her skill to entirely new limits, maybe even past them. Opening her eyes, Nephis smiled. "I guess it did." Then she leaned forward and looked into the distance with a contemplative expression. "For me, my understanding of swordsmanship went through a transformation after the ascension." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Sounds serious?" She nodded with a distant look. "Yes, it was because of learning to control my essence. Awakened possess a rudimentary form of essence control. They broadly enhance their entire bodies with essence, sometimes narrowing the scope down to a particular limb. After learning to do it as easily as breathing, they can become masters and naturally transition to a much more targeted, intricate, and efficient manner of using essence." Her eyes glinted. "But I've never been an awakened. I went straight to being a master. So learning to control essence was very hard for me. I had to be conscious of every muscle in my body, every tendon, and every bone. It was like learning to walk again." A corner of Sunny's mouth twitched as he suppressed a smile. He vividly remembered helping her pass these exact obstacles. Nephis, meanwhile, continued. "So I had to go back to basics. Which groups of muscles do I need to enhance to perform the cut in the most efficient and effective way? My hand, my shoulder, my back, my core, my thighs, my calves, everything had to work in harmony to produce the best result. It took a while to become proficient enough in controlling essence to do it right without thinking. And in the process, I became much more aware of my body. I also got submerged in studying the basics on a much deeper level than before." Going deeper and deeper. Sunny looked at her with curiosity. "How deep are we talking about?" She smiled, lingered for a moment, and then said, "Force equals mass times acceleration." He blinked. What? What?" Sunny had not expected to hear a physics formula, and he only knew that this was a physics formula because teacher Julius had once thrown a tantrum about his lack of education and forced him to read a bunch of children's school books. Nephis smiled. "That is the basis of swordsmanship or spearmanship or any other kind of weapon skill. Fundamentally, it's all about delivering force. The amount of force is dependent on mass and acceleration. Your body is the source of that force, and your weapon is a force multiplier. It concentrates it into a narrow tip, thus making it easier to deliver lethal damage." She pointed to the sharp tip of her sword. "Of course, there are more nuances to that. For example, speed does not exist in a vacuum. It is relative to the enemy. Your body also has to borrow from the ground you are standing on. There is balance, centers of gravity, reaction speed as for the sword itself. There is flexibility, material composition, center of percussion, and so on. There is also soul essence, memory enchantments, attributes, and aspect abilities to consider." Sunny was looking at her incredulously, which caused Nephis to shrug in embarrassment. "Well, anyway, I've been studying the fundamentals, physics, anatomy, spell studies, and a bit of other stuff, a lot since returning from the second nightmare, and slowly incorporating these insights into my swordsmanship. Something like that. He tilted his head, a bit dumbfounded. That can't be how have we gone from the essence of combat is murder to force equals acceleration. So Nephis had been studying science to shore up her fundamentals and evolve her swordsmanship. That sounded very strange. But the result was apparent. She had clearly improved by leaps and bounds since her ascension. Sonny shook his head in disbelief, and then threw a pointed look at her. His voice was incredulous. Care for a spar? Chapter 1255, Dancing Spirits. Chapter 1255, Dancing Spirits. With a faint smile on her face, Nephis nodded and raised her sword, pointing it at him in invitation. Sonny summoned the Sin of Solace and took a stance opposite her. From the forgotten shore to the basement of his home in the peaceful Terrace district, they had trained with each other numerous times. This simple sequence of actions was as natural for them as breathing. However, today, there was an awkward pause. Sonny scratched the back of his head and glanced at the Jade Giant. That isn't going to work, is it? Nephis seemed to have come to a similar conclusion, looking at him sheepishly. No, what the hell, since when does she know how to emote? This is just too cute. He coughed. The problem facing them was that both had grown too powerful, and subsequently the weapons they used were too powerful too. The Sin of Solace was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, and quite a harrowing one at that. Sonny was not entirely sure what the level of Neff's longsword was, but it had to be quite a menacing weapon, as well, considering that it had come from the sole arsenal of a saint. It would be already bad enough if the Sin of Solace damaged or destroyed it. But what if Sonny was not careful enough and scratched Nephis in the process? The curse of madness carried by the Jade Blade would either crush her mental defenses, or at least put debilitating pressure on her mind for a period of time. Standing some distance away, the spirit of the giant smiled. No, don't worry, I'll be gentle. However, that smile of his was more than a little bit sinister. Sonny frowned, then dismissed the jade sword and got lost in thought for a few moments. Eventually, a smile of delight appeared on his lips. Let's do this. The shadows around them suddenly moved and flowed toward him, then slowly formed into 2 inky black swords. One of them was a fearsome odachi, while the other was an elegant longsword. The odachi was easy to create. This was one of the shapes Sonny had practiced relentlessly, after all. The longsword was a little bit tricky, since he had never created one before. Nevertheless, he was familiar with it as well, and so managed to produce a passable one with some effort. One would think that manifesting shadows into a weapon would be easier than shaping them into articulated hands, since weapons were static by nature. However, in reality, shaping a sword was just as complex of a task. A good sword had to possess certain characteristics to feel right in the hand: weight, balance, flexibility, and rigidity, center of percussion that Neph had recently mentioned, and so on. It was especially daunting with something like the odachi, which possessed a flexible edge and a rigid spine. To improve in that regard, Sonny had even studied a bit of blacksmithing on the network. Back then, clan valor had been preventing him from visiting the dream realm, so he had a lot of free time. There were many levels to shadow manifestation, and shaping was only the most basic of them. Sonny could also affect the material composition of the manifested shadows, although that demanded a higher essence expenditure. He could manipulate the density of the shadows, for example. He could make them feel like steel or porous limestone. With some effort, he could even make them slippery or adhesive. In the past, all these internal transformations had been very difficult to achieve, but after inventing shadow incarnation, Sonny made a breakthrough in his mastery of shadow manifestation as well. Now, it was much easier. All that was to say, when Nephis dismissed her longsword and curiously took the shadow weapon from his hand, he secretly held his breath. She weighed the black longsword, then swung it a few times to test how it felt. Then, she nodded in satisfaction. That works. Sonny suppressed a proud smile and raised his odachi. Let's begin, then. Ah, that feeling, he missed it. The Sin of Solace was a piece of art in the form of a giant, but Sonny's heart still lay with blades like this one. Maybe because it was what he had learned swordsmanship with, wielding Midnight Shard on the Forgotten Shore. Not to mention all the fun times he had had as mongrel in the dreamscape. Raising the odachi slightly, Sonny pushed himself forward and attacked. It was as though two spirits were dancing under the bright light of the radiant suns. The two of them were instantly entangled in a breathtaking dance of singing steel. Their swift figures blurred, and soon nothing but a dark S. Hape and a light shape could be seen, moving across the green moss as they weaved and circled around each other. It was as though two spirits were dancing under the bright light of the radiant suns. She really has improved. Neph's swordsmanship felt different. It had always been somewhat ineffable due to her eerie ability to control both the battlefield and the enemy, but now there was an even more bizarre quality to her graceful skill. The steps seemed the same, the cadence seemed the same, the offensive and defensive moves seemed the same as well. However, these familiar elements were somehow entirely different and incredibly more dangerous. Her light steps never failed to deliver her into the best possible position to attack. Each strike packed a devastating punch that seemed too extreme even for an ascended terror. Her defense was nearly impenetrable, alternating between immovable hardness and inviting softness, which dissipated the force of Sunny's attacks and made him feel as though he was drowning in a bog. No, he was drowning in her flowing sword. How is she so different? It was not as though Sunny did not understand the same principles Neph had spoken about. The relationship between mass, acceleration, and force. He was intimately familiar with it as well. After all, Sunny had long incorporated the ability to change his weight at will into his battle skill, so much so that it had become second nature to him. By manipulating how much his body, or various parts of it, weighed on the fly, he was able to enhance the force of his attacks, secure his balance, and even perform seemingly impossible moves by shifting his center of gravity. By now, it was like an instinct. He knew a lot about anatomy, too, both from his own training after the ascension, mastery of shadow dance, and learning how to create shadow hands. Everything that Nephis had mentioned, Sunny studied too. However, as they thought, he understood the difference between them. It was the difference between an intuitive, instinctual knowledge and a comprehensive, systemic understanding. And so, even though Sunny could perceive the essence of what Nephis was doing through shadow dance, he couldn't repeat it with the same level of insight. This was different from fighting Morgan. Morgan was supremely skilled, yes, but the main challenge of dueling her was the dire power of her enchanted body and her sharp, killing will. Nephis was not using any augmentations, and her will was vast and calm as an ocean. Beneath that indomitable calmness hid the fiery fury of a roaring flame. It was pure technique, pure insight, pure mastery. Pure passion. Sunny frowned, feeling that he, too, was starting to sweat. Nephis was strong, but he was strong, too. Among human swordsmen, he was perhaps one of the strongest. His mind was clear, his elusive skill was perilously insidious. He was not the same person he had been before. Antarctica had forged him into someone much more steady, powerful, and deadly. Their duel was exhilarating. Chapter 1256, Reaching for the Stars. Sunny and Nephis climbed back into the familiar fissure only after the seven suns plunged into the waters of the great river. They hungrily consumed the last few ration packs from the covetous coffer, and then settled on the weathered rock to sleep. Saint was standing guard above the fissure, and Nightmare was near to protect their dreams. So they decided not to alternate and let themselves rest through the whole night. The world was swiftly enveloped in darkness. The nocturnal glow of the great river did not reach the depths of the fissure, and there were no stars or the moon in the sky. The world was entirely black, as if they had plunged into an endless void. Listening to the soft sounds of Neph's breath, Sunny let the sense of fatigue overwhelm him. He was tired. However, it was not the cruel, chilling exhaustion he had suffered often in the past months. Instead, this fatigue was of a satisfying and pleasurable kind, something he had not felt in a while. Sunny had learned a lot during their training today. They had practiced together until the sunset, and in the process, both had done their best to make the opponent sweat. He had not held back much, and neither had Nephis. In the end, Sunny found himself lacking. Even after all this time, she was still like a distant star, one he could see, but never touch, at least in terms of swordsmanship and mastery of battle. It should have been disheartening, but he found it strangely encouraging instead. Sunny felt as though he had been shown a new horizon, something to strive for, as well as a clear direction to reach for the stars. He also realized that there were still flaws in his mastery of shadow dance. That was a valuable revelation in and of itself. Armed with it, he could refine and perfect his formless style, bringing it closer to the next step. That said, Sunny felt very strange right now. It was because he had realized that, currently, E was more powerful than Nephis. Yes, she was a better fighter than him. However, Sunny had so many tools at his disposal. He also had two transcendent devils and an awakened terror on his side. If the two of them were to battle seriously, he wasn't entirely sure who would be left standing at the end, but he knew that his odds were much higher than hers. It was a vast, tumultuous, and deeply unsettling emotion. What surprised him the most, however, was how weak of a reaction it aroused in him. There had been a time when becoming more powerful than Nephis was all he ever thought about. But now, he felt almost indifferent. It was what it was. There was no point in racing to the finish line anyway. That line would not change. It did not matter which one of them became a terror first, because sooner or later both of them would end up as titans. It did not matter that Sunny was ahead for the first time. Her ascended ability was not of a kind that added to one's power, that was all. They were in the same boat anyway. Perhaps he could allow himself to feel that way because he was more secure about the shadow bond and the power she held over him. Nephis had proven that she had no intention of ever using it, and he had grown more confident in his ability to make one or both of them die, even if she did. How romantic! He sighed, feeling calm and cozy in the darkness that enveloped them. After a while, Sunny asked, "Hey, Neph, are you asleep yet?" There were few moments of silence before she answered. "No." Hidden in the darkness, he grinned. "How is the sleeping bag? Is it warm?" There had been only 2 sleeping bags in the covetous coffer, one that Sunny used in the wilderness and a spare one. Sadly, he had ripped through one of them when the azure serpent first made the dark island quake, so now there was only one. Sunny had chosen to sleep on the weathered rock, relying on the unique qualities of the marble shell to keep him comfortable. Luckily, the great river seemed to have a mild climate, so he was not particularly cold. The fissure protected them from the wind as well. So he had no problem letting Nephis use the only remaining sleeping bag. However, that didn't mean that he wouldn't tease her about it. A calm answer came from the darkness. "Yes, I am warm. It is of high quality." As the grin froze on Sunny's face, he sighed. "She's really too thick to be teased, damn." A few moments later, Neph asked, "Oh, do you want me to hand it over? It is your sleeping bag. It would only be right for the owner to use it." Sunny flinched. "No, no, keep it. That's not what I wanted at all." "Gods, she's hopeless." There was a long pause. Then Neph's voice came from the darkness again. "Ah, I see. You want to use it together." Hearing that, Sunny's entire body shuddered. "What? No, that's not what I meant at all. Who do you take me for? I was just teasing you." Suddenly, he heard a soft chuckle. Turning his head, Sunny saw Neph covering her mouth with a hand. She was suppressing a laugh. His eyes widened. "Wait, a reverse tease? I've been played." His heart ached. How embarrassing. He stared at Nephis incredulously for a few moments, then laid down and looked back at the jagged line of the distant black sky. A moment or two later, he suddenly laughed, too. This is just too ridiculous." Nephis lowered her hand, then asked in an amused tone, "What is?" Sunny shrugged. "I mean, we are sailing a river of an unholy titan's blood on the corpse of a great monster, moving back in time, and giggling like children." She remained silent for a while before saying in her usual calm tone, "Yes, it does sound a little ridiculous." Then there was a comfortable silence between them. Sunny looked at the black sky for a while. Soon, a sigh escaped from his lips. He lingered for a long time, then turned his head to look at her again. "Neph, can I ask you something?" She turned her head to face him, as well, even though she couldn't see anything in the dark. "Sure." Sunny hesitated, but eventually he still asked, "Can you tell me what happened to you in the second nightmare?" A hint of amusement slowly disappeared from her eyes. Her faint smile was erased as well. Nephis remained silent for a long time, her expression turning bleak and distant. Then she sighed. "Okay, I'll tell you." Her voice sounded strangely forlorn. Turning away, Nephis looked into the darkness and said, "In my second nightmare, I was a woman made of stone. Like your shadow, but also different, defective." Chapter 1257, In the Darkness. Nephis looked into the darkness as she spoke in an even voice. "It happened after the demon of destiny had his falling out with the goddess of the black skies, I think. But before hope escaped her chains, and the demons rose in rebellion against the gods. In the darkness, in the true darkness that fills the halls and caverns of the underworld, below the hollow mountains." She sighed. "When I opened my eyes, I was a woman made of stone, a crude, clumsy, and defective. Precursor of the stone saints. I was laying on a mountain of abandoned statues just like me, all of them broken, discarded, and forsaken. Everything around me was enveloped by cold darkness, with not a spark of light or hint of warmth anywhere. There was just me, my broken siblings, and the lonesome silence." Sunny shifted slightly. "True darkness." Nephis slowly nodded. "Yes, those mountains are called hollow, but in fact they are full of darkness. Their hollows are like great reservoirs of it. It is where darkness lives and where it comes from. True darkness is very much like this river, in fact. Legends say that a terrible creature was slain by the gods once at the dawn of time, and that its blood seeped into the earth. This is what true darkness is, the dark creature's blood." Sunny shivered. That dark creature to be the source of all true darkness, of the entire element of darkness, it had to be something far greater than an unholy titan. It must have been one of the unknown, then, a being of the void. Ignorant of what he was thinking about, Nephis continued after a short pause. "The hollow mountains are a scar left by the death of that creature, and so most of true darkness remains below them. This is the place that Nether made his home. However, it was not entirely empty while he ruled the underworld. There were many others living in the darkness." She lingered for a moment. There were some who followed Nether, the remains of the army he had led to wage war on Storm God. They lived in the great hollows within the peaks. There were also his children, the stone saints, who lived below the mountains in the heart of the underworld. And there were also creatures who lived even lower, near the very bottom of the dark abyss. That is where the pile of discarded statues was. Sunny frowned. Wait, Nether waged war on Storm God, on his own before the rebellion. A pale smile appeared on Neff's face. Yes, it was his own private affair. I don't know the details of his relationship with Storm God or why it ended in resentment. But he must have taken it to heart, enough so that he assembled an army and stormed the divine realm. Of course, he lost. Most of his army was decimated, and he secluded himself in the underworld, becoming its ruler and losing himself in the obsession of trying to create the stone saints. She paused for a moment. He must have been lonely and heartbroken to create a whole race of living beings just to keep him company, or maybe it was his defiant, prideful way of challenging the gods. After all, only the gods could create living things. Despite that, somehow Nether succeeded, but he failed many times before achieving success. Nephis grew silent for a moment and then said, "I was one of these failures." A quiet sigh escaped from her lips. There were many creatures in the darkness at the roots of the underworld, all of them abandoned and discarded, just like me. Some of them were the results of Nether's failed attempts to create the stone saints. Some of them were outcasts and derelicts for whom there was no place in the world above anymore. All of them were pitiful and weak, and I was the weakest of them all. Nephis stared silently into the darkness for a while. The expression on her face was sad and remorseful. Eventually, she spoke softly. "I was just a sleeper, after all. Even with the echo I gained in the nightmare desert, out there in the darkness, my strength was pitiful. Ah, it was such a blow. I never realized how much pride I took in being strong before that nightmare. I had always relied on my strength. I had always told myself that I had to be strong. If only I was strong like my father, if only I was strong, stronger, the strongest, then I wouldn't break apart. And the people around me wouldn't need to suffer on my behalf, either." Sunny remained silent, remembering Neff's nightmare that he had visited after she returned to the waking world. He also thought about his own desperate pursuit of strength. Nephis smiled. "But in the nightmare, all my strength was worthless. All my pride was worthless, too. All I had was weakness, and so I had to learn that personal power was not something I should rely on or could rely on. It had always seemed so important, but in the end, it turned out to be a deceitful mirage." A slight frown appeared on her face. You see, there were not only the outcasts and discarded creatures like me in the darkness at the roots of the underworld. There were other things, as well terrifying things that were born from the darkness. These things hunted us. There were ancient horrors dwelling in the very depths of the abyss as well. Sometimes they would crawl from below to devour us. No one in the underworld cared about what happened to us if they even remembered our existence. The aloof demon of destiny, the first generation of the stone saints, and the remains of the demon's soldiers, none would protect us. The Forsaken had to fend for themselves, but we were weak and pitiful. And most of all, we were divided. Her voice shook a little. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then asked carefully, "So what did you do? How did you survive?" Nephis took a deep breath. "I had to accept my weakness and learn how to survive despite being weak. The lesson was harsh, demeaning, and painful, but I had no choice but to learn it. So I coaxed, persuaded, deceived, enticed, and cajoled the other forsaken creatures living in the darkness. But most of all, I inspired them. You see, I realized that there was something much sharper than my wit, much more persuasive than my words, and much more compelling than my lies." She paused for a moment. That something was desire. Chapter 1258, Last Light. Hidden in the darkness, Sunny flinched. The image of the piece of wet wood littered with demented runes suddenly appeared in his mind, as did the word repeating in the runes over and over again. Wish desire. Be careful of what you wish for. Be careful what you desire. He frowned while Nephis continued somberly. All I had to do was instill a desire in the Forsaken. A desire for a better life, longer life, safer life. A yearning for things that they had either never known or long forgotten: comfort, companionship, warmth. I had to give them hope, because we couldn't survive alone, but we could survive together. Most of these creatures were solitary and numb, resigned to their dark existence. The weight of their hopelessness and despair was too great for me to pull them from it. But by igniting a yearning in their hearts, I could make them push themselves forward with their own strength. She grew silent once again, and remained so for a long time this time. When Nephis spoke again, her voice was almost a whisper. We gathered together and built a village. It had tall walls and stone houses. It even had a large hall for us to gather and enjoy each other's company. And for a while, life was good. United, we could protect ourselves from the creatures of darkness and hide from the abyssal visitors behind the tall walls. I thought that I was on the right track. There were old creatures in the village that taught me their knowledge and wisdom. There were those who had been warriors once. I learned from them as well. I was the weakest one, but I was liked and valued, because I could create light, which all of them had forgotten. White sparks ignited in her eyes before trembling and disappearing. Neph's face grew motionless. But then someone in the village vanished, and then someone else. At first I thought that they had left, but after the third one was gone, the fourth, the fifth, we all realized that something was wrong. They didn't leave. They were taken. After that, every night, what served as night in the underworld, someone would disappear. We were under attack. She paused. We tried everything in our power to find and confront the creature that was killing the villagers. We enhanced our defenses, increased our vigilance. We investigated, we explored the surrounding darkness for clues. We set traps, carved sorcerous runes into the stone, and placed lures. We even sent an envoy to plead for help from the children of Nether, but nothing worked. Neph's voice was growing dull. No help came. Nothing we did manage to stop the disappearances. In fact, it only grew worse at first. The Forsaken were just vanishing, but later, their mutilated corpses started to appear around the village, strewn on stalagmites for us to see, as though the creature was leaving them there to mock us. It was then that I understood that I had not created a safe haven for us, and instead simply set the table for the creature of darkness. Her face was motionless, and her voice was even. However, Sunny could feel how fragile that mask was at the moment. Neph took a deep breath. Eventually, everything collapsed. Those who were still alive cursed me and abandoned the village tried to. They didn't make it far. There were only 2 of us left inside the empty walls, myself and another one of the broken statues. The first one who had become my companion and followed me almost from the very start. We locked ourselves inside the village hall, not knowing what else to do, and barricaded the doors. However, the creature still came. I didn't see it enter, but I could feel that the darkness around us was suddenly alive. Sunny looked at her carefully. "So how did you defeat it?" Nephis slowly shook her head. "I did not. I had thought about giving one last, desperate fight. But as soon as I sensed it, I knew that there was no hope. That thing, it wasn't something I could fight, so I spoke to it. I tried to appease it. I tried to persuade it. I even knelt and begged it. I tried everything I could, and I could feel it watching me, listening to me, surrounding me. For a while, there was silence. In that silence, Nephis shivered and let out a heavy sigh. In the end, the creature took my companion but spared me. I don't know why. All I know is that darkness felt empty again, and I was suddenly alone in that darkness. I was the only one left in the village that we had built. Everyone else, all of them, were dead. Her voice trembled a little. That was the end of my nightmare. Sunny sighed and sat up, summoning the endless spring. Nephis had talked for a while, after all. Her throat must have been parched. Approaching her in the darkness, Sunny sat down and used his nail to clink against the glass bottle a couple of times to let her know where it was. Nephis took the bottle and took a small sip, then looked at the ground. Sunny hesitated for a moment. The appraisal, do you remember how the spell appraised your performance? Nephis shook her head. I was pretty out of it there at the end. I remember standing in the middle of the empty hall, and the next thing I remember was you calling me by my true name at the academy. Sunny sighed, then leaned forward and lightly patted her on the shoulder. Well, if it means anything, I think you did well. You did really well, Neph. He felt her body tremble slightly, and then took the endless spring from her fingers. Thank you for telling me. Now let's sleep. He lingered for a moment, and then added lightly. Please be careful with the sleeping bag, though. Don't rip it. It's really expensive. She nodded, then smiled faintly and lay down, turning away. Sunny looked at Neph's back for a few moments, then silently returned to his own sleeping spot and sprawled on the weathered rock. He stared at the black sky for a few moments before closing his eyes. Would I have survived that nightmare? Sunny really did not know. He could also tell that Nephis had brushed past many perilous fights and dire torments that she must have endured there in the darkness. All alone. His heart was heavy, but before too long the exhaustion won, sending him into the embrace of sleep. Chapter 1259, Pristine Soul. In the morning, the island shook again. Sunny opened his eyes and reached through the shadow sense, checking in on Saint. Since the taciturn knight was standing calmly above the fissure, he relaxed and yawned with great satisfaction. He felt incredibly refreshed. The dark island was in one piece and nothing was pouncing to kill them. Life was great. He sat up, leaned on the slope of the fissure, then rubbed his eyes and looked around. Nephis was already up, doing light stretches a few meters away. Sunny watched her for a few moments, then forced himself to avert his gaze. The sound of her even, yet fragile voice resounding from the darkness still echoed in his ears. Neph's second nightmare was different from his own, just like her first nightmare had been. She had not battled immortal saints to free an imprisoned demon from divine chains. Instead, she had tried to save a small group of pitiful and forlorn creatures, only to watch them all die. Nephis had been the last one standing on the forgotten shore, and after traveling alone through the purgatory of the nightmare desert, she built a tiny community amidst the cold darkness, only to watch it be destroyed. She had been so strong, but the nightmare made her weak. She had been so proud, but the nightmare made her beg for mercy on her knees. He wasn't sure he could imagine how painful it was for her to sacrifice the two things that were at the core of her sense of self. Yes, Neph had not slain impossibly powerful enemies with her radiant sword in the nightmare, but, for her, wielding a sword against an overwhelming foe was not something to be feared. Maybe that was why the spell always tried to break her in some other, more cruel way. Sunny looked down at the weathered surface of the black rock. The spell, I wonder. How had the spell appraised Neph's performance in the second nightmare? Sunny was not sure, but he had an inkling that the appraisal was exceedingly high. If his theory was right, that was, and the appraisal depended on how much the challenger had changed the flow of fate. In that regard, he suspected that what Nephis had done was miraculous. She had wanted to change the fates of the forsaken creatures living in the darkness at the bottom of the underworld. In that task she failed. However, she had succeeded in changing something else. She changed the harrowing creature that had come from the darkness. Had the creature been compelled by her words, by her pleas? Or had it been infected by the same yearning that Neph had ignited in the hearts of the forsaken? Had the creature of darkness been poisoned by a hint of an indescribable longing? Had it learned to long for light? If the heart of an abyssal being powerful enough to be a horror in the underworld had been changed, even ever so slightly, then Sunny could not really imagine what ripples that change could cause in the great tapestry of fate. So the spell could have appraised Neph's performance as glorious. But that was not important. Because Nephis herself did not see it that way. The spell and its carriers had different criteria for success, after all. The spell might be satisfied with Neph's performance, but Neph obviously saw it as a bitter, irredeemable failure. The tone of her voice yesterday had said it all. Continuing to stare at the ground, Sunny sighed. After returning to the waking world, Nephis seemed much more mellow than before. But her resolve to kill the sovereigns and destroy the spell also seemed much more stalwart than before. Now that he knew the truth, many things about her past words and actions made sense. Gods, just what am I going to do with her? Sunny glanced at Nephis, who was oblivious to his thoughts, with a complicated expression. There was one more thing he had to consider. The description of Neph's aspect, Light-bringer. You are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. Wasn't it very similar to the trial the spell had presented her with in the second nightmare? The ascended ability she had unlocked, as a result, was called longing, too. Longing, yearning, desire, wish. Was the inexhaustible longing to destroy the spell that burned like fire in Neph's heart so powerful that it made her soul incorruptible? He had pondered about this ability of hers before, but now Sunny saw it in a new light. It had seemed like a rather useless power to have, outside of very rare circumstances like facing the Skinwalker. However, if that ability made Nephis immune to the corruption, then wasn't it actually the most broken and unbelievably preposterous ability he had ever heard about? After all, even Weaver had to sever their arm when it got infected with the corruption. Not only was the great and terrible demon of fate not immune to corruption, he or she was even powerless in front of it. Just what was Nephis exactly? And more importantly, what was she to him? The subject of his thoughts, meanwhile, finished her stretching exercises, pulled the fastened strap of her white tunic back to her pale shoulder, and looked around. Nephis smiled. "You're up." Sunny smiled back. "Yeah, how are you feeling?" It seemed as though she had recovered from opening the old wounds to tell him about her second nightmare yesterday. However, a moment later, Neph's smiling face darkened a little. She sighed. "I wanted to make breakfast, but we have no food left." Sunny tilted his head, then looked down. They were literally sitting on a mountain of meat. But with the azure serpent circling the carcass of the black turtle, diving into the river to procure even a little bit of it was an utterly lethal task. He shook his head with resignation. "We'll solve that problem when the time comes." Nephis nodded, lingered for a moment, then pointed to the sleeping bag. "See, I didn't rip it." Sunny stared at her, trying to determine whether she was being serious or playing a joke on him. These days, it was getting hard to tell. Which bastard is being such a bad influence on my straight-laced and awkward Neph? I'm going to bash their teeth in. He remained silent for a few moments, then grinned. "Good, because you know you still owe me for that projector." Chapter 12, 60 Leisure Cruise. Time flowed lazily, both literally and figuratively. The current of the great river was pulling the corpse of the black turtle into the past, and several days passed in a strange but pleasant idleness. The 7 suns rose and fell, drowning in the shimmering waters. The sky was like a dreamlike painting of lilac, azure, crimson, and jet black. The ancient serpent continued to circle the dark island, slowly consuming the bleeding meat of the great monster it had killed, and watching Sunny and Nephis enjoy their unexpected respite. The two of them were spending their time leisurely. Feeling the need to rest and recuperate after the nightmarish gauntlet of the White Desert, they were not in a hurry to strain themselves too much. They slept peacefully through the nights, rising when warm sunlight flowed into the narrow fissure, and spent most of the days together. Sometimes they would lay on the soft moss side by side and look at the sky in comfortable silence. Sometimes they would train, sparring with each other until sweat covered their bodies. Sometimes they would talk, discussing their experiences in the past year and various pieces of knowledge they had picked up along the way. They also spent some time apart. Nephis was busy practicing her swordsmanship, often requesting Saint to aid her as a training partner. After sending her and his shadow off, Sunny would get busy with his own endeavors. He spent a lot of time studying the strange and hauntingly complex weave of the key of the estuary. This memory was a great mystery that had to be solved even after showing it to Nephis. Sunny had not a single inkling of what it was supposed to do and where it had come from. So he settled for the slow approach of meticulously examining each and every thread of its somber tapestry. Depending on luck, this task could take him many months to complete, but there was no harm in starting early. Once his head started to ache from studying the black weave, Sunny would sit silently near the slopes of the island and watch the azure serpent prowl. He would close his eyes and sense the great beast's shadow. He would try to memorize its every scale, scar, and movement. Even though their situation was peaceful right now, he knew that the peace would not last indefinitely. The chances were that they would have to battle the abomination eventually. And so, Sunny wanted to glean its essence and commit it to his memory. Training his swordsmanship with Nephis, studying the estuary key, observing the azure serpent, and resting idly, these were the things that filled his days. Of course, other things were happening on the dark island as well. Imp was still busy devouring the bands of tarnished silver that encased the black turtle's body. His progress was slow, but the gluttonous goblin seemed beyond himself with delight. His scrawny figure could often be seen sprawled on the black rocks, utterly engorged. The sin of solace was still there, following Sunny like a jaded wraith. Its litany of snide comments and contemptuous remarks never lessened, slowly driving him mad. Sunny endured as best as he could, and luckily the spirit of the cursed sword was not nearly as talkative as it had been before. Nevertheless, the apparition put him in many awkward situations with Nephis. Nightmare was slowly subjugating new dreams into his unseen army. Almost every night, the counter of the dream curse would go up by at least 1 or 2. The source of these defeated nightmares were, of course, Sunny and Nephis. It seemed that their minds were still haunted by the events of the past. Or maybe it was just the nature of the tomb of Ariel. Despite its breathtaking facade, it was a land worthy of its architect, a land of dread. It was also as desolate and empty as it was beautiful. Every day, Sunny and Nephis would study the northern horizon, hoping to see the signs of land or anything at all far in the distance. But each time, all that met them was an endless expanse of flowing water. Their hunger slowly grew. Although masters were much more resilient than mundane humans, they were still the same. They needed sustenance to survive, just like any human would. Their bodies were still strong, but they would start to wither before too long. Before that happened, Sunny and Nephis were going to have to find a way to harvest some of the black turtle's meat. The azure serpent raised its head from the water every time it devoured more, as if to mock them. "Oh, I'm hungry." Sunny was sitting on a luxurious wooden chair, which was positioned near the slopes of the black turtle's carapace, facing north. His shadows surrounded him, lazily sprawled on the black rocks and enjoying the dreamlike vista of the great river. Only the naughty one had wandered off to enjoy the view of Nephis' training instead. Dismissing the estuary key, Sunny rubbed his temples and stretched his legs. "I don't get it, I just don't get it. I don't recognize any of these weave elements, not even their vague purpose. The more I look at it, the more sure I am that it won't be created by me." Whoever had created the key of the estuary was a far greater sorcerer than Sunny was, or could ever dream to be. At least that was how it seemed. All right, that's enough for today. The old snake should be showing its ugly mug any minute now. I really hope that it's as tired of staring at me as I am tired of staring at it. Sunny glanced at the wide patch of bloody water surrounding the shell of the great turtle in anticipation, lingered for a few moments, and then frowned. Something was wrong with that picture. He stared at the water for a while, his scowl deepening. Then Sunny slowly raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His pupils widened slightly. There in the boundless blue expanse, far away, a black dot had appeared at some point. Urdial's note will take a chance and start updating on the same day again, with random delays in between the WebNovel updates. Chapter 1261, A Butterfly Flapping Its Wings. There was a black dot in the sky, far in the distance, slowly moving in the direction of the dark island. At first, Sonny felt a glimmer of hope ignite in his heart as he remembered a similar situation from the past. That time it had turned out to be Kai. But this time his intuition was ringing alarm bells, and a cold feeling of dread crept from somewhere to grip him with icy claws. Sitting on the shadow chair with his legs crossed, Sonny leaned back and sighed. Crap! With that, he exploded with a flurry of activity. First, Sonny dismissed his precious chair and dashed toward the middle of the island. At the same time, he sent a mental command to Saint. Nephis and she were currently engaged in a furious sword fight, Light and Dar. Ness were intertwined in a shimmering whirlpool of sharp steel, and the graceful knight's onyx figure was starkly contrasted against the rippling white tunic and alabaster skin of her slender opponent. Following Sonny's order, Saint froze. The tip of Neff's sword stopped a split second later, hovering millimeters away from the slit of her visor. Nephis frowned, then retracted her sword and looked around. There was a shadow on a rock outcropping that protruded from the ground a few meters away. It seemed to belong to a young man and was currently waving its arms in the air while pointing at the sky. She swiftly turned around and looked up, then dashed away a moment later. That's done. Running as fast as he could, Sonny leaped over a murky puddle of water and landed near a half-eaten fragment of tarnished silver. The scrawny figure of Imp could be seen nearby, laying on the ground with a blissful smile on his fiendish face. His hands were rubbing his ballooning belly with delight. Stand up, buddy. The gluttonous goblin opened his eyes and stared at Sonny in confusion, then awkwardly tried to rise to his feet. However, outweighed by his full stomach, Imp lost his balance and promptly plopped back down. We don't have time for this. Sonny leaned down, grabbed the weakly struggling fiend, and hoisted him on his shoulder. What the hell? Just how much had the little bastard swallowed up? Even with the strength of an ascended tyrant, Sonny was struggling to carry Imp. His veins swelled, and a befuddled expression appeared on his face. Commanding the shadows to wrap themselves around his body, he grunted and continued to run. A dozen seconds later, Sonny reached the edge of the familiar fissure and unceremoniously tossed the little fiend down. Then, he threw one more look at the sky, and noticing that the black dot had already drawn nearer, jumped into the deep ravine himself. Before too long, Nephis and he were side by side, pressing themselves into the weathered slope of the fissure as they desperately tried to calm down their breathing. Saint and Fiend were nearby, the former standing calmly, the latter hugging Sonny's thigh. Nightmare was there as well, hiding within the deep darkness enveloping the bottom of the gorge in his shadow form. Lastly, a beautiful amphora of white clay was standing on the ground in front of them, its surface decorated with mesmerizing patterns. It was another one of the memories Summer Night had given to Nephis, and its purpose was to mask their presence. Gods only knew if the amphora was going to work or not. Out of Sonny's 5 shadows, one had to volunteer to leave its area of effect and serve as a scout, though. Well, perhaps volunteer was the wrong word. Since the gloomy shadow had performed a few dangerous tasks recently, and the happy fool was not someone Sonny would ever entrust an important matter to, the next in seniority had to go. So, the creepy guy was currently hiding a few meters away from the edge of the fissure, staring creepily at the sky. The Sin of Solace was keeping it company with a bored expression on his face. The sparks swirling around Sonny's hand formed into an emerald flute, and he covered them with a dome of silence. Then, he let out a shaky breath. I see it. Nephis looked at him intently, then asked in a low voice. What is it? Sonny lingered for a few moments. Slowly, his expression turned grim. It's a butterfly. Indeed, a butterfly was descending toward the island. From afar, it seemed like an ethereal and beautiful creature. But as it drew closer, Sonny couldn't help but shiver. The butterfly's wings and back were black, but its body and underbelly were the color of white bone. It had 6 long, seemingly fragile legs that ended in sharp points, and 2 enormous, faceted eyes that were like orbs of pure darkness. Between them was a disturbingly long, oily black beak, which was currently bent into a spiral like an elephant's trunk. 2 antennae rose from its head, pushed back by the current of the wind. Apart from that, the butterfly was at least 100 meters in size. It was both exquisitely beautiful and deeply revolting, but most of all it was deeply frightening. Sonny gritted his teeth. It's another great monster. His heart was beating rapidly in his chest, and his back was covered with cold sweat. Great, this is just great. Great ha, it literally is. By his side, Nephis scowled. What about? The monstrous butterfly was obviously intending to land on the island, but at that moment the crimson water parted, and the azure serpent's scaled snout rose into the air. Pierced by a mad gaze of its cloudy eyes, the great monster suddenly seemed wary. It moved its wings and altered the direction of its flight, circling the corpse of the black turtle from above instead of diving down to land on the black rock. The butterfly's huge eyes were aimed at the ancient serpent, and its antennae twitched rhythmically. The great beast of the river bared its bloodied fangs and let out a furious roar, as if announcing its claim of the remains of the titanic turtle. This demented old snake. Did the serpent not want to live? Why was it going around challenging great monsters? Am I really such a delicacy? Sonny did not know what the giant butterfly was thinking, but one thing was certain. It did not like that serpent's challenge. It did not like it at all. Chapter 1262, A Shrimp Between Two Whales. Sonny described what was happening in a hushed voice. He didn't really need to whisper, considering that they were surrounded by a dome of silence, but it made him feel better. And what was happening appeared pretty clear. The monstrous butterfly had been attracted by the smell of blood and arrived to feast on the corpse of the black turtle that the azure serpent had so laboriously killed. The azure serpent, meanwhile, was having none of it. In fact, judging by the madness burning in its eyes, the great beast was overcome with the bloody desire to rip the giant butterfly apart as well. This thing really doesn't know what's good for it, huh? What was the reason for the azure serpent's reckless insolence? Humans often described nightmare creatures as mad, but that description was not entirely accurate. The abominations were indeed insane, but that did not mean that they lacked sanity. Rather, it meant that their sanity was perverted, sinister, ineffable, and entirely different from what humans deemed sane. So why would the great beast risk its life, fighting much more powerful monsters? Was it indeed madness? Was it pride? Was it reluctance to give up such an enormous prize? Or was it more reluctant to surrender two human souls that burned the flames of divinity to the stronger abomination? Whatever the reason was, the stubborn Leviathan seemed ready to battle the monstrous butterfly to the death. The butterfly let out an indescribable sound. The waters of the great river suddenly grew restless, rippling as they were assaulted by the powerful sonic waves. The serpent roared again, rising higher above the river's tumultuous surface. I think they are going to fight. Sonny was not sure what it meant for the two of them. He was belatedly happy about his decision to abandon the skies and seek shelter on the shell of the black turtle if something like that butterfly had caught him in the air. He would have surely been dead in an instant. However, now that Nephis and he were trapped on the dark island, their fates seemed to be swaying on the edge of a perilous abyss. They were deeply unsure of their ability to slay a great beast, but a great monster was far more dreadful. They were only alive now because the azure serpent either lacked the ability or was reluctant to crawl out of the water. If the abominable butterfly won the battle, though, nothing was going to stop it from doing just that. Then, their shelter would turn into a deadly trap. So no matter how strange it sounded, Sonny had no choice but to root for the familiar great beast that had been staring at them hungrily for many days, wishing to swallow them whole. The azure serpent had already killed one great monster, maybe. The mad snake would be able to pull off another miracle. Finally coming to a decision, the butterfly waved its wings and plummeted down, landing on the shell of the black turtle a moment later. The entire island shook from the devastating force of the impact. The creepy shadow remained motionless as it looked up at the 6 incredibly thin and long legs of the monster. The pale body of the butterfly was high above the ground, and its wings were open, covering a vast area in deep darkness. Now that it was closer, Sonny could see that it was covered in thick scales, with white hairs growing between them. There was a complicated pattern on the creature's wings, as well, coalescing into a strange image of. Sonny hurriedly commanded the shadow to look away as a strange certainty that he should never, ever try to look directly at the pattern covering the butterfly's wings flooded his mind. Damnation. Sonny, what is happening? He sucked in a shaky breath. They're just staring at each other. The butterfly shifted slightly, the sharp tips of its chitinous legs striking sparks from the black rock. Its trunk-like mouth slowly unfurled, turning into a fearsome black spear dozens of meters long. The abomination let out another harrowing screech, then suddenly struck the surface of the dead turtle's shell with its beak. 1, 2, 3 times the island quaked, but not even a thin crack appeared on the rock. The butterfly froze for a moment, then twisted its head, looking at the azure serpent. It seemed reluctant to go into the water. Well, of course, one is a flying abomination and the other is a sea creature. The butterfly has to go into the water if it wants to gorge on the black turtle's meat, but that would mean fighting the azure serpent and on the enemy's home ground, no less. Maybe it would simply retreat. Just as Sunny thought that, the butterfly suddenly folded its wings and lunged forward. There was no hesitation, no warning. Just a deafening sonic boom and a harrowing black and white blur that suddenly shot toward the serpent like a gigantic javelin. A hurricane gale rose from the confounding fury of the great monster's lunge. It's attacking. A split second later, an enormous pillar of foaming crimson water rose into the sky. The serpent seemed to have managed to avoid the abominable butterfly's obliterating charge. However, its sharp legs tore at the sea creature's azure body. They're fighting. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then gave him a strange look. Sunny, where are they fighting, in relation to our position? He stared at her in confusion, then said, below water, to the left of the turtle's tail. She lingered a bit, then took a deep breath. Then they're on the opposite side from the turtle's head, where the entry wound is. So while the serpent is preoccupied, shall we dive down and harvest some meat? He opened his mouth, startled. Then he slowly closed it again. Dive down, harvest meat. Are you crazy? Damn, I said it again. Nephis looked at him very seriously and shook her head. No, I'm not crazy, I'm hungry. Chapter 1263, Sea of Blood. What they were trying to do did, indeed, seem a little crazy. There were two great abominations fighting on one side of the black turtle, and Nephis wanted to dive into the water on the other side to steal some of the turtle's meat. Because she was hungry. But of course, it was really not that unhinged of a plan. She had not suggested it out of a burning desire to satiate her belly, rather, it was out of necessity. The longer they were to go hungry, the weaker they would become. The weaker they became, the slimmer their chances of survival would be. Neither Nephis nor Sunny knew if they would get a better chance to harvest the black turtle's meat than now, when the azure serpent was distracted. In fact, they did not even know if they would live long enough to enjoy the fruits of this perilous decision. If the monstrous butterfly won, they would probably die soon. But there was nothing they could really do about that, so the only thing they could do was prepare for the other outcome to the best of their ability. Grimacing, Sunny looked away and shook Imp off his thigh. Curses. Then he gritted his teeth and started climbing out of the fissure. Hungry, she's hungry, is she? Just what sin did I commit in my past life to be cursed with all these gluttonous women? Oblivious to his heartfelt plea, Nephis followed. It took Sunny just a few moments to scale the vertical slope of the deep fissure and climb onto the quaking surface of the dark island. It was shaking and swaying, pushed by the harrowing fury of the unseen battle that was happening below the waves. A split second later, Saint landed nearby, and a vast shadow crawled from the darkness to take the shape of a tenebrous steed. Neph arrived last, slowed down a little by the need to carry the fragile amphora in one of her hands. Imp had been left in the relative safety of the fissure, since he was of no use in the current situation. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, and then broke into a sprint without having to say anything. Their goal was the end of the island beneath which the black turtle's enormous head was floating in the crimson water. It was also where the azure serpent had broken through the great monster's silver armor and burrowed into its flesh, leaving behind a gaping wound. Since the scales of the creature were all but impervious, the meat could only be harvested from inside such a spot. As they were nearing the point where the shell of the black turtle started to slope down at a steep angle, Sunny sighed and dismissed the shroud of dusk. Left in just his underwear, he ignored Neph's strange gaze and summoned the nimble catch and the essence pearl instead. I've traded a couple of memories, just for such an occasion from the House of Night. She lingered for a moment, then looked away. Oh. While the nimble ketch was weaving itself from the sparks of light, Sonny threw a glance at his body and frowned a little. He had always been lean, and while his muscles simply refused to gain bulk, they had been like taut steel wire cables ever since the Forgotten Shore. Now, however, they had become a little bit too sculpted and defined. His abs were really like a washboard, which was not good at all. He had lost a lot of weight during the hellish journey through the nightmare desert and the days of hunger on the carcass of the black turtle. His body was all skin and muscle, with no fat left, which meant that it would start to devour itself next. Some men strived for such a physique, but for Sonny, who had grown up in the outskirts, it was a worrying sign. We really need to get that meat. As the strange garb woven out of a fisherman's net covered his skin, he noticed that Nephis was giving him a sideways glance again, for some reason. Slightly confused, he said, "Summon that." But he did not have to say anything. The familiar golden rope was already manifesting in her hands. They needed to dive into the tumultuous red water to harvest the monster's meat, but they didn't have to be stupid about it. If something happened, Sonny could swiftly pull them away through the shadows. However, finding a proper shadow to dive into was hard underwater. And since the great river was in the throes of the battle between the azure serpent and the monstrous butterfly, its current could easily pull Sonny and Nephis apart. She threw him one end of the golden rope, and he hastily tied it around his left wrist while she tied the other end around her right. At the same time, light swirled around Neph's slender legs and formed into two silver anklets. Sonny stared at them in confusion for a moment before realizing that their function had to be similar to the nimble ketch. He was a bit envious. Hers was not an armor-type memory, so she did not have to dismiss the white tunic. I want to be sponsored by a Guiltythree saint too. Holding the black bow, Saint took a position that gave her a perfect view of the head of the dead monster and the seething water surrounding it. Her task was to protect, or at least try to protect them, should either the serpent or the butterfly arrive. Nightmares could not help her in case the former showed up, but if the latter did, his speed would have to assist Saint in leading the butterfly away. The amphora was placed beside them. Sonny and Nephis looked at each other one last time, then dashed forward and simultaneously jumped. The wind whistled in his ears. A few moments later, Sonny hit the crimson water and was instantly swallowed by it. It was like he had dove into a sea of blood. Everything around him was murky and red. Despite his best efforts, Sonny was momentarily disoriented, but regained his bearings after feeling a sharp tug on the golden rope. He found Neph through shadow sense and followed her as she swam forward with purpose. She had already done this once, after all. Granted, there had not been two great nightmare creatures creating a storm nearby at that time. We need to be fast. Breathing with the help of the essence pearl, Sonny swam through the crimson waters of the great river. Chapter 1264, Gaping Wound. Guided by a golden rope that glowed faintly into the red murkiness, Sonny swam forward. The waters of the river of time, mixed with the crimson blood of a great monster, were cold and tumultuous. The battle of two harrowing abominations had turned them into a whirlpool of raging currents. Just how far is this wound? Suddenly, Sonny saw something enormous appear from the murky red darkness and shuddered. He was swimming past the giant eye of the titanic turtle, now hollow and devoid of light. His figure was like a speck of dust in front of it. The azure serpent had long feasted on the black turtle's left eye, but the right still remained. Even though Sonny knew that the ancient behemoth was dead, he couldn't help but feel as if it was staring at him. Looking away, he pushed himself through the water. We're not far from the creature's neck then. Every second could be their last, so Sonny was tense. The battle of the dreadful abominations could shift in their direction at any moment. More than that, the nimble ketch allowed him to swim with great speed, and Neph's silver anklets were the same. However, she did not seem to possess a memory similar to the essence pearl, and had to hold her breath. They simply couldn't linger. Fortunately, the dark thoroughfare of the turtle's enormous neck emerged from the cloudy redness soon. It was encased in massive bands of tarnished silver, which overlapped to form a flexible but impenetrable armor. Sonny caught up with Nephis as they followed the road of silver to the point where the monster's neck ended. There, its armor was torn apart and bent, sharp, jagged edges surrounded by bloody foam. The stench of blood was much stronger here, and the water was much darker. Nephis changed her direction, knowing where to go. A dozen seconds later, they reached the gaping wound in the body of the great monster. Sunny froze for a moment. The azure serpent had not just ripped a chunk of flesh out of the black turtle's flesh. It actually burrowed inside like a hungry worm, tore through the insides of the monster, and then crawled out from a similar wound under one of the creature's flippers. As a result, the wound in front of them was like a dark tunnel, not too different from the one through which he had guided the convoy of refugees in the Antarctica Center. The scale of it was humbling. I actually said that I can kill that damned snake, didn't I? Nephis tugged on the rope to get his attention, then pointed forward. Struggling against unexplainable fear, Sunny reluctantly pushed himself in. That direction. At that moment, the entire corpse of the black turtle tilted, impacted by the shockwave of the terrifying clash between the azure serpent and the invading butterfly. It swayed slowly, and the dark tunnel of the harrowing wound started to move up. By the time they reached it, half of the gaping, bloody hole was above the surface of the water, while the other half was still submerged in it. A red current was flowing out, trying to push them away. Sunny gritted his teeth and struggled against the flow, eventually entering the dark tunnel. Then, however, the current was reversed, and a great amount of water flowed into the body of the dead monster, pulling them deeper inside. Crap! Sunny was carried into the depths of the black turtle's corpse with dire speed, slamming against its flesh and holding tightly to the golden rope. After what felt like an eternity, the current grew weak, and he managed to climb onto something solid. Sunny pulled on the rope, and a second later, Nephis appeared from the water as well. She raised her hand, igniting a wisp of white flame on it to illuminate their surroundings. He took a deep breath, suddenly realizing how close the two of them were standing. After taking a bath in the diluted blood of the black turtle, both looked like a horror show, however. Sunny couldn't help but notice how tightly Neph's wet tunic stuck to her body, and how close to transparent the light fabric became. He shifted slightly, then forcibly tore his gaze away and studied the dark tunnel of the great monster's bleeding flesh. It looked exactly like one would imagine such a place to look. Not that people had reasons to try and imagine something so morbidly bizarre. The walls of the tunnel, which was mostly consumed by darkness, were uneven, spongy, and red. The lower half of it was covered by tumultuous water, while the upper half was filled with an almost unbearable stench of blood. Rivers of red were flowing from the walls and the ceiling, mixing with the dark water below. Sunny and Nephis were standing on one of the vertebrae of the black turtle, which protruded from the bottom of the tunnel like a pale pink mountain. While he was looking around, she was breathing heavily. So now, before he could finish the sentence, the carcass of the great monster quaked once again, and the two of them were almost thrown off the slippery bone. Sunny had to grab Nephis to prevent her from plummeting back into the seething water. A moment later, he realized that they were embracing, their bodies pressed tightly against each other. He could feel the softness and the heat of her skin through the thin fabric of the white tunic. Her striking gray eyes were too close as well. Forgetting what he was going to say, Sunny remained motionless for a few moments. Then he made sure that Nephis had regained her balance and carefully let her go. So now all we have to do is carve some meat, right? She cleared her throat, then raised the wisp of flame higher and looked away. Right, and return alive. Sunny let out a shaky sigh. Sure, one thing at a time. Chapter 1265, Dirty Job. Sunny had to spend a few moments calming down his wildly beating heart. Then, he looked around once again. The situation was much better than he had expected it to be. He really had not considered that the grotesque tunnel left behind by the azure serpent would be only partially drowned. Slicing through the flesh of a great monster was no easy task, and doing so underwater would have been even harder. More than that, he was less restricted in the use of shadow step now. But most importantly, he could summon the covetous coffer. Opening the alloy chest underwater would have just resulted in the spatial storage being instantly filled with water. Now that they stood on a solid surface, things were different, of course. The tunnel could be flooded at any moment, so they had to hurry. Sunny looked at Nephis and flashed her a smile. Let's be quick. The sparks of light swirled around them, manifesting into memories. Neph's flame was replaced by a luminous paper lantern, and a sizable alloy chest appeared on the porous pink surface of the great monster's bone. A moments later, their weapons manifested T. Am I reduced to a mere butcher's cleaver? Ah, such humiliation. Sunny almost yelped when a familiar figure emerged from the darkness. The Sin of Solace looked somberly at his disheveled appearance, then shook his head. He was still clad in the shroud of graceless dusk, not to mention perfectly dry. Damn fool! Sunny whispered a stifled curse and commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around the jade blade of the cursed sword, which Sunny whispered a stifled curse and commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around the jade blade of the cursed sword, which had manifested itself a split second before. Then he hissed. Gods, you almost gave me a heart attack. Nephis froze for a moment and looked at him with a slightly startled expression. Oh, did I? Sorry. Sunny's eyes widened. No, not you, I wasn't talking. Ah, never mind. The Sin of Solace observed him with a small, disdainful smile. I must say, this is a peculiar location for a date. Harvesting monster meat from inside the monster. I hope you won't force the poor girl to cook the meal herself, at least. Struggling to ignore the bastard, Sunny threw the lid of the covetous coffer open and then moved closer to the wall of the flesh tunnel. Pushing down the feeling of disgust, he gritted his teeth and thrust the giant forward. It was so strange. The taste of the black turtle's meat was truly sublime, but the source of it was so revolting. Damn it! One of the enchantments of the Sin of Solace made it incredibly sharp, and it had been augmented by the shadows on top of that. And yet, cutting into the flesh of the dead great monster felt like he was trying to cut stone with a rusty blade. Sunny had known that harvesting the turtle's meat would not be easy, just from the fact that chewing it was a tough task. However, the actual difficulty of trying to slice off a sizable chunk of the abomination's flesh was even greater than he had expected. Its durability in an uncooked state was simply preposterous. If that's hard, then how am I going to fight one of these things in the future? With no other choice, Sunny concentrated on the task. Taut muscles rolled under his skin as he put all his strength into it, and the jade blade cut deeper with excruciating slowness. Nephis was just as strained, using a sharp dagger instead of her longsword. Its blade was glowing with incandescent light, and her face was pale. Despite that, her progress was not much faster than his. The dark island continued to sway and quake around them, making the water filling the morbid tunnel roll and slosh. Carving the meat was hard, and doing it while struggling to keep balance was especially hard. Nevertheless, they continued, sometimes using each other for support. This is taking too long. Sunny had hoped to fill the covetous coffer to the brim, but now he realized how unrealistic his lofty desires were. At this rate, it would be good if they managed to harvest enough to feed them for a few days. Of course, as long as the battle between the azure serpent and the eerie butterfly did not end or shift in their direction, there was still time. And just as he threw the first chunk of meat into the maw of the alloy chest, the carcass of the black turtle quaked again. This time, however, there was something different about the tremor. Instead of being pushed to the side, Sunny had almost been thrown up into the air. Nephis and he abruptly stopped, looking at each other. Sunny's mouth was suddenly very dry. They are below us now. The whole plan was hinged on the fact that the massive bulk of the black turtle would protect them from the two battling abominations. Now, the area of the battle was shifting, and the creatures were already below the dark island. This meant that they were moving in the direction of the turtle's head. Neph's eyes shone in the gloomy darkness as they reflected the glow of her scorching dagger. She lingered for a moment. What do you want to do? Sunny paused for a bit, then gritted his teeth. We've already taken the risk. Returning with empty hands would mean that it was all for nothing. We'll have to wait for a chance to do it all over again, and even if such a chance presents itself, we'll be much weaker by then. So, let's continue. I can pull us back through the shadows anyway. Nephis nodded in agreement, prompting them to return to the arduous task of carving the turtle's flesh. Both of them were much more tense now. A few more slabs of meat fell into the covetous coffer, and at the same time, the shockwaves traveling through the island showed that the battling abominations were drawing closer to the creature's head. Eventually, Sunny lowered his bloodied hands and grimaced. That's enough, it is too dangerous now. Closing the lid of the alloy chest, he dismissed it and froze for a moment, concentrating his perception on the haughty shadow. He had left it with Saint and Nightmare, so it had a good view of the turbulent waters surrounding the black turtle's head. The water had been turbulent before, but now it was simply boiling. Bloody foam was undulating like a stormy sea, and two enormous shadows could be seen far below, intertwined with each other. They were just under the entrance to the gaping wound at the base of the titanic turtle's neck. Time to go. Grabbing Neff's hand, Sonny pulled the two of them into the shadow. But nothing happened. The shadows remained ethereal and elusive, as if he had never possessed the ability to dive into their dark embrace. Sonny froze, then slowly looked down. He was still standing on the slippery pink bone. Shadow Step had failed to activate. Chapter 1266, Unexpected Complication. What's wrong? What's wrong? Two identical questions sounded at the same time, but Hay couldn't be more different. Neff's voice was tinged with a hint of sincere concern, while the voice of the sword wraith was full of biting mockery. Sonny was motionless for a few moments, still holding Nephis by her hand. He shivered slightly after his second attempt to use Shadow Step failed, and she must have felt it. He looked up at her and hesitated. When he spoke, his voice sounded hollow. My ability doesn't seem to work anymore. An insidious fear suddenly drowned his heart, and at the same time, the dark island quaked again, the source of the tremor much closer than it had been before. The fear was irrational and animalistic. It had little to do with their perilous situation, and more with that fact that his powers had abandoned him without a warning. It was as though he had suddenly found himself missing a limb. There was disbelief, confusion, dread, and finally, terror. It took all his willpower to push that terror down. The Sin of Solace laughed. Ignoring it, Sonny forced himself to speak. Just give me a moment. He had no idea why Shadow Step, which had never failed him before, was suddenly ineffective. Perhaps something was wrong with the shadows populating the insides of the black turtle. If so, there was an easy way to check. A few moments later, the shadow lantern appeared in his hand, and a flood of shadows flowed out of its open gate. However, the result was the same. It was not the shadows that were wrong, but Sonny himself. Really such an idiot. The damned sword wraith was having the time of his life. Sonny clenched his fists, then uttered through gritted teeth. I don't seem to be able to bring us away at the moment. Sorry. Nephis frowned, then carefully looked around. After a short pause, she suddenly said, In hindsight, it makes sense. Feeling a sudden sense of hope, he raised an eyebrow. It does. She nodded. It is a great monster, after all, and we are inside its body. A creature like that would have protections against someone like you bypassing its fearsome armor by teleporting directly inside. The black turtle is dead, but some of its defenses must still remain. Perhaps if the gap in power between us wasn't so vast, your ability could have still tore through them. Sonny remained silent for a few moments. Why didn't I think about that before? Nephis shook her head. I didn't either. Don't you think that blaming yourself is too much? We couldn't have known. We've never faced an enemy such as this. She was right, but she was also wrong. Sonny might not have tried to enter the body of a colossal enemy through Shadow Step before, but he saw how the Azure Serpent had killed the black turtle. He could have at least considered the possibility of doing something similar. In any case, everything seemed simple in hindsight. He winced, then looked at Nephis silently. As if reading his thoughts, she guided her flames from the blade of the incandescent dagger through her body and into his. But the result was the same. Shadow Step was refusing to activate. After feeling the warmth of Neff's flame leaving him, Sonny drew in a shaky breath and belatedly realized that he was still holding her hand. He was in no hurry to let go, finding it reassuring. A deep frown appeared on Sonny's face as he looked in the direction of the entrance of the tunnel. Right now, the Azure Serpent and the great monster it was fighting were exceedingly close to the gaping wound, making the prospect of leaving the way they had come absolutely lethal. What were their options, though? Staying here was tantamount to death as well. Actually, there is a third option. Sonny turned around and looked into the depths of the tunnel, then pulled Nephis forward. Let's go, the entrance is blocked, but there's still the exit. The old snake burrowed right through, didn't it? The exit wound is on the other side of the turtle's body under its flipper. We'll escape through there and climb back onto the island. That was the most rational decision he could make. The two of them hesitated for a moment, and then dove back into the seething water. Shortening the length of the golden rope to keep them closer to each other, Sunny and Nephis swam through the diluted blood of the slain behemoth. Even though fighting against the current was incredibly hard, they moved further away from the harrowing battle with each stroke. Hurry, hurry! Sunny felt a dire urgency and pushed himself forward with as much strength as he could muster. The tunnel was not that long. The entity body of the black turtle spanned less than 2 kilometers, and the bloody path the azure serpent had burrowed through had to be half that. Of course, it was twisting and turning, and the chaotic movement of the water made it difficult to advance. But still, they were going to reach the exit soon. As they swam, they witnessed more signs of the destruction that the great river beast had wreaked, both when killing the black turtle and while feeding on its flesh later on. The walls of the tunnel sometimes expanded into vast caverns where the turtle's organs had been, now torn to pieces and completely obliterated. Pieces of bone and tough cartilage protruded from the darkness. Sunny found it all both grotesque and strangely, darkly mesmerizing. I am swimming through a great monster. I feel like it's a dream. Well, it was, a nightmare to be precise. Just as they passed the middle point of the tunnel and felt the current change, pulling them in the direction of their goal, he suddenly noticed something strange. Out there, a small distance in front of them, it was as though something was softly shining in the darkness. The glow was so faint that Sunny thought that he was mistaken, but the next time his head broke the surface, he saw it again. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly pulled on the golden rope and pushed his tired body against the current once again, trying to make his way to the source of the strange glow. Nephis and Sunny climbed onto a frayed piece of cartilage and looked at the wall of the tunnel. Out there, hidden in the folds of torn flesh. He took a deep breath. Was an enormous, radiant crystal that shone with ethereal light. It was one of the 2 supreme soul shards that the death of the black turtle would have left behind. Sunny briefly glanced at Nephis, then summoned the covetous coffer once more. The shard was too large to fit into the opening of the alloy chest, so he concentrated and changed it, keeping the shape but changing the size. A few moments later, the alloy chest seemed more like an alloy sarcophagus fit for a giant or someone like the Shadow Spawn. I can't believe it. We came down to harvest some meat but ended up with something like that. Gods, I can't even imagine how much it would cost in the waking world. Actually, it wouldn't have a cost. These things are so rare that they can't be bought with money. Even though they were pressed for time, he just couldn't let this chance slip through his fingers. Neph, can you help me? Together, they hacked at the fold of the turtle's flesh to widen the opening, and then used all their strength to lift the massive soul shard and load it into the opened maw of the covetous coffer. After that, they had to plunge into the water again. Several torturous minutes later, Sunny and Nephis used the silver chains at the side of the island to scale the slope of the black turtle's shell, and fell side by side on the rocks in exhaustion. Knowing how Neph would look in her wet tunic, Sunny refused to turn his head and instead stared at the sky. The warm feeling of their arms touching was enough for him. They needed to move to hide, but he was too tired. Just a few moments. Sunny took a deep breath and tried to calm down a little. Then, he suddenly let out a low chuckle. Ah, but it's funny. After examining the estuary key, he had thought it impossible to collect one, let alone 6 supreme soul shards. The idea itself seemed utterly preposterous. And yet here he was just a couple of weeks later in possession of one. It had just fallen into his hands, almost on its own. A strange shiver ran up his spine. It was then that Nephis suddenly raised her hand and whispered, "Look!" In the sky above the island, the monstrous butterfly was spreading its black wings once again. Chapter 1267, Candlelight. Sunny and Nephis scrambled in an attempt to find a hiding spot, but there was no need. Their first thought was that the dreadful butterfly had won the battle against the azure serpent. If that was the case, then their fates would be sealed. However, a moment later, a deafening roar shook the world, pushing them to the ground. Turning to the stormy waters of the great river, they saw a familiar creature rising to the surface. The serpent was looking the worse for wear, with countless deep lacerations covering its mighty body. Streams of scarlet blood were flowing down its azure scales, and its giant eyes seemed even more deranged than usual. Flames of indescribable, murderous malice were burning in their cloudy depths, but for once, that malice was not directed at the two humans. Instead, it was aimed at the battered butterfly. Now that Sunny and Nephis had a few moments to observe the great monster in detail, they noticed that it was in a sorry state, too. One of its 6 legs was missing, and there was an ugly tear on one of its beautiful wings. Its body looked strangely disheveled, and although none of the white scales covering it were missing, many of them were covered with thin cracks. The great monster was retreating. Sunny froze, momentarily stunned. Even though he had hoped that the azure serpent would win the battle against the much stronger nightmare creature, he could not quite believe that it actually happened. "Old snake, just what damned kind of abomination are you?" It was already miraculous for a great beast to defeat a great monster. 2 of them, though, while not impossible, it was certainly abnormal. Even if the monstrous butterfly was an aerial creature and was thus at a disadvantage while fighting underwater, the tenacity of the azure serpent was confounding. Sunny stared at the bloodied leviathan somberly. As if sensing his gaze, the serpent lowered its snout and glared back at him. Crimson water was flowing out of its slightly opened maw. He shivered. It's no mere beast. Indeed, he should have known. His luck wasn't good enough to stumble on just any great beast. No, it surely had to be some kind of unique and singular existence, a damn monarch among all beasts. Fated wouldn't have it any other way. Maybe it was no coincidence that the azure serpent had come from much further upstream than the other 2 abominations. Ah, curse it! Sunny felt conflicted. On the one hand, he should be ecstatic about the fact that the harrowing butterfly was retreating. On the other hand, the ancient river serpent seemed much more dangerous now. The butterfly, meanwhile, was swiftly rising higher and higher. However, it didn't leave. Instead of disappearing into the distance, the great monster turned into a black dot once again and started to slowly circle the island from above. It looked like the creature was not giving up on the carcass of the black turtle, just recovering its strength and biding its time to make another attempt. The azure serpent threw one last hateful glance at it and then dove into the water with an angry hiss. Soon, the island shook slightly, hinting that the abomination was devouring more of the turtle's meat, perhaps to restore its power. The tumultuous water slowly calmed down. Left in the sudden silence, Sunny and Nephis stared at the vast expanse of the great river in exhaustion. After a while, he slowly exhaled. "I guess it seems we survived." She nodded slowly. "Yeah, I'll go find a deep pond." Sunny blinked a couple of times. Huh? What was she talking about? A pond, why? He looked at her in confusion, prompting Nephis to sigh. "Why do you think? We just took a bath in a river of blood. I want to wash myself, of course." Sunny tilted his head, only now realizing how nasty Nephis looked. Well, he was no better. A sly smile appeared on his lips. Suddenly feeling mischievous, Sunny asked, "Can I join?" She was already turning away. "No, go find your own pond if you want." He laughed. Wait, what if I drown? Those fissures are very deep, you know." Nephis scoffed. "If you do drown, maybe take the meat out of that storage memory first. It will be sad if it just disappears after everything we went through." Sunny watched her go. The silver anklets were singing a quiet melody as they bounced with each graceful step. Eventually, he shook his head in dejection. Does she only care about the meat? How heartless. Later that day, when the 7 sons had already plunged into the water, Sunny and Nephis were back in their makeshift camp at the bottom of the deep fissure. By now, it didn't look as desolate and barren as it had before. There was a fire pit assembled from the black rocks. The shadow chair and the covetous coffer, back to its usual size, were standing nearby. Neph's sleeping bag was laying on one side of the pit, while Sunny had gathered soft moss to serve as bedding on the other, using the overpriced saddle as a pillow. Imp was sprawled on the ground, still digesting the huge amount of tarnished silver he had devoured. Saint was standing guard above, and Nightmare was hiding in the shadows. Currently, the camp was illuminated by a softly glowing lantern, and a delicious fragrance of roasting meat was spreading through the air. Nephis was preparing a late supper over the coals. Not only that, but she had also gone all out, for some reason, using an inventive mix of spices to thoroughly marinate the meat before placing it above the glowing embers. Both of them had washed the stench of blood off their bodies and were now preparing for sleep, feeling refreshed. Before that, however, they were going to finally satiate the gnawing hunger. In that moment, the lethally dangerous trip into the carcass of the black turtle they had undertaken seemed well worth it. Finally done, Nephis placed a generous chunk of meat on a plate and handed it to Sunny. In the last moment, though, she suddenly retracted her hand and hesitated. "Can you wait a moment?" Sunny felt warm and relaxed, so he didn't mind waiting. "Sure." He watched her across the glowing embers with peaceful idleness. Nephis seemed to be looking for something. A few moments later, she found a splinter of the synthetic fire brick they had used to light the fire and thrust it into the meat. Then she touched it with the tip of her finger, and a wisp of white flame ignited at the top of the small stick. Sunny received the strange dish with a confused look. What is this?" A faint smile appeared on Neff's face. "A candle." He hesitated for a few moments, then scratched the back of his head. "Why?" She leaned back and shrugged. "Ed softly. I'm not quite sure how many days it has been since the start of the nightmare. But the battle happened at the end of November, and we spent around a week in the desert, so it should be middle to late December now." Sunny frowned. "And?" Nephis sighed and shook her head. "It means that it has to be winter solstice back in the real world. It's your birthday, Sunny." He stared at her in astonishment. "Wait, she's right." Sunny had forgotten all about it. It was winter solstice, or at least close to it. Out there in the waking world, an army of sleepers was entering the dream realm for the first time, if Antarctica still stood, that is. It was also his birthday. He was turning 21. Huh? He tilted his head a little. 21, I didn't really think I'd make it so far. Good job, Sunny. He looked at the burning stick, not noticing the bright smile that appeared on his lips. Nephis leaned forward a little. "If I were you, I would hurry up and make a wish." "Wish, wish, wish." Hidden by shadows, Sunny's smile grew brittle and strained. Chapter 1268, Azure Serpent. There were a lot of things Sunny desperately wished for. However, the ominous words carved into a random piece of flotsam he had encountered by chance weighed heavily on his heart. So he held himself back and made a point of not wishing for anything. "A pity." Sunny blew out the improvised candle and hungrily sunk his teeth into the juicy meat. The taste of it was indescribable. Ugh, so delicious. Nephis had really outdone herself this time. To think that she could cook up something so tasty with so few ingredients. Even the memories of the grotesque tunnel could not slow Sunny down. He attacked the roasted meat like a hungry wolf, annihilating it in no time. He still had to put some effort into chewing, but that only made the rich flavor and delightful texture last longer on his tongue. Sometime later, both Sunny and Nephis were pleasantly satiated and sprawled on the ground, looking very much like Imp. Sunny was very much relaxed and sleepy, as well as in a great mood. Well, it was his birthday, after all. Surviving one more year was enough of a reason to celebrate, especially considering how many odious things he had lived through to get to today. Plus, the great monster's meat, which Nephis had marinated and roasted over the coals, was truly sublime. Come to think of it, she had silently assumed the role of the cohort cook from the moment they met on the forgotten shore. Whenever the cohort was together, Nephis was the one to feed everyone. The dishes she prepared were always filling, flavorful, and just right. The cohort was together, Nephis was the one to feed everyone. The dishes she prepared were always filling, flavorful, and just right. That was a strange talent of hers. Maybe I should hire her as chef when I open my restaurant. Sunny smiled. There was one thing slightly bothering him, though. A talent like this did not really fit her stern and knightly persona. How come Nephis knew how to cook so splendidly at that? Sunny turned his head and looked at her. "Hey, can I ask something? Why are you so good at cooking? Doesn't seem like something you would be passionate about." Of course, it didn't. Nephis was only passionate about one thing, and to such a startling degree that it left no room for any other passions. She remained silent for a few moments. Wilderness survival. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. Huh? Nephis shrugged. Did you think that children from the legacy clans are only taught how to swing swords? You studied wilderness survival at the academy, so you must know how important survival skills are in the dream realm. Therefore, we learn to take care of ourselves in harsh conditions from childhood. Nutrition is an integral part of survival, and so it gets a lot of attention in the curriculum. She paused before adding, at least that's how it was for me. Each clan has its own way of teaching its heirs, of course. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Makes sense, I should have guessed myself. He smiled. So what you're saying is that you've been taking cooking classes since childhood. Hearing his words, Nephis frowned. Not cooking classes. I've been taught both theoretical and practical skills concerning proper nutrition. It was a series of very thorough and elevated courses. Sunny nodded a couple of times with a ponderous expression. All right, I'm convinced. You're hired. She stared at him in confusion. You're hired what? Are you talking to your sword again? Sunny vigorously shook his head. No, I'm talking to you. Nephis remained silent for a while, then let out a long sigh. Sometimes I really don't understand what you're saying. He grinned. Don't worry, that makes two of us. With that, Sunny laughed and turned away. Anyway, good night, Neph. There was a moment of silence, and then she dismissed the memory lantern, plunging the deep fissure into darkness. Good night, Sunny. The carcass of an ancient behemoth flow. Aided on the currents of the great river, and two humans slept peacefully in a crack in its shell. Their lives slowly changed after the appearance of the dreadful butterfly, but strangely, not by much. Both Sunny and Nephis spent their days pretty much as they had before. They trained together, ate together, and rested on the soft moss together. Sometimes, Neph would go off to practice swordsmanship on her own, while Sunny would study the estuary key or sit motionlessly for hours, observing the azure serpent. He could feel his technique slowly improving as the small imperfections left within its principles and application were tempered and refined. He could also feel his understanding of the great beast deepening bit by bit. Only the key of the estuary remained a complete mystery. By now, Sunny had a faint suspicion that its weave encompassed two separate patterns. One was hidden within the other, with its function aimed inside. The other was much more vast and complicated, with its function directed outside. Both were stunning, ingenious, and inseparably intertwined. He had no idea what either of the patterns was supposed to do, though. Troublesome. When the tapestry of black strings started to blur in front of his tired eyes, Sunny would turn his attention back to the azure serpent. The frenzied creature was not having a great time. It continued to devour the flesh of the black turtle day after day, waiting patiently for the opportunity to consume Sunny and Nephis. But now it had to contend with the monstrous butterfly, which was a harrowing adversary. The butterfly descended from the sky on the third day after their first battle, and then again on the sixth. Both times, the two great abominations fought to a bloody draw, and the winged horror chose to retreat. Nephis hid in the fissure while the creatures were battling, but Sunny secretly stalked them from the shadows. Extending his shadow sense deep into the water, he followed the azure serpent as it furiously fought against the great monster. Watching someone fight with their life on the line was the best way to truly get to know them, after all. Just these two battles pushed Sunny's understanding of the mad Leviathan further than days of peaceful observation. The azure serpent was proud, and powerful, and absolutely insane. Its madness was even more terrifying than the sinister frenzy consuming the minds of all nightmare creatures. It was also insidiously cunning and exceedingly lethal, possessing a frightening combat acumen that must have been honed by experiencing thousands of perilous battles. This was why the great river serpent managed to send the more powerful creature retreating 3 times in a row. On the 7th day after their first battle, however, a new change shook the dark island. Chapter 1269, Third Contender. This time, Nephis was the first to notice the anomaly. Sunny and she were resting after an exhausting spar. He was meditating with his eyes closed, while she was leaning her back on him, still catching her breath. He sensed a sudden tensing of her muscles, and then the warm pressure was gone. Opening his eyes, Sonny glanced at Nephis and noticed that she was looking intently into the distance, where the endlessly flowing waters of the great river were sparkling under the light of the seven suns. The azure serpent was nowhere in sight, and the island was not trembling, which meant that it was circling the stone shell of the black turtle. The monstrous butterfly was a small black dot in the sky. What had caught her attention then? "What is it?" Nephis lingered for a few moments, then pointed at a distant patch of water downstream of them. "There, can you see it?" Following her gaze, Sonny studied the currents. After a while, a scowl appeared on his face, too. "I can, but what are we looking at?" There, still far away from the dark island, a span of the great river seemed different from the rest of its vast expanse. From their position, it was no larger than a coin, which meant that the strange anomaly was thousands of meters wide. It did not seem too threatening. The water's surface was simply a bit rough there, as if rippling under a strong gale. The problem was that such a gale would probably affect a larger area, not just a relatively small and strangely distinct patch of water. A much bigger problem was that this patch seemed to be moving purposefully in their direction. Sonny wasn't sure at first, but after observing the river for a dozen seconds, he grew certain that it was no mere coincidence. In these dozen seconds, the rough patch had already drawn visibly closer. His face darkened. "It has to be another abomination." Nephis slowly nodded. "I think so, too." For a few moments, both of them remained silent. It was only logical that a new nightmare creature would appear sooner or later. They had already met 3, each of them harrowing in its own way. The arrival of the dark butterfly had also proven that the scent of black turt. Liz's blood was like a lure for hungry abominations. All they could do was wait and see if the approaching horror was of the kind that could climb onto the shell or not. That was not the reason why Sonny felt somber, though. Rather, the appearance of the fourth threat had forced him to face an eventuality that seemed more and more like the truth. That truth was that they would not be able to use the carcass of the black turtle as a ship to safely reach civilization. After all, no matter how much they had hoped that they would. It had seemed possible when there was only the azure serpent circling the island. The arrival of the dark butterfly made it questionable. The appearance of the third contender was like a nail in the coffin of Sonny's hope. If there were 3, there would be 4, 5, and more sooner or later. One of the abominations would crawl onto the shell, discover the 2 humans, and devour them. The corner of his mouth twitched. "But what can we do?" They couldn't escape by water since it was populated by unthinkable horrors. They couldn't escape by air either, since it was just as dangerous. Even though the carcass of the black turtle was slowly starting to seem more and more like a death trap, there was no way out. He sighed. "Let's just enjoy the show, for now. If I know anything about the old snake, it won't let the newcomer get close without a fight." And indeed, no sooner than he said it, the crimson water foamed, and a gargantuan head of the great river serpent rose above its surface. This time, the creature's long snout was turned away from the island, facing downstream. The mad beast was watching the patch of rough water, too. "What do you think it will be?" Hearing the question, Nephis lingered for a moment. "I don't know, it seems enormous, so a whale, a cachalot, a giant squid maybe." Sonny shook his head. "I bet it'll be something entirely eerie, like that crawling mass of seaweed, bones, and rotten flesh that Cassie told us about on the forgotten shore." He paused for a moment, and then added doubtfully, "Also, what's a cachalot?" Nephis let out a quiet sigh. "It's like a whale, but with teeth." Sonny blinked a couple of times. Did whales not have teeth? He knew what a whale was in theory, but not the details. They were all extinct anyway, probably. Who knew what was happening in the oceans? The 2 of them watched tensely as the patch of rough water drew nearer and nearer, revealing its true size. It was indeed several kilometers wide, and much more tumultuous than it had seemed from afar. The water inside the patch seemed to be boiling, which looked rather strange considering that the river around it was as calm as ever. A minute later, the azure serpent let out an angry roar, and at the same moment, Sonny slowly rose to his feet. "Cursed!" The water was not really boiling, and there was no titanic behemoth moving under its surface to cause the ripples. Instead, there were thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of small creatures moving forward at a terrifying speed. coming closer and closer to the island. It had taken him so long to notice because their insect-like bodies were almost entirely translucent. Each was as long as his arm, with countless thin legs, beady black eyes, and long, disgusting mouths that were full of vicious, glass-like teeth. Standing by his side, Nephis whispered, "Krill." Sonny shifted his perception and shivered after noticing the vile darkness spreading through the bodies of the repulsive creatures. Each of them, it was not another great behemoth that had been attracted by the scent of the black turtle's blood. Instead, it was a swarm of thousands and thousands of abhorrent corrupted beasts. Chapter 12, 70 Pinnacle of Strength. Even after living through the horrors of the Southern Campaign and witnessing the chilling resolution of the Battle of the Black Skull, Sonny still paled at the sight of the enormous swarm of corrupted beasts. There were too many of them to count, but there had to be tens of thousands of translucent crustaceans advancing toward the island. Even Nephis seemed taken aback, a rare sight, and not a welcome one. She instinctively outstretched a hand, as if summoning a sword could save them from the plague of corrupted abominations. It's all right." Her voice was even but lacked confidence. Sonny forced out a faint smile. "How exactly is this all right?" Nephis lingered for a moment. "These creatures don't seem capable of leaving the water." Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. Yes, the abominable krill were probably incapable of crawling onto the island and devouring them. However, they were more than capable of devouring the azure serpent. And with the old snake gone, nothing would prevent the dark butterfly from landing on the shell of the slain great monster. "That's right, you are going to die." He flinched and glared at the Sin of Solace, who had appeared out of nowhere and looked at him with dark glee. The sword wraith laughed and then whispered, "Be, Teeter, yet you are going to watch Nephis die. Isn't it poetic?" Sonny tried to ignore the vile apparition, but this time it was much harder than usual. With the words of the Sin of Solace still echoing in his ears, he forced himself to look away and stare at the river. Below them, the azure serpent lowered its head stubbornly, huffed, and suddenly shot toward the krill's swarm with tremendous speed. The water parted and foamed where it passed. Sonny couldn't see the great beast's eyes, but he knew that they were filled with bloodlust and fury. That snake did not know when to retreat, or rather, it never wanted to. Its lust for slaughter and destruction seemed much greater than its desire to exist. It's admirable, really. What an earnest beast. It took a special kind of lunatic to make a vice into a perverse virtue. The azure serpent's extreme bloodlust had made it into a much more fearsome existence than it should have been. But how was it going to fight tens of thousands of corrupted abominations? No matter how large its maw was and how sharp its fangs were, the serpent could only crush that many krill in its jaws. A dozen at a time, a few dozen, even 100, it was not going to make a difference. For every bite it took, 1,000 corrupted creatures were going to sink their teeth into the great beast's flesh. Even though there was a vast gap between the two ranks, it was not as insurmountable as that between the two masters and the azure serpent. It would have been different if the mad beast possessed unnatural powers, but it only possessed inconceivable physical might. Not all enemies, however, could be destroyed with pure strength. And yet, Sonny couldn't help but root for the great river serpent. "Come on, old snake, do something." The swift figure of the azure leviathan was closing in on the rushing krill swarm, moments away from clashing with it. It seemed like a suicidal charge. It had to be. And yet it was not. A second before the azure serpent plunged into the mass of translucent krill, it dove down. In the next moment, Sonny and Nephis swayed, pushed back by the shockwave of a demented, enraged roar. Even distorted by the mass of water, it was still loud enough to make their ears ring and their bones vibrate. The krill, however, since they had been much closer to the source of the roar, the shockwave spread through the swarm like a battering ram. Sonny's eyes widened when he noticed numerous translucent bodies suddenly convulsing and losing their speed. The swarming abominations were stunned. Some of them, those who had been closer to the azure serpent, were paralyzed completely, while those that had been further away were at least disoriented. Sonny concentrated and extended his shadow sense as far as he could, and then a little further still. He just barely managed to sense the massive shape of the great beast flying through the restless water. That was why he sensed the mighty muscles of the serpent moving, his long body contracting like a bow. Then, its tail shot forward like a whip, and a sudden explosion sent countless tons of water rushing outward in a crushing wave. The sonic boom was even louder than the mad beast's enraged roar, and the force produced by it not only stunned the krill but also tore many of them apart. Many more were completely obliterated by the tail of the azure serpent. But incomparably more were already rushing from all sides, aiming to bite into its massive body. The giant jaws opened and snapped, grinding 100 krill into dust. It was like a drop in the ocean. Then the serpent did something strange. It suddenly spun, as if trying to turn its long snout into a drill. Sunny did not see how this could help the great beast against the swarm of corrupted abominations, but in the next moment he opened his eyes wide. Following the spinning motion of the Leviathan, the waters of the great river were stirred, forming a long whirlpool along the length of its colossal body. That underwater whirlpool was like liquid armor, the current powerful enough to repel the attacking krill. The azure serpent's jaws opened again, and another roar shook the world. When they closed, numerous translucent abominations died. The battle was too furious, too grand, too inconceivable. Standing on the shell of the dead behemoth, Sunny and Nephis watched in silence as a lone great beast resisted myriads of corrupted creatures. Looking at the foaming water, they couldn't help but feel small and weak. And insignificant. Unnatural powers. Humans were bestowed with aspect abilities despite being mere beasts, but nightmare creatures were different. Only devils possessed dire powers similar to those of an aspect. The azure serpent was not a devil and did not possess a sinister ability. However, it was not powerless. Instead of relying on an unnatural power, it relied on its terrifying body, absolute control over it, and a deep understanding of its natural domain to make the river itself a power. Sunny had been wrong. The azure serpent did possess a weapon to use against an enemy that could not be crushed through pure strength. That weapon was its mastery of water. This is it, I see now, I understand. He had spent countless hours trying to comprehend the azure serpent, but always felt that a crucial piece of the puzzle was missing. A fundamental truth that was at the root of all other insights, and without which they were meaningless. Now, Sunny finally felt that he had found the thread which had to be pulled to unravel the mystery. Below them, the ancient Leviathan was fighting against a harrowing swarm of abominable krill. The battle had only just begun, and there was no saying which side would win and which side would be destroyed. The azure serpent possessed a dire weapon, but was that weapon enough to survive the onslaught of tens of thousands of corrupted beasts? One way or the other, they were going to know soon. Chapter 1271, The Krill. The battle between the azure serpent and the krill swarm did not last long, but it was the most terrifying event Sunny had seen since entering the third nightmare. The great beast completely lost its mind as it fought the legion of vile abominations. Stirred by its fury, the water seethed and roiled, sometimes exploding into colossal fountains of scarlet foam, sometimes rising in titanic waves. The magnitude of these undulations was so severe that the whole island rocked and swayed like a ship caught in the middle of a world-ending storm. The cacophony of wrathful roars and thunderous sonic booms merged into a deafening litany, to the point that both Sunny and Nephis were forced to plug their ears. Thousands of attacking krill were destroyed, but the swarm did not seem diminished at all. Instead, no matter how furiously the azure serpent fought, more and more abominations were lunging at it, their thin legs moving in gluttonous anticipation. At first, the water armor the Leviathan had created protected its prodigious body, but eventually it failed. One krill struggled past the repelling current of the whirlpool, then two, then 100. Their teeth scraped powerlessly against the impenetrable azure scales. However, after suffering through 3 dire battles with the dark butterfly, the azure serpent was battered and littered with wounds. Its body had already been covered by countless scars before, and now there were numerous new ones. Some scales were broken, some cracked, and some were missing entirely. It was only a matter of time before one of the krill managed to draw blood, then 2, then 100. Even though their size was minuscule in comparison to the great river serpent, they were corrupted abominations nevertheless, and their painful bites added up. The pain did not slow the azure serpent down, though. Instead, it became even more enraged, even more deranged, even more frenzied. The battle, which had already been frightening to look at, suddenly exploded in intensity, reaching a realm that went beyond fear. Standing on the swaying shell of the black turtle, Sunny and Nephis watched the boiling river with pale faces. Before Sunny knew what was happening, he found himself holding Neph's hand. He did not know which one of them grasped the other's hand first, but felt that this simple touch was his only lifeline in a world that had lost all reason. He also did not know how much time had passed. All Sunny knew was that the battle was changing. The azure serpent did not manage to destroy the krill swarm. However, the swarm had also failed to consume the serpent. But their goal was not the mad Leviathan in the first place. The serpent was rampaging in the waters infested by the krill, but the swarm was simply too vast. Thousands of abominations at its edges simply rushed past the great beast and continued toward the carcass of the black turtle, their translucent bodies turning crimson as they dove into the cloudy red water. Noticing that, the azure serpent let out an infuriated roar, but there was little it could do. The main mass of the swarm surrounded it like a cage, and no matter how forcefully it slammed into its shifting barrier, it couldn't break free. Suddenly, Sunny felt a purifying warmth enter his body and soul. Looking down, he saw a soft glow rising from his skin and glanced at Nephis with a silent question. Her lips seemed dry. "Bo, I think you should summon your bow." He lingered for a moment, and then his eyes glinted darkly. Sparks of light ignited around his hand and formed into a black bow with a scarlet string. Then, an arrow that was like a bolt of lightning appeared out of nothing. Drawing Morgan's warbow, Sunny aimed at the seething mass of the approaching krill and let the strike of thunder loose. The lightning flashed toward the crimson water and exploded, sending arcs of electricity flying across the surface of the river. The monstrous krill were about the length of Sunny's arm, with carapaces so thin that they appeared transparent. Still, they were corrupted beasts, so their shells were tough enough to resist a direct hit from a railgun, and their teeth were sharp enough to tear through armored MWPs as if they were made from paper. But Sunny and his bow were augmented both by the shadows and the soul flame, granting his arrow tremendous power, which was why he soon heard a familiar voice whispering into his ear. "You have slain a corrupted beast, river locust. Your shadow grows stronger. You have slain a corrupted beast, river locust. Your shadow grows stronger. You have slain a corrupted beast, river locust. Your shadow grows stronger." Without stopping to listen to the spell, Sunny sensed a flood of shadow fragments pouring into his soul and drew the string of the warbow again. He did not hope to stop the advance of the krill swarm, and neither did he hope to help the azure serpent prevail. Even if Sunny killed 100 abominations, he wouldn't be putting a tiny dent in the swarm. Rather, what he was doing was pure opportunism. Nephis needed to burn the enemy with her flames or consume the soul shard like a normal awakened to receive fragments, but Sunny just needed a kill. So, he could just as well use the opportunity to strengthen himself. Sunny managed to fire off a few soul arrows, and the strike of thunder once more before the krill reached the black turtle, reaping a rich harvest of lives. Then, however, it became too dangerous to remain near the edge of the island. Even though the revolting creatures could not crawl out of the water, they showed themselves capable of jumping out of it with enough force to propel their translucent bodies through the air. After one of the krill landed a mere dozen or so meters away from them and scurried forward before being pierced by a black arrow, Sunny and Nephis decided to retreat. Below them, thousands of corrupted beasts were fruitlessly trying to bite into the impregnable black scales of the dead behemoth. Some, however, were already swimming into the gaping wound under its flipper. Further away, the azure serpent finally managed to break the cage of the greatly diminished swarm and shot through the water in pursuit. It looked terribly mangled, bleeding from 1,000 tiny bites. Some of the krill even seemed to have burrowed into the open wounds, just like the serpent itself had burrowed into the body of the black turtle before. Despite that, the great beast seemed just as murderous and consumed by madness as ever. The old snake did it. It actually won. Even though many krill had managed to reach the carcass and swim inside, the swarm was undeniably broken. The azure serpent and the 2 humans it was hunting were going to live another day. Chapter 1272, Paradise Lost. That night, the island was quaking without pause. Sunny and Nephis hid in their fissure, not daring to close their eyes, even though a mass of impregnable black rock separated them from the flesh of the black turtle. It was unnerving to know that thousands of corrupted beasts were currently slithering somewhere below them, shredding the meat of the great monster with their terrible glass-like teeth. The azure serpent was also there, hunting down the invaders. Although they couldn't hear its roars, the violent vibrations spreading through the island told them what was going on. Sunny looked away from the shimmering runes, somewhat startled at how easily he had earned a large amount of shadow fragments. After another violent tremor had shaken the island, he finally closed his eyes. However, it was not to sleep. Instead, Sunny tried to convince himself that he was the azure serpent. He was crawling through the grotesque tunnel of bleeding flesh, which he himself had created to kill the hateful carapace monster, furiously hunting the vile creatures who dared to steal his trophy. His long, mighty body was burning from pain, but Sunny did not care. All he cared about was slaughter, blood, and retribution. Noticing a tiny worm gnawing on the wall of the tunnel, he let out a terrifying growl and shot forward, destroying the vermin and tearing a large chunk of meat out of the wall with his powerful jaws. But behind it, more vermin were revealed, stolen meat digesting in their transparent stomachs. With madness painting the cloudy world red, Sunny roared and slammed into them with obliterating fury. Is this the feeling? Am I on the right path? Opening his eyes, he stared into the darkness with an absent expression. Then he looked at Nephis. Some time later, Sunny said, I feel like our chances of making it off this island alive are dwindling. She remained silent for a while. So what if they are? White flames ignited in her eyes, illuminating them with a pale radiance. Has it been any different before? Hearing that, Sunny chuckled. True, we never had it easy. He studied her face, then turned to look at the sin of solace and sighed. Still, I hope that this nightmare will be better than my second one. Oh, it's not much of a competition. I must have died 1,000 times there, even though I only remember a handful of those deaths. The third nightmare surely can't turn out any worse than that. Nephis turned and looked at him, then smiled faintly. Of course, in the worst case, we'll just die once. That's nothing, right? As the dark island shook and quaked around them, Sunny grinned. Dying once, child's play. Gods, anyone can do it. You're right, I was worried about nothing. As they laughed quietly, the sin of solace smiled too. His smile was bright and full of sinister amusement. The next day after the attack of the krill swarm, the butterfly descended from the skies again. And 2 days after that, another flying abomination appeared silently in the darkness of the night. Neither Sunny nor Nephis saw it, but in the morning, the surface of the island was awash with black, fetid blood. It seemed that it was the butterfly that had battled the late contender this time, ripping it to shreds before it had the chance to approach the remains of the black turtle. It must have taken an injury in that battle, because the azure serpent received more days than usual to recover from its dire wounds. Then, as they drifted further downstream, a second krill swarm attacked, this one even larger than the first. The battle between the mad leviathan and the vast river locust swarm lasted for an entire day, and its result was pretty much the same. Thousands of translucent abominations slithered into the carcass of the black turtle, and the battered serpent followed to hunt them down. However, what met it inside was another great beast, a vile creature made of numerous tentacles and spongy pale flesh, that had snuck to feast on the insides of the turtle while the river serpent had been fighting the krill. Sunny and Nephis knew how it looked because the azure serpent brought its revolting body outside and rose high above the water before swallowing the corpse whole. That was how they learned why a powerful earthquake had suddenly thrown the world into spasms and convulsions before. On that day, to their horror, they discovered a deep crack snaking its way through the surface of the black turtle's shell. It was not too large, but the fact that the stone carapace of the dead monster had been broken from the inside was indescribably concerning. Next morning, Nephis went to the edge of the island instead of practicing with Sunny, as they usually did, and spent several hours staring at the water. Then, she brought back disturbing news. The carcass of the black turtle was higher than it had been before. The parts of it that had been hidden underwater were now dry and exposed. This meant that a considerable amount of the dead behemoth's flesh had already been devoured by the azure serpent, the marauding krill, and the pale thief, thus reducing its weight and increasing its buoyancy. It was also the reason why the swaying and the shaking of the island had grown much more severe lately. The carapace of the black turtle was deteriorating and cracking under the strain of harrowing battles raging around and inside of it. And at the same time, it was being gradually hollowed out by the nightmare creatures of the great river. Their titanic shelter was slowly coming undone under them. Worse yet, in the coming days, the number of abominations arriving to feast on the corpse of the titanic monster only increased. There were more krill, more dwellers of the deep, and more winged horrors being lured to it by the scent of blood. It was a carnival of horror. The azure serpent and the dark butterfly were like champions among them, slaying all invaders and occasionally clashing with each other. But that only made the situation worse. Now, the dreadful inhabitants of the great river were attracted not only by the blood of the black turtle, but also by the blood of unfortunate abominations that had been slain in their attempt to feast on the turtle's meat. This can't go on much longer, it just can't. Both Sunny and Nephis knew that doom was swiftly approaching. However, there was nothing they could do. No matter how much they hoped and how diligently they watched the horizon, there was no sign of anything that could save them. There was no land and no ships anywhere in sight. There was not even a piece of flotsam drifting on the waves. Only a vast, deep, and endlessly flowing expanse of water that shone under the dreamlike radiance of the 7 beautiful suns. Chapter 1273 Collapse. Sunny, wake up. Sunny opened his eyes and tensed. Sensing the world through the shadows, he couldn't feel any danger, but there was urgency in Neph's voice. Something was wrong. As his mind entered a state of battle readiness, he pushed himself off the ground and briefly studied the fissure. It was still night, so everything was enveloped in deep darkness. That darkness, of course, could not hinder his sight. Sunny saw every detail of their small camp and of the weathered walls of black rock surrounding it. Everything seemed fine. Saint, who was guarding them from high above, was also calm. He turned to Nephis and asked, "What is going on?" She pressed a finger against her lips and whispered. There was a sound. The next moment he heard it too, a dull, echoing crackle that came from somewhere below, spreading through the rock in a subtle vibration, like a stone breaking. He frowned. What is this? Sunny and Nephis froze, listening to the eerie sounds coming from within the carapace of the black turtle. They had not dared to venture there after salvaging the meat. The shell had been hollowed out, but they didn't know by how much, and even though they had heard the sounds of nightmare creatures inside the carcass of the great monster from time to time, this crackling was entirely new. A small whirlwind of sparks appeared in the air, manifesting into a softly glowing paper lantern. Placing it on the lid of the covetous coffer, Nephis lowered her head and pressed her ear to the ground. There was another cracking sound, and she suddenly flinched. At the same time, Sunny's pupils narrowed as he noticed something that was out of place in their fissure. A small, thin crack appeared on the floor of the ravine. Just as Neph flinched, it suddenly grew, spreading through the black rock in both directions. Then it climbed a few meters up the wall, and when the cracking noise disappeared, a small piece of rock splintered and tumbled down. Neph's face suddenly grew pale. I think it's going to Bria. Before she could finish, there was another sound, this one so loud that it was almost deafening. Sunny felt the ground suddenly shift under him, and then the entire island shook violently. It's breaking. Before he even knew what was happening, Sunny jumped. As Nephis and he soared into the air, the floor of the fissure below them suddenly split and collapsed, revealing a vast cavern of darkness and crimson flesh below. Their small camp was instantly swallowed. Except for the memories like the coffer that were dismissed and disappeared in a whirlwind of sparks, everything else, the fire pit, the sleeping bag, the bed made of soft moss, and the rest of it, fell into the darkness in a rain of stone shards. But the collapse was not over yet. As Sunny collided against the vertical wall of the fissure and grabbed onto the rocks, the walls tilted too. A horrible stench of blood entered his nostrils, and he saw the small crack he had noticed before expanding. Countless new ones appeared as well, and the entire ravine suddenly moved. Got him it. Struggling to outrun the disaster, Sunny pushed himself off the wall and jumped higher. He was aiming to repeat the process and send himself to the surface with the next jump, but the spot that he was aiming for suddenly broke off and plummeted down in an avalanche of stone. Cursing, Sonny manifested the shadows to create a foothold instead. A split second later, he flew out of the fissure, rolled on the ground, then dashed back to its edge and grabbed Neph's hand, helping her climb out. As soon as they rolled away in a heap, the entire edge split off and crumbled down. A panic thought that the entire island was falling apart entered Sonny's mind. However, the devastation was not as absolute. As the two of them watched, the landscape of the black turtle's shell was changing. It seemed that the schism originated from the location below the central region, where their camp had been located. Wide cracks spread through the black stone, and a wide surface either crumbled entirely or at least sank, forming deep craters. The rest of the island was affected too, but to a smaller degree. It was just a chain reaction that forced the ground to tilt and slide into the water by a few meters. Nevertheless, their shelter was still afloat. Sonny belatedly realized that he was practically laying on Nephis. Their limbs were entangled, and both of them were covered in stone dust. Struggling to breathe, he slowly pushed himself away and stood up. A couple moments later, she followed. Standing dazedly above the newly formed pit, Sonny and Nephis looked down with bleak faces. Their camp, where they had spent so many peaceful nights, was gone. Much worse, the dark island was showing signs of breaking apart. It was just a part of the central region today, but there would be more collapses in the future. Eventually, the entire shell would crumble, leaving them stranded and lost in the sea of deadly abominations. After almost a month of peace, they finally reached a true crisis. Sonny and Nephis looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Eventually, he broke the silence. "We need to get off this island." Nephis lingered for a moment. "Yes, but how?" Sonny looked away with a dark expression. He didn't know. It was not as if they had not been preparing for this inevitable situation. They had tried to come up with a feasible plan dozens of times. However, there was no such plan to come. Up with. The azure serpent was still waiting for them in the water, and the dark butterfly was still ruling over the sky. Worse than that, many more abominations were prowling the surrounding waters, including the harrowing swarms of krill. If the island sank, they were going to die. If it didn't sink, the azure serpent would eventually be killed, and they would be devoured by either the monstrous butterfly or some other great nightmare creature. There seemed to be no escape. Staring into the pit filled with stone rubble, Sonny sighed. Now it finally feels like a real nightmare. A sad smile appeared on his pale face. Chapter 1274, Time of Truth. The 7 suns were shining in the azure sky. Sonny was sitting close to the slope of the island, staring fixedly at the flowing water. His eyes were dark and tired. With the temporary camp destroyed, he felt strangely homeless. Much worse, neither he nor Nephis had managed to come up with a viable solution for their fatal problem. They had considered many things. Every memory in their possession had been studied and examined, but none of them, nor any combination of them, revealed a way out of the perilous situation. The best they could hope for was prolonging their stay on the carapace of the black turtle somewhat. They could use the dark shaper to try and repair the cracks in the stone shell. There were other unreliable measures as well, but that would just buy them a few more days at most. There were other memories that they could use to try to escape, but attempting escape was tantamount to suicide. The great nightmare creatures guarding both the water and the sky were not something they could outrun. Then there were Sonny's shadows. He had once thought that Saint was their best hope of slaying the azure serpent. However, after witnessing the mad beast in battle, he didn't think that the taciturn knight could achieve such a feat anymore. Not only because she could not enter the water, but also because his plan to augment her with both the shadows and the white flames had been crushed. Saint could not receive the blessing of the fire, or rather, she could not reap its full benefits. The augmentation had worked perfectly fine in his basement before the Southern Campaign, but Saint underwent a fundamental transformation after that. She was now a devil whose body and soul were infused with elemental darkness. And while true darkness somehow worked in tandem with Sonny's shadows, it refused to accept Neph's light. Saint could either use one or the other. In any case, the result was not nearly as powerful as Sonny had imagined it to be. They could bestow the power of Shadow Flame on his other transcendent devil, though. Sadly, Imp was not nearly as formidable of a warrior as Saint, On top of that, the little bastard was in a coma, or a food coma at least. The scrawny goblin had finally stopped devouring the tarnished silver and fell into a deep slumber. Sonny had a hunch that after the great mass of mystical metal was fully digested, his gluttonous fiend would grow much stronger. But there was no telling how long it would take, so he sent Imp into the nurturing black flames of his soul to complete the evolution in peace. In any case, Imp was of no help for now. The same went for Nightmare. The tenebrous steed had loyally guarded their dreams and subjugated a good number of them, but he was still an awakened terror. Even if the black stallion managed to unlock his terror ability, he was no match for a great beast, let alone a great monster like the dark butterfly. So Sonny and Nephis had no tools that could help them escape from the shell of the black turtle. Which was why Sonny was sitting on the cold stones and staring aimlessly at the water. The water was much less cloudy than it had been before. The vivid red color had receded, turning pale pink. The black turtle only had so much blood, after all, and by now most of it had dissolved in the endless current of the great river. As he looked, the water suddenly foamed, and a giant serpentine head rose from its depths. A familiar gaze pierced him, brimming with hatred and madness. The azure serpent did not look too good. Just like the carcass of the black turtle, which had once seemed grand and indestructible, was now pitiful and hollow, the great beast was in a dire state. One of its cloudy eyes was gone, replaced by a bloody hole. Half of the terrifying fangs in its obliterating maw were either cracked or broken. Whole chunks of flesh were missing from its long neck, revealing red meat and white bone. And yet the azure serpent was undeterred. It was just the same. Its fury was the same, its hunger was the same, and its mad determination to kill the two humans was the same. The great beast stared at Sonny, and Sonny stared at the great beast. "Aren't you a persistent one?" His voice sounded grim and hoarse. Sonny remained silent for a while, then suddenly spat. "But what do you even know? Do you think you're so special? I know fury, too. I know hunger, too. I know madness, too. Oh, and I've killed plenty of creatures more powerful than me, too." A dark smile appeared on his face. "Who are you to dare stare me down, beast? I am lost from light, who was born from the shadows. I am the rightful heir of death and the bastard son of fate. Wherever I go, ruin follows. If you had any sense, you would have run away as soon as you saw me." He shivered slightly, then sighed. "Ah, but it's too late now. What a pity." Standing behind him, the sin of solace laughed with disdain. "Wow, what a speech. What are you, an eighth grader?" Ignoring the apparition, Sonny looked away and stood up. There was only one way to leave the island. He had known it for a long time, but felt reluctant to admit it. However, there was no time to lie to himself anymore. Now it was the time for the truth, no matter how hideous and terrifying it was. Walking through the crumbling landscape of the dark island, Sonny found Nephis. Despite everything, she was still practicing with her sword, the lethal blade, and its master were both beautiful. The world of the great river was lethal and beautiful, too. Sensing his approach, Nephis stopped and glanced at him with a composed expression. Sonny took a deep breath before coming to stand next to her, looking into her eyes. "I have something to say." She nodded slowly. "What is it?" Sonny lingered for a moment, then offered her his hand. "Give me your flame, all of it." Nephis frowned slightly, a hint of concern appearing in her striking gray eyes. "Why?" He looked at her silently for a while, thinking. Sonny had told the old snake that ruin followed wherever he went. But really, he was the one following ruin around most of the time. The two of them followed each other, unable to separate, just like a shadow and a star casting it could not be separated. They were quite a pitiful pair. Eventually, he steeled his resolve, "Because I am going to kill the azure serpent." Chapter 1275, Last Resort. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. Everything that needed to be done had already been done. Granted, there was not much to these preparations. Sonny and Nephis were in a desperate situation, and they could only escape it by resorting to desperate means. This was going to be it. They were either going to live or die. Sonny looked at the weathered surface of the black turtle's shell as they walked to the shore. The black rock, the green moss, the deep fissures with murky water glistening in some of them. He had spent the first month of the nightmare here. It was a harrowing place, or rather, it was supposed to be harrowing. But strangely, all he could remember about the dark island were happy memories. Training with Nephis until sweat covered their bodies and a pleasant fatigue settled in their muscles. Laying on the moss and staring at the dreamlike sky, unbothered by the movements of the world. Eating delicious meals and drinking cool, sweet water. bathing in the warmth of a campfire as they talked to each other, surrounded by darkness. All of that was coming to an end. It already had. He was reluctant to let go of this harrowing paradise. But there was no other choice. Maybe I truly am mad. Sonny had entered the nightmare utterly crushed. From Falcon Scott to the Battle of the Black Skull, he had tasted nothing but bitter failure. He had wished to be strong. He had made this wish come true, only to find out that it was of no use in the end. As if to mock him, fate had obliterated everything. However, somehow he had truly been content on the dark island. Sailing through a river of unholy blood on the corpse of a dreadful monster, being pulled into the past by the current. He had been happy on that journey, and happier still to share it with someone he was fond of so much. He had been having fun in the depths of a nightmare. So what if I'm mad? He would need madness to survive today. The three of them, Sonny and Nephis and Saint, reached the slope of the island. Below them, the great river was flowing endlessly, bleak because of the encroaching night. The darkest hour, the brief time after the suns had already plunged into the river, but before the vast expanse of clear water started to glow with soft radiance, was swiftly approaching. Sonny took a deep breath. Calm down. You've prepared for this. You've been preparing this whole time. Indeed, Sonny had not spent the whole month simply relaxing and spending idle time with Nephis. He had always known that this unexpected respite was not meant to last, and so he had been studying the Azure Serpent. By now, Sonny knew the mad beast much better than he knew most people. He had learned everything about it, how the serpent fought, how the serpent thought. What emotions guided it, what dark passion burned in its vile, corrupted soul. He also learned how the creature's colossal body moved and worked, down to the smallest detail, as well as how the Eat River Serpent commanded water to turn it into a weapon. In that regard, Sonny's experience fighting side by side with the scions of the House of Night had been of great help. After coming to learn all these things, Sonny knew, for a fact, that he would never be able to defeat the Azure Serpent in a battle. But that was if the Azure Serpent was healthy and whole. It was not anymore. The great beast had been ravaged by the battles with the dark butterfly, the harrowing assaults of the krill swarms, and the insidious attacks of the marauding abominations. Its flesh was shredded and frayed, its strength was exhausted, and its mind was clouded by rampant madness. So maybe, just maybe, Sonny stood a chance of emerging victorious from the fight. If he won, they would have to leave the dark island immediately and never look back. Otherwise, the monstrous butterfly was going to descend from the dark sky, notice them, and devour them. If he lost, he would die. At least he would die first, turning the words the Sin of Solace had whispered once into a lie. I'm ready. With a sigh, Sonny turned to Nephis and offered her a faint smile. He lingered for a few moments, then said evenly, The next one is on you. She nodded seriously, completely missing the humorous undertone. Of course. Sonny shook his head, then took her hand, transferring the essence pearl from his soul into hers. I was joking, you know. Nephis lingered for a moment. Suddenly, she gripped his hand tighter and looked him straight in the eyes. I wasn't. He held her gaze for several long, poignant seconds before freeing his hand with a sigh. Then, Sonny glanced at Saint. You know what to do. The graceful knight raised her bow with indifferent grace. She had to play an important part in the battle. Two Nephis might not have been able to augment her with the white flames, but Saint had been wearing the stifled scream for an entire month. Better yet, just as Sonny had thought, sailing on the great river had a strange effect on the transcendent charm. By now, the enhancement it gifted to the taciturn shadow was much greater than it was supposed to be. Even without the augmentation of the shadow flame, she was frighteningly powerful. Finally, Sonny looked back at Nephis. Do it. He felt the purifying warmth flowing into his body and soul, strengthening both. At the same time, all five of his shadows wrapped themselves around him. In an instant, Sonny felt strong enough to crush the black rocks with his bare fists and shake the entire world with his steps. Turning to the great river, he took a deep breath and whispered, Lost from light, remember, this is your name. Then he opened the gate of the shadow lantern and allowed a flood of shadows to flow out of it, drowning the slopes of the island. They flowed down like an avalanche of darkness, eventually touching the water. Sonny closed his eyes and dissolved into the shadows. In the next moment, the shadows moved, and something tore free from their dark embrace. A giant serpent with scales as black as onyx manifested itself from the darkness and dove into the water with a deafening roar. Chapter 1276, Dance of Monsters. Sonny was ready for battle. Now he wasn't Sonny anymore. He was a mighty serpent, clad in an armor of onyx scales, with fangs as sharp as diamonds and enough fury to incinerate the world. But that was not enough. Following his wrathful roar, the shell hiding below his scales turned into the adamantine mantle. A fearsome obsidian armor encased his flexible body, light as a feather, and crafted so intricately as not to restrict his movement in any way. The water exploded into the air when he dove into the depths that belonged to him, and him alone. "Old snake!" The call escaped his monstrous maw, turned into a senseless roar. What he had done was simple, but also indescribably hard. He had dove deeper into shadow dance than ever before, mirroring both the mind and the physique of a nightmare creature. He had not been sure that it would be possible until the last moment, but his meticulous preparation paid off. It was do or die, nothing less. He had spent countless hours observing the azure serpent and learning everything there was to learn about it. Then he dissolved into the shadows and manifested himself back into a tangible form. Finally, he summoned the dead shadow of the black turtle, which he had lured into the lantern, to form a mighty shell around his fragile incarnation. But for the first time, the shape of his shell was not that of the shadow fiend. Instead, it was the shape of a monstrous river serpent, the shape of the mad beast whom he feared, admired, and wanted to kill. Of course, this shadow shell could not compare to the real thing. He was only an ascended after all, while the azure serpent was a great beast. It was weaker, less resilient, and smaller, maybe a quarter of the size of the actual abomination. However, it was suffused with the power of both shadows and soul flame, granting it power well beyond the limits of what an ascended could possess. It was also protected by the mantle and made to reign the depths. Only there was another challenging his reign. A maddening fury consumed his mind, and he shot forward through the water like a black spear. He could feel it, the scent of blood spilling from the mangled body of the older, stronger beast. So what if it was older? So what if it was stronger? It would be torn apart by his fangs anyway. The azure serpent had felt him, too. He sensed a vast shadow rising from below to meet him. It was brimming with harrowing power and terrifying madness. But he was not afraid. He didn't know how to be afraid. All he knew was wrath and bloodlust. The two of them, a colossal serpent covered in beautiful azure scales, and a smaller serpent encased in obsidian armor, wreathed in shadows and blinding white radiance, collided in the water, causing gargantuan waves to rise on the surface of the great river. Their first collision would have been his last if he had not twisted his body at the last moment, evading the azure serpent's deadly maw and diving under its belly. He had to remind himself that he was lost from light. He was not a mindless nightmare creature. He was not a beast. He was cunning, resourceful, and skilled. He possessed the honed battle sense of a masterful warrior and the powerful soul of a tyrant. It was a strange thing to both believe that he was a serpent with all his heart and know that he was something else. Losing himself in the dance was just too easy, but his true name was like a beacon that guided him home. Sonny understood that he had to remember himself if he wanted to survive. His current form was immensely powerful, no less powerful than a saint's transcendent form would have been, perhaps. He could feel the barriers that had been preventing him from mastering the fourth step of shadow dance breaking. He could feel his boundless, bestial strength. But in front of the azure serpent, that strength was almost laughable. Despite the terrible wounds covering the body of the great beast, it was still infinitely more powerful than his. Which was why he had to be devious, cunning, and sober if he wanted to kill his enemy. He had to be deranged and overcome by fury, too. He had to guide his mad fury and sharpen it into a cold and merciless blade. Sonny twisted his serpentine body, dodging the maw of the ancient abomination, and sunk his fangs into an open wound on the azure serpent's neck. It was only for a moment, though giving up on tearing out a chunk of flesh, he let go and darted upward a split second later. It was just in time. because the Leviathan's jaws snapped closed just a meter behind him in the next moment. The two of them clashed furiously as they ascended from the depths. The azure serpent was much larger, more powerful, and terrifyingly domineering. The black serpent was smaller and more nimble, circling around the dreadful beast and delivering vicious bites one after another. However, even without being caught in the Leviathan's jaws, Sunny was suffering tremendous harm. As their bodies brushed against each other, a vast stretch of the mantle cracked and shattered. The shadows below rippled, the internal structure of the shell twisting and breaking apart. The violent currents created by the passing of the azure serpent's body were slowing him down, and his dark flesh was sliced open by the creature's dorsal fin. His shell was bleeding shadows. His essence was being burned. His mind was drowning in pain and derangement. More. Despite knowing that it would cost him his life, Sunny felt compelled to bite into the enemy's flesh and never let go, to hurt the foe as much as he could, even if it meant death. To rip apart, to devour, to destroy. Instead, he continued to dodge the attacks of the azure serpent with clarity and skill, all the while attacking with hatred and fury when he could. And all along, he was leading the great beast upward. Finally, they broke the surface and clashed again above the water. The suns were gone, and the river had not started glowing yet. The shaking world was dark. With a stifled roar, Sunny dodged the fangs of the azure serpent and tried to bite into an open wound on its mangled body, where white bone could be seen. However, before he could, the mad beast's tail crashed into him like an obliterating ram, sending fragments of the mantle flying through the air and a blinding flash of pain piercing in his soul. Arg! Sunny fell heavily into the water, and a tall fountain of white foam rose into the sky. The azure serpent let out a demented growl and lunged at him, aiming to bite the hateful worm in half. Before he could, however, two arrows, one black, one white, fell from the darkness and pierced its flesh. Saint and Nephis had joined the battle. Chapter 1277, Fourth Step. 1277, Fourth Step. Sunny had suffered to lure the azure serpent to the surface, but Ray was a good reason to guide the mad beast there. Two reasons, even Saint and Nephis. Although neither of them was as capable of fighting the abomination in the water as Sunny was, they could still play an important role in the battle. It was just that he had to create an opportunity for them to do so. And he had. As Sunny was convulsing from pain, two arrows struck the raging Leviathan. One was entirely black, as if forged out of pure darkness, which it was. Augmented both by her mantle of darkness and blade of darkness abilities, as well as the enhancement of the stifled scream, Saint's arrow pierced the azure serpent's one remaining eye. It was the darkest hour of the night, and so her strength was at its peak. More than that, this first shot she sent was empowered by the dreadful destructiveness of the Death Dealer enchantment, and so it delivered the most damage. And yet, the giant eye of the ancient Leviathan still wasn't destroyed. It was only damaged, becoming painted red, which made the mad beast look even more menacing. Sunny had put a lot of hope into this first salvo, but he was left disappointed. It didn't matter, though. During their violent ascent, he had been strategically trying to place himself on the side of the azure serpent where it was blind. However, there was no advantage to be gained there. Whatever senses the enemy was using to perceive his movements were perfect and precise, even without vision. His plan to blind the mad beast had been meaningless from the start. The second arrow was white. Its impact was not nearly as forceful as that of the first arrow, but it was still quite ferocious. Nephis had always used a sword, but it was simply a preference. As a legacy, she had been trained in the use of all kinds of weapons, and that certainly included bows. There was a powerful memory longbow in her sole arsenal, crafted by the Forgemasters of Valor, and several enchanted arrows as well. But even then, the white arrow barely managed to pierce the flesh of the azure serpent despite sliding faithfully into an already existing wound, where the azure scales and the tough skin of the Leviathan had already been torn open by the dark butterfly. The damage was negligible. That was just as expected, too. Neph's goal was not to wound the great beast with her arrows. Instead, it was to deliver the black venom from the overflowing bitter cusp into its flesh. She coated the arrowheads with the toxin before each shot. One dose of the black venom was not going to affect the azure serpent much, but 10, 20, or 30 could weaken it, perhaps. Sonny did not expect Saint and Nephis to bring the mad beast down. After all 5 shadows and all the soul flame were augmenting him, and him alone. He was the only one with the ability to truly damage the abomination. But they had to harass and weaken it so that he could deliver a fatal strike. It seemed to be working. The 2 arrows had not seriously wounded the azure serpent, but they had distracted it for a second. That second was enough for Sonny to shake off the terrible pain of having his soul damaged and slightly repair his shell. Letting out a wrathful hiss, he shot forward and bit into the side of the Leviathan. Even though the shadow shell had no taste buds, he could swear that he sensed the salty taste of blood on his tongue. That taste drove him into a frenzy. "Devour, I am going to devour you. I am going to rip you apart." Forgetting the pain, forgetting the suffering, Sonny pressed his mighty jaws together in an attempt to savage and mutilate his enemy. It was only through an incredible effort that he forced himself to maintain control and let go, dashing aside just in time to avoid being trapped and crushed in the coils of the azure serpent's colossal body. A drop of cold fear fell into the incinerating inferno of his fury. This is dangerous. Battling a great beast was already perilous enough, but the act of assuming the shape and form of a nightmare creature, of diving into its mind and heart so deeply, was in and of itself a great danger. Sonny had used shadow dance to read abominations before, but he had never tried to manifest himself into one of them. It was too easy to get lost in that state, maybe forever. Even the true name was not a panacea. He also had to maintain his sense of self while simultaneously denying it. Maybe this was the 4th step of shadow dance. The ability to preserve his identity while becoming truly formless in mind, body, and soul, and thus infinitely malleable, like all shadows were. As Sonny nimbly dodged the attacks of the azure serpent and lashed out with his sharp fangs and crushing tail, more arrows fell from the darkness. Saint was not using Death Dealer anymore, instead trying to weigh the Leviathan down with the help of Burden of Peace. Nephis was continuing to poison the great beast with the toxin of the bitter cusp. However, the abomination had quickly grown impatient with their harassment. Its movements changed slightly, and the next time the 2 shot their bows, a tall wave suddenly rose, washing the arrows away. That gave Sonny an opportunity to deliver a vicious blow, however. Coiling himself around a mangled span of the azure serpent's body, he slithered forward. His sharp dorsal fin bit into the mad beast's flesh, shredding it like a saw. The soft glow of the brightening water was suddenly painted in a crimson hue. "Die, die, die, I am going to kill you." The azure serpent growled and lunged at him, madness burning in its bleeding eye. It was probably thinking the same. Chapter 1278, Mutual Destruction. 1278, Mutual Destruction. The great river was foaming and seething, gargantuan waves rising from its softly glowing expanse to crash into the weathered slopes of the crumbling island. 2 dark silhouettes, one colossal, the other merely giant, were moving through the raging water, intertwined in a murderous battle. Sonny had been driven mad by pain and bloodlust. He lost count of the number of blows his obsidian, serpentine body had endured. He also did not know how many times he retaliated, biting the flesh and breaking the scales of the azure serpent. His mantle was in shambles, the living stone failing miserably to keep up with the barrage of devastating attacks he had to endure. The fearsome onyx armor was cracked and shattered, revealing the glossy black scales beneath. Many of its segments were entirely destroyed. The shadow shell that it was encasing had been shredded and ravaged as well. Giant wounds were gaping on it, bleeding shadows. He had been able to repair some of the damage at first, but having the means to do something like that, it seemed so distant now. There was one thing that filled Sonny with dark glee, though. It was that the azure serpent looked no better than him. The body of the great beast had already been grotesquely mangled before their battle, and now it was in an even worse state. The wounds that had closed were reopened. The wounds that had been opened were now wider and more harrowing, with crimson blood flowing out of them into the radiant water. Dozens of arrows were sticking out of the abomination's scarlet flesh. Some of them weighed it down, some sent a deadly toxin circulating through its bloodstream. But the azure serpent's eyes still burned with the same madness. "Good, ah, good, don't you give up on me, old snake." Sonny wanted to kill the hateful beast, But he didn't want that death to be swift. No, he wanted his enemy's agony to last forever. He wanted to tear its flesh with his fangs forever, feel the shudders of pain pulsing through its body forever, hear its pained cries forever. Control yourself. Snapping out of the consuming madness, he reminded himself of his goal. He needed to kill the azure serpent as fast as possible, not only because his essence was not limitless, but also because the chances of him being killed by the great beast were much higher than the other way around. If there was the smallest chance, he had to take it. It was just that there were no chances, still there were none. The mad beast was still in full control of both itself and the battlefield. The water flowed and twisted to aid it and constrain Sunny, as if obediently following the ancient serpent's commands. Even with its body looking like that of a battered corpse and its mind flooded with pain, the azure serpent remained fixated on the solitary goal of destroying its opponent with a truly insane level of focus. But Sunny could feel his mind growing muddled and his reason wavering. "Oh, I can't go on much longer." For the first time since he had assumed the shape of the onyx serpent, the cold realization that defeat was possible entered his consciousness. The thought was so incongruous with the essence of his monstrous form that the shadow shell almost came undone. He held on to his maddening fury and pushed the thoughts of defeat away. Defeat was not possible. Such a thing did not exist. He would never lose. He would not lose again. That last thought was slightly strange, as if it was not his own. Grinding his fangs, Sunny pushed his enormous body through the hostile water, aiming to ram the side of the twisting Leviathan. He knew that the battle had already turned in his enemy's favor, so he needed to do something to balance the scales. But what? The onyx serpent raged as it burned with the mad desire to destroy his enemy. However, Sunny was also calm and cool-headed. What advantages did he have that the great beast did not possess? Both of them were already half dead. He had to kill the enemy, but being killed by the enemy seemed inevitable instead. So then, the two outcomes were not necessarily mutually exclusive. Being killed did not directly stand in the way of achieving his goal. It was only the timing of his death that was the issue. Sunny was filled with an indescribable, furious determination to slay the azure serpent. Nothing mattered in front of this hatred and this consuming need, least of all death. It would be all worth it if he could just feel the life leaving his enemy's bleeding body. Mutual destruction. Yes, he liked it. He liked it a lot. This was the advantage he so desperately needed. Dangerous flames ignited in Sunny's onyx eyes as he twisted his long neck and glared at the reeling serpent. The great beast must have been growing weaker. As well, his attacks and the arrows of his companions were slowly grinding down its boundless endurance. The abomination had been a split second too late and failed to evade being rammed by Sunny's serpentine head, which finally gave him the chance. First, the water. The water had been constraining Sunny, and so he had to wrestle the control of it from the azure serpent first. With his understanding of the great beast and the experience of watching Neve and Bloodwave fight, he could achieve dominance for a few moments at least. Coiling his mighty body like a spring, Sunny shot forward with incredible speed. He moved it in a specific way, forcing a powerful current to rush outward and collide with the opposing one, which had been created by the ancient Leviathan. A great whirlpool appeared where the two currents collided, and he tore through it, unopposed. Second, the target. The target was the azure serpent's titanic spine. Sunny had to sever it no matter what. Usually the spine would have been protected by layers of impenetrable muscle, a layer of impervious skin, and a dreadful armor of indestructible scales. But the mad beast had been mangled and mutilated by the long weeks of warding off marauding abominations and the eerily monstrous butterfly. Large chunks of its flesh were missing, revealing bone. At a particular spot just below its head, a long span of the spine was revealed, too. That was a good target to choose, especially because the abomination would not be able to use its jaws to defend it. And lastly, the advantage. Sunny did indeed possess an advantage in the battle of mutual destruction. It was because the azure serpent was made of flesh, while he was made of shadows. If he sustained too much damage, the shadow shell was going to fall apart, but his incarnation, which was small and hidden in its depths, could survive. It was just a matter of luck. Either he would be destroyed along with the shell, or get lucky and remain alive. But regardless of the outcome, the hateful Leviathan would die. I am fine with that. Growling viciously, the black serpent shot through the shining waters of the great river, and discarding all pretenses of defense, closed his jaws on the great beast's spine. Chapter 1279, Raging Waves. Sunny bit into the spine of the azure serpent, igniting what little strength he had left into a violent and furious blaze. Billowing, shadows and flame rose from his onyx scales and wreathed him like a burial shroud. His eyes shone with mad, morbid, murderous malice and chillingly cold killing intent. His jaw pressed down with enough force to shatter mountains. But the spine of a great beast was much stronger than a mountain chain. It resisted his obsidian fangs, refusing to be broken, cracked, or even scratched. Die, die. Drowning in fury, Sunny put all of his resolve, all of his hatred, and all of his desire into crushing the indestructible bone. He violently jerked his head left and right, gnawing on the spine like a rabid dog. If he could not bite through it, he would saw through it. If he could not saw through it, he would grind it down. The azure serpent was going to die, no matter what. It was already half dead anyway. However, so was Sunny. He sensed the gargantuan body of the ancient Leviathan moving, and coldly refused to pay it any attention. It did not matter how the mad beast would try to destroy him, or if it would succeed. Sunny had already discarded his survival instinct. The mad beast could not reach him with its harrowing maw, which meant that it was not going to be able to kill him instantly. That was all he needed to know. As his fangs scraped against the spine of the azure serpent in a frenzy, the abomination's mangled body rose and ensnared Sunny like a crushing vice. Once he was caught in the coils, there would be no escape, he knew it, but he did not care. All he cared about was the feeling of a thin, shallow crack finally appearing under one of his fangs. The Leviathan's spine was giving. Die. As dark glee washed over his heart, the coils tensed, crushing his ravaged shell. The strength contained within them was unlike anything Sunny had experienced before. It was truly and utterly harrowing. Pressing down with harrowing strength, the azure serpent turned the marble carapace of the mantle into stone dust. The serpentine body beneath it was instantly broken, the onyx scales shattering, sharp edges of broken bones piercing the skin and protruding from the horrid wounds. There was blinding pain, but Sunny did not care. More cracks appeared on the abomination's spine now, spreading and merging with each other, and he could feel the giant body of his enemy twitching in pain. He could also feel fragments of bone sinking beneath his fangs. Instead of struggling to save himself, Sunny ferociously bit down on the damaged spine of the Leviathan and persisted in his frenzied attempts to break and mutilate it. Let's see which one of us dies first. Old snake, as long as you die first, I don't mind dying second. The dorsal fin of the great beast effortlessly cut into his shell, slicing it open like a saw. Instead of blood, darkness flowed out of the vivisected serpent, only to dissolve and disappear in the soft radiance of the glowing water. Sunny pressed his jaws together in all-consuming fury, and finally felt the bone crumble beneath his bite. Will my incarnation be destroyed, or won't it? Not that it mattered too much. Killing the enemy was the only thing that mattered. There was nothing else. A strange sound that was half a deranged roar and half a wail of agony escaped from his maw. His jaws started to slowly move toward each other. At the same time, the damage his body had received was nearing the level of being catastrophic. By all accounts, his shell should have already come undone, but Sunny had submerged so deeply into the sensation of being a serpent that his absolute belief held it together still. He felt the shadows part before the sharp blade of the Leviathan's fin, opening a straight path to the tiny incarnation hidden within them. Death was swiftly approaching. But at the same time, he felt the spine of the azure serpent shattering as his fangs sank into the sweet marrow. The mad beast convulsed and let out a roar of blind agony. However, just like Sunny, it did not know surrender. It only had murder on its mind, and so the vice of its coils only grew stronger, crushing and slicing the hateful worm with unquenchable wrath. It was only a matter of moments now, before Sunny's defenseless shadow form would be destroyed. Death. He did not know if he had called upon his enemy's death or greeted his own. For a split second, the shadow flame billowing from his mangled body ignited with startling intensity. In Sonny's mind, everything disappeared. The only thing that remained was an imperative resolve to kill the enemy. His jaw snapped shut with a deafening clap. In the next moment, there was nothing but pain. Sonny lost his sight, his hearing, his smell, his sense of touch, even shadow sense was gone, leaving him in an empty abyss where the only thing that existed was agony. All his thoughts were incinerated, and all his awareness was banished by torment. He couldn't even scream because he had forgotten how. But despite all that, he was satisfied, he was thrilled. He was happy. I killed it, right? There was no way to know. But then, as if to answer his faint plea, a familiar voice whispered, "You have slain a great beast, Daron of the Twilight Sea. You have received a memory." The whispers flowed into his soul as darkness encroached on his mind. "Your shadow grows stronger." As the dark island swayed under the assault of furious waves, two broken silhouettes could be seen in the raging water, slowly drifting apart. One, much larger one, had a harrowing wound on its neck. Its spine was entirely snapped, and it was partially beheaded. A fire of indescribable madness was slowly fading away from the Leviathan's damaged eye, which was locked on the unmoving figure of the enemy even in death. The body of the azure serpent was slowly disappearing in the beautiful shine of the glowing waters as it fell into the depths. The other, smaller silhouette was torn and ravaged beyond recognition. The serpentine body of the onyx beast was cut and broken, with harrowing wounds gaping across its entire length. It seemed to be on the verge of dissolving into a swarm of intangible shadows. Before it did, however, a graceful figure in a fluttering white tunic dove from the high slope of the island and plunged into the raging waves. Struggling against the furious current, Nephis endured the pain of her flaw and swam toward the onyx serpent. Chapter 12, 80 Beauty and the Beast. Sonny was drowning in a sea of pain. His mind, what little of it was left, had become faint and fragile, ready to collapse at any moment. But it had not collapsed yet. Actually, there was a piece of good news, too. The fact that he was capable of feeling pain meant that he was still alive. The fact that he was still alive meant that the azure serpent was dead. Otherwise, it would have finished Sonny off already. I won. It was a small consolation. The pain was so unbearable that he almost wished for death. However, Sonny was too attached to life to throw it away. If there was the tiniest chance to survive, he was going to desperately cling to it with everything he had. Before, he would have done it simply out of spite, but now there were things he cherished and else he wished to achieve. He really wanted to live. What the hell is happening? It was hard to form legible thoughts, but he somehow managed to evaluate his current state. Overwhelming pain, the loss of all senses, he was in shock. He was in a pain shock due to his shadow incarnation receiving severe damage. His soul had been wounded terribly, which meant what? He didn't know. What was he supposed to do? Was there anything to do? Arg, it hurts. For now, Sonny decided to do his best to endure the pain and hold his crumbling mind together. It wasn't easy or pleasant or possible, but he persisted. He persisted with everything he had, and after an eternity of torment, there was finally a change. Sonny seemed to regain his hearing. The first thing he heard was Neph's distorted cry. "Sonny, don't die, please." He was strangely annoyed. Crap, that was an order, wasn't it? She broke her promise. Not that it could change anything. It would have been great if Nephis giving him an order to survive magically restored his body and healed his wounds. But Sonny had to be able to execute a command for Shadow Bond to compel him into action or inaction. So, if Nephis suddenly decided to order him to go and bring her the moon one day, at most he would be forced to fruitlessly try his best. And he was already trying his best to survive. No, really, who does she take me for? Nephis had been the one who called him a cockroach in the first place. As a compliment, of course, he would do everything in his power to remain alive. There was no need to shout. Sonny slowly realized that his thoughts were becoming longer and more cohesive. Something is changing. Slowly, his senses returned, one after another. Hearing was first, followed by shadow sense of touch, smell, taste, and finally sight. It was all a proper mess, though his vision was blurry and his other senses were going haywire. There was more pain, too, this time of a physical nature. Why am I even feeling physical pain? I am a manifested shadow right now, technically. Perhaps it was a phantom pain. Even though Sonny did not possess a human body at the moment, his mind was still that of a human. And when his mind perceived the dreadful damage done to his shadow body, it reacted the only way it knew how, by panicking and drowning itself in pain. Curses! Sonny gritted his teeth and was startled by the fact that he had regained the ability to grit his teeth. Even more surprising was the fact that it was fangs and not teeth that he was grinding against each other. His shell seemed to have held together somehow. Finally, he became lucid enough to understand the situation. The tumultuous waters of the great river were suffused with a soft radiance, indicating that it was still night. More than that, he judged that less than a minute had passed since his final clash with the azure serpent with Daron of the Twilight Sea. He knew that because the colossal corpse of the ferocious great beast could still be seen, barely, as it slowly sank into the depths of the river. The frightening silhouette of the ancient Leviathan grew smaller as it fell into the unfathomable depths and dissolved in the beautiful glow. A complicated mix of emotions rose in Sonny's heart when he saw his enemy dead. There was dark glee, a strange hint of sorrow, respect, contempt, hatred, curiosity, suspicion. There was also a strong feeling of regret. That was a supreme soul shard disappearing into the depths, after all, he groaned. Turning his attention away from the body of the slain Leviathan, Sonny tried to understand what was happening around him. He perceived his long, serpentine body, now mangled and savagely ripped apart. It felt weak, understandably so, but also weaker than that. The soul flame. The soul flame was gone. He was only augmented by the 5 shadows now. Finally, Sonny noticed Nephis. Her small figure was on top of him. She must have climbed onto his giant body while he was floating lifelessly in the water, paralyzed by pain and on the verge of losing consciousness. Both of her palms were pressed against broken onyx scales, and her skin was shining with soft white radiance. She must have retrieved her flames. Nephis was healing him. But suddenly her radiant figure exploded with light, dispelling the darkness of the night like an actual star. Sonny felt the familiar warmth, now much more intense than it had ever been before, flowing into him like a flood. And embraced by that warmth, his broken form started to restore itself. As he felt it, startled, his deeply wounded soul was healed. His half-destroyed shadow incarnation was restored to a pristine state. And shockingly, even his serpentine shell knitted itself back together. The harrowing wounds closed, the shattered onyx scales glued themselves back together. By the time Neph's radiance wavered and fell, Sonny was as good as new. The pain that had been tormenting him receded, then disappeared completely. He was alive again. Nephis fell powerlessly on his wide back. She remained motionless for a few moments, then dragged her body up and clutched to 2 of the horn-like spikes growing from the crown of his head, where the dorsal fin ended. Right. The azure serpent was dead, but they were still far from being safe. In fact, they were in mortal peril, much more so than when the great beast had been alive. It was because there was no one to stop the dark butterfly from conquering the carcass of the black turtle anymore. Worse than that, the abominable creature had surely noticed a blinding star suddenly igniting in the darkness of the night. It was bound to descend upon them at any moment. So it was time for the second part of the plan. We actually made it so far, huh? It was time to leave the dark island behind and run. Let's go, Neph. Dismissing Saint, Sonny spent a split second to gather the strength permeating the vast expanse of his mighty, serpentine body. Then, with Nephis on his back, he lowered his head and dove into the endlessly flowing, radiant waters of the great river. Chapter 12, 81, Leaving the Dark Island. Sonny dove into the shining depths of the great river. His serpentine body was like a spear carved from black onyx, cutting through the radiant water with stunning, terrible speed. It was made to rule the sea, so no ship or vessel could compete with him in the deep. A great monster, though. Even though the dark butterfly was an aerial abomination, it had shown a dreadful ability to fight the azure serpent underwater with strange ease. They needed to escape being noticed by it, and so Sonny swam down. Nephis had the essence pearl, so he was not afraid of pulling her so deep that she would drown. That said, he was afraid of the depths. There was no telling what was hiding at the bottom of the great river. What kind of horrors lived there? Did time exist there, and if so, what was its flow? Sonny did not know, and he wasn't ready to find out. The plan they had concocted was to dive deep enough to avoid the notice of the dark butterfly and then travel downstream, gradually returning to the surface. He saw no reason to change it. As the onyx serpent moved down into the flowing abyss with a fragile human figure clutching to his horns, the dark island slowly disappeared in the distance. Its ominous silhouette was consumed by the radiance of the water, and soon there was nothing around them but shining emptiness. Sonny felt a strange, melancholy brush against his heart and steeled himself. They had finally escaped from the shell of the black turtle. That place, it had given him the peace and comfort he so desperately needed after the disastrous resolution of the dreadful and bitterly long Southern campaign. For a while, it was like a paradise. But that paradise was a dark one. In the end, it had turned into a death trap, and now they were leaving both the paradise and the trap behind. Don't look back. He refused to. There were, without a doubt, a lot of much more harrowing obstacles waiting for them ahead, and hopefully at the end of them all, they would be able to find a new paradise of their own. Sonny carried Nephis deeper and deeper into the great river. Slowly, the radiance of the water grew brighter, its flow more tumultuous, and the pressure assaulting them heavier. Knowing that his serpentine shell was much more resilient than Neph's body, he hesitated to go any further. It was enough, anyway, if the dark butterfly was going to pursue them. It would have already plunged into the river and attacked. A powerful sense of relief flooded his mind. Thank the gods. Sonny barely survived a battle with a great beast, and that was mostly due to the fact that the azure serpent had already been wounded, exhausted, and close to death. Fighting a great monster immediately after that battle would have surely been the end of him. Twisting his giant body, Sonny slowed their descent, and then pushed forward. His already tremendous speed increased even more when he started to move with the current. It was to such a degree that Nephis struggled to hold on to his horns despite her ascended strength. But there was no helping it. Now that they had escaped the dark island and the monstrous butterfly, another challenge lay in front of them, one that was perhaps even harder to overcome. That challenge was the expanse of the great river itself. There was no point in leaving the dark island if all that awaited them was a slow, agonizing death. There were harrowing abominations of all kinds dwelling both in the water and in the boundless sky. Without anywhere to find shelter, doom was all but guaranteed. They might escape it once or twice, perhaps even a dozen times. But sooner or later, exhaustion would overwhelm them and their luck would run out. Then, the great river would become their grave. That was why Sonny and Nephis had a clear goal in mind. They had to travel downstream, as far into the past as they could, and cover the ancient people who had entered the tomb of Ariel thousands of years ago. Sonny was incredibly swift while encased in the shell of the onyx serpent. He could cover a great distance in a short amount of time, traveling much further than the carcass of the black turtle had been pulled by the current in an entire month. The problem was essence. Existing as a shadow incarnation was consuming his essence, and sustaining the massive shape of the river serpent was consuming it as well. He had already spent a lot of essence fighting the mad Leviathan, and although Neph's flame was enhancing his soul to a degree, his reserves were not infinite. Even though he was a tyrant, they were not at all adequate for the task at hand. And so, Sonny had to hurry. He had to squeeze all the speed he could muster from his serpentine form while he could. If his essence ran out before they found land, or anything at all to climb onto, there would be no choice but to remain drifting in the water, slowly recovering their powers and hoping desperately that nothing would attack them in the meantime. The dwellers of the deep, the swarms of abominable krill, the flying predators that hunted creatures inhabiting the river. He didn't think that they would live long enough for their essence to be replenished. Praying that something appeared on the horizon, Sonny flew through the shining water. His powerful body cut through the flowing abyss, leaving a trail of raging turbulence in its wake. Nephis clung desperately to his horns, exhausted by the explosion of healing flames she had created earlier to save him, and the harrowing pain of having to use her aspect for so long and with such intensity. Strangely enough, Sonny had ended up in a better state than her, despite being the one who had fought in the battle with the azure serpent. The longer they swam, the more worried about her he became. But he was tired, too. His wounds might have healed, but the terrible mental exhaustion remained. smothering his ability to remain clear-headed and strive forward without rest. Slowly, a cold lethargy was seeping into his mind. Struggling against it, he continued to swim forward. Chapter 12, 82 Currents of Time. Sonny did not know how far, exactly, they had traveled away from the dark island, but the distance had to be immense. His shadow shell was not only enormous, it was also created to reign in the water. Considering that he was moving with the current of the great river, his already great speed was enhanced even more. So he decided that it would be safe to rise to the surface. Gradually ascending, he tore through the radiant abyss and finally raised his head above the glistening waves. Still clinging to his horns, Nephis slumped down and breathed heavily. It had been hard for her to withstand the resistance of the water, which had been battering her like a ram for so long. The greater Sonny's speed was, the greater was the resistance. She had already been exhausted by straining her ability beyond its limit, and enduring the feverish race through the depths could not have been easy. But now that the onyx serpent's head was above water, Nephis could finally rest a little. The sky was still impenetrably black. A soft glow was rising from the river, illuminating the vast emptiness of its flowing expanse. The view was as dreamlike and magical as it had been on the first day Sonny had seen it. But his heart was pierced by despair. It was because even now, after leaving the dark island so far behind, he couldn't see any hint of land anywhere around them. An old doubt crawled into his mind, sapping strength from his tired body. What if there is no land? What if this whole world is nothing but water? Gritting his fangs, Sonny let out a quiet growl and strained every fiber of his shell to accelerate even more. With his onyx snout as the spearhead and his black dorsal fin as a sharp blade, he cut the glowing surface of the great river. Faster, faster, he was not out of essence yet. There was a certain sense of exhilaration he felt, flying toward the horizon with terrible speed. The speed, the might of his shell, the slender weight of Neph's body pressing down on his scales, and the empty vastness of the boundless black sky, it was almost liberating. But at the same, his heart was drowning in anxiety, fear, and dread. And soon he was proven right to be afraid. Sonny felt an ominous premonition and rose his head a little higher above the water. In the next moment, his serpentine eyes narrowed. There ahead of them, the surface of the great river was seething and boiling. A boundless krill swarm was swiftly moving to meet them, hundreds of thousands of corrupted beasts burning with a mad desire to devour the onyx serpent and his rider alive. Sonny's enormous body shuddered, but he tried to remain calm. This is not the end. The krill swarm was a harrowing foe, but the terror of it lay in how numerous the river locusts were, the hungry legion rushing toward Sue. NNY was the largest he had ever seen by far, enough so that even the azure serpent might have been unable to prevail against it. However, unlike the ancient Leviathan, Sonny was not constrained by the need to defend his prey, and while the krill were numerous, they were not individually strong. Much more importantly, they were not too fast. Cutting a sharp turn, Sonny roared and flew west, parallel to the approaching mass of abominations. His feverish thoughts dissolved into a simple, bestial need to outrun the swarm. The distance between them grew smaller with frightening speed, and yet he still couldn't see the edge of the vast patch of rough water. And by the time he saw it, there was no time left. Damn it! As Nephis picked herself up and summoned a sword, Sonny plunged into the mass of krill. The water surged around him, creating a barrier, but more than a few abominations passed through it. His jaws snapped and Neph's sword flashed. A few moments later, they broke the wall of river locusts and tore free of the swarm. Sonny had just barely reached the edges of the rough water patch, and even though they had to go through the krill at the very end, the expanse of the great river in front of them was clear. Sonny swam with all his might, skirting the pursuing swarm and increasing the distance between the slithering locusts and his tail. Faster, faster, faster. Soon the krill were left far behind. Nephis slumped again, clutching her sword with a trembling hand. He did not have a lot of essence left. They continued to move downstream, covering a tremendous distance. The onyx serpent flew like an arrow, much faster than any arrow could fly, but that was still not enough. After the first swarm, there was another. After the second swarm, there was a harrowing creature that lunged at them from the depths. After the creature, there was a gargantuan mass of rotting seaweed that almost ensnared and devoured them, a dozen grotesque maws suddenly appearing from beneath the swaying weeds. And after that, there were more horrors than he could count. Flocks of predatory birds that seemed to have pearls growing in their desiccated flesh, invisible creatures that were able to instantly turn large spans of the river into adamantine ice, ghostly lights that burned in the depths of the water, filling their minds with an indescribable desire to approach them. But Sunny was a river serpent, a monarch among beasts. His long body was fast, mighty, and tenacious. He was incredibly fast and at home in the water. He had outrun the krill, tore through the rotting seaweed, dove into the depths to avoid the birds of prey, broke through the ice, resisted the allure of the ghostly lights. He had escaped from them all. However, his essence was running dry. It was almost gone. He was exhausted and well past the limits of his mental strength. And there was still no land in sight. By the time the seven suns slowly appeared from beyond the horizon, chasing away the impenetrable darkness, and the great river stopped shining, he was utterly spent. It was not even a matter of willpower anymore. It was simply a matter of not having anything else to give. His essence was fully depleted. Finally, despair consumed his heart. The shadow shell was the first to crumble. The mighty onyx serpent shuddered, and then dissolved into shadows, which were instantly chased away by the pale light of dawn. His incarnation disappeared next. Sunny turned intangible, and was then thrown out of the embrace of the shadows, finally regaining his human form. He was in pain. Every muscle in his body felt like it was about to burst. His lungs felt as if they were consumed by fire. His head was heavy and his limbs were weak. He even failed to adapt to the change in time, swallowing a mouthful of water. Which was fine. He was dying from thirst anyway. Sunny felt himself sinking and struggled weakly to stay afloat, but even that was too much of a strain. Am I going to drown? A moment later, a strong arm embraced him, and he felt Nephis pressing his body against hers. Swimming with the help of her one free hand, she pulled them both upward. Soon, their heads broke the surface of the water. Sunny was momentarily blinded by sunlight and coughed, trying to push air into his lungs. It's over. We won't survive the few days needed for our essence to recover. As he tried to think of something, anything, that could keep them alive, a strange shiver suddenly ran through Neff's body. Since she was still hugging him from behind, he could feel it clearly. Sunny, Sunny. He tried to answer, and was suddenly struck by the strangeness of his human body. It felt alien and tiny, not at all befitting a ferocious serpent like him. He had forgotten how to talk. Snap out of it, damn it. Sunny slowly gathered his senses, remembering what it meant to be human. Then he moved his unfamiliar tongue and said hoarsely, "What?" Nephis moved, turning them both to face downstream. Her voice wah. "S just as hoarse as his." "There." He frowned, following the direction where her finger was pointing with his gaze, and then froze. There on the water, no more than 100 meters away. A small boat was swaying on the waves, both of its sails lowered. It was made out of beautiful dark wood, with intricate patterns carved along its sides. There was no movement inside, but the boat seemed to be staying in place, strangely unaffected by the strong current of the great river. And so they were being slowly pulled in its direction. Chapter 1283 Catch. A small wooden vessel was resting on the sparkling water. The seven suns were rising from the distant depths, and the world was painted in the lilac hues of early dawn. Illuminated by that beautiful light, the vessel seemed like an illusion. "What is this?" His hoarse voice was full of disbelief. It was just too improbable to find an empty boat swaying gently on the waves just when his essence had run out, and despair had taken hold of his heart. The great river was inconceivably vast, and yet they had just happened to find themselves a mere 100 meters away from a boat at that exact moment. Even when fated was involved, the coincidence seemed too convenient. It was to such a degree that Sunny even considered that he was hallucinating wouldn't be the first time anyway. Maybe the sin of solace had learned a new trick. However, Nephis saw the boat too. She hesitated for a moment, then said numbly, "It's a catch." Sunny was about to ask what the word catch meant, but he was too tired for unnecessary questions. It was probably a type of boat, regardless. Nephis knew about these things, considering that she had even built one for them, back on the forgotten shore. It was probably also a part of her legacy training. The two of them remained still for a few seconds, then swam toward the ketch. Well, Nephis was the only one swimming while supporting Sunny. He just weakly moved his legs to help her a little. Soon they reached it. Sunny placed his palm on the hull of the sailboat, still unsure if it was real. However, the dark wood felt smooth and solid to his touch. He traced his hand across it, both stunned and relieved. It might be a trap. Even if it was, they had no choice but to climb into the ketch. It was too small to protect them from great abominations like the azure serpent, but anything was better than nothing. More than that, the ketch couldn't be as simple as it looked. It was drifting in the harrowing waters of the great river without a scratch on its hull, after all. A mundane boat would have been destroyed in a matter of hours here. Even the piece of flotsam that Sunny had once used as a raft, which was tough enough to withstand the nails of a master, was turned into tiny splinters. It had to have been a part of a large vessel before turning into flotsam, too, and that mysterious vessel had ended up being destroyed. Plus, the ketch was not really drifting. It was staying in place, unaffected by the current of time, so it was certainly special in some way. A tentative spark of hope ignited in Sunny's heart. Despite the modest size of the wooden sailboat, its sides were too tall for them to simply climb over them, especially in their weakened state. However, a rope ladder was conveniently lowered into the water near the bow of the ketch, as if inviting them in. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. His paranoia was acting up not without a reason, and from the looks of it, she felt the same way. But there was no decision to make. Since salvation miraculously presented itself, they would be fools not to accept the unexpected gift. Nephis pushed Sunny toward the ladder, and then helped him climb up. Falling over the side of the ketch, Sunny sprawled on the wooden floor. The feeling of something solid under him was both unfamiliar and heavenly. The gentle swaying of the boat was like a lullaby. A moment later, Nephis awkwardly climbed over the rim and tumbled down, landing squarely on top of him. Sunny let out a weak groan. Ow. They remained motionless for a few moments, catching their breaths, then slowly extricated themselves from each other and took a cautious look around. The ketch was not too big, about 7 meters long. Its layout was very simple. There was only a single deck with no roofed interior or cabins. The deck was completely open with 2 masts, a longer one and a shorter one rising into the air like slender, dark pillars. Everything was made with a mundane but exquisite level of craftsmanship. The wooden surfaces were tastefully engraved, showing all sorts of flowing images, now smoothed out by the wind, water, and passage of time. The ketch seemed like the loving creation of a supremely skilled artisan, even if it had seen better days. One look was enough to tell that the wooden boat was very old. However, it had been maintained with the utmost care, remaining in near-perfect condition. Sunny was musing about who could have taken Ray of the ketch when his gaze finally reached the stern, where the steering oar was supposed to be. Unlike the chain breaker, there was no runic circle for the helmsman. Instead, there was only a very mundane wooden bench. And there on that bench, a corpse was sitting with its head hung low. His body suddenly grew stiff. What? Sunny was momentarily paralyzed by shock. Because that corpse, it looked eerily familiar. It was shrouded in a dark mantle, which made it hard to determine whether the body belonged to a man or a woman. All that he could see was that the person was of small stature and terribly thin. Their long white hair moved slightly in the wind, and their face. The face was obscured by a mask of black lacquered wood. The mask was carved to resemble the face of a ferocious demon. Its teeth were bared, with 4 fangs protruding from its mouth, and there were 3 twisted horns rising from it like a crown. Inside the black chasms of its eyes, there was nothing but pure darkness. It was Weaver's mask, and the corpse was just like the one he had found beneath the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, all those years ago. Chapter 1284 Hail Weaver. 1284 Hail Weaver. Sunny found himself unable to move for a few moments. Encountering the ketch just when they desperately needed shelter was already shocking enough. Finding a corpse that looked eerily similar to the nameless prisoner of the hidden dungeon beneath the ruined cathedral inside the ketch, it sent him into a fugue state. All kinds of wild thoughts rushed through his mind. For a split second, Sonny even imagined that it was his own corpse, brought here from the future by some strange anomaly of the mystical river. But no, the proportions were all wrong. He was not a tall man, but the mysterious person was even smaller. They were practically tiny. In fact, now that Sonny had taken a good look at the corpse, he realized that it was different from the prisoner of the ruined cathedral as well. The dark mantle and the mask were the same, but the body hidden beneath them was not. Even with its features obfuscated, he could tell the difference. Still, what was the meaning of this? How could there be another Weaver's mask? Who were these two people, and how could they be so similar despite the great divide between the Dark City and the tomb of Ariel? Nephis seemed startled as well, albeit for a different reason than Sonny. She did notice his strong reaction, though. "Sonny, what is it?" She must have noticed that the mask the corpse was wearing was the same mask Mongrel wore. She also knew that it was a divine memory of the seventh tier, even if Sonny had never told her where Weaver's mask came from. He took a deep breath. "That corpse, it's just like the one I found in the Dark City beneath the cathedral. That was where I got the mask." Sonny had found the spawn of the vile thieving bird by pure coincidence, even if that coincidence might not have happened without the influence of fated. Everything that followed after absorbing the drop of ichor that contained blood weave, however, was the result of logic and reason. It was the consequence of that first chance encounter. Guided by the ability to see the radiance of divinity, which blood weave granted him, he explored the cathedral of the Dark City and received Weaver's mask. Guided by Weaver's mask, he dove into the sky below, reached the ebony tower, and discovered Weaver's severed arm, thus acquiring bone weave. What was the cause of this situation, then? Was it a coincidence or the result of his choices? As Sonny was spacing out, consumed by these thoughts, Nephis looked at him with a frown. "Corpse, what do you mean?" He shivered. Could she not see the hunched figure sitting on the helmsman's bench? He took a step forward and pointed with a hurried motion. That, don't you see that corpse?" Nephis seemed both wary and slightly confused. "Of course I see that person. It's just that, why do you keep calling them a corpse? That person is alive." Sonny's eyes widened. And in the next moment the corpse moved. With a deep sigh, its hanging head rose, and two dark chasms carved into the fearsome mask stared at Sonny with an ineffable emotion. Then the corpse slowly, arduously stood up. No, not the corpse, the person. The wearer of Weaver's mask was indeed alive. Sonny watched silently, unable to move. Only his hands stretched out a little, ready to summon a weapon. Once the owner of the ketch rose to their feet, he realized that they were indeed very small. The figure shrouded by the dark mantle was extremely thin, seeming weak and frail. The person's back was hunched, and their hands seemed to be shaking slightly. It was no surprise that Sonny had mistaken the wearer of the mask for a corpse. With the person remaining utterly motionless and his perception painted by the encounter in the dungeon of the ruined cathedral, it would have been strange for him to assume that they were alive. The hunched stranger Fr. O's looking at them through the lightless pits of the black lacquered mask's eyes. Sonny and Nephis weren't moving either, not knowing what to do. They had just unceremoniously climbed into this person's boat. So what was there to do? Ask politely to be saved, or attack them out of fear? Sonny secretly shifted his gaze, trying to determine whether the wearer of the mask was a human or a nightmare creature. However, just like with the corpse beneath the cathedral, the dark mantle and the mask were impenetrable. Beyond them lay an unknowable abyss. An icy chill crept up his spine. Then the owner of the ketch slowly raised their hands, which were wrapped in black gloves. The thin fingers touched the edges of the black lacquered mask and slowly pulled it down. The face that was revealed belonged to a human. She was an old, extremely old woman. Sonny had never seen anyone who looked so ancient. He couldn't quite believe that someone that aged could still be alive. Her tan skin was covered in a spiderweb of deep, cavernous wrinkles and clung to her emaciated face like fragile paper. Her long hair was entirely white and thin, revealing glimpses of the brown parchment of her scalp. Her eyes, which had been piercing once, were now dull and obscured by milky cataracts. The old woman's small, hunched body was frail and thin, as if ready to collapse from the smallest gale. The dark mantle hung listlessly from it, a few sizes too big. Nevertheless, she was emanating a feeling of unimpeachable dignity, willpower, and sanctity, even. The black mask fell to the deck of the ketch with a wooden clack. The old woman was looking at Sunny and Nephis silently, one moment passing after another. And then she moved. Bending down, she groaned and slowly kneeled. Sunny was startled, but most of all, he felt a strong urge to jump forward and stop her. It felt incredibly wrong to see such an old woman prostrating herself, let alone in front of him. He noticed Neff's back growing stiff as she felt the same. The corner of her eye twitched. But neither of them moved. Finally, the old woman's knees touched the deck. Placing both hands in front of her, she took a shaky breath and then kowtowed deeply. Her quiet voice sounded like a scraping quill. Hearing it, Sunny flinched. She said, "Hail, Weaver, demon of fate." In the silence that followed, he hesitated for a while and then answered, "Firstborn of the unknown." The old woman remained motionless for a few moments, and then let out a long sigh. Lowering her head even closer to the deck, she spoke with reverence. "Anank greets the children of Weaver." Urdiel's note, these are my favorite type of chapters, the lore drops. Super excited to see what she has to tell about the Weaver. What do you guys think she meant with children of Weaver? Could be Neph and Sunny alone, or it could be everyone connected to the spell. Who knows, who knows? Chapter 1285, Anank. Anank greets the children of Weaver. The word hung in the air. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other warily, both confused by this strange situation. Why was the old woman prostrating in front of them? Why had she addressed them as children of Weaver? What is going on? Sunny was tired out of his mind, and the inexplicable nature of the strange old woman was simply too much for him to process. She didn't seem hostile, at least. With a sigh, he allowed his exhausted body to collapse and sat down on the wooden deck of the ketch. Nephis, meanwhile, hesitated for a few moments, then took several steps forward and carefully pulled the old woman up. "Please rise, grandmother. Do not bow on our account." Responsible for the great calamity that had befallen Earth, or maybe for its salvation. Regardless, old Anank seemed to have a deep connection to Weaver, and the owner of the ketch, Anank, allowed herself to be gently pulled into a sitting position. Then Nephis returned to Sunny and sat side by side with him. The two of them were now facing the old woman, waiting for her to say something, but she remained silent. After a few moments passed, Sunny frowned. He felt nervous. There was no telling just how powerful this woman was and what her intentions were. Anank was a complete mystery. She could also provide answers to many mysteries that had plagued him. So he asked, "I am sorry, grandmother, but why did you call us the children of Weaver?" There were many questions he wanted to ask, but this one was the most pressing. Its answer could explain how old Anank would treat them. The old woman took a deep sigh, then spoke in her thin, creaky voice. "Because you are the chosen of the nightmare spell. You are a miracle. Your existence is Weaver's triumph." A proud smile appeared on her lips. It was warm and almost motherly, as though she was indeed a grandmother looking at her young, beautiful grandchildren. Sunny took a deep breath, feeling embarrassed. Weaver's triumph. He was all but certain that the nightmare spell had been created by the demon of fate. Now the last tiny sliver of doubt had disappeared. Weaver was indeed the being responsible for the great calamity that had befallen Earth, or maybe for its salvation. Regardless, old Anank seemed to have a deep connection to Weaver and the nightmare spell. She was also, most likely, one of the people they had wanted to find, a native inhabitant of the great river. One of the ancient people who had entered the tomb of Ariel before the gods fell. But wouldn't it mean that she had come to the great river before the spell was created? Things were still not making any sense. As if reading his thoughts, Nephis leaned forward and asked as politely as she could, "Forgive me for asking, but who are you, grandmother?" Anank smiled. What she said next made both Sunny and Nephis flinch. "I am Anank, the priestess of the nightmare spell." In the silence that followed, the old woman gently shook her head. "It must be hard for you to imagine, my lord and lady. You come from a time when the nightmare spell has matured and rules unopposed, its blessings given freely to all. But it wasn't always like that. At the beginning, which was also the end, when the nightmare spell was still in its infancy, there was a need for people like me to tend to it, protect it, and above all to help it spread so that it could grow stronger." Her wrinkled face grew somber and a heavy sigh escaped from her lips. Which wasn't easy at all. After all, we, the followers of a demon, were deemed heretics and persecuted by servants of the gods. All were despised, many were hunted down and put to death. Well, not that I experienced any of that myself. Every sentence the old woman spoke was a revelation, and they followed one after another. There were so many startling pieces of information she was sharing freely with them that Sonny found himself unable to digest it all. He felt like a person who was drowning in a deep sea after spending years dying from thirst in the desert. Priestess of the nightmare spell, the beginning that was also the end. Must be the early stages of the war between the demons and the gods. Wait, the spell was not created as it is today. It had to grow, be grown even, persecuted by the gods. What? He was failing desperately to keep up, tired as he was. Nephis was struggling too, but it seemed as though she had a slightly better grasp of the conversation. White sparks ignited in her eyes. So our existence is proof that the suffering of the followers of Weaver was not meaningless, that the nightmare spell you worshipped and proselytized has realized its great design. River, which flowed from the future into the past, would have had a different Anank nodded and looked at them with reverence, which made both feel uncomfortable. Indeed, you are very wise, my lady. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then remarked evenly, "You don't seem to be surprised by the fact that we come from the future." Sonny forced himself to focus. It was a very poignant question, and one that he had failed to think of himself, distracted by the avalanche of revelations. The old woman slowly nodded, her breath ragged. It seemed that it was hard for her to speak for so long, but she still forced herself to answer. "Of course, I am not surprised. Haven't you come from upstream, my lord and lady?" Nephis and Sonny glanced at each other. They had indeed. The natives of the great river which flowed from the future into the past would have had a different perception of time. For them, people from the future might not seem that strange. Anank took a breath, then added tiredly, "Oh, but I was also warned that you would come." Huh. That was perhaps the most shocking revelation yet. After a moment of silence, Sonny raised an eyebrow while hiding how shaken he truly was. Warned? How? The old woman nodded again, her unbound white hair moving in the wind. "I received a message in my dreams, a message that the children of Weaver would come, and that." She paused for a few moments, catching her breath, then finished fervently, "And that I must help them reach fallen grace, where dusk, the last of the Sibyls, reigns." Chapter 12, 86 Fortuitous Encounter. Dusk, Sibyl of the fallen grace. Sonny shivered. Of course, he remembered who Dusk was. He was wearing a tunic called Shroud of Graceless Dusk, after all, the transcendent memory of the sixth tier he had received for slaying the terror of Low 49. That damned horror. If he were to try and assign numbers to the enemies he had faced in Antarctica based on how many mental scars they left him with, the beautiful flower of floating white silk would be squarely placed second, right behind the winter beast. Even Goliath, who had literally killed him, did not leave as harrowing of an impression. Of course, Dusk was most likely neither dead nor corrupted yet in the nightmare. She was still a human and seemed to be ruling a place called Fallen Grace. Since Sonny and Nephis wanted to reach the civilization of the Great River and find the Sibyls, this destination was perfect. It was a little bit too perfect, even. Anank had answered one of the most important questions they had. The improbable coincidence of them finding her catch just when they needed it was no coincidence at all. She had come knowingly, expecting to find them. But who was it that had instructed her where to find them? In her dreams, no less. Who was pulling the strings of this nightmare behind the scenes? Is it perhaps the last Sibyl herself? Sonny frowned, knowing that he would not find the answer any time soon. The earliest opportunity was probably going to be when he came face to face with the Sibyl of the Fallen Grace again. He sighed. Fallen Grace, how far is that? Old Anank hesitated for a few moments. It is far, very, very far, so far that I won't be able to guide you all the way there. She grew silent, her eyes closing slightly. It almost seemed as though she had dozed off. Then, however, the old woman shook slightly and added, "But I will take you as far as I can go, my lord and lady. You see, we demon followers weren't welcome here in Ariel's tomb either. They chased us away, and we traveled upstream for a long time before settling down and building Weave. Weave, it's one of the human cities on the Great River like Fallen Grace. Or, at least, it used to be." Sonny and Nephis looked at each other. Why was it that Anank was unable to return downstream? Was there some kind of internal strife between the locals of the Great River? Would it be dangerous for her to enter the waters controlled by the Sibyls? And what did she mean? That we've only used to be a city. Nephis spoke cautiously. We wouldn't want to put you in danger, grandmother. The old woman smiled. Helping you is both my wish and privilege, my lady. Do not worry about me, I am of the great river. Her speech was slowing down, and her words became slurred. It was obvious that the old woman was growing too tired to continue the conversation. She seemed to have understood that too. With a soft sigh, Ankh raised her hands. In the next moment, Sunny and Nephis both stared in bewilderment as a whirlwind of white sparks appeared in the air. She is summoning a memory. This action, which was so mundane and familiar to them, looked infinitely strange and out of place when performed by one of the ancient humans. It was the ability of those infected by the spell, after all, and no one they had met in all the nightmares possessed it. Soon, a wooden box appeared on the deck in front of them. Ankh opened it with shaking hands and took out several items. A beautifully embroidered tablecloth, a carafe of wine, a painted ceramic teapot with steam rising from its spout, 2 small cups and 2 plates, one full of ripe fruits, the other full of small savory pies. The fruits were succulent and the pies looked freshly cooked. The items were simple and modest, even worn out a little, yet lovingly maintained. A delicious smell spread through the air. Ankh carefully placed everything on the tablecloth and offered the food to Sunny and Nephis. My lord, my lady, you must be tired after braving the horrors of the future. Please eat and rest. I will guide us back to Weave first. She took a deep breath, then slowly rose to her feet and walked back to the helmsman's bench with effort. Sitting down on it, the old woman tiredly lowered her head and whispered several strange, ineligible words. In the next moment, the ketch suddenly moved. The midnight-colored sails rose by themselves and billowed in the wind, while the steering oar swayed, turning the bow of the boat downstream. Soon they were sailing across the sparkling expanse of the great river, slowly gaining speed. Sunny and Nephis hesitated for a bit. Both of them were completely exhausted and incredibly hungry, but they still did not trust the old woman. What if the food was poisoned? What if she was waiting until they fell asleep to kill them? Sunny glanced at the frail figure of the priestess. She looked too fragile and weak to pose any threat to them. Of course, looks could be deceiving, but he also felt that Ankh had been sincere and treated them with nothing except great benevolence. It was hard to dislike or distrust the kind, earnest old woman. Ah, whatevers. Even if she had done something to the food, he was very hard to poison. Blood weave made him all but immune to most toxins, after all. Shaking off the mad desire to devour everything in sight, the faint remnant of the ferocious form of the river serpent, he tentatively picked up a savory pie, still warm from the oven, and took a bite. His hand trembled. Delicious, so delicious. Not wasting any more time, Sunny sent the whole pie into his mouth and chewed greedily. A few moments later, he raised his thumb and nudged Nephis with his elbow. She lingered for a moment, then followed his example. They ate and drank like 2 kids be, being spoiled by their grandmother, oblivious to everything else. Soon the entire meal disappeared. They didn't even spare the wine. After that, Sunny felt incredibly sleepy. But it wasn't the unnatural feeling of having been drugged. It was simply the natural reaction of his abused body demanding some well-deserved and much-needed rest. Safe, we're safe, I think. Struggling to keep his eyes open, Sunny looked at Nephis. She was tired too, and yet she nodded to answer his silent question. It's all right. I'll take the first watch. You can. Before she even finished the sentence, Sunny had already dropped his head on her lap, fast asleep. Chapter 12, 87 Blissful Ignorance. Sunny slept like a baby. There were no nightmares haunting his dreams, and when he woke up, his heart felt strangely at peace. He remained motionless for a while, feeling the warmth of Neph's hand resting on the crown of his head. The ketch was moving swiftly across the water, carried by both the wind and the current, and the world around them was dark. It was already night. I overslept. Nephis should have woken him up. Had she gotten any rest herself? Turning his head slightly, Sunny looked up and saw her elegant jawline. She was leaning on the wooden side of the ketch, her eyes closed. Her breathing was slow and deep. She was fast asleep, so no one was keeping watch. Don't be upset with the lady, my lord. Sunny flinched slightly and glanced at the stern of the boat, where Ankh was still sitting, holding lightly to the steering oar. Her dark mantle was of the same color as the night sky, making it hard to discern where its folds ended, and the night began. You both needed rest. Sonny felt very comfortable laying on Neff's lap, but he had to sit up with a reluctant sigh. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at his shadows, which were all but invisible in the darkness. None of them showed any sign of being concerned, so he judged that the old woman had not tried anything strange while they slept. Even though it would take a few more days for his reserves of essence to be fully replenished, they were not dry anymore. Due to the shroud of dusk, he also felt rested and refreshed. However, he was slightly hungry. Sonny hesitated for a few moments and then asked, "Say, you wouldn't happen to have more of those little pies?" Anank smiled. "There should be a few left in the box. Eat well, my lord. I made them with care." Sonny noted that the wooden box was not a memory that created food, but instead a storage memory that helped keep supplies fresh. Everything inside must have been prepared by Anank in anticipation of meeting the children of Weaver. Opening the lid, he discovered a few leftover pies, as well as more fruit and a couple other simple dishes, all perfectly fresh and preserved. It smelled so wonderful that he remained motionless for a moment, enjoying the fragrance. Misunderstanding his hesitation, the old woman spoke. "I'm sorry that I can't offer you more, my lord. It is not easy for me to procure fruit and flour these days. I hope you are not too disappointed." Sonny looked at her and smiled. "What are you talking about, grandmother? I once ate nothing but rotten devil meat for an entire month. This is nothing short of a feast." To illustrate his point, he picked up one of the pies and greedily pushed it into his mouth. Anank tilted her head a little. Do people still suffer from hunger in the future? Sonny chewed for a long time before answering. The old woman clearly believed that the future was some kind of a paradise that she and the other followers of Weaver helped create. He didn't want to hurt her feelings. He shrugged. "Smart people don't. Ah, but I am not too smart myself, sadly, at least not all the time." Then a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Sonny looked at Anank carefully, then asked, "But what about you, grandmother? Have you eaten anything?" She was so thin and frail that he had mistaken her for a corpse not too long ago. However, she had only offered the food to them, not partaking in it herself. Anank gently shook her head. "This body of mine does not get hungry often. I'll just catch some fish later." Sonny frowned, then took out the rest of the pies and walked over to the steering oar, offering them to her. "No, that won't do. Please eat some too. Otherwise, my teacher will give me a beating once I come back home." Teacher Julius would indeed be beside himself if he learned that Sonny stuffed his belly while an elderly woman starved herself nearby, even if that woman was just a nightmare inhabitant. More than that, just what kind of fish was she going to catch in the great river? Anank hesitated a little, then took one of the pies with a shaking hand and smiled. "Thank you, my lord. That is enough." When he went back to the box, Neff stirred slightly and opened her eyes. She stared at her empty lap for a few moments, then looked at Sonny and blinked a couple of times. Finally, she sniffed the air and turned to the wooden box, guided by the enticing fragrance of the freshly cooked food. Her eyes glistened. The two of them had a scrumptious meal while Anank slowly ate her single pie. The atmosphere inside the ketch was strangely peaceful. It was as though they were sailing on a calm lake instead of the deadly expanse of the great river, where all kinds of terrifying creatures dwelled. The water was glowing with soft opalescence, while the sky was impenetrably black. The beautiful vista of the world hidden within the tomb of Ariel was as dreamlike and mystical as ever. As Sonny looked at the surface of the water, he suddenly saw its light grow dim. There was a vast, inconceivable shadow moving somewhere unfathomably deep, below them, blocking off the radiance of the drowned suns with its endless expanse. For a few moments, a bleak darkness enveloped the entire span of the great river around the ketch, and then indifferently moved on. He shivered and looked at Anank, terror hiding in his lightless eyes. The old woman calmly held the steering oar as she smiled. "Don't worry, my lord, they can't sense us." Sonny hesitated for a while, wondering if he should ask who the they she spoke of were. In the end, he remained silent. There were things that a person was better off not knowing. Sonny was not sure if he could allow himself the luxury of ignorance, but he decided to enjoy being ignorant still, at least for today. Chapter 12, 88 King Among Beasts. There were still a lot of questions Sonny wanted to ask Anank, and a lot he needed to learn. But, surrounded by the silent darkness of the night, he simply listened to the gentle sound of water splashing against the hull of the swift ketch, and stared at the glowing expanse of the great river without saying a word. A lot had happened yesterday, gods. Was it really just a day ago that he had fought the Azure Serpent? The fearsome battle, the frantic escape from the Dark Island, there had not been a single moment of peace for him to settle himself and contemplate these matters yet. It feels like a dream. He had really done it. He had killed a great beast. Of course, it was partly due to the blessing of Neph's soul flame, as well as the fact that the Azure Serpent had been severely weakened. And yet, was there another master in the world who could boast the same feat? Surely not. Had there ever been? Sonny shifted uncomfortably, afraid that the incredible achievement would go to his head. He almost wished to hear the biting remarks of the sin of Solace, who never missed a chance to bring him down. The bastard was somewhere nearby, but kept out of sight. He could feel the faint presence of the hateful wraith at the edges of his consciousness. Nevertheless, it was a fact Sonny had indeed slain the Azure Serpent, Daron of the Twilight Sea. What an unusual name for a nightmare creature. After observing the mad beast for so long and even assuming its form, Sonny was certain that there was something special about the ferocious abomination. Now, after learning its name, he came to strongly suspect that the Azure Serpent was not an abomination at all. Or at least had not always been one. Was the old snake actually a human once? Humans were all considered to be beasts by the spell, after all. A sovereign, for example, could be called a supreme beast. So what would happen if a sovereign succumbed to corruption? Looking at the radiant expanse of the great river, Sonny felt restless. There might be a simple way to find out. Closing his eyes, he dove into his soul sea. It was exactly the same as it had been before, with 5 black suns looming above the still water. Only now, after learning the truth of how the world of the great river had been created, he perceived it in a somewhat new light. A legion of shadows stood motionless in the silent darkness. Sonny still remembered the time when he could count the lifeless shadows with one hand, but there were so many of them now. Thousands. Have I really killed that many? Of course he had. From the forgotten shore to the tomb of Ariel, Sonny had lived a life of slaughter even if it had not been of his own volition. The numbers had especially swelled during the southern campaign, where he had been constantly surrounded by vast hordes of rampant nightmare creatures. Most of the shadows were abominations: the Mountain King, the formless shadow of the unborn spawn of the vile thieving bird, the Forsaken Knight, the mordant mimic, the terror of Low 49, the mountainous titan Goliath. But there were plenty of humans, too. The nameless old slaver, Harper, Horace, Castor, Pierce, the Red Priest, the War Maidens, the soldiers of the Ivory City, Knight Amaran, and the many awakened of the great clans he had killed in East Antarctica, St. Dire Fang, and many more. There was also Solving, 2 of her actually, one that he had slain on the Chained Island, and the other he had slain in the Kingdom of Hope. Sonny felt bizarre every time he saw them, but he was looking for someone else right now. He first guessed that his suspicion was right after noticing that there was no gargantuan shape of a great serpent among the shadows. And then he finally saw him, Daron of the Twilight Sea. The Azure Serpent had indeed been a human once. There in the darkness stood the shadow of a handsome man with strong facial features and fierce, downturned eyebrows. He was tall and imposing, with broad shoulders and a strong-willed, angular face. His hair was arranged in a long braid, and he wore an archaic robe that seemed both simple and regal. The Azure Serpent, he really was a human. Sonny froze, looking at the silent shadow. His heart was in turmoil. This was the first time he had seen a human who had succumbed to corruption. And not any human at that, a proud and mighty sovereign, an exalted being of the supreme rank. Even Solving, who had spent thousands of years being tormented by the Wormvine, never gave up her humanity. Who was King Daron? Why had he come to the tomb of Ariel? How had he ended up losing himself in the madness and turning into an abomination, becoming no different from a mindless beast? Would Sonny end up the same one day? A deep frown appeared on his face. Corruption. Sonny had not really faced corruption yet, only the result of corruption, those frenzied fiends humans of the waking world called nightmare creatures. However, he felt that if his power continued to grow, he would come into contact with it eventually, perhaps even inevitably. Troubling. He glanced at the shadow of Daron one last time, hesitated, and then said quietly, "Find peace within me, old snake. Your nightmare is over." The Azure Serpent had been a terrible enemy, but he had also protected Sonny and Nephis from the other horrors of the great river. They wouldn't have been able to enjoy the blissful month on the Dark Island if not for his madness, hunger, and ferociousness. Sonny had learned a lot from the great serpent as well. With a sigh, he turned away and walked to stand between the 5 black suns. There was still something he needed to see. Sunny had received a memory after killing the corrupted sovereign, after all. His first memory of the supreme rank. Well, his first memory of the supreme rank that he had actually earned, as opposed to mysteriously receiving it out of nowhere. Summoning the runes, Sunny found the unfamiliar string of them and read. Memory Crown of Twilight. Memory Rank Supreme. Memory Tier I. Memory Type Tool. Chapter 1289 Crown of Twilight. A tool. Sunny wouldn't have minded receiving a weapon or an armor, but a tool could be incredibly valuable, too. After all, he already had the Sin of Solace. The Jade Sword was only of the Transcendent rank, but it still possessed the ability to cut the flesh of great nightmare creatures, albeit with some effort. It was just that Sunny had to create an opportunity to use that ability first. He also had the Mantle and the Shroud of Dusk, and while neither of them was durable enough to resist an attack by a creature like the Azure Serpent, that problem could be solved by not getting hit. Both the lack of a suitable weapon and the absence of suitable armor could be solved. A powerful tool, meanwhile, would give Sunny more ways to find the solution. So he was not disappointed. Feeling both the gentle swaying of the ketch and the silent stillness of his soul sea, Sunny continued to study the runes. He hoped that the description of the Crown of Twilight would answer some of his questions. It read, Memory description: there was a king who ruled over a dying land. The king was valiant and wise. Refusing to embrace despair, he thought of an audacious plan, gathered his companions, and braved the endless desert to enter the tomb of Ariel, where the great river flowed endlessly from the future into the past. Thus, the valiant king became a guide who guarded his people in their nightmares. They built a city at the edge of dawn and gathered an army to vanquish that which was defiled. However, in the end, the army was destroyed, the city was lost, and the valiant king himself succumbed to madness. Consumed by wrath and resentment, he turned into a mindless beast and roamed the great river for countless years. Nothing could withstand his hunger and fury until one day the mad king met a treacherous shadow. "But what do you even know?" said the shadow. "Do you think you're so special? I know fury too, I know hunger too, I know madness too. Oh, and I've killed plenty of creatures more powerful than me too. Who are you to dare stare me down, beast? I am lost from light, who was born from the shadows. I am the rightful heir of death and the bastard son of fate. Wherever I go, ruin follows. If you had any sense, you would have run away as soon as you saw me." And true to his word, treacherous Lost from Light battled the mad king, eventually becoming his doom. That was how the king, who had outlived his land, died. Sunny blink. D a couple of times, what? It seemed that the spell had really liked his recent outburst. It even included it, word for word, in the description of the Crown of Twilight. Oh no. He looked down and covered his face with a hand. Ah, so embarrassing. Had Nephis read this already? Struggling against the desire to fall through the deck of the ketch and drown, Sunny took a deep breath and concentrated on the description. There was still a lot of information contained in the glimmering runes that he needed to ponder. So, Daron came from outside the pyramid. He even fought his way through the nightmare desert, as opposed to entering a seed. There was no doubt about it, since those who had conquered a nightmare of a particular rank could not enter any seed of the same rank again. So a sovereign wouldn't be able to challenge a third nightmare. Well, actually, there was some doubt. Nothing about the tomb of Ariel and this particular nightmare was normal. Still, Sunny believed that he was right. Daron must have reached the Black Pyramid and entered the true Great River as opposed to a version of it recreated by the spell. That next part, however, did not make any sense. He had become a guide who guarded his people in their nightmares. What did it mean? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then frowned. The most obvious answer was also the most confusing. The spell created nightmares based on the past. The Great River, however, existed simultaneously in the past, in the present, and in the future. So if Daron had truly entered the real tomb of Ariel, then he would be present in any recreation of the Great River conjured by the spell. Therefore, if his subjects challenged a seed connected to the Black Pyramid, their sovereign would be waiting for them on the other side to help them conquer it. If I am right. Then it was indeed an audacious plan. There was just one glaring problem with this theory. It was that the seeds of nightmares, and the nightmares themselves, had not existed in the ancient past of the dream realm. No explorer had ever discovered signs that its human inhabitants had possessed knowledge of the nightmares, and Noctis had not known anything about them either. So how could Daron come up with a plan to use the uniqueness of the great river to help his people transcend through a nightmare, if there were no nightmares at that time yet? Then again, Ankh was from a time when the seed of the spell had already existed. Granted, that time was at the start of the war between the demons and the gods, so Daron could not have lived much later. That war was the cataclysm that no one had escaped. Arg, so confusing. In any case, Daron's plan had failed. Although many of his people managed to join him within the tomb of Ariel, they died trying to destroy that which was defiled, whatever it was. Actually, that phrase is perhaps the most important piece of information in the entire description. It was important, indeed, because it hinted at the goal of the nightmare, which also meant that Sunny, Nephis, and the other members of the cohort would have to succeed where the ancient sovereign and his army had failed. Great. Sunny felt a bit of dread at the prospect, but at the same time, he also felt a little relieved. At least he knew now they wouldn't really need to search for the mystical estuary of the great river in order to return to the waking world. The just had to kill something that even a sovereign had not been able to kill. He was going to have to discuss this with Nephis. In the meantime, though, he still hadn't learned what his new, shiny supreme memory could do. Looking back to the shimmering runes, he read, Memory Enchantment's Legacy of Twilight, King's Resentment, Royal Promise. Chapter 1290 Royal Promise. Sunny raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. 3 enchantments on a memory of the first tier, that was rare. As an amateur sorcerer, he knew just how hard it was to build a varied spellweave around a single nexus. Intrigued, he continued to study the runes. Legacy of Twilight Enchantment. Description. This memory greatly improves the rate at which the wearer's essence is replenished at the borders between day and night. King's Resentment Enchantment. Description. This memory grants the wearer complete immunity to mind attacks, but plagues them with irresistible wrath instead. Royal Promise Enchantment. Description. This memory infuses authority over water into the wearer's domain. The extent of this authority depends on the might of the domain. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Huh. The first enchantment was rather straightforward and extremely useful, granted. That usefulness was situational. It would greatly speed up his recovery of essence at the borders between day and night, meaning dawn and dusk. The second enchantment was tricky. Complete immunity to mind attacks was an incredible trait to have, but it came at the cost of being consumed by mad fury. Sunny wasn't sure what to make of it. Luckily, it was an active enchantment, so he could use the other 2 without going berserk. But the third enchantment was simply confounding. Infuses authority over water into a domain. What? What were people like him, who didn't even have a domain, supposed to do with it? Sunny took a deep breath, then left the soul sea and opened his eyes. The great river was still shining softly, the flowing water foaming as it parted before the bow of the ketch. Suddenly he felt the water responding to him. The sense of connection he felt was faint and weak, not at all like the kinship he shared with shadows, but still a wave he hesitated for a few moments, then summoned the crown of dusk. Soon a band of black metal shaped and engraved to resemble a river serpent appeared on his head. The weight of it felt unfamiliar, but at least it prevented his hair from getting in his eyes. That was already useful enough. It looks cool too. Sunny lingered a little, then lowered his hand toward the surface of the river and activated the Royal Promise. Suddenly he felt the water responding to him. The sense of connection he felt was faint and weak, not at all like the kinship he shared with shadows, but still, a wave suddenly rose, touching his palm for a brief moment before collapsing back into the current. Sunny stared down with a strange expression. So that's how it is. The extent of the authority the Royal Promise granted to the master of the Crown of Twilight was dependent on the power of their domain. Sunny did not have a domain, so that extent was negligible, but it wasn't non-existent. Leaning back, he smiled slightly. Still, in a world that has nothing but water, even that much will prove endlessly useful. The ketch continued its journey, while Sunny continued to stare at the beautiful radiance of the great river. The Crown of Twilight, it was an insidiously powerful memory. At first glance, none of its enchantments seemed too staggering. However, once he thought a bit more about them, he realized how outstanding they really were. The legacy of Twilight could help him recover his essence. The effect of a supreme memory would be immense, but there was a condition. It only functioned at dawn and dusk. As a veteran of the Southern Campaign, Sunny knew better than most how important managing one's reserves of essence was. There was dawn and dusk every day, too, so he would benefit greatly from improved rate of essence replenishment twice a day, every day. Combined with the blessing of soul of the Shroud of Dusk, that would put him in a very advantageous position. Not to mention that here on the Great River, there were places where sunrise and sunset lasted endlessly, as if frozen in time. The king's resentment offered stellar defense against mind attacks, the most dreadful kind as far as he was concerned, but would turn Sunny berserk. The benefit seemed as great as the cost was terrible, or did it? He could easily think of situations where boundless fury would only be beneficial. Wasn't it almost like a dangerous but potent boon? And lastly, the royal promise would give him a degree of control over water in a world where there was nothing but water. The value of such an ability was evident, but more than that, this enchantment also possessed the greatest capacity for growth. Sunny did not doubt that the sovereigns, the actual sovereigns of the waking world, would stop at nothing to possess a memory that could grant a second authority to their domains. Hell. Since the independence of the House of Night was founded, to a large extent, on the fact that it was close to impossible to conquer the Stormsea, the Crown of Twilight could very well completely upset the balance of power between the great clans. The royal promise would allow any sovereign to add Night's territory to their own. And yet here he was a mere master in possession of it. Sunny smiled. Who knows, maybe I'll be the one who conquers the House of Night. However, his smile quickly disappeared. Right now, even his chances of surviving the third nightmare seemed incredibly bleak. In case he did manage to return home, nothing would ever compel him to attempt the fourth. Nothing. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Somewhat sober now, Sunny sighed and dismissed the Crown of Twilight. There was something else he had to think about. The battle with the Azure Serpent had been like a feverish dream. He had turned into a mad beast to fight the great abomination, but he had also managed to remain himself. More than that, it was the first time he had succeeded in using Shadow Shell to assume the shape of a nightmare creature. The Shadow Spawn was different, because he had lived in that body for many months. The form of the Onyx Serpent, however, had been constructed purely by observing the great beast and sensing his essence through shadow dance. As a result, Sunny felt that the mastery of the fourth step of his aspect legacy was already within his grasp. All he had to do was contemplate the revelations gained during the battle, absorb the knowledge, and integrate it into the systematic framework of shadow dance he had already established. The evolution was already in sight, he could practically smell it. Still, there was a bit of work left to do before he could reap the rewards. Closing his eyes, Sunny tried to remember the perilous, ferocious battle with the Azure Serpent in all its harrowing details. It was better to do it now, while the memories were still fresh, and the remnants of the serpentine form still lingered in his mind. Time flowed slowly. Chapter 1291 Perilous Gift. Shadow Dance was both the legacy of his aspect and a battle art Sunny had invented. That battle art was insidious, shapeless, and ever-changing. Its purpose was to steal that which made the enemy strong and use it to destroy them. The first step of Shadow Dance was the foundation of this ability. Sunny had mastered it during his bitter battle with Nephis, whom he knew all too well. It allowed him to peer into the very essence of the enemy's battle style and gain an almost supernatural understanding of what they would do, as well as the ability to mimic it. The second step was a continuation of the first. It was the same in all aspects except for scale. Assuming the persona of Mongrel, Sunny had battled countless Awakened and absorbed their styles in order to make his ability more ubiquitous. He had mastered it during the final battle of the Dream Tournament, facing Morgan. That breakthrough deepened his understanding of the fundamental governing principles of battle, which in turn allowed him to shadow unfamiliar and sophisticated battle styles much faster and with greater ease. He also gained the ability to intuitively sense the unique ways in which his opponents utilized their soul essence to make those styles possible. The third step was different. It expanded on the first two, broadening the scope of Shadow Dance by redefining what a battle style was. Outwardly, that simply meant that Sunny had begun including nightmare creatures in the ranks of enemies he shadowed. Inwardly, however, the distinction was much greater. The third step had more to do with Sunny himself than with his enemies. After plunging into the alien and perverse minds of various abominations in the Red Colosseum, he still found himself falling short of an epiphany. That was because Sunny had to let go of his own sense of self to truly be able to shadow things that were innately different from him. He had to become more like the shapeless, formless shadows. He had managed to pass this impossible test because of the battle with Nightmare. The third mastery vastly broadened and improved his ability to shadow his enemies, as well as giving him the ability to perceive the flow of essence within them clearly. However, it also made Shadow Dance a double-edged sword. Sunny had found it easy to get lost in the form of an adversary, forgetting himself forever. The best defense against this risk was his true name, which served as the anchor of his soul. And now, there was the fourth step. It is even more dangerous. Sunny still felt the lingering remnants of the azure serpent paint his perception of the world. After delving into the form of the mad beast so deeply, he struggled to shake it off. The fourth step was also a continuation of the previous one, a logical progression that both completed and transformed the perilous gift of the third step. The third step was about breaking the rigid constraints of Sunny's mind to make it as shapeless and adaptable as a shadow. The fourth step was about allowing Sunny's physical form to follow suit. The key to mastering it was shadow manifestation. In the dreadful crucible of Antarctica, Sunny had invented Shadow Shell and Shadow Incarnation, which gave him all the tools he needed to reach the fourth mastery. But it wasn't until the battle with Daron of the Twilight Sea that he hammered all these elements together into a cohesive whole. Thinking about it, he shivered. Any form, any shape. The ability to not only grasp the essence of, but also become any creature he truly came to know. The prospect of such an ability seemed limitless. But so was its danger. What will I become if I use the fourth step a lot? There was an even more frightening question. If the fourth step of Shadow Dance was already so incredible and daunting, then what would the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh steps look like? Sunny felt that he needed to be careful, but he also knew that he was not going to let go of this power. He needed it. With a sigh, he thought back to the battle with Daron of the Twilight Sea and started going over every moment of it, absorbing the feeling of becoming a great serpent into his bones. With every minute that passed, he felt the moment where everything would click together, drawing closer. The waters of the great river were already dimming. By the time Sunny opened his eyes, he let out a deep sigh and remained motionless for a few moments, contemplating his progress. I'm so close. It was probably a matter of days, a week or two at most, before he mastered the fourth step of Shadow Dance and received the fourth legacy relic. Excited, Sunny wondered what it would be. A shadow, a memory, or something else entirely like another drop of ichor. Whatever it is, I hope Blood Weave doesn't gobble it up again. Suddenly bitter, he glanced at the horizon and then hurriedly summoned the crown of twilight back. Soon, the seven suns rose from the depths and chased away the impenetrable darkness of the night. The dim twilight of dawn enveloped the ketch for a brief period of time. At that moment, Sunny felt a flood of essence rush into his cores. Amazing. The rate of recovery was indeed greatly enhanced. Sunny had 5 shadow cores instead of 1, so it took 5 times as long for him to recover all his essence without the aid of the Shroud of Dusk. With it and the legacy of Twilight, though, it felt as though he would be able to replenish his reserves fully in the span of a single day. Half at dawn and another half at dusk. If he was even slightly frugal, he would practically never run out of essence. Feeling encouraged, he glanced at the frail figure of Anank, then turned to Nephis. Sunny silently pointed to the serpentine band of black metal on his head. It was time to ask more questions. Chapter 1292, History of Time. Nephis nodded, indicating that she had read the description of the Crown of Twilight. The two of them could have communicated through the Blessing of Dusk to discuss how they would approach the conversation with Anank, but really there was no need. The old woman showed no indication of being someone they needed to be wary of, so they could simply ask. There was one question that had to be answered above all else, though. Sunny shifted slightly, then called. Grandmother. Anank stirred as if waking up from a dream and looked at them with her cloudy eye. Yes, my lord. Still uncomfortable with this form of address, Sunny thought for a moment and asked, Have you ever heard about that which was defiled? The old woman suddenly froze. Her hand, which was resting on the steering oar, trembled. For a while, nothing but the sound of water splashing against the hull of the ketch could be heard. It seemed that she wasn't happy to hear that question. However, Sunny and Nephis had no choice but to ask it. They needed to learn everything they could about the assumed goal of this nightmare. Eventually, Anank sighed. That which was defiled. I guess you are talking about the defilement, my lord. Sunny's eyes glinted. The defilement. Remembering the horrors of the Southern Campaign, he made a sudden connection. There were 3 nightmare creatures he had slain that bore a similar name: the Defiled Witness, the Defiled Herald, and the Defiled Seeker of Truth. The first one was the fallen demon who led the pack of eyeless beasts. The second was the corrupted devil who led the group of desiccated corpses, their mouths sewn shut. Sonny had received the stifled scream after that battle. The third one was the fallen titan he had killed by chance during the joint battle against the enormous horde of abominations in East Antarctica, receiving the Mirror of Truth. Had all of them come from the tomb of Ariel? The old woman nodded. Yes, the defilement. I am sorry, my lord and lady. I should have known that you would not be aware of these matters. You are outsiders, after all. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other, wondering what she meant. Ankh remained silent for a few moments, then spoke solemnly. To understand what the defilement is, you will first need to learn a little about the history of the Great River. I will try to explain as well as I can. Nephis frowned slightly. The history? I am not sure I understand what history a river that flows through time can possess. The old woman smiled faintly. Time within the tomb of Ariel is unpredictable and convoluted. Sometimes it flows slowly, while sometimes it flows swiftly. Sometimes time rises in great storms, or grows stale, or circles forever as a whirlpool. Currents merge and separate or disappear without a trace. But nevertheless, for most of us, unless we enter turbulent waters, time always moves, just like in the outside world. It is just that our own time is different from the time there. Noticing a hint of confusion on their faces, Ankh looked thoughtful for a while. Then she sighed. The best way I can explain it is like this. The great river does indeed flow from the future into the past, but that is only in relation to the outside world. Here, this kind of time is no different from space. However, the river still has a past, a present, and a future in relation to itself. Here, this kind of time is just like the time of the outside. Nephis tilted her head a little, so one can say Sonny and I entered the tomb of Ariel in a distant future, meaning much higher upstream. But one can also say that we entered a month ago. Both distance and days are a measure of time. The old woman nodded. Indeed, you are wise, my lady. The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. That's the second time she calls Nephis wise, 0 times for me, though. Still, he understood the idea. There were actually 2 concepts named time inside the tomb of Ariel. One was the flow of the great river itself, which was prone to all kinds of shenanigans, while the second was no different from the concept of time they were familiar with. The old woman continued. So the great river has a history as well, or rather it is us, the river people, who have it. That history started a long time ago when the Sibyls first entered the tomb of Ariel with their people. There were others, too, all kinds of humans and creatures who came seeking truth, which is said to be hidden at the estuary. Her creaky voice grew wistful. That was when we, heralds of the nightmare spell, came to the great river as well. I was told that it was a golden age. The Sibyls established their cities, and powerful seekers built solitary manors among the waves. They had escaped the end and lived in peace and prosperity within the tomb of Ariel. Sonny found something curious and asked, "You were told you weren't there yourself?" Come to think of it, when Ankh had spoken about the persecution of the followers of Weaver, she had mentioned not experiencing it personally. That statement had sounded rather strange at the time, but there were many other questions that needed to be asked first. The old woman chuckled. Goodness, of course, no. I might look old, but I am not that ancient. No, I was born much later, after Weave was already established. Unlike those who have come from outside like you, I am river-born. Sonny made a mental note that there was a distinction between the outsiders and the river-born, and continued to listen. Ankh took a hoarse breath, then said somberly, "But that golden age, eventually it came to an end. First, the voices of the gods grew silent, causing the Sibyls to turn their gazes to the estuary. And then the defilement was born." Chapter 1293, Defilement. Ankh's weathered, wrinkly face grew dark. The old woman lingered for a while before saying, "The other name for the defilement is corruption, a special kind of corruption that appeared on the great river and then spread from downstream like a plague. Or rather, was spread." Nephis leaned forward a little. "Spread from downstream." The old woman nodded heavily. "Yes, it is because the defilement, its origin, is the estuary." Her cloudy eyes grew distant. The Seekers were always trying to reach the estuary, traveling further and further downstream, but none of them succeeded in finding it. Eventually, they built a city of their own in the far reaches of the past, a city called Verge. Its grandeur could compete with the bustling prosperity of the large cities ruled by the Sibyls, and from there they continued their search, until eventually one of them really managed to enter the estuary. The old woman gripped the steering oar as she looked at the vast expanse of the great river, then continued dully. However, what he found there was not the truth, but corruption. Or perhaps it was the truth that he found that corrupted him. That seeker became the first of the defiled, and he brought the defilement back with him to the verge. The city of seekers was consumed by the defilement, and those consumed by it became twisted and monstrous. They spread from there like a plague, bringing a great calamity to the river people. Anak grew silent, breathing heavily. Sunny was scowling deeply. So that was what happened. The hideous truth that the demon of dread had hidden in the heart of the Black Pyramid, the first person who learned it was consumed by corruption as a result. Not only that, but he also infected the rest of the seekers with it, destroying, or rather, transforming, an entire city into a nightmarish source of the spreading corruption, of the defilement. Just what kind of secret had Ariel buried at the dawn of time? More importantly, was that what Daron of the Twilight Sea had tried to achieve? Storm the corrupted city of Verge and slay the first witness to the harrowing truth, who was the root of the defilement. If so, their task would be a dreadful one. Nephis seemed to be thinking the same. After pondering for a while, she asked, "What happened next?" Anak shifted on her bench, then sighed. Because of the defilement, the peaceful waters of the great river became plagued by the corrupted. The most powerful of them come from the furthest reaches of the past, downstream as well as from the terrible emptiness of the future, where you have come from, my lord and lady. The river people found themselves trapped between the harrowing past and the doomed future, with nowhere to escape. Of course. They fought against the defilement and resisted for a while. She looked away and said bitterly, "But they also fought among themselves. That was how we were chased away and forced to escape upstream, braving terrible dangers. Eventually, we lost all contact with those who had exiled us. The last we heard was that many of the Sibyls had succumbed to the defilement and that many of their cities had fallen. Even Twilight, the city of the Serpent King, had been lost. Now it is the dusk of the river people. Soon, there won't be any of us left at all." Sunny felt that he understood what had happened with the people who escaped the end of the world. By entering the tomb of Ariel, most of them had either died or been corrupted, and the rest would soon follow. That was the fate of the great river civilization. So there were two ways to resolve the conflict of the nightmare. They had to either help the destruction of that civilization or turn the tide by eliminating the source of the spreading defilement. The latter, of course, would receive much higher praise from the spell, since it would differ drastically from fate. He also noted the mention of Twilight, which, as it turned out, was the name of the city King Daron and his vassals had built. Another interesting point was that Fallen Grace, the city ruled by the last Sibyl, was situated in the region of the great river that had already mostly succumbed to the defilement. Perhaps it was the last human stronghold remaining in the tomb of Ariel. And another thing, Anak had said that there were two places inside the tomb of Ariel that were much more dreadful and dangerous than all the rest: the far reaches of the future upstream and the far reaches of the past downstream. His luck was incredible, as always. Not only had Sunny entered the great river in one of these harrowing places, but he also seemed destined to journey into the other. Great, simply great. What Sunny paid most attention to, however, was a simple question: just how was the defilement spreading? He did not know a lot about corruption, but it didn't seem like something that could just happen. Even Skinwalker could not infect humans with corruption. Instead, it could only infect them with itself. Did the defilement have a similar nature? He did not think that it did. If all the nightmare creatures in the tomb of Ariel were vessels of the same entity, the first seeker, they wouldn't be fighting each other. That was an important distinction. Looking at Anak, he asked in a dark tone, "Grandmother, do you know how the defilement spreads?" The old woman shook her head. "I am sorry, my lord. I do not in truth. I've only met a true defiled once. We've is situated too far upstream, so while we had to battle corrupted creatures of the future often, no one from the verge has ever reached us." Nephis frowned. "Except for that one defiled." Anankin nodded. "Yes." The water was sparkling under the sunlight, and the ketch was flying across the waves, traveling further and further into the past. Nephis hesitated for a moment, and then asked, What happened when the defiled appeared? The old woman did not answer for a while. Eventually, she raised her head and smiled bitterly. The day he appeared was the day Weave was destroyed. Her words traveled somberly across the surface of the water, soon disappearing into the wind. Chapter 1294, Corruption. In the morning, they enjoyed delicious food and fragrant wine from Anank's wooden box. The old woman herself seemed a little bit more energetic today, but the long conversation had tired her out. She ate very little and returned to the steering oar, looking at the flowing water with a distant expression. She must have been thinking about her city, Weave, which had been destroyed by the defiled. Without having to discuss it, Sunny and Nephis decided to give their kind guide some privacy. They had to digest the many revelations of the past day anyway. Sunny was leaning his back on the side of the ketch, cradling a steaming cup of tea in his hands. Nephis was by his side, looking at the sky. After some time had passed in comfortable silence, he used the blessing of dusk to ask, "There is one thing I don't understand." She shifted slightly and turned to look at him. Sunny was suddenly painfully aware of how close they were his pale face was reflecting in the calm depths of her striking gray eyes. He sighed. "She said that Weave was destroyed, and yet she is taking us there. Why?" Nephis contemplated for a few moments. Anank survived the destruction, so more people could have survived as well. If not, it would be to scavenge for supplies for the journey ahead. We will see when we get there. Sunny took a sip from his cup, enjoying the warmth of the freshly brewed tea. The ketch was swaying gently, and the view was heavenly. It was really hard to believe that they were inside a nightmare. "What do you think about what we've learned so far?" Neff's face darkened a little. She looked away. ND shrugged. "The situation is better than I thought. It seems we have a clear enemy, at least. More than that, not all of the Great River is as dangerous as our starting point. I was wary a little bit, thinking that every nightmare creature here is like the azure serpent, the black turtle, and that horrid butterfly. But it doesn't seem that way." She paused, then added somberly, "However, I am concerned about the others. We all came from the same moment in time, so they should have been sent to the same region of the Great River. Why is there no sign of them?" Sunny looked down with a grim expression. He shared that concern. Cassie, Effie, Kaijet, and even Mordred, where were they? None of them were easy to kill. He firmly believed that his friends were still alive somewhere out there. Or at least he wanted to. But it is strange, isn't it? Nephis glanced at him with a silent question. He frowned. "The way we entered the nightmare. As masters, we get to keep our own bodies, true, but we are still supposed to replace someone from that region and era. Whose place have you and I taken? From what Anank told us, there were not supposed to be any humans further than Weave. It doesn't make sense." Nephis seemed taken aback a little. Of course, her reserved expression had not changed even a little bit, however. Sunny knew her well enough to see that she was stumped. "You're right, it is strange." He remained silent for a few moments, thinking. Could it be that the spell had failed to find suitable hosts for the other members of the cohort that far upstream, and so sent them someplace else? Eventually, he shook his head and asked, "Regardless, that defilement, how exactly does it spread? There has not been a single instance of a human from the waking world succumbing to corruption as far as I know. What really happened to that seeker in the estuary?" Nephis did not answer, looking at the sky. After a while, she shook her head. "You are wrong. Countless humans from our world have become corrupted. Every sleeper that fails the first nightmare turns into a nightmare creature, isn't it the same thing?" Sunny tilted his head, stunned by that simple comparison. Nephis was right. Numerous people had turned into nightmare creatures in the waking world already. It was just that none of them had been of a higher rank than dormant, because the trials of the spell killed them long before they could set foot on the path of ascension. While she was thinking, Nephis suddenly added in a contemplative tone, "As for the seeker who learned the truth of the estuary and brought corruption to the great river, actually, it reminds me of something you told me once." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Me?" She nodded. "It was a long time ago, on the Forgotten Shore. When we were enthralled by the soul-devouring tree, you told me about the lineage memory you had found in its branches. In its description, wasn't it said that the loathsome thieving bird had gone mad after seeing a glimpse of unknown frozen in the depths of Weaver's Eye?" He shivered, suddenly consumed by an ominous premonition. What of it? Nephis shrugged. It just reminds me of that seeker. The thieving bird must have been a creature of dreadful power, considering that it managed to steal a demon's eye. Still, its mind was destroyed by one glimpse at what was hidden in Weaver's pupil. The seeker saw something that he shouldn't have and became corrupted. Maybe he brought the forbidden knowledge back with him. Maybe that is how the defilement spreads, people learning the truth of the estuary. Sunny grew quiet, thinking about what she said. The description of the drop of ichor indeed stated that the vile thieving bird had gone mad after seeing the reflection of the unknown in Weaver's eye. Was it perhaps another way of saying that it had become corrupted? And if so, had something similar happened to the first seeker? Was the truth buried by Ariel in the heart of the black pyramid the same truth Weaver had witnessed once, and which became forever frozen in the depths of his or hers eyes? You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. He remained silent for a while, then sighed. Well, that's great. Now we don't only have to be wary of nightmare creatures, we even have to be careful about what we learn. Damnation, you do know that I am a very curious guy, don't you, Neph? She looked at him, lingered for a bit, and smiled. Oh, I do? You are indeed a very curious guy lost from light, who was born from the shadows, rightful heir of. Sunny opened his eyes wide and hurriedly dismissed the mental connection of the blessing of dusk. Hey. Nephis leaned on the side of the ketch and laughed softly. What? He opened his mouth, then closed it again and gritted his teeth. Can you maybe forget that, forever? Nephis looked away with white sparks dancing in her eyes. Can I? Well, I don't know. I have a very good memory. Sunny stared at her for a while, then scoffed. Admit it, though, you thought it was a bit Ool, didn't you? I bet you did, like you thought Mongrel was. Neph's face suddenly grew still. I absolutely did not. He grinned. Sure. But I have a good memory, too. What was it that you said in that nightclub in NQSC, if I recall correctly? Nephis closed her eyes and yawned. I am so tired. I think I need to rest now. Sunny laughed. Really? All right then, rest well. Chapter 1295, No One Knows. While Nephis was pretending to sleep, Sunny moved to the stern of the ketch and looked at Anank, who seemed to have paid no attention to their conversation. Sensing his attention, however, she turned slightly and asked, Yes, my lord. He hesitated for a few moments. I wanted to ask you about Weaver. The old woman smiled slightly, as if uplifted by his question. What would you like to know? Sunny remained silent for a moment. What didn't he want to know? Demons were surrounded by mystery, and while he slowly accumulated a lot of knowledge about them, much more knowledge than an average human in the ancient times of the dream realm had, most likely, there were still wide gaps in it. The problem was that Anank was not really a person from the dream realm. She had been born in the tomb of Ariel and spent her life in isolation from the outside world. Still, she was a priestess of the nightmare spell. She had to know many things, even if some of that knowledge had undoubtedly been twisted as a result of becoming religious doctrine. So he was unsure how much he would be able to learn from the old woman. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Well, for starters, was Weaver a man or a woman? He was really tired of stumbling over his words every time he tried to say something about them. Anank chuckled. No one knows. Weaver was a master of lies after all, so you should take anything that is known about the demon of fate with a grain of salt. Weaver was the firstborn of the unknown. His or hers domain was fate, and just like fate, Weaver was fickle, inevitable, and terrifying. Despite not possessing dreadful battle power, unlike some other demons, the demon of fate was feared the most. Sunny was not surprised. He couldn't imagine a more frightening enemy than someone whose weapon was fate itself. That said, he wasn't sure whether Weaver had been able to control fate or simply perceive it. The latter seemed more probable, even if everyone had been convinced otherwise. Was that one of Weaver's lies? He inhaled deeply. Who was the unknown then? The old woman smiled. I don't know. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Well, that is not surprising. There is a reason why that being is called the unknown. After all, actually, no. Unknown is just the substitute word the spell uses for the runes it refuses to translate. So the progenitor of the demons is called something else. The priesthood of the nightmare spell probably started calling that being unknown for the same reason I did, considering that they are the carriers of the spell as well. or rather of an ancient, rudimentary version of the spell. He shook his head dejectedly. For someone who has chosen to dedicate their lives to serving Weaver, suffering all kinds of mistreatment and persecution, you and your people don't seem to know a lot about the being you serve. Sunny was afraid that Anank would be offended by his remark, but she simply shook her head. We might not know a lot, but we know all we need. We know that when the gods and the demons started their cursed war, Weaver was the only one who refused to participate. Her weathered face turned somber. And when the flames of that war spread, bringing doom and destruction to all, Weaver was the only one who offered us all a path to salvation. Sunny glanced at Nephis, who could certainly hear what they were talking about. Wondering what she thought about all that, he asked, "That path to salvation is the nightmare spell." Anank nodded. Indeed. The nightmare spell was created by Weaver and entrusted to us in order to save us all from the doom that demons brought upon. And there it was, a proclamation of a hidden truth that Sunny had tentatively considered before, but was never really sure of. That the purpose of the spell was not cruel and sinister in nature, but instead fundamentally benevolent, albeit still cruel. However, if that was what Weaver had told people like Anank, could that truth really be trusted? She had just described the demon of fate as a master of lies, after all, and said that everything about Weaver should be taken with a grain of salt. Nevertheless, Anank seemed to believe in the benevolence of the nightmare spell wholeheartedly. That was rather strange. How should I put it? The old woman, despite her age and wisdom, seemed a little bit naive. Sunny and Nephis were not the worst people from the waking world by far, but even they had briefly contemplated attacking and killing her after discovering the catch. Yet she had never been on guard against them, instead treating them with utmost sincerity. Her unwavering trust in Weaver was just the same. He hesitated for a long time before speaking again. "Grandmother, I don't mean to offend you, but hasn't that doom come already? Where is the salvation you were promised?" Holding the steering oar, Anank smiled softly. "Why, it is right here, my lord. It is you, the children of Weaver." Sunny stared at her for a few moments, his expression incredulous. The old woman chuckled. "You might have misunderstood me a little. When I spoke of salvation, I did not mean that my elders, who had accepted the mission of caring for the nightmare spell from Weaver, hoped to save themselves. The doom war, it threatened to destroy all life, all humans, and all beings, everywhere, forever. So what they really wanted to save was the future." She paused for a few moments, took a shaky breath, and added, "It might be strange to say this while sailing into the past, but the future it is still ahead, and so it can still be saved." Sunny pursed his lips. The dream realm was already a dead world, with only nightmare creatures populating its hellish expanse. And now the spell had even infected Earth with the same plague that had destroyed it, forcibly pulling more humans there in an attempt to do what? He sighed. "How exactly are we supposed to save the future? We can't even save ourselves." The old woman shook her head. "That is for you to know, my lord. Although I am a caretaker of the nightmare spell, I am not a person it was meant for. All I can do is help those chosen like you brave the thorny path, as much as I can with what little power I have." She smiled. "Even if it's just for a short while, that is enough for me." Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then rubbed his face. "Well, isn't that convenient?" Chapter 1296, Doom War. Sunny was not sure that he was buying what Anank believed, but at the same time he couldn't completely discard it. Damn Weaver. Just why did the creator of the spell have to be a nebulous and elusive creature, not only surrounded in mystery, but also obsessed with lies? Could there be anyone more untrustworthy? Even though Sunny had inherited Weaver's forbidden lineage, wore Weaver's mask, and had a high affinity to fate, which was Weaver's domain, he still knew close to nothing about the demon of fate. Where had Weaver come from? Who hid behind the fearsome black mask? What motives had guided them? What goals had they pursued? He shook his head with resignation and looked at Anank, frowning. "Whatever. If I can't learn about Weaver, I should at least learn everything else." Sunny collected his thoughts before asking the next question. "Grandmother, you said that the purpose of the nightmare spell is to save the future from the doom of the great war between the demons and the gods. To be honest, I am not entirely sure what that really means. What exactly is that doom? What made the war so terrible?" The old woman gazed at the flowing expanse of the great river, lingered for a moment, and sighed. It was indeed terrible. Of course, I have not experienced the horror of those days myself. What I do know was passed down to me from my elders who had, granted, they escaped the war before the end came, so even they didn't know how and why the true devastation happened. She paused to catch her breath, then continued in her creaky voice. No one really knows what resentment pushed the demons to rise against the gods. It happened soon after the demon of desire escaped her chains. The youngest among them, the demon of destiny, called upon his siblings to wage war against the heavens. 5 answered his call, and only the demon of fate refused. Anank moved the steering oar a little, her frail hand as dark as the polished wood. Many blamed the demons for everything terrible that happened. But truly, things weren't going well long before their rebellion. Most of the gods had grown distant, and people quarreled with each other, forgetting the days when everything stood her cloudy eyes were distant, as if the old woman was imagining the wide world that she had never seen or known. She slowly shook her head, together against the corruption. Humans fought against humans and against other noble creatures. Followers of war burned the temples of shadow, and their empire spread, consuming many weaker realms. Her cloudy eyes were distant, as if the old woman was imagining the wide world that she had never seen or known. She slowly shook her head. So maybe the Great War was merely the result and not the cause of the end. In any case, the 6 demons assembled vast armies and led them against the gods. What was different about that war was that they were not immediately defeated. After all, there were many lesser deities, but none of them were as feared as the demons, let alone if 6 of them united. Others joined their cause, and even the great gods couldn't defeat such an enemy with ease. The old woman trembled. The war was furious and murk. Wireless, many realms had become battlefields and were devoured by flames. But the worst was still to come. Because instead of coming to a conclusion, the war only continued to grow fiercer. Those loyal to the gods took up arms, and in response, the demons recruited more allies, mortal champions who had suffered the tyranny of the empire, ancient creatures that had been banished into the darkest corners of the underworld, and everyone else who bore deep grudges against the divine. Even the harrowing Nephilim. Utter madness was unleashed, and soon there was no place untouched by the war. Everywhere turned into the battlefield. Anank glanced at the flowing waters of the great river and remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said, "Nowhere was safe. The forests burned, the fields turned to deserts, the rivers dried up. A passing blow from the fighting deities could destroy entire cities. Over time, countless humans were displaced or lost their lives. That was when we started calling it the Doom War, believing that it would become the end of everything. It was also when Weaver created the nightmare spell and gifted it to us mortals." Sunny suddenly remembered the forgotten shore and the ruin that had befallen that land when the shining figure fell from the sky. Was that radiant creature one of the soldiers in the dreadful war between the 6 demons and the 6 gods? Was it perhaps one of the Nephilim? Or an actual angel? If what had happened on the forgotten shore was happening all across the dream realm, then it was no surprise that the ancient humans there saw it as the end of the world. Anank sighed. Weaver offered us a path to salvation, but back then the demon of fate was despised by all the followers of the gods, the followers of the demons, and even those who did not want anything to do with the war. We, the priests of the nightmare spell, were despised as well. Few listened to us, still some did. The nightmare spell was alluring after all, even in its infant state. Sunny tilted his head, alluring. The old woman nodded. Of course, it gave its carriers so many abilities. The ability to possess memories and echoes, the ability to instantly be able to enter your soul, see, awaken your aspect, be guided on the path of ascension. The nightmare spell promised people who desperately wished for power means to defend themselves. So Weaver was not only the most insidious demon, but also a devious salesman. The nightmare spell was packed with all kinds of boons that desperate people would find irresistible, boons that the humans of the waking world took for granted, since they had nothing to compare them to. No wonder the spell spread like a plague, despite the contemptible reputation of its creator. So what happened then? Anank lingered for a moment. The priests of the nightmare spell helped it spread, trying their best to bestow its gifts on new carriers. That was when my elders entered the tomb of Ariel. We never learned what happened after we left. The war must have turned even more harrowing somehow, and neither side emerged victorious. Instead, everyone was destroyed. Even the gods perished. She hesitated. I heard that more outsiders appeared after the voices of the gods grew silent. Maybe they brought news to the tomb of Ariel. But by then, we were already chased far upstream, so we never met them. The old woman's voice grew wistful as she said, "By now, most of them must have been consumed by the defilement. My lord, perhaps you can learn more if you speak to Dusk of Fallen Grace. She is one of the Sibyls, after all. She must know more than a humble exile like me does." Chapter 1297, Where Nightmares Come From. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking. There was a lot to think about. Although Neff's eyes were closed, he could tell that she was thoughtful as well. The history of the dream realm, which they could only guess before, was revealed in front of them with stark clarity. Of course, Anank had not witnessed all these events herself, but the tales she relayed were passed down to her from people who actually had. No wonder. No wonder Mordred had told him that the knowledge and experience awakened brought back from their nightmares were perhaps more important than the power and abilities they gained. And that legacy clans, especially those ruled by the sovereigns, were very particular about which seeds their scions challenged. Both valor and song must have accumulated a great deal of knowledge, however. That knowledge was not something just anyone could access. Even Nephis, who had been adopted into the great clan, did not seem privy to most of their secrets yet. That was only natural. After all, knowledge was the origin of power. According to Weaver, and Anvil would not trust her with power until she had proven herself. He lingered for a few moments, then looked to his right, where Anank's mask still lay on the wooden deck. Stretching his hand, he picked it up and stared. At the fearsome, demonic face, Sunny could not glimpse anything about the mask. He did not even know whether it was a memory or a simple piece of carved wood. Glancing at Anank, he pointed to the mask and asked, "Is this a divine memory?" She remained silent for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. "No, my lord. This one is merely sacred, a lesser facsimile of the true Mask of Weaver. It is a part of the ceremonial garb that we, priests and priestesses of the nightmare spell, wear both to escape the gaze of our pursuers and to follow in the footsteps of our benefactor, the demon of fate. The more accomplished a priest was, the higher rank memory they would be bestowed." Anank looked away with a faint smile. "My mother, whom I inherited this memory from, was one of the few who received a mask of the sacred rank, which was the highest of honors. As for divine memories of the Mask of Weaver, I've never seen these holy relics. There were only ever 2 of them, entrusted personally to the first 2 who were chosen by the demon of fate, the high priest and the high priestess of the nightmare spell." Sunny studied the surface of the mask some more. After a short stretch of silence, he followed his whim and asked, "Does it have the Where is my eye enchantment?" He was curious if Anank, as the priestess of the spell, could teach him how to gaze at the tapestry of fate without dying. The old woman looked at him with a surprised expression. "Where is my eye? No, no, it doesn't. But if I may be so bold as to ask, how do you know the name of that enchantment, my lord? This sacred memory of mine only possesses 2. It was only the 2 holy masks that possessed a third, and even then very few ever learned about it." Sunny hesitated for a long time, then sighed and summoned Weaver's mask. Soon, a fearsome mask of polished black wood appeared in his left hand, identical to the one he was holding in his right. Anank's eyes widened slightly. My lord, is that?" He nodded, "Yes. Before you start assuming things, I am not a priest of the nightmare spell, nor am I a chosen of the demon of fate. It's just that I found this thing a few years ago in a god-forsaken pit of a cursed city. I've been stumbling on various traces of Weaver while traveling the dream realm, so I guess I am curious about him, or her, or whatever Weaver was." Sunny considered telling her about Blood Weave and the phalanx of the demon in question, which he had swallowed in the Ebony Tower, but decided against it. He didn't want to give the old woman a heart attack or put strange thoughts in her head. Her reverent attitude was already rather uncomfortable. Anank remained silent for a few moments, looking at the mask and Sunny with that same reverence. Then she sighed softly. "My lord, was this memory helpful to you on your journey?" He raised an eyebrow. "Helpful? Well, I guess it was. It saved my life a few times. But it also almost killed me a few times. In any case, I probably wouldn't be standing here without it." The old woman smiled. "Then it was fate that guided you to it and me to you, by Weaver's grace." Sunny looked at her somberly. He didn't like being reminded of just how helpless he was against fate. Neither did he like the idea of being a marionette for a long-dead demon. But he couldn't really dispute what Anank had said. First, because it was pointless to argue faith with logic. Second, because he wasn't sure that his logic was sound. who was to say that the damned demon of fate had not really arranged for various things to happen in the distant future. This is distressing. He let out a heavy sigh, then dismissed his weaver's mask and put the other one on the bench near Anik. You shouldn't leave it lying on the deck. It is a gift from your mother, after all. The old woman gently took the wooden mask and placed it on her lap. Thank you, my lord, you are wise. Sonny furtively glanced at her and hid a smile. Hod, I got one too. Then he looked at the beautiful vista of the great river and said, So, when your elders entered the tomb of Ariel, most of the priesthood of the nightmare spell remained outside, splintered in order to convert more carriers during the Doom War. Anik simply nodded. Yes, she seemed down, so Sonny suddenly wanted to encourage her. He thought for a few moments and then shrugged. Well, they've done a great job. The nightmare spell outlived both the demons and the gods. In the future, it is nearly all-powerful. Ah, by the way, you said that it was very alluring to people even at the start. But what about the price? Weren't they afraid of dying in the nightmares? The old woman looked at him with a hint of confusion. Nightmares, my lord? What do you mean? Why would people be afraid of dying in their dreams? At that moment, Nephis opened her eyes and turned her head, looking at Anik silently. Sonny turned, too, his gaze becoming sharp. Does she not know what a nightmare is? He lingered for a moment, In asked, Did the spell not put people through trials way back then? Anik touched her white hair, then shook her head. Trials? No, I've never heard of anything like that. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Now that's new. Why would nightmares only exist in our time? That doesn't make any sense. Nephis seemed to share his thoughts. She remained silent for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward and asked, Grandmother, I have a question then. Where exactly does the nightmare and the nightmare spell come from? Sonny blinked. What a strange question. The old woman stared at them in bewilderment. After a while, she said, That is what Weaver named it. The demon of fate must have had a reason, but it is not for us to know what that reason was. The nightmare spell, it is just what it has always been called. Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other. The spell was always very particular with its words, and Weaver must have been the same. There was no way that the grand creation of the nebulous demon had been named without much thought. But what was the meaning of that name? Neither of them knew, and Anik didn't seem to know either. Damn Weaver. Chapter 12, 98 Noble Cause. Sonny left the old woman alone and returned to where Nephis was resting, full of thought. He had not received all the answers he wanted from Anik, but at the same time, he learned a lot, maybe even too much. I don't know. There was too much information, all of it fragmented, ambiguous, and confusing. Not only that, but he was not even sure that it could be trusted. In any case, many mysteries he had never hoped to solve were resolved now. Like the destruction of the Forgotten Shore, it had become collateral damage in the war between the demons and the gods. Or the identity of the nameless prisoner of the ruined cathedral. It was one of the first two apostles chosen by Weaver to tend to and spread the nightmare spell, whoever these apostles had been. Sonny even had more context for why the followers of War God had been destroying the temples of Shadow God in his first nightmare, and what Empire Oro of the Nine was a soldier of. Still, he had even more questions now. Like always, my head hurts. He was saying these words a lot in this nightmare. Sonny sighed, then looked at Nephis. What do you think? With how obsessed she was with destroying the spell, the revelations about its origin and presumed purpose had to have shaken her, and maybe even her conviction. But Nephis simply shrugged. Makes sense. He raised an eyebrow. Huh? She looked at him and remained silent for a moment. That the nightmare spell has a purpose, and that its purpose is tied somehow to the destruction of the dream realm. However, that doesn't change anything. Sonny leaned back and studied her calm face. She seemed as composed as ever. So knowing that doesn't change anything for you. Nephis looked at the sky. Why would it? It is still hateful. It is still the cause of indescribable misery that of countless people and my own. Salvation? Future. To me, it sounds like the spell was designed to destroy countless futures for the sake of a future that Weaver envisioned, and fuel it with the lives of those like us, who have never asked to be a part of Weaver's schemes. Sonny frowned, then glanced at the frail figure of Anik. Luckily, it didn't seem like she had heard them. Nephis gritted her teeth. If a burglar comes into your home, kills your family, and takes everything you have from you, does it really matter if the burglar intends to use the spoils for a noble cause? Would you hate him less? Sonny sighed. He could see her point too. I guess it depends. Nephis looked at him darkly. Depends on what? He lingered for a few moments, collecting his thoughts. On the nature of the relationship between the dream realm and our world. How separate are they exactly? Would corruption have spread to the waking world eventually, even without the spell, or not? Things like that. Ah, sorry, I seem to have lost track of the metaphor. She stared at him for a while, then turned away with a scowl. Sonny winced. His argument was reasonable, but humans weren't. That included him as well. If someone murdered Rain to save an entire neighborhood, he would have hated them all the same. He did not say anything else, looking somberly at the great river. Eventually, it was Nephis who broke the silence. Her voice was even. I am curious about something else, though. Sonny glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. What? She frowned slightly. What happened after Anank's elders entered the tomb of Ariel and lost contact with the outside world? How did the war escalate even further? What could have happened to cause both sides to be destroyed? Neph's eyes glinted with white radiance. And what role did the spell play in the conclusion of the war? How has it grown to its current state? Sonny felt a sudden chill as he remembered the description of Bone Weave. Despised and hunted by both sides, Weaver disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did until it was too late. With white light burning in her eyes, Nephis looked at him and asked, Did you ever think that maybe the nightmare spell is not only responsible for the devastation of our world, but also for the destruction of the dream realm? He remained silent for a while, his expression troubled. Then Sonny rolled his eyes. Damn it, Neph, you do remember what flaw I have, right? Please don't subject me to avalanches of questions like that. To answer all of them I don't know, I have no idea, I have no clue, there's no way to. Nephis blinked a couple of times, then opened her eyes wide and covered her mouth with a hand. Oh, sorry. Sonny continued nonchalantly. That is a mystery to me, who knows? And yes, I did consider it before. They're all done. In the awkward silence that followed, he smiled and said, Anyway, all this talking made me hungry. Let's eat. Sonny felt spoiled eating Anank's home-cooked food, so much so that the weight he had lost on the dark island was slowly returning. The old woman herself still ate like a bird, but she seemed to be in a better state than before. Her hands were shaking less, and she remained lucid for longer periods of time before having to rest. The ketch continued to move downstream, devouring distance with great speed. Nothing had attacked them yet, perhaps because they had left the most dangerous region of the great river, perhaps because Anank knew how to navigate the flowing waters to avoid danger. It was probably both. The day came to an end, followed by a peaceful night. Sonny spent most of that time quietly working on mastering the fourth step of Shadow Dance. The dire enlightenment he had gained in the battle against the Azure Serpent was steadily leading him to success. In the morning, they enjoyed a scrumptious breakfast, and then nothing changed. The journey continued, and the waters of the great river remained the same. The old ketch continued to travel into the past. Chapter 1299 Nameless Things. A few more days passed in blissful idleness. Sonny continued concentrating on Shadow Dance, not ready yet to learn more from Anank. The information she had shared with them was already vexing enough, and he was struggling to parse through all of its many implications. He also resumed his habit of studying the weave of the estuary key, even though it still remained a complete mystery to him. After hesitating for a while, Sonny turned to the old woman for help, but there was no result. Although she was a priestess of the nightmare spell and a follower of the demon of fate, she was not a weaver herself. Sonny knew more about weaver's sorcery than Anank did. Which was not to say that she did not know anything about sorcery at all. After spending several days in the ketch, Sonny and Nephis noticed two strange things about the swift vessel and its owner. The first one concerned the ketch itself. Its sails were always full of wind, pushing the boat across the shining surface of the great river with enviable speed, which was not too strange in and of itself, if not for the fact that this speed was too constant and stable. It also did not seem as though the direction and strength of the wind ever changed, or rather, they never changed around the ketch. They did, however, change some distance away from it, creating an eerie situation where the waters where the wooden sailboat passed were different from the rest of the world. Not only that, but Ankh also never manipulated the sails in any way to help them catch the wind. And nothing ever attacked them. Both Sunny and Nephis knew, of course, that the ketch was not a mundane boat. It was obviously enchanted in some way, they just did not know how. There were no runes carved into its surface and no sophisticated runic patterns like on the chain breaker. There was no spellweave hidden within the old wood either. Eventually, they were defeated by curiosity and asked Ankh directly. That was how Sunny learned that, while the old woman was not a weaver, she was still a sorceress. However, the sorcery she used did not belong to the demon of fate, nor was it the runic sorcery created by Hope. Instead, it was the ancient sorcery upon which Hope's runic magic was based, the sorcery of names. Noticing their bewilderment, the old woman chuckled. "My lord and lady don't look too surprised. I am not some kind of powerful shaper. I was just taught a few simple names and phrases by my mother, enough to sail the great river and provide for myself." Sunny and Nephis were still stunned. It was not every day that they met a practitioner of an entirely new system of sorcery. In fact, Sunny had only ever met two sorcerers himself and Noctis. Noctis had known a great deal about true names of things and how to invoke them, but his was a more sophisticated kind of magic, which relied on inscribing the names with runes instead of speaking them directly. Nephis had met a few more, consideri, NG that she was acquainted with the Forgemasters of Clan Valor. She had told him that the members of the Valor family often received aspects tied to crafting, which was how they were able to create powerful memories. However, the family had accumulated plenty of knowledge of runic sorcery as well. The cage that Sunny and Cassie had almost died in during their imprisonment in the Night Temple was proof. Ankh tilted her head curiously. "Are there no shapers in the future? Well, makes sense. We were a dying breed even before the war, and with the gifts of the nightmare spell, no one would need to seek power in such an antiquated and obsolete art." She lingered for a few moments, and then pointed to the sails. "It is rather simple, really. I just invoked the name of the wind, the name of moving forward across water, and the name of the sail, then put them together into a verse. I also used the name of concealment and the name of being hidden from predators. Of course, most of that was only possible because this old ketch of mine is imbued with a true name of its own, which served as an anchor for the entire verse." Ankh sighed. "It is also most of my repertoire. True names were never meant to be spoken by mortals, so one has to possess innate talent in order to master even the easiest of them. My talent is not too good." Sunny looked at her intently and asked, "Is it very important for the ketch to have a true name of its own?" The old woman nodded with a smile. "Of course, without a true name, a thing does not have pull. It is tenuous and slippery, so sorcery can't stick to it that well. Oh, at least that was how it was explained to me when I was a child. A nameless thing won't be influenced as much, but it will also be unable to exert much influence in turn. That is a rule that goes beyond sorcery as well." Sunny grew silent, contemplating her words. Ankh, meanwhile, looked at them with a strangely wistful emotion in her cloudy eyes. "Actually, I was going to teach you how to control the ketch, my lord and lady. If you are willing, of course, since even I was able to master these few names, at least one of you will surely succeed." Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. Her expression was thoughtful while his was full of greed. "Ah, damn it." He was burning with curiosity and insatiable avarice. Learn a few sorceress words? Of course, he was willing. However, Sunny had to reluctantly pull himself back. He would indeed love to learn a tiny bit of the word sorcery, but his resources were already spread thin. Apart from shadow dance, he also had to study weaving. His combat skills and aspect powers all required attention, too. Becoming distracted by a shiny new toy was only going to slow down his progress. Plus, if Nephis learned these names from Ankh, he could always ask her to teach him in the future. Sunny sighed, then forced himself to say, "I'll decline for now." His heart was in pain. Nephis looked at him silently, then turned to Ankh and bowed slightly. "Please teach me, grandmother." The old woman nodded with satisfaction. "It will be an honor, my lady." And that was how the first strange thing they noticed was resolved. The second, though, The second had to do with Anik herself. It seemed that the further downstream they traveled, the more the old woman changed. Chapter 1300 Riverborn. When Sunny and Nephis first met Anik, both were concerned about the frail old woman. She just looked too ancient and weak, ready to snap like a twig. Her tan skin was thin and transparent like oil paper, her cloudy eyes teary and dull, her gaunt figure so small that it seemed to be drowning in the black folds of her dark mantle. They were not sure that the old woman could survive another peaceful day, let alone a long and perilous journey across the great river. However, as the days went by, their worries were proven wrong. Old Anik continued to cling to life, in fact. Her condition seemed to be improving little by little. She had more energy now, could remain fully lucid for longer periods of time, and even regained some of her appetite. At first, Sunny thought that it was simply the result of finally having hope again, after waiting for the two of them for gods knew how long, as well as eating better. But as more time passed, the difference became too obvious to be explained by mere inspiration. Anik was definitely changing. Her hands gradually stopped shaking, and her grip on the steering oar became firmer. Her cloudy eyes regained some of their former sharpness. She wasn't hunching as much anymore, and her voice was not as weak and creaky as before. She did not grow tired as quickly as she had at the start, and the long periods of silence where she seemed to doze off with her eyes open happened less and less frequently, until ceasing altogether. It was as though Anik was slowly growing younger. Sunny had to admit that he was not just imagining things when he opened his eyes one day to notice that there were suddenly black strands in her long, snow-white hair. What is going on? He looked at Anik for a few moments, then lowered his gaze to the powerful current of the great river, which flowed into the past. Nephis, who had been practicing the names the old woman taught her, to no result, for now noticed that he was awake and carefully pulled on the sleeve of his tunic. Then she silently glanced at Anik and back. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Me, why do I have to ask? Asking a woman about her age, does she think I like courting death? Well, to be honest, his track record, indeed, suggested that he did. He sighed, threw an indignant glance at Nephis, and approached the old woman while secretly studying her face and thin frame. There was no denying it. Anik looked much more hale than she had before. She could not be called young by any means still, but neither could she be called decrepit or ancient. Sunny lingered for a second or two, then asked politely, "Grandmother, can I ask you something?" The old woman smiled at him kindly. "Of course, my lord. Now what am I supposed to say?" Sunny took a deep breath, then just came clean with it. "It might sound weird, but are you, by any chance, getting younger?" Anik looked at him with a startled expression. Sunny coughed in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, it's just that I noticed that you look better. I don't mean that you didn't look well before." The old woman suddenly chuckled. No, it is me who needs to apologize, my lord. I just have never met someone entirely from outside the tomb of Ariel before. That is why it is not easy for me to account for the fact that you might not know some things that are common sense here." She shook her head and then said gently, "Yes, this body of mine is indeed getting younger. It is because we are moving downstream." Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, perplexed. After a few moments of silence, he furtively studied her slender figure while she openly studied his. Eventually, Nephis said, "But it doesn't seem like Sunny and I changed. Wouldn't they have become toddlers by now?" Anik nodded, her expression slightly sad. "Of course not. It is because you are outsiders, while I am river-born. The outsiders are not beholden to the flow of the great river since they have come from outside it. They are free to roam it as they wish, traveling any distance. That is why they are also called pilgrims." She smiled. "But we, river-born, are different. Since we were born inside the tomb of Ariel, we are beholden to the flow of time within it. We can only travel as far as our lifespans allow, and even then, the only direction that is allowed to us is upstream. We are chained to the stretch of the great river where we come from." Sunny looked at her in bewilderment, struggling to imagine what such a life would look like. Wait, how does it even work?" At the same time, Nephis asked, "So you grow older when you move upstream and grow younger when you move downstream. That is in relation to the place where you were born." Anank looked between the two of them helplessly, then finally decided to answer Neff's question first and nodded. Indeed. Sonny blinked a couple of times, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wait, does that mean that as long as you stay in place, you are immortal? Anank sighed softly. Our bodies will not age, my lord. That is not the same as being immortal. She looked at the sparkling expanse of the great river wistfully. Actually, we Riverborn don't usually live that long, at least not in Weave. Life here is full of hardship and the waters are dangerous. Since we live close to the desolate future, there are many corrupted coming from upstream, all of them immune to the flow of time. Things were fine when we had many outsiders among us, our elders, but as their number dwindled, it grew harder and harder to provide for ourselves and defend the city. The old woman's face grew dark. After all, it is not easy to fight an enemy that can attack and retreat freely while you lack the ability to pursue it. Still, we managed. Life in Weave might not have been easy or opulent, but it was blissful. At least mine was. Anank fell silent, a faint smile on her lips. Now wait a minute. Sonny tilted his head and, unable to control himself, blurted out. Then grandmother, no, Anank, how old are you, really? What am I doing? The old woman looked at him and chuckled. Me, actually, among the river people, I am considered to be quite a young woman. He froze. Nephis froze, too. Why young't? Anank nodded earnestly. Of course, I am barely 200 years old.